All right, we are live. Yeah, Israel has finally attacked Iran with the help of the United States of America. Both countries together for the first time, I believe in, no, I'm sure for the first time in history, going to war together and going to war with apparently the goal of regime change. Some of us we're optimistic that some sort of military strike is coming, but that it might not be about regime change. It looks very much like it is, especially with President Trump's statement that we're going to look at soon during this broadcast. We're going to be joined. Title says live from Israel. I'm not in Israel right now, but we have a few people hopefully joining. Uh, Soon. Bear in mind that there are sirens in Israel. Iran is firing back, and there's stuff's happening. Yeah. Okay. Let me just go into some of the stuff that we do know, and that's of course limited, and we're using whatever media we have. We have no reporters on the ground in Tehran. We have some people in Israel. Um, but yeah, so unlike the previous war in June of last year, when Israel also started by taking out many people, taking out many missile sites, this time, Israel and the U.S. went higher, basically as high as you can go. The Ayatollah Khamenei's palace was targeted. Um, Iran has put out some sort of statement that he wasn't there, and of course he wasn't there. He is hiding in a tunnel like the rat that he is. But there's also reports that Masoud Pezeshkian's the president's palace was targeted. So, and again, we will hear hopefully later today and definitely in the coming days, um, who has been targeted successfully, and like we we those could be some very, very big names, and yeah, I don't know how comfortable Khamenei is there in those tunnels, but eventually they could get to him there as well. There was reports of bombings in Tehran, in Isfahan, and in a couple of other cities, and an Israeli official was quoted, or an Israeli source was quoted on Israeli television saying they're expecting 4 days of bombing. Now, I don't know exactly, they might have a specific plan for 4 days of bombing, but planning war is, with such specifics is difficult. But look, maybe it can be done in 4 days. There is overwhelming force here. So if we compare it to last time in June of last year when Israel did what it could do with its incredible intelligence and with its relatively impressive military capabilities, this time we have the combination of that and the US's far superior capabilities. Trump was talking, among other things, about destroying Iran's navy. And yeah, we will see what happens. By the way, both Trump and Netanyahu have issued statements. Both of them are saying, we're doing our thing, and spoke to the Iranian people and told them that their moment has come. So yeah, after a couple of devastating months for the Iranian people, this hopefully is their moment. This is hopefully after 47 years of this regime raining terror on its own people and on the entire region and beyond. This hopefully is the beginning of the very, very end of it. Uh, Let me just, because I am here alone, there might be some moments of um, no talking while I both look at the news and try to give whatever updates we can, and also see who might be joining me. Oh, okay, there is somebody joining me now. Somebody who usually joins us live from Israel, but kind of maybe he had some information in advance. Maybe he has maybe Trump has a direct line to him, and made sure that he is not in Israel. Jonathan, are you gonna show your face as well, or are we just gonna look at your picture? Which means only I look at your picture.
Yes, and we're just here in Germany now, not under fire from Iran yet, which is good. Families in the Everybody's in the shelters in Israel, and it seems a very exciting time for us. Very, very interesting, and I'm very glad not to be in these bomb shelters, if I may say so.
Yeah, you experienced that last time around. I remember speaking, and yeah, it was unpleasant. Unfortunately, some of the people who are regulars on this channel are experiencing that. Fortunately, they will be able to report, and hopefully, they will stay safe. The Iran has fired some missiles, and so far as we can tell, there's no damage, and only yeah, no damage and nobody injured. But again, that doesn't mean anything. We don't know what else they have coming. We don't know what they're gonna do at night when it's easier to do such things. Um, Thank you, Apollo Zeus, for the super chat, Jonathan.
Let me rejoin from the computer so I can open the camera, Razi. I'll be with you in a couple of
Okay.
minutes, okay?
All right. So while we wait to see Jonathan return, let's see. Oh, okay. So Iran is saying that not only is Khamenei secure, so is the president. Um, okay, maybe. Just because they're okay now doesn't mean they'll stay okay. Yeah. Again, like even the targeting of the residences of the top two people. That's something that's really we haven't seen before. I mean, there was only one opportunity to see it before, but yeah, I'm guessing Netanyahu was told to hold back in June, and now not so much. So Trump in his statement, and I should say we don't have our producer Daniel behind the scenes, so a lot of the tech stuff that we can usually do. We can't do, including sharing videos, but um, yeah, from what Trump said, yeah, he was saying, back in June, when we bombed them, we told them you can't do this, you can't build a nuclear weapons program. They're rebuilding it, so now it doesn't sound like it's a limited attack. It might be, like the Israeli source said, limited in time in the way Israel and the US look at it because they think it'll be short and sweet. And based on June, it might be. I mean, Iran is much weaker than everybody thought up until recently, certainly up until June. We found out how weak they really are. So, and that was against Israel alone, and Israel and the Israeli Air Force alone, pretty much. So, what will happen with the U.S. there? This is going to be maybe not fun for people in Israel right now, but it again could be. I saw a senator, a U.S. senator, yesterday saying that this is Iran's or the Middle East Berlin Wall moment, and I think that's absolutely correct. I mean, this is at that level, with the exception that unlike Russia, Iran might, Iran has a chance in terms of the population there. Thank you, Bonnie, for this super chat. Um, okay, let's see what else. We Okay, so there's smoke in a base in Bahrain. Is that a US base? And there's, of course, the Houthis are promising to get involved. During Trump's statement, he said something about the proxies, and I'm not 100% sure, but because I didn't fully hear it, I was watching it on Israeli television also, and it was like being interpreted live. But he mentioned the proxies, and I'm wondering if that's we already saw in the last week Israel acting in Lebanon more forcefully than it had before, and it was acting in Lebanon before, and I guess it was fully expecting Hezbollah to want to be involved, and of course I hope Hezbollah is involved because last time Hezbollah decided to go to war with Israel, they were almost annihilated until Biden stepped in to save them. I think Trump won't step in to save them right now, certainly as long as the war with Iran goes on, and if Israel uses more of its firepower than it often does, it can destroy Hezbollah. I would also very much like to see Israel using the opportunity when the world is watching what's going on with Iran to, let's say, fix some more stuff in Gaza. I doubt that's going to happen again, but I've doubted a lot of things. I have to say there's some 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 things surprise me, even though they don't go as far as I would like. They've gone further than I expected up until now. So, all right. Jonathan is joining us again now on camera as well. Jonathan, yeah, your thoughts generally at the moment.
Yeah, it's well, it's wonderful news to wake up for. I think you can also attest to that, Razi, and all Israelis will be, I'm sure, extremely happy about this. As far as I understand it, this is a joint attack by Israel and America, which is in itself historically significant. I think it's the first time there's such a thing. So it's really cool. Great to see Israel taking part of this, being again a leader in the struggle against the Islamic regime, which is always has been Israel the number one, and America used to be the power that tries to stop Israel from fighting against Iran. So that's really cool to see. And we still don't know, as far as I understand, Razi, all the details of what exactly happened in that attack, but they are all ongoing all the time. And I understand that some key figures in Iran have been assassinated, such as the commander of the military, as far as I understand. So that's really really exciting, and I hope all the best for the soldiers, of course, for the pilots, for people on the ground, Mossad people, American service people. I hope everybody will be harmless, not harmed, in their courageous acts, and we're all very grateful and admiring of them. So I hope for a swift victory against this evil regime and I hope this is the final war with Iran. And in the next months, what we'll see is a new regime, whether under Raza Pahlavi or not, a regime that is for freedom, that is for the Iranian people, first and foremost, and not for the destruction of Israel or any other parts of the world that they want to destruct. This time they will be destructed. So freedom for Iran and safety for Israel and America.
Yeah, people in Israel absolutely remember this is not, Hamas rockets, and Hamas rockets should have sent you at least to the Mamad, if not, the like if you have an underground shelter. These are ballistic missiles. They will kill you. They might kill you even if you're in the shelter, but there's less of a chance than if you're out videoing it. We had some very impressive videos last time, but those people risked their lives, and I don't know if any of the people who died may have died because they wanted, uh, to get great videos or just to see what's going on. So yeah, this is no
Absolutely.
joke.
If you're in Israel, take it very seriously. You will, you know it by now, but these are really serious missiles. As far as I understand, the Iranians were not able to launch many missiles. I guess there's a lot of confusion and probably hysteria among them, which is great. But they are going to launch missiles. There are going to be, unfortunately, probably missiles hitting in Israel, and it'll save your life if you are in a shelter. So definitely go to a shelter.
Thank you, Faye, for the super chat. Yes, Jonathan is in Germany, so we are waiting for the people who will make the live in Israel part of the title true. But they are there's now more sirens, so they maybe if some of them are able to, they might join us from a shelter. But yeah, we their safety is a higher priority than us not being accused of lying in our title. A few updates. So the IDF is recruiting 70,000 reserve soldiers. Um, there are sirens right now in Jerusalem and in the Tel Aviv area. There is Bahrain has confirmed that there has been attacked in its territory, and Reuters is reporting that there's an explosion was heard in Abu Dhabi. If that has anything to do with Iran, great. I mean, the more Iran, shows itself to as many of its neighbors as possible, the better. Look, I think even if Iran doesn't fire anything back, this should keep going until nothing is left of the regime. And I think that should
Definitely.
have probably been done 47 years ago. And I don't even want to say better late than never
Or at
because
least in June.
yeah, or in June or any time in between. But yeah, this has to be it. Enough. Like we've seen, again, remember all these times when you hear about Israel, going to war in Gaza or with Lebanon or anybody else. It is Iran behind it all. And
Absolutely.
once this regime is gone, the Middle East will not become a peaceful, rational region, but it will become a region where the only free country has very clear military supremacy, and nobody. I'm not going to say nobody's going to mess with them, but fewer people will mess with them, and fewer people will have the resources to mess with them because those sources are provided by the Iranian regime. Uh, so yeah.
Yeah, I just saw this hysterical statement by the Iranian foreign minister who says that this military aggression came at the time when America and Iran were in the midst of a diplomatic process.
Yeah, I mean, America and Iran have been in the midst of a diplomatic process the whole time because, Iran is filibustering until the point of no return. So, yeah, I mean, look, I was
I
always
think by now it's quite clear that this was a big operation to distract or delay this impending attack, and I'm sure it's been agreed upon weeks ago. So, and we've seen all the huge movement in the region. It was quite clear that something was going to happen. So, as much as we were critical of negotiation with Iran, if it was, and it looks like it has indeed been just for the sake of delaying or distracting them, then I think it's a legitimate military operation, assistant military operation.
yes, and okay, Luca says, "Geez, Louise Razi, you look more and more like a Taliban." Um, Well, first of all, I
That's
have to
right.
take sides. Remember, there is a war, between Afghanistan and Pakistan. So, but yeah, also, part of the danger with Iran getting kind of to the point where they're just going to do whatever they can because it's the end, is attacks in the West. So, I think I'm safer than Jonathan looking like this and him looking like that in Europe
That's true.
right now.
That's true. Although I can
Um,
blend in quite well in Deutschland, but
but
I do want to say that I have some reports as well to contribute. Razi, the house of Ahmadinejad, if we remember this classic figure, was attacked and utterly destroyed. We don't know yet if he was inside, but that was one of the targets. There were explosions in the capital of Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, apparently. Still don't have more information about that, but also in Bahrain, in Abu Dhabi, as you've said. It seems like the IDF has also had a strike in Iraq. So that's all very interesting news. We'll still keep going with these are just headlines that I see popping up on Telegram. Um, there seems to be quite an interesting time to be in the Middle East, and very glad I'm not there.
the Saudi thing sounds interesting. You're saying there was explosions in Saudi Arabia, or like actual reports of them of bombings? Like, do they
There's
know?
a report of an explosion in Riyadh. I don't have footage yet, so maybe it's unrelated. But a chance that it is because, as we remember, Iran said that the war will spill over all over the region, and this might be it. I really hope for explosions in Saudi Arabia. Frankly, that would be a beautiful thing, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if Iran and Saudi Arabia could just resolve it between themselves, that's even better. But yeah, Ahmadinejad is mentioned. We actually mentioned Ahmadinejad last night on the reality show. I mentioned him in the context of some troll in the chat was talking about Iranian democracy. I was reminding Ahmadinejad was the guy who came to the U.S., spoke at Columbia University. One of his famous lines, I think, Jonathan, you may have been like very young or not born
Yeah.
yet. I don't remember when it was, but one of his famous lines was somebody asked him about the treatment of gay people in Iran, and he said, "Oh, we don't have that thing, gay people, that you have here in America." Uh, and this guy was barred from running for president again. He tried, I think, a few times, and the Ayatollahs wouldn't let him because he was too much of a reformer. So this is this is what we're talking about when we talk about the Iranian regime.
Yeah, no, he's a classic figure. I remember being a child, hearing of Ahmadinejad and his plot to develop nuclear weapons to destroy, to kill me as a child. Like this was what I was brought up on. So it's a really nice, it's a really nice closure to see that. Hopefully, he was inside the house. We don't know yet.
Oh,
Hopefully.
yeah, I'm just waiting for the names that I know. That's always fun when you hear a name that you know that you've heard for a while and you're hearing for the last time. Couple of other updates. El Al is evacuating its planes from Israel to abroad, and there's reports of missile landing in Haifa, but no reports of anybody injured. And now we are being joined by somebody who is in Israel, uh, Dr. Michael Kaufman. Welcome. How are things? Let us give us our first report from the ground.
Well, things got interesting at 8 o'clock this morning. We got our preemptive siren, which didn't last very long and seemed odd. And before then, you got to look on your phone and see what it means, and it's in Hebrew. So for people like me, we got to go to Google Translate. Um, but we finally figured out that it was just a warning to say that Israel and the U.S. were uh, attacking Iran. And frankly, I haven't been able to talk to anybody because most of the people got off the street this morning when that happened. But I'm thrilled. I mean, we are so sick and tired of waiting. We are this baloney that's going on with this negotiation with the terrorists who oscillate between we are going to enrich and we're only enriching for non-nuclear purposes and so on. And they're never going to give up their missiles. They're never going to stop funding terrorism. And anybody inside the country, especially women who don't dress properly, are going to be killed that disagree with them. So I'm thrilled. We've had a morning of lots of sirens. They've been in Tel Aviv. They've been rather short-lived sirens, not the typical. There was a claim that there was one missile that was shot down, and I didn't hear the crash of the missile. But the country, there's missiles all over the country, of course, because that's what Iran does. And if they kill people in hospitals, that's okay because they're terrorists and we're all infidels. But it's been relatively, no major issues so far today.
Um, to the question, do I celebrate Passover? I celebrate the fact that I'm not in Israel during Passover and I can eat normal food. That's the extent to which I celebrate Passover. Um, uh, Okay, what was I gonna? Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys living in Israel, anybody watching the show Tehran has already seen season three. Those of us living outside of Israel who watch it on Apple TV got the season finale of season three last night. So, and yeah, I think that's just beautiful. I mean, I was mentioning on one of our members WhatsApp group how sad it is that Khamenei probably missed that episode because he's probably way, way underground and there's no signal there. Um, but he will get the reality show version, and I think that's better. That's better for all of us, if not for him. Jonathan.
Yeah, great to see you, Michael.
Thank you. You too.
Glad that you're in high spirits.
Are you
Um,
you are not in the country right now, Jonathan?
no, I'm very happy to say I'm in Germany. As a matter
Ah,
of fact,
sehr gut.
symbolically, when October 7th broke out, I was in Switzerland, so I think I've developed a habit. Um, I'm quite pleased about. Let's see if we have some more reports to say. There's more attacks of the IDF right now in Iran. I'm sure we'll hear about it more. Now, a report that a very big explosion was heard in Doha, Qatar. I see many reports on that. There's also some footage, actually. Also, in the American military base in Bahrain was attacked by Iran. Don't know yet if there were any casualties. It seems like a direct missile hit there. So I hope the soldiers, if there were soldiers there, they are safe. Let's see if I can get you any more news.
Um, while you're looking at the news, let me quickly say, first of all, again, since we don't have our producer and we have somebody who is not tech savvy running this stream, I can't share videos. But have either of you seen the either Trump's statement or Netanyahu's statement? I mentioned again in one of the members' WhatsApp groups that this was, first of all, this was my favorite Trump verbal diarrhea ever. It was just so great.
Oh,
I
it's a
mean,
great statement. Yeah,
what?
yeah,
Yeah, I
absolutely.
wouldn't
It's a
call it, I wouldn't
beautiful.
even call it diarrhea. And from a doctor point of view, this was actually well-formed discussion with no crap in it. I mean, this is the example of, for evil to prosper, good men have to do nothing. And this is an example of either evil not prospering because a good man, whether you like him or not, doing the right thing and putting a stop to this absurdity that's going on in the world since 1979. It
Well,
was a
he's
great speech. It
absolutely what?
was a great speech.
I agree. He's absolutely doing the right thing, which is why I will reserve our arguments over Trump for a future episode. What about Netanyahu? Did you hear his comments? They were quite similar, by the way. And in both of them, they were speaking to the Iranian people and saying, "Look, your moment is coming. Like this is now." So I really hope, really, really hope. Look, they've been even with tens of thousands slaughtered, they are still protesting. Before this, like the students are still protesting in universities, and uh, some of the images, some of the videos I've seen from Iran, from Iranian cities, like videos of smoke from where bombings happen. People are on the street, because they kind of know from the last round um, that they're safe unless their next door neighbor is the Ayatollah, and even then he might be targeted. Well, maybe not if it's the Ayatollah, but if it's somebody, if somebody's targeted, they're targeted very, very precisely. So yeah, the civilians feel safe and know that they might get the opportunity to feel safe permanently. Jonathan.
Yeah, as I said, the Trump statement I thought was quite beautiful actually, going back in time, showing how this is in America's deepest interest, is the right way to look at it, not to say I wrote an essay about it when the protests broke out that it shouldn't be we want to attack Iran because it's the right thing and we do it for the poor protesters who want their freedom. That's not what a self-interested foreign policy would be. It should be we are doing this because it's in America's self-interest. It's because it will save American lives. It's because it protects our long-term peaceful existence and our soldiers in the area and all of our interests, etc., etc. That should be the approach. And it seems like Trump, from the statement, this is exactly it. So that was I haven't seen Netanyahu response, but it seems like just another issue in this quite lovely, I think, series of Trump and Netanyahu engaged in war with Iran. I think it's a great show, and would love to see more of it. And if I may say it on the live here, Razi, I think I'm very happy that it's not Kamala in the White House now.
So
I'm
we'd be
also
giving
very
them another
happy
half
too.
a trillion dollars if it was Kamala in the White House and begging them to please stop nuclear, enrichment, but keep your missiles going and keep funding Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and so on. That's what Kamala would be doing.
I
Just what
agree.
Obama did. Yeah.
I agree, and I always remind that when all my criticism of Trump, which there is a lot, in the context of the Middle East, there is no doubt I mean, there is no doubt because Kamala was vice president in the administration that actually intentionally leaked Israel's plan to attack Iran, and Kamala promised to be more anti-Israel than Biden. So yeah, this is very, very good stuff. And again, like we should be worried because we don't know that Iran did everything it could last time, and now with again the reports that this is from the New York Times that they say the goal with the first wave was to hit as many leaders as possible. Um, of course, we will find out how many were successfully targeted. But yeah, again,
Well,
stuff that
I think it's we. I saw a report for sure that the head of the army, the whole head of the Iranian military forces, was killed, and the head of the judiciary was killed. So at least those two are gone. They certainly knocked out the major buildings. I mean, I'm truly hopeful that this is what it appears to be, which is none of this surgical baloney. Which the notion that we were surging, it's like trying to treat metastatic cancer with surgery in one or two sites. The other 30 sites are going to kill the patient, right? I mean, this was just wishful thinking back in June last year. So I hope this continues. It's interesting that the Israeli news is, of course, focused on where the sirens are, but as Jonathan mentioned, it seems like there are waves and waves, and that's what Trump promised. I mean, this is going to be a 3 or 4 day operation at a minimum, and they're just going to continue to carpet bomb sites in Iran and just destroy it. And I'm sure they're going to try to take out the Iranian. Not try. They will succeed. We have overwhelming force in America. And it's about time we used it. All this taxpayer-funded military that we have, and we just sit here like paper tigers and discuss things. So it's great to see it being used.
There's a funny message. I see a report on Amit Segal. He says, Iran to its citizens, if possible, leave Tehran in an orderly and calm manner.
um,
Yeah.
that's interesting because again, we like this war is a continuation of a war that the people of Iran and the people of Tehran have seen, and they know that they're not really at risk again unless they have really bad neighbors. So when the regime in Iran is telling people to leave Tehran, it's not for their own safety, it's for the safety of the regime because they're worried that this population, when they have a chance, will get rid of whoever at the top, was the U.S. and Israel didn't manage to get rid of from the air. So yeah, it's wonderful. Again, it's wonderful to see them panicking. It's wonderful to see them targeting all these Arab countries if that's actually happening. Because first of all, bad guys fighting bad guys is always good, and if an Arab dictatorship is our ally, that doesn't make them any less bad. And yeah, uh, the more the merrier at this point, in what is hopefully and seems to be the very final days of the Iranian regime. Back to Trump's statement. I was watching it and it started so well, and I kept waiting for him to ruin it for me with something that says we're going to get rid of their nuclear capabilities and their missiles. But again, he was actually talking about regime change. Now he wasn't talking about doing it fully, the U.S. doing it on its own. He was encouraging the Iranian people to join in. But yeah, Um,
I just
and
saw a note that they assassinated President Pashkazian during an
is that
op.
confirmed? Because Iran
It,
did
well, I
issue a
just
statement that he's safe, even though he was targeted.
yeah, and oh, it almost it looked okay, almost assassinated.
I
Okay,
haven't seen
okay,
confirmation on that. I do
yeah,
I do see another report of explosions in Riyadh. So there's probably something happened there. I hope
Nice.
so.
yep. Well, we
Well,
don't forget we have to take out the Houthis also. I mean, this we got to be done with this crap. This notion that a group of complete useless scum can have any impact on global shipping. I know the Europeans are fine with it because we should all just sit and have a commission to discuss it. And I'm saying that with pure facetiousness and cynicism. But in the people that actually pay for products that want their shipping costs to go down, not up, should be very happy the U.S. and Israel are going to do something about all of this. And I do hope they hit the Houthis as well. We can do it. Just add one more thing. You know, the U.S. decided, Donald Trump decided that the war on drugs, which America has lost for the last 60, 70 years, is winnable. You just have to match power with overwhelming force. And of course, the U.S. military has overwhelming force. So the first thing he did was declare the Mexican drug cartels and the Venezuelan drug cartels terrorist organizations, much like he did with the IRGC. And once you do that, then you can legitimately use military power. And it turns out that we have a lot more military power than the drug dealers. Big shock. But you got to have the moral composition to use it. And again, I think it's the same lack of, Obama was a total disaster for America and the world, the whole world, and followed by Biden and almost Harris. Luckily, we have some little bit of basically common sense. I mean, this should be a centrist view, right? To get rid of drug dealers, to get rid of Iran's leadership, and let the Persian people self-proclaim again and start to have fruitful lives, and let the women decide whether they want to wear anything on their heads or not, etc.
okay, I will reserve to our debate the whole issue of drugs and why the best way to defeat the cartels is to legalize them. But going back to the Houthis, yeah, they're already threatening. And again, the Houthis, like what they did so far with Israel is definitely not the most that they can do. So if there's Israel is in danger here, like if there's, missiles coming in from Yemen, Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, all at the same time, that is tough to deal with, and it could be more than missiles. Israel has borders that are difficult to protect with enemies, even enemies that are on paper not enemies. They are all enemies. Okay, so yeah, again, be vigilant, people. I'm going to answer this, even though I don't know if you deserve it. Explain how this works. Bibi says if Iran attacks us, we will hit them hard, and then they attack Iran first. I'll explain it slowly. When the Iranian Ayatollahs, when the savages took over Iran, the first thing they did was an act of war against the United States of America, to which 47 years later, now the United States is responding. In the in these 47 years, all this regime has done is attack America, attack Israel, in some cases directly, in most cases through proxies, and in their official slogan is death to America, death to Israel. So yeah, if you struggle to see who the aggressor in this conflict is, I don't think we are able to help you. But Jonathan, maybe you have a way to get through to people like that.
Yeah, it seems rather silly. As people say also that the Israel Six-Day War attack was an aggressive war because no, you see, there's a causal chain that of events that if you look at it from if you learn the history a little bit, then it makes a lot of sense. So I suggest um, learn about what is this Islamic Republic of Iran, what do they chant in the squares, to simplify it, is that they exist for the purpose of killing America, destroying America and destroying Israel. We are the little Satan, America is the big Satan. That in itself is a justification to do whatever is necessary. We should take the threats at face value. There's no reason American lives or Israeli lives should be sacrificed because we're not sure if we believe them or not. They should be careful not to make such statement, not to talk about statements, not to develop these ballistic missiles, not to develop these nuclear weapons, which are obviously meant for that. This is that from that perspective, any attack is defensive. It's the self-defense. This is what it looks like. Also, I would like to say that so far six as countries were attacked by Iran. The attack on Riyadh, unfortunately, is not on the uh, palace of the prince there, unfortunately, but rather on an American base. So I hope all is well there. Still don't have footage from there, but there's footage from the UAE, Abu Dhabi, there's Kuwait, there's Bahrain, uh,
Oh, Kuwait as well. Nice.
Kuwait,
It's
Kuwait
been a
as
while since
well.
we heard from them.
I suppose they're going after American military installations there. But I wouldn't be too sad if a missile just happened to land on the on the palace of the king of Saudi Arabia. I don't think it'll be so bad for us.
Oh,
Same
yeah,
with
absolutely. Iran, we're targeting your leaders. Target all these Arab leaders. Go for it. Yeah,
Yeah, I
do it.
mean they were after all they allowed the Americans to launch this operation from their territory. So by all means they should see it as a legitimate target. Same with Qatar. Um, with the UAE, I wouldn't be as happy, frankly, but still I couldn't care too much for that. Um, the airspace is shut in the UAE, which is huge because it's literally, I think, among the busiest airspaces in the world. And so we can expect major disruptions for international air travel. And we'll see more what happens to all the Israelis who are now stuck outside of Israel. I don't consider myself stuck, but a lot of Israelis will consider themselves stuck. And we'll see what happens. Anything else? The IDF keeps attacking in Iran. We'll find out what happens. We still have no idea. There's a fog of war. We can hope for the best.
You guys know this comedian Yochai Sponder? He's
Nope.
hilarious. Anyway, he has this bit about the last war with Iran, about the rescue flights. And he's like, this is the only country where people have rescue flights into the country. I mean,
It's true.
and
It's
yeah, I
it's
don't know if there are any rescue flights. I'm guessing this time around, Israelis were going to be abroad, kind of paid closer attention because people last time presumably did actually get stuck. For actually, I know people who got stuck for a while outside of the country. Um, but
There was a
yeah,
little bit of hysteria yesterday after Mike Huckabee told the non-essential personnel at the U.S. Embassy to go home or get out of Israel. Um, it was it was a bit of theater as usual here, but I think people here are just glad it's starting. I mean, it's enough already. And I think if you use overwhelming force, I have to say, I mean, it's early yet in the war for sure, but as far as Tel Aviv's concerned, and I wasn't here for all of the Iran war because I got locked out a couple times, but I was here for parts of it, and certainly the Houthi strike. There's a lot less Tel Aviv sirens so far than one would have thought. It was interesting. The first attacks, I think, from Iran were in the Haifa area. There were no casualties at all. I don't think anything was actually hit in Haifa. There have been one or two hits that I've seen, but no casualties at all. I suspect that I do know yesterday that they put on the news that the number of anti-missile batteries was increased substantially in the Tel Aviv area. So we're probably well protected in this area.
yeah. I mean, there was a report when the massacre happened in January, and reportedly Trump was about to attack, and Israel and Netanyahu asked him not to. And the report was that Israel just doesn't have the defensive capabilities. Then I don't know if that's true. I don't know how much of this is planned. Again, I don't need to know. I'll read about it in a book years from now. But yeah, lie to me and lie to all of us because you're also lying to the enemy. But I do see a report from 3 minutes ago that there's more sirens in the north. Again, you hear sirens in the north, you kind of think it might be Hezbollah, but this is so far as we can tell, only Iran.
Also
Uh,
in the south right now, in the Beersheba area.
and
Yeah.
this is different from last time. Remember, last time when Israel struck, it was first of all, it was earlier. It was in the middle of the night, and it was like what 4, 5, 6 hours earlier than it is now. And Iran responded first with some drones that they knew would be shot down and waited until the next night to actually start firing ballistic missiles. Now, not only are they seemingly firing again and again across Israel, but they're also shooting at different places. It makes sense that they are going to activate their proxies. I think they realize it's the end. So yeah, so again, not only should people in Israel stay vigilant, but people outside, anywhere in the world, Iran will target whoever they can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's worth pointing out that from what I understood leading up to this, that Israel has made it very clear to Hezbollah and to Lebanon that any action by Hezbollah has been violating the agreement that Israel has with Lebanon from the time that Israel had the quote peace agreement with Lebanon. Of course they have, because they're terrorists and that's what terrorists do. Only naive people like Biden and Blinken and so on believe that they will sign an agreement. But Israel made it very clear to Hezbollah and Lebanon that southern Lebanon would cease to exist if there was any attack by Hezbollah. So the northern, I think 70,000 reservists were already called back up here in Israel. The northern front, they are prepared. I think there will be major devastation in southern Lebanon if there's any attack, and they'll go all the way up to Beirut and further if they have to in Lebanon to stop Hezbollah. And they might end up, really sending a death knell to Hezbollah this time. Israel is waiting for an excuse to annihilate Hezbollah for sure. And if this is it, great.
Yeah, and it has been laying the groundwork like over the past week, more it's been more active in Lebanon than usual.
Yeah.
And yeah, I hate that Israel has to wait for, something to be fired from people who only exist in order to kill
To
Israelis
annihilate
until
them.
there's
Yeah.
no Jews left to kill.
Yes.
But
Right.
that is the world we live in. That's not an excuse, world leaders. Yeah, you can step out of the mold, do it, just, get condemned by whoever. Again, if you're Israel, you're gonna get condemned no matter what. You get condemned when you
Yes.
get slaughtered. So yeah, just do it. Jonathan.
Death to Israel, death to America doesn't carry any weight, which is because we have feckless, invertebrate world leaders. If someone says death to me or my family, I want to take up arms and kill them. I don't want to wait to see if I'm fired upon. This is not you all have rights. You're all citizens of my country. This is a direct threat to my livelihood and my family. But I completely agree with you.
I see a report on Telegram that there are casualties in Dubai from Iranian missile fire. We'll update soon exactly what we have, but it seems a preliminary report by David Listovsev, which is quite trustworthy, actually. So we'll see about that. Hopefully
There's
no.
also a report of a building being hit in Tirat Carmel in Israel. Um, and yeah, again, this is it's not it's gonna be tough. It's good that it's happening, but yeah, Israelis,
Yes.
this could be, it's not going to be surprising if it's much worse for Israel than last time, because and we can see that if they're firing at Dubai, I mean, seriously. Uh,
Yeah, the UAE reports that at least one person died in the from the Iranian missile barrage to Dubai.
is it at a
Um,
military base in Dubai?
It's not clear exactly yet. I think probably not. Probably person died in collateral damage. I think so, and it's very interesting to see how the UAE will react to it. Um, Arab countries tend to be far less patient with these things as we in the West tend to be. So it's very interesting, and we'll keep reporting here, but it seems to be quite substantial. A very interesting report from Fox News that they reported the division of labor among the US and the Israeli forces is that Israel is targeting the Iranian leadership, which is interesting, and the US are targeting military and ballistic missile sites. The US Army is not targeting Iranian leadership at the time. It is only the Israelis.
Well, Israel is the person, the sort of the go-to for the dirty work in the Middle East, and I think Israel is fine with that. And also, Israel has such incredible intelligence in Iran. That's the thing. In terms of military capabilities, the US, what the US brings here is stuff that Israel couldn't dream of doing. Uh, what Israel brings in terms of intelligence is stuff the US doesn't have. I wouldn't say couldn't dream of building, but it doesn't have that. So yeah, this joint effort, hopefully the first of many. There's still threats in the Middle East. There's Turkey, there's Egypt. I'm maybe it's maybe wishful thinking, but yeah. Bonnie says it's 5 a.m. in Dearborn. Wonder what the response will be. Yeah, people stay safe, not just in Israel. Dearborn sounds like a place where you should also be very vigilant. Um, and yeah, Mickey says, I keep having to run into the Mamad, the secure room, and yeah, I see the reports that there's nonstop sirens in various places in Israel. Interesting that the center isn't targeted that much. I mean, it says the north and the south and
Yeah.
Judea and
I mean,
Samaria.
we haven't had, before I jumped on the show, there were a couple missile sirens here, but they also lasted a lot less time than they usually do. And just had a little funny color. I had to take the dog out because he really had to go out, and there's very few people on the roads. But there hasn't been a siren now for at least half an hour, which may sound to normal people in normal countries, that may sound, like, why are you bragging about that? But when you live here, when you're surrounded by a bunch of suicidal theocrats, it's obviously a good thing. And Tel Aviv is certainly being less targeted than the other places.
I would like to add that from the June, when the June war broke out, we were all sure that an Iranian counterattack will be imminent, but we ended up waiting, I believe, more than a dozen hours, I think, for the first sirens in Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I wouldn't be quick to make conclusions about that. I think we will definitely see sirens in Tel Aviv, and we'll see them soon.
Oh, we've
Sooner.
had, Jonathan, we've had 4 or 5 sirens beyond the ones that are just the whole country getting a siren. But it I mean, the explosions overhead, they claim that there was one explosion. I didn't hear it. I'm in northern Tel Aviv. And I'm not downplaying it at all. It is a bit odd to have so many attacks in the north and the south and not on the center part, which is, there's a big Mossad headquarters here. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's several big Mossad headquarters. Now
Michael, you're
everybody
not
knows
supposed
it.
to
I
say
mean,
that.
no, but Jonathan, everybody knows it. We have a major highway going through it. It's the only place in the world that would do something like that, et cetera. So, and Iran certainly knows that, but it seems good. This feels different to me. This feels like the U.S. did not participate in the last war, and this feels like overwhelming force. The other thing is every time a missile is launched from Iran, the location of those missile launchers is pinned down. Now, some of them can be moved, we're told, but a lot of them are so big that they can't be moved quickly, or they're permanent installations. As soon as those permanent installations are shoot one missile, it's pretty much game over. I mean, between the Israelis and the Americans, that site is going to disappear.
Absolutely. I also see that it wasn't Dubai, it was Abu Dhabi where a man was killed by the Iranian missile. That's confirmed.
Are you looking at Abu Ali Express? Because I was gonna, since we don't have a producer, this is how I'm gonna share a video. This is from Syria, south of Syria. So it could have been targeted not at Syria, but still
Like
interesting.
something that fell on the way to its target.
Yeah, and I think the Gaza Health Ministry said that 500 people died in the missile that we just saw. So,
But fell in Syria. Yeah, it's a very, very long range explosion that crosses over Israel, doesn't hurt anybody in Israel, but somehow lands in Gaza. Not only does it go south, but it goes substantially west as well.
Won't be so bad either.
by the way, there is the possibility that we saw this last time. One of the missiles hit somewhere in the West Bank and killed a
Killed an
Palestinian.
Arab man. Yeah, absolutely. And in that barrage, the only death was an Arab man, ironically.
Right,
Yeah.
right. I see that Trump will address the American nation in the next couple of hours. So get more great clips from that, I'm sure. Also, Israel. I see many reports that Israel was targeting their supreme leader Khamenei in this operation. And there's also the same report says that there's optimism in Israel in the success of the operation to destroy the political and IRGC leaders. So we can be hopeful that he indeed was hit alongside other key leadership people. We still don't know, but we can hope.
Anything about Kani? We haven't heard that name yet this morning, and that you know.
Well, he's a Mossad agent.
Yeah, I hear that. So that's the only way this can be excused, the fact that he's not targeted. But um,
I
yeah,
haven't seen his name.
so they're optimistic that what the
That
attempt
the
on
operation, the first blow was a success. That they're optimistic about it, but we still don't know, and I think it'll take a long time until we actually know. We have an Iranian official that says that there were key military and political leaders that were killed. We still don't know whom, but there were.
um, somebody mentioned on one of the WhatsApp groups, the members' WhatsApp groups, that the parliament was targeted and it was in session. Does anybody have any info on that?
I haven't seen it. I hope so, but I also want to stress that there's going to be a lot of reports. You're going to see a lot of things on Telegram, on news channels, and you really want to believe that. But it very well may not be the case in a lot of these instances. So we want to be very careful. There's fog of war. We don't know. Like this is a good example. We thought it's Dubai, but it's Abu Dhabi. We're not there. We don't know what's going on now in the UAE, and we're keen to report. I think we should be very cautious of this.
Yes. What we can show is a video from Tehran of, I haven't seen this, but it says it's of people dancing in the street. So yeah,
I hope that's real.
Supposedly 80 to 90% of the people in Iran favor regime change. Not favor, that's such a ridiculous word. They want a regime change. I would imagine that most of the women, certainly the younger women in Iran, want regime change. And many of the expats who are outside of Iran want a regime change. And the rest of us in the world want a regime change. It's because the West has been so pathetically weak and gotten weaker since World War II that we just, or maybe it's just since we kind of won the Cold War that we've stopped standing up for democracy. But we have at least a president now who believes in that.
Yeah, they say again that there was an attempted assassination of the supreme leader of Iran and the president of Iran as well. And what I would guess is the Iranians will try to hide the results for as long as they possibly can, because the death of the supreme leader could very well mean game over. So let's hope.
Um, does Iran have a comical Ali? Because, I want to enjoy this war fully. So if they can have some sort of spokesperson telling us how they're winning and, uh, occupying the US or whatever they tell their people. Enric says in the chat, UAE hit and says they'll respond. I don't know anything about the UAE
Let's hope
What
so.
are they going to do?
That would be
They're going
exciting.
to ship. Yeah, what are they going to do? Ship more oil? I mean, what's the UAE going to do to respond?
Yeah, they have a military in the UAE.
No, I know, but really, they're going to. I think it. I'm not trying to pan them, but you've got the Americans with a massive fleet. You've got the Israelis there. I mean, well, I guess they can do something, but there
Let them
doesn't
do
seem to
it.
be a lot of airspace left.
They want to get in on it. Let them get in on it. The more
By
the
all means.
merrier. Yeah, and again, the UAE, we many in the West like to think of the UAE, specifically Dubai, as like some sort of you know beacon of civilization just because they have skyscrapers and cater to Westerners and don't tax them. But it is still a brutal dictatorship, a savage regime. The example I give is the example of British, at least two stories of British women in Dubai who went to the police to report that they had been raped and got arrested because they had sex outside of wedlock, and it doesn't matter whether or not you consent. That is a crime. So yeah, remember, there are no good countries in the Middle East except Israel, but maybe soon there will be one more.
Inshallah. How do they say inshallah
Look,
in
but I
Farsi?
just I'm putting I'm going to put my red alert app back on. I had to turn off the phone because before I logged in, it was literally not stopping with red alerts. I'll let it play whenever there's a next whistle attack, just so people can get it. But we all carry this app on our phone, and you can see. I don't know if you can see real well, but this is the number of cities that were under red alert. That's 1 hour ago, and this is not even the most recent.
I think something should be said about how I'm myself asking this. Like, they've already been surprise attacked. They've already been in June. A lot of their leaders were wiped out in a surprise hit. How is it possible that this incredibly powerful, so-called, I'm being deliberately sarcastic, powerful regime lets it happen again, to be surprised, to let it possible that again their leaders are being wiped out in a first blow in such a way, maybe this time much worse than the previous one? How cocky they really were in not putting all these people somewhere safe, like in the mountains or something like that. How is it possible um, that they did not see all these American warships and planes coming to the region? They didn't even take a precaution. I find it quite striking, and it shows you, I think, how stupid these people are, fundamentally, how, because of their irrationalism, because of their real belief in the Islamic, whatever version of Islam they believe in, they are really mystical people who think Allah is on their side and wouldn't possibly let something like that happen to them. I think there has to be something to be said about that. I find it insane.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you to some extent, but I think the West's behavior And even if I'll say, Trump did not attack Iran last time. Israel did work for what, 11 days, and then Trump flew some B-1, B-2 bombers in and dropped some bombs, but the airspace was already clean. I mean, there was virtually no risk to the American planes that had that amazing 13-hour flight or whatever it was to drop the bunker buster bombs into the nuclear. But he didn't. That wasn't a brave. I don't think that was brave. I think it was a well executed program for sure, and I'm glad they did the damage that they did. But this is a very different thing. I mean, this was a joint massive strike, and nobody on the planet could withstand this. Nobody. It's just the intelligence of the Israelis coupled with their remarkable Air Force, plus the Americans with their sheer numbers and also remarkable. No one can stop that. It's a matter of will. And I think the Iranians probably figured that Trump was just beating his chest, just like, Obama used to talk about red lines, nearly all of which were crossed all the time. So he kept moving the red lines or whiting them out, so to speak. And I think they never really thought it would really happen, which is kind of amazing because logic said that if you're going to spend that kind of money to move that kind of force into the area, that you're probably going to use it. It's probably not just bluffing.
The Iranian students news agency is reporting thousands of dead and injured among the Revolutionary Guard in bases throughout the country. Now, how reliable that is, I don't know. Also, thousands dead and injured, which one is it? But sounds good. That sounds like a very, very good start. And also one of the things that really, I was talking yesterday to somebody about uh, the war when Israel finally fought back against Lebanon, against Hezbollah in Lebanon in September 2024. And it's not just how impressive an operation the Pagers operation was, it's also the way the whole thing was structured. So the Pagers, they were not for any of the top commanders. There were thousands of lower level commanders who thought they're unlikely to ever be targeted, but also it's best for them to carry pagers so that the Jews don't spy on them through their phones. Uh, and this was like so unexpected to them. And then the next day, there was the walkie-talkies, which was clearly still not expected even after the pagers. They thought that was it. And then eliminating the top command, all that caused the reserve soldiers of Hezbollah to just not show up to the war. And yeah, if many thousands are dead in the first hours of this, and there's the statement by Trump, if you lay down your arms, you get amnesty. Uh, this could be. I'm sure there are many who are in the Iranian military, definitely among police forces, who will lay down their arms when they realize there is no way of winning. So yeah, I really hope that report is correct. I don't typically rely on the word of the Iranian students news agency, but I'm hoping they're telling the truth this time. Jonathan.
Yes, hopefully, absolutely. There's something big going on the ground in Iran right now. We remember also the video of the Raza Pahlavi from yesterday. Was it yesterday? The things are coming. I think he's in on it, and I think he has a network of people from within Iran, an opposition network, and hopefully this is the time. There's not going to be another time, and I think they understand it quite well, especially after what happened with the protesters in January. I think they understand that this is it. But let's see. I also
There was not.
see.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Jamaica, I just want to say that there's
Sure.
good chance that Ali Shamkhani, who is one of the top advisors to Khamenei, is the top advisor to Khamenei, and the official person responsible for the military program has been assassinated. That's the assessment in Israel. So we
Yeah.
at least that, yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
I heard that. Um, I just wanted to say, I like what you said. The nice thing about Trump was explicit finally about it's the end of the regime. I mean, it's about time somebody said there's just no, you can't reason with terrorists. What a concept. Only the idiots in the West think that you can reason with terrorists, with people whose life it is to cause chaos and kill people.
he definitely gave some of us a good scare with the negotiation, but yeah, I'm
Yeah.
glad that it went in the right
He had to
direction.
I
give the
think that was the
chance,
point,
probably.
wasn't it? That was exactly the point. So it did a good job. I also love the word that he used the word evil to describe the
Yeah.
Iranian regime, and he used it again and again.
Yeah, I don't know if Jonathan, you may have read this, but an Iranian source close to the regime told Reuters that senior commanders in the Revolutionary Guard and political people were killed in the attacks. Very good to hear.
They can send Nasrallah and Sinwar and all their friends regards in hell.
Look,
Um,
poor employees at the Virgin factory in Islamic heaven are going to be working
yes.
overtime, and but yeah.
Iran announces Operation True Promise #4. We attacked U.S. and Israeli targets. That's what they did. They attacked us. That was their operation. Wow.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that report as well. That's
You know,
I mean,
that's what they did. They sent missiles off. They pushed a button and missiles launched. And that's the great, they said earlier they're going to have a massive complex attack. Very complex. It didn't it
That's what
didn't
they can
target
do.
much
They can.
intelligence.
They're
Yeah.
much better at killing their own people
Oh,
than
very good. Yeah.
people from outside. We've seen that, and they're gonna pay the price for that. That's it. I see that this guy I read, the closest advisor to Khamenei, Israel says that he's been eliminated. Um, it's interesting how Israel is sure about these things. I'm wondering how the intelligence works, that they know if somebody was killed or not. But there's some maybe it's the guy Kani is telling them. Um, and there's also big escape from Iran. We see huge traffic jams outside the city, huge lines in petrol stations, and also, I also see a report that the new commander of the IRGC, Mahmoud Pakfour, was also assassinated. And I think we will
wait,
see
new as in they assassinated the previous one, like,
the previous one was done for in June, and
okay.
now the sequel has also been eliminated. I'm sure they will prepare another
Yeah, because
successor.
With Lebanon, like they would kill someone and then he would be replaced and they would kill him immediately. So maybe we'll see some
Right.
of that in the coming days.
I think we will, and I think we'll continue to see such messages with different names of people that they are confirmed dead, which is great. Um, I think we can really hope that this is the time for the Iranian people to liberate themselves. If they don't now, frankly, after all of this, then they don't deserve it. This is their
Yeah,
golden moment. The
for
Iranian
sure.
people, they have to rise up. They have to do the fighting. They've done it already. They've suffered tremendous casualties, but they have to do as long as it takes. And now they have the support of the American military, the Israeli military. Israelis are now in the shelters. It's time for them to also take charge of their own country, of their own future, and I'm sure they want it. I'm sure it's going to be very difficult. They're going to suffer tremendously, but such is life. So freedom for Iran, I would say, and let's hope for the swift victory and elimination of all of these really evil, nasty people, and all the best wishes to the soldiers of the IDF and the American military, and hopefully other militaries that will join, such as the UAE. We are very much welcoming that. Thank you, Razi. I have to close.
All right, thanks, Jonathan. We will be here. Hopefully, you will join us as well. We will be here. I expect, more than we usually are in the coming days, as we were last time this happened, and we're gonna keep it going. For now, there's a report in Iran, or Iranians are claiming that a school for girls was attacked and 5 students were killed. Um, I don't know if this is true. If it is true, I have a suspicion that this wasn't actually used as a school for girls. That sometimes happens when Muslims are at war. But yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
have
also
a
they may,
report.
yeah,
Okay.
sorry, go ahead with the report.
Yeah, report says that Tehran sees heavy riot police deployment as the Iranian regime braces for potential Tehran sees heavy riot police deployment as the Iranian regime braces for potential mass protests. It's great to know that that's what they're focused on, as usual. While the missiles are raining down on their government buildings, that they want to make sure they kill anybody who's protesting. That's a good use of your military and police.
Well, probably their
But
best hope is to sit this one out. I mean, they can't do much beyond sending these lousy missiles, and probably a lot of AI generated images and videos that we will see. That's their weapon, and that's their battlefield against their own people. I think it's highly symbolic, and I hope that the Iranians will fight back. Razi, I'm also going to say that I invite the viewers to follow me on Substack because I'm going to obviously write about this soon. So it's philosophyinity.com. Please put the link in the description. It was really nice to be here with you. Michael, stay safe. And thank you for having me, Razi, and all the best for the Israelis, the Iranians, the Americans, everybody who's fighting for good here. Freedom for Iran. Bye bye.
Thanks, Jonathan, and hopefully we'll see you soon. I am putting that link in the chat right now.
Thank you.
Okay, I had. Oh yeah, hang on a second. Did you hear that? I'm now being paranoid. I hope that's not what it sounded like. But yeah, I, you know, fully expect bad things to happen in Western places as well. So, yeah, let's hope that's not it, and let's hope this is done. By the way, with the Houthis, and Hezbollah and all the proxies, in a sense, if the U.S. and Israel don't attack them, and of course I very much hope that they do, but I'm not 100% counting on it, they will be running on fumes if the Iranian regime is removed. They have nothing, going forward. So that's not a reason not to do it because on fumes they can still kill many people. They can still disrupt shipping and yeah, we shouldn't wait for them to target one ship or fire one missile. We should do it preemptively. And if we don't do it preemptively, we should do it as soon as something is fired by them. Uh, but yeah, the collapse of that network and the collapse of this evil regime, which may happen uh, quicker than we think. Again, if we look back at what Israel did alone in June, like it, within like right from the start, it had full control and it has nothing close to the firepower of the US. So it was surprising in June how easy it was. And I'm hoping we'll be surprised this time as well.
Yeah, I want to amplify that because one of the great failures of our time is the lack of truth that we get from so-called pundits and experts. All we heard about leading up to June was how amazing the Iranian military is, and all these absurd, like post World War II kinds of pictures with giant numbers of army people marching in place. And if you think about it for 5 seconds, you realize that all Israel or U.S. has to do is go drop a bomb on all these people, and they're gone. I mean, wars are not won by having tens of thousands of infantry people marching in place and then shooting you with a gun. That's left over from decades ago, and it's won in the air primarily. And I'm not talking about winning. Whoops! Oh, this is fun. You guys get to. This is an extreme alert. Nothing to me emergent right now. But that's good for everybody to hear on here. This was an extreme alert, meaning that we have missiles all over, but it looks like in the south, and I'm in Tel Aviv. It's pretty cool how they got my American number too. I like that, actually. Yeah, so we don't have any sirens yet. That was the warning system on the phone. You don't even have to have the app open for that. It just piped in, breaks through everything. And that's kind of what people are living with here, and that's okay. We're used to it. We joke around here a little bit that the only thing that's worse for Israelis than missiles is rain. It's just hard to deal with, when you live in the desert. Southern Negev looks like it's under attack. Anyway, sorry for the
Yeah.
siren, but good theater. It's real theater. I mean, I'm not trying to downplay it.
And yeah, it also says that in the Dead Sea and Judea, there's going to be sirens soon. So the way it works is you get the alert on your phone basically as soon as Israel knows that something has been fired, but then you get the actual siren like 90 seconds before it hits or something like that, right?
Yeah. So just back to the pundits, because I think it's becoming increasingly difficult to listen to these so-called experts, and even on generally pro-Western, pro-Israel news like Fox News, which has its own issues, of course, but it is one of the few American news services that actually likes America. They still start with the crap about what Iran can do, and Iran can, of course, do all these things, but if pundits are talking about it on the news, the military planners have all thought of this months ago. And as we saw this morning, have largely taken out a lot of the abilities of these places to respond. I mean, then the last point to make is that the Mossad has more people in Iran than anybody knows about. And they just have spies all over the place in Iran. When in Israel, unlike what we like to talk about in America, in Israel, when someone says we're going to kill you, we're trying to build a nuclear bomb to annihilate you, we take it seriously. And there's a ton of spies in Iran, and there's a very good sense of where things are and where people are and so on. I think we all because we like to intellectualize everything and overthink it, we do underestimate our military capabilities, especially when we have absolute moral clarity that what we're doing is not only right, but it's so important for humanity going to the future.
Yeah, there were a lot of these reports in the past week or two of yeah, Trump's advisors supposedly saying that the U.S. can't do what he wants to do militarily in Iran. And I wonder if some of that is like put out there on purpose by the U.S., which of course
Could
would be
be.
a great thing to do because
Yeah.
it makes Iran think that they are safe. But yeah, pundits, especially, well, they're difficult to listen to generally.
Yeah.
But especially, well, I remember in last June, on Israeli television, like in the first day, saying, "Oh yeah, okay, we did well, but we can't keep going for more than like a day or
Right.
two." Like even from the start, they were so like they saw what's going on, but their anti-Israel bias, over,
Yeah.
was more important than reality. And Yeah, it's gonna be interesting this time when it's the US as well, how they're gonna spin their anti-Israel view. By the way, when I first heard that this is happening, I'm like trying to watch Israeli television, and unfortunately the
Well,
only tolerable
sorry,
Israeli
Lou,
television.
I do have a siren now in Tel Aviv, so I'm going to go to the Mamad, and I will try to get you on the Mamad says the safe house, the safe
Okay,
room,
great.
and I'll try to get
Yeah.
you.
Hurry up. That's more important right now. And yeah, I will thank Bull Moose for the super chat. Uh, Bull Moose says there's a joke in Israel that there are more Mossad agents in Iran than IRGC. Um, that's a joke that may have some truth in it. And in any case, I mean, last time we saw, we saw the on the ground agents, Mossad agents building, these military sort of mini military bases on the spot, building drones in Iran. It was really, really amazing. Yeah, actually, I saw this a minute or two ago, but Sigal was also saying that in Ra'anana, there's sirens. That's just north of where Michael is. I think like a 20-minute drive. Um, and Michael is now rejoining us from the safe room.
Yeah, the sirens are still going. It's we'll see what happens. If you may or may not be able to hear, if there is a missile that gets intercepted, it will have a thunderous crash, but they're not that loud. The siren just stopped again. Again, these have been very short sirens compared to the Houthi missile sirens that we used to have and the Iranian ones. Just quick aside while we're seeing what's going to happen. We're supposed to wait here another minute. My family and I, my wife and my 10-year-old daughter and I were in a plane on the runway at Ben Gurion Airport, which is the Tel Aviv airport, and when the Iranians sent their missiles in, and we literally were surrounded in the plane by about 20 missiles, and you could see them coming in. You could see about 15 that blew up in the sky, which was because Israel had sent off the anti-missile missiles, and about five landed in the fields around the airport. So I can tell you the people on the plane we were heading to Athens for vacation. The people on the plane were very nervous. I just felt like we'd either get annihilated or we'd be fine. We were fine. In true Israeli fashion, the plane then taxied back to the gateway after this was all over. We hung out for 2 hours, most of which was punctuated with the sirens continuing in the airport. You wanted to shoot yourself in the head because it was so loud. And then we were asked to board the plane again, that our crew was fine with taking off, and we safely arrived in Athens 3 hours late. And of course, when we landed in Athens, they said, "What are you doing?" The airport was deserted. It was like 1 a.m. And they said, "Why are you so late?" And we said, "There were Iranian missiles." And the people that we told that to were laughing, like, "You're joking, right?" But we weren't.
Yeah, and there's something sad about how desensitized Israelis are to this. But I remember, I was in Israel about a month before the Iran war, and Houthi missile landed in the area of the airport in the afternoon. And Michael, you and I were having dinner
Yes.
that evening, like close to the airport. I don't know,
Yeah.
10, 15 kilometers from the airport. And yeah, I remember you mentioning, look, we just had a ballistic missile hit, not far from here, and everybody's out having dinner, and
Well, the
yeah,
the place we had dinner that night was subsequently hit or had been hit. I can't remember if it was before you and I had dinner there or after, but that restaurant was actually hit. What was good about the hit, if nobody got hurt, was that they actually repaired it and it made it nicer than it was before it got hit. So, every now and then you get a chance to improve things. Razi, I'm going to jump back up into my office. I'm going to come off of here.
all right.
Okay, thanks.
In the meantime, I will see if okay, there's now more. Michael might actually go back if this is, yeah, there's reports of sirens in the Tel Aviv area, in other areas in Israel. So, and we don't have any reports yet of anything hitting other than what we've already talked about. Woody asks where I am. I'm in London. Hopefully won't be targeted either. But again, uh, Iran has sleeper cells everywhere in the West. Like if you were thinking, okay, I'm in America, nothing's gonna happen here. Don't assume that. I hope that's not gonna happen. But um, yeah, do not assume that you are safe anywhere, certainly anywhere in the West. And Iran is already showing that with this time just attacking all over the Middle East. Um, so yeah, do not assume that you are safe if you are not right now in the Middle East. Iran's slogan doesn't just include the death to Israel part, it's death to America as well. And they are certainly not fans of the United Kingdom, although maybe they should be under the current prime minister, but they're not. And so yeah, none of us are safe, but we will all be much safer once this regime is removed. Michael, you mentioned that the restaurant was hit. I didn't know that, but actually the apartment I was staying in that I drove back to that night wasn't directly hit, but was damaged because a ballistic missile hit very close. There was when I was staying there, that in the Iran war, it was damaged. I did a couple of episodes from that apartment. There was a window behind me in those videos. That window was no longer there after that missile hit, but it was also repaired and was nicer than it was before. So I wouldn't thank Iran for it, but yeah, they are.
Good to make lemonade from lemons, right?
Yeah, yeah. If this is their last ditch effort, then yeah, it's nice that we get to rebuild. Okay, yeah. There is the assumption in Israel is that General Mahmoud Pakfur was killed. I don't know if this is somebody that. Oh yes, this is what Jonathan already mentioned. But it's good news, so we could mention it again.
I didn't hear any explosions like a missile either landing um, or hitting anything. It looks like the Revolutionary Guards commander, General Mohammed Pakpour, was eliminated. Was that the one? Oh yeah, I think that's the one he mentioned. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Um,
Yep, got it.
and yeah, it's always good to hear that. That's the kind of news we can repeat. There's okay. The IDF says they've identified only a small number of launches in the last round. I don't know what that means. It doesn't mean they're running out. Let's put it that way. It just means in this particular round, that's all they managed. Oh, by the way, one of the things that might be it's definitely part of the reason why if fewer of these missiles are landing now than before, uh, it's the fact that the U.S. is very much, I mean, the U.S. I think helped last time as well. But with all the military capabilities there now, I think the U.S. is very much helping shoot down these missiles, and presumably Israel is more prepared for them than it was last time because they saw, uh, what generally what Iran can do, and to a large extent learned how to deal with it. I'm hoping that's the case. Again, we're gonna see what happens for the rest of the day. We're gonna see what happens at night. We haven't seen the worst of it, but hopefully the worst of it will be not as bad as last time. And again, whatever the worst of it is, it's not as bad as it would be if this was done on Iran's timeline rather than Israel and America's.
Yep. It's interesting. I'm not getting a lot of news on, I don't know if you are, on the offensive attacks in Iran right now.
Um, yeah, I'm not seeing much, but I'm now realizing I'm looking I'm looking too much at the mainstream uh, news websites in Israel rather than the Telegram groups. So,
Yeah.
ooh, okay. Um, this is from the area of the house of Ahmadinejad.
Yeah.
That's tough. Well, um, oh, this is Iran's attack on Qatar. So this is in Qatar. Great, keep going. That's if Iran is only going to target one country, let it be Qatar if we can
Well,
choose.
there's a lot less missile defense in all these places, right, than we have in Israel.
Yeah, the problem is if they're targeting Qatar, they're likely targeting U.S. bases in Qatar. But
Yeah.
if they
It's not a
accidentally hit,
problem. It's the Americans need, more and more reason to continue this until it's done. Americans seem to think that half a job is sometimes okay, and it's not. It's just not. We need to be done with this. What will we talk about if we don't have to discuss the worst terrorist supporting regime in the world? Really, if Iran, by some wonderful occurrence that we all helped catalyze, becomes something that's more like a democracy and starts to let the Persian people, find themselves again, be one of the great contributors to humanity going forward.
um, yeah, but if one of these Qatar strikes happens to hit, Al Thani, I'm okay with that. If it happens to hit the home Tucker Carlson bought there, I'm also okay with that. By the way, this is Tehran, heavy
Yeah,
traffic, so
complete mayhem. Yeah, we have the opposite here. We have no traffic. I mean, I feel like I should get in my car and drive somewhere because you almost always have traffic. The main highway into Tel Aviv is called Ayalon. And I always joke around that you're never alone. It should be called I am never alone instead of I alone. And it's just typical Israeli irony that this is 5 lanes of LA like traffic that even at 3 a.m. in the morning is still pretty rough.
yeah, Ayalon is a nightmare. But yeah, I wonder if you go on like Kvish 6 and you just drive. Right now, I don't think you get a ticket. It might be fun, but
No,
I wouldn't risk it.
no, they're pretty good in Israel. They're not cuckoo as cuckoo. They said there would be a crackdown on speeding. At least as far as I know, I haven't been cracked down yet, and I love to speed, so we'll see.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I only got one speeding ticket in Israel, and let's just say that if I'd gotten one every time, it would have been many, many more than that. Um,
Oh, this is
hey,
good news. The Home Front Command said that people in the South may exit their protected spaces. They should stay close to protected spaces. Yeah, I have to say, like I've been saying on the knock on wood, and I know it's early yet, but it just doesn't have the feel of the fight back that we saw last time. It really doesn't.
but we didn't see that fight back last time so quickly after it launched. Like the only thing we
Right.
saw was drones at the beginning, and they waited until the next night. So
I
I,
don't think
I
they have much left, though, Ron. So I think because of the massive amount of attack here, I think that they had to do, I think this is kind of a sputtering attempt to do something just to show people that we're still doing something. It just, it's hard to imagine what all these American planes are doing. I mean, we know they're doing it, but don't forget, Israel did it alone last time. And that was very surgical strikes on the air defenses of Tehran. And like you said, Israel owned the airspace above Tehran immediately. and probably above a few of the other cities. But this is a whole different scale. I mean, the American military power that's here is like, who would mess with the Gerald Ford? Forget about all the rest of it. We saw pictures of that from Haifa, and it is a dawn. It's like 3 football fields for American football. I don't know how it scales against real football, but it's daunting. And the machines that operate from there, the F-22s and the 35s, are terrifying machines.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to
Thank you,
mention,
Noah.
they say that the initial attacks were Tomahawk missiles. There were a lot of pictures of aircraft firing missiles as well. So I'm not sure they were all Tomahawk, but those would be, I think those come from ships and also submarines.
Thank you, Noah, for the super chat. Noah asks, what did I miss? Only the beginning of the end of the Iranian regime and Islamic terrorism in general. Maybe not the latter, but hopefully, hopefully the former. Okay, let's see if there are any other reports. Okay, none in the news sites. Let's see. Oh, okay. The Iranian army claims all our commanders are alive and well. I'm sure that is the case. The Saudi foreign ministry says we condemn the blatant violation of the sovereignty of Bahrain, Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. Jordan as well. Nice. Yeah, I wonder who they're targeting in Jordan. Like in Jordan, there's okay, let's not be too optimistic about them accidentally killing the people that we should get rid of ourselves. There's also reports of um, Iran firing at an American base in Iraq. That's interesting because Israel also reportedly fired at Iraq. Yeah, Iraq is a mess, but it will also be less of a mess, hopefully, with the fall of the Iranian regime. Because
Yeah.
America went to war there and basically let Iran take over after they removed Saddam. And we think of the Iraq War as something the U.S. lost. The U.S. didn't lose the war; they won it in 20 days. What they lost is their attempts to rebuild the country, which they really shouldn't have done in the first place. But they should have made sure that Iran doesn't go in. And by the way, even before that, they shouldn't have gone after Iraq. They should have gone after Iran primarily, and then I don't
Absolutely.
mind if you also want to go after Iraq, but the priorities weren't clear back then. They Iran has helped the West see the priorities better than before.
Well, this was George Bush, just so, I mean, a Republican, but a disaster. I mean, this was absurd, the so-called axis of evil, which it did include Iraq, but it was Iran, Iraq, and North Korea. North Korea was obviously the scariest, although it is probably the most contained, because they do have nuclear weapons, because the U.S. did another great Obama-like agreement with North Korea, which of course did exactly what these sorts of agreements do, which is let North Korea enrich secretly and then come up with a nuclear weapon, which they have. Of course, if North Korea ever did anything, I'd like to believe that at least a Republican U.S. president would probably destroy the country if there were ever any such launch. But the second most important country in that axis of evil was Iran. And because it was more difficult than Iraq, Bush didn't go after them.
Not
And
just that
they
it was more
manufactured.
difficult, it was more difficult militarily maybe, but it was much more
Yeah,
difficult politically to get a coalition around. And it's insane to think that the US, that who doesn't need a coalition, they
they
can do
don't
it
need a
alone,
coalition. No.
is going
Yeah.
around begging, and they did that with Iraq. They went around begging
Yeah, the
countries to
coalition of the
vote with them.
willing, a whole bunch of crap. I mean, the amount of crap that was spewed. We lost it ever since 9/11/01. September 11th, we have had so much difficulty with moral clarity and with directionality. It's the North Star in the West since 9/11/01 and the subsequent terror attacks in Europe and India and so on. Really, it's amazing. What came out of 9/11/01 was mostly Islamophobia and everybody's fear that we might upset the 5% of moderate Muslims who actually publicly condemned what happened on 9/11. And just the reason I say it that way is because most Muslims did not condemn 9/11. In fact, many Muslims supported, including in the U.S., supported 9/11. Some of them are in Congress now in the U.S. and they hate America and they think we deserved it. And it is despicable. Like, let them go back to their own countries and screw them up, but don't mess with ours.
Moody asks, China is keeping quiet. Maybe they're observing Ramadan. I don't know, but no, China, whatever Iran is still able to fire probably came from China. So yeah,
Absolutely. China just sent a whole bunch of drones over to Iran, I believe, in the last week or two. And don't forget, the oil embargo the U.S. was enforcing against Iran was most of that oil was being sold to China. I mean, the bad actors in the world all act together. And the good actors are sit there like you have and you're running the UK and France, these guys all just condemn America for actually acting instead of sitting there and setting up commissions and having tea and crumpets and, sandwiches without crust and discussing stuff. It's really getting frustrating over here. All we do is hear how bad America is from our allies, and it's frustrating.
yeah, allies that, by the way, benefit from what's happening, even if they condemn it, which is interesting. And again, I really, of course, hope it doesn't happen, but I worry about how somebody like Keir Starmer will deal with terrorist attacks here as part of this war if they happen. I don't trust him to do as well as Tony Blair, who did not do well. He did terribly. So yeah, that's something to worry about. But again, we will benefit here in the UK, regardless of what the government's policy is, because the number one state sponsor of terrorism and the country that has been wreaking havoc on the Middle East for the past half century, the regime will be removed, and yeah, much of the funding of terrorism around the world with it. Okay, let me show. This is the launch of this is a U.S. base in Iraq, the launch of an interceptor missile, and then there's this is in Jordan. So yeah, they're firing everywhere. Jordan, good.
Yeah, this doesn't strike me as a coordinated attack. This strikes me as we're just going to fire at what we think we can do some damage. It's actually amazing that they got through to the missile base and where it hit near the U.S. missile base. Was it Bahrain? I can't remember. Where was it? Abu Dhabi, where the missile base was hit?
I don't know. Bahrain was the first one we heard of, but I'm not sure which one was a missile base.
Yeah, there was a missile that hit near the American naval base. Slammed into the U.S. Navy's in Bahrain is what at least this article says. It's hard to understand how that penetrated. They only have a few seconds there. It's close enough to Iran that these are very fast missiles, so it's hard to defend against them. Also interesting to know, I guess the missiles coming from Iran, we really can't hit with the lasers. It might be a fun, quick discussion to point out that at least for the short-range missiles from Gaza and so on, a lot of these smaller missiles can be taken out now with, I think it costs $1, a US dollar, to fire the laser beam. It's the expense of electricity to annihilate the missile. It used to cost, I think, $50,000 to $100,000 every time we took out one of the Gaza missiles, but now it costs $1. So that changes the economics a bit.
Yeah, and the laser, that's brand new technology. This is what Reagan
Yeah,
was talking about in the 80s and he was made
it
fun
sure
of.
was. Star Wars.
And
Yeah.
and so we don't know what this is going to be like a few years from now, 5, 10 years from now, what it'll be able to shoot down. But 5, 10 years from now, hopefully there will be nothing to shoot down from Iran. 5 days from now, maybe. But yeah, like I said, the Middle East is still going to be a cesspool. Even if Iran, the regime is replaced with the greatest regime imaginable, the rest of the Middle East isn't going to change along with it. And I still think there's going to be a big chunk of the population in Iran that is on the wrong side of this. I don't know how many, but I would. Yeah, I would be concerned about that. The Kuwaiti Foreign Office has issued a statement. Kuwait has every right to defend itself against the aggression according to UN, um, uh, what is a treaty? Okay, great. Uh, Kuwait, go for it. All these countries, yeah, I love it. It's it's gonna be so weird. First of all, I said at the beginning, I really enjoy the fact that this is Israel and America going to war together for the first time. But it will be weird if all pretty much the entire Arab League joins Israel in war. That'll be funny. I hope Israel doesn't do what it usually does and think, okay, now everybody loves us. No, they still hate you. They just don't want to
Yeah,
be.
still hate us. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, "Hi, Razi, free Iran." Absolutely. Somebody asked, "How long will this war take?" I don't know. Like I said, an Israeli source told the media that there's 4 days of bombings being planned. I don't know to what extent you can plan that, but again, if the previous war is any indication, and if what we're seeing so far is any indication, I think we're going to be much wiser tomorrow morning after we see what Iran can do overnight. But if what we've seen so far is any indication, this could be over quickly, but more importantly, I just hope it's over decisively. I hope it doesn't, if it drags on for longer than they expect, if they expected it to finish in 4 days and we're 8 days in, and they're like, okay, never mind, we damaged them enough, and um, back off. I hope that doesn't happen. However long it takes, uh, yeah, just do it. Enough is enough. And yeah, I think 47 years is enough. Okay, Reuters is reporting explosions again in Doha, Qatar. My favorite of Iran's targets so far, Riyadh being a very close second. But yeah, more bombing Doha. I know. Again, Tucker is feeling terrible for all the Christians whose rights are fully respected there in Qatar. Um, but it is what it is, Tucker. It's a tough day for you. But if the funding comes from Qatar, that's still safe. There's nothing to worry about there.
Yep.
Um, okay, let's see. Thank you, PC, for another super chat. PC says Trump made a good speech. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. We talked about it earlier. You can scroll back on this stream. By the way, yeah, I don't think we're gonna go 7 hours like we did last time, but I do expect us to have another show later today. Just because some of us stayed up late, assuming there might be an attack, but it's gonna be in the middle of the night, then eventually went to sleep because it's not gonna be daytime, and we're woken up like 20 minutes later being told that it has started. So some of us are running on fumes like the Iranian proxies are about to be. Thank you, PC, for another super chat. PC says Tucker Carlson. Yeah, poor guy. He got so much publicity. By the way, somebody else who's head I'd love to see live exploding right now is Cenk Uygur. We talked about him last night on the reality show, how passionately he and Anna Kasparian on the Young Turks have been defending the Iranian regime to the point, I think this was about a month ago. We did a show on a video of Anna Kasparian explaining why Iran having a nuclear bomb would be a good thing. Now she didn't actually, I think, say fully what she means. She didn't say it's a good thing because Israel will be annihilated. Um, she says it's a good thing because of some theory of some sort of balance of power bullshit. And again, that balance of power that they want is between good and evil. They don't want good to win. If you want a balance of power between good and evil, how do you think that's going to end? And I think Anna knows how it's going to end, and that's why she advocates for that.
Sorry.
So yeah, really, really looking forward to in between us being live, watching some of these left wing plus the part of the right that hates the Jews. Can't wait to see what Tucker and Candace have to say about this. Candace is a bit busy now, doing her investigative series
So,
about how Erica Kirk killed her husband. So I know she's busy, but I think she will take the time to defend the Islamic Republic.
sorry about that. That was an early warning again. We'll see if anything comes to Tel Aviv.
Oh, okay. Is there anything in the news about where that might be?
It looks more like Western Lachish. I don't even know what Judea, which is more West Bankish area. I think Yarkon, Shvela, Sharon, Samaria. Yeah, so
Oh,
it's
that's
yeah,
basically all around you, but
yeah. They leave
yeah.
Tel Aviv alone.
Okay, so I see that the person killed, according to the report, the person killed in the Emirates was killed in a U.S. base there. So, um, oh, wait, okay, maybe not in a base, but it was an attack on a base. They say in Abu Dhabi, the Asian citizen, Asian citizen, citizen of, no, anyway, um, was killed. We have the right to respond. Yeah, don't tell us you have the right to respond. We know you, I mean, you don't have the right to exist, but you legally, according to the, international law, whatever that means, uh, yeah, you do have the right. Just go for it. Just, go for it, and we'll see what happens. Um, Hezbollah forces in Iraq say we will soon start attacking American bases in the area in response to the attack on Iran. Okay, yeah, it's fascinating. If 20, how many years are we after 23 years after the Iraq War? Um, what will end up fixing Iraq to an extent, or at least getting rid of the main threats, is this war in Iran, where all the problems after the removal of Saddam's regime came from. Yeah, let's again. I'm not too optimistic, but I am kind of. I want to think that the best possible scenario is happening. Can we get Turkey in on this? Do you think, Michael? How do we trigger them into joining the war?
You say to that. Yeah, don't forget they're still part of NATO, which is inexplicable to anybody who has any rationality.
Yeah. Um, Tintin Hickey says Bondi was an atrocity, and our traitorous politicians have treated Israel despicably, but Australians want Israel
Here
in
we
the
go.
US.
Now we have our sirens, so I will go down to my.
All right. So yeah, Michael will be back with us soon, either from the safe room or back here. Yeah. Uh, um, by the way, check out the episodes we did after the massacre in Bondi. Yeah, it was shocking, the response of Australian politicians, even though we kind of expect it. We don't expect, them to respond in the correct way, but it's always shocking when you see how bad it is. I mean, we had the response from Keir Starmer here on the day of um, the attack in Manchester, saying we're gonna send police assets to Jewish communities rather than we're gonna send the police to the Muslim communities who do this, who are planning this, who we know this is what they're about. And we're just letting it happen and going to try some preventative measures rather than attacking them. Michael.
Yeah, sorry, I just got back on, so I'm just back in the safe room here, which they call a mamad, which I think is very funny. I told my daughter once that if I was in it with her, you have to call it a papad, not a mamad. That's only if mom's in with you. We try to make a lot of, it's a bit of sick humor here. Um, let's see. Hezbollah cell in Iraq announces it will soon begin attacking American bases in the area. Oh, that's really, frightening. Um, that's the and our once again the siren. Normally these sirens will go on for several minutes. I think this was probably less than a minute since I came down. It's off now, which means whatever it was either fell short or was shot down already. And then one of the things I didn't appreciate when this all started last year, on October 7th, was some of these missiles are so big that really what causes a lot of destruction is the pieces of them falling after they're blown apart. So these big the big intercontinental missiles, or nearly intercontinental, I should say, coming from Iran, are so big that you blow them apart and the shrapnel can kill you. That's one of the reasons they want people to stay in a couple extra minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Uh, what do you think of China? Again, China is back in the chat. Just bad things. I mean, it depends who you're talking about. If you're talking about the Republic of China, I'm a big fan. If you're talking about the People's Republic of China, who are, among other many bad things they're doing, also arming Iran, and whatever success Iran does have in targeting Israel and other countries in the region is thanks to China. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan.
Look, this is the same crap that we dealt with the Soviet Union, which was the Cold War, which was these proxy wars, Vietnam, Korea, and so on. It's the same thing. China will do anything it can to counter American/Western dominance. And people should, I don't know why people are so naive uh, that they think China is kind or good to us. And they're not. They're interested in being the world economic leader, period. And they want to have economic and military dominance. They're playing games in the South China Sea. They're threatening to take over various places, and anything that's against America is good for China.
Yeah. Um, oh, okay. So there is another report from Iran on the girls, 36 schoolgirls killed in an Israeli-American attack in southern Iran, according to Iran. Now, I assume it's a lie, but I also don't know for sure. I'm sure nobody in Israel or the US said, "Oh, let's go kill some schoolgirls,"
Yeah.
but I would not put it past Iran to intentionally orchestrate something like this so that Israel and the US think That's a military target, and of course, this report, even if it's never verified, will be used by the enemy within in the West to say, look how evil we are. We're killing schoolgirls. We're targeting schoolgirls. That's how they say it. Even when children die in Gaza, they say Israel is targeting children. When terrorists with a press vest get killed, they say Israel is targeting
Yeah.
journalists. So there's no doubt that Owen Jones is super excited about these schoolgirls uh, dying. If
Yeah, let's just also remember it's Saturday. So unless there was a school trip, it's highly unlikely there was school today, especially that they would be assembled in a place in wartime. It just doesn't, nothing about this sounds like it makes any sense. But you're right. Of course, the idiots on the left will pretend that we should have a war that is completely aseptic and clean, and never a single good citizen is killed.
Yeah, and look, it could be a boarding school. It could be something that if this happened because somebody in Iran wanted it to happen, and
Absolutely.
and made sure the U.S. and Israel get faulty intelligence, and therefore this will happen. So.
Razi, I'm going to jump off for a bit. It's I got to actually get on another call now. So are you? Should we have a time to get back, or what's the plan?
Yeah, let me know or try if the Zoom link doesn't work, that means
Okay.
the show is over.
Okay.
But yeah, in any case, we'll be here
Great.
multiple times a day in the coming days. I hope you join
Terrific.
us
I'll
frequently.
do what I can. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks. Cheers.
See you soon.
Bye bye.
Um, okay, there hopefully might be more people from Israel joining. I will this is not a news channel. Remember, even when we have people reporting who happen to be in a war zone, this is not a news channel. It's a commentary channel. It's a commentary channel from a certain point of view. So no, if you are an Israeli who's a leftist who is anti-Israel in war, during a time of war, advocating for the enemy, as a person in the chat has been, no, we will not have you on this show. But thanks for offering. We will hopefully have, let me check with, um, oh, okay, yeah, let me see. And, okay, while I am alone, there will be these pauses. Oh, but luckily the um, ARCUK members WhatsApp groups are delivering again. So Jeremy Corbyn posted the attacks on Iran by Israel and the United States are illegal, unprovoked, and unjustifiable. By the way, I'm responding to this joyfully, having not read it at all because I kind of know what to expect. Peace and diplomacy was possible. Instead, Israel and the United States chose war. This is the behavior of rogue states. This is Jeremy Corbyn, a elected politician in the UK, the former leader, the previous leader of the party that is now in power, saying about Israel and the US that they are rogue states in finally fighting back against the Iranian regime and saying enough is enough after 47 years. We are not going to put up with it anymore. This is the end of the regime. He is claiming that Israel and the U.S. are the rogue states. And I'm quoting again, and they have jeopardized the safety of humankind around the world with this catastrophic act of aggression. So again, Iran, for half a century, sponsoring terrorism wherever anybody will agree to do terrorism in exchange for money, basically making the Middle East what it is, making in large part, obviously with the help of Westerners through UNRWA, making the Palestinian society, helping it become what it is today. This is the side of Jeremy Corbyn. Look, this for Jeremy Corbyn, it's a disaster. Let me read the rest of the statement and then I'll continue. Uh, Last paragraph. Our government must condemn this flagrant breach of international law and urgently pursue a foreign policy based on justice, sovereignty, and peace. Of course, sovereignty refers to uh, those who are not Israel, undoubtedly, in Jeremy Corbyn's mind. So yeah, uh, we will today and in the coming days, I think, read some of this stuff just for fun, because it is fun seeing evil people look at good things happen and you know struggle to hide where they stand and therefore who they are. Jeremy Corbyn, by the way, uh, used to be on Iranian television regularly. Like he had, I don't remember if this was a paid gig or not, but he was on there as a regular commentator. One of the things he said there, he questioned Israel, why Israel needs to exist. Of course, he opposes Israel's existence, so he doesn't just question it, but going on Iranian television and saying that says a lot. By the way, Jeremy Corbyn a couple days ago won the leadership contest in the new party called Your Party, this jihadist woke party that surprisingly or not voted for an old white man over a brown young Muslim woman. But yeah, if you're surprised by that, you haven't been paying attention to who these people actually are. Um, okay, Yar says he is in uh, the shelter, so hopefully we will be joined by him after he's out. See if there's any new news reports. Yeah, those will be coming, you know, throughout 24/7 in the coming days. So when we're live, we will be reporting them as much as we can. Paul says Corbyn's crying because he's losing more of his friends. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough being Jeremy Corbyn. I think it's tough being Jeremy Corbyn even when the terrorists are winning. I don't think it's a happy state of existence, but I will hopefully never find out what it's like to be uh, Jeremy Corbyn. Okay, I don't know if this is the same school. It's a different report. I'm guessing it's the same school, but another in a different place. I'm reading an Iranian report saying dozens of people killed in an attack aimed at a school in Iran. Okay, there is also for Israelis abroad, there is an alert that you should stay vigilant. Don't tell people where, don't, inform the world of where exactly you are. And yeah, this is absolutely true for Israelis. This is true for anyone. Just look around, maybe, like, I'm not gonna say stay home, but consider it. Consider, observing what's going on in the next day or two, and observing especially what's going on when really the Iranian regime understands that it's over for them and wants to go out with a bang, because that will reach us outside of Israel, outside of the Middle East. Okay. Yag is sending me a picture, which before I share, I need to understand where this is. Um, does not look like a shelter unless this is some looks like looks like a mall. Um, anyway, this is right now wanted me to share this picture. I think it's right now. Yes, it is a uh, underground light railway station near his home. That's not a bad place to hang out when you're being bombarded with ballistic missiles. Um, but yeah, wait, why can't he join from there? Let's see. And let me just look again at any additional news reports. Okay, ooh, okay, there's additional reports from of explosions in Abu Dhabi and Doha, according to Reuters, and Bahrain Ministry of the Interior has announced that they are evacuating people from the area that was earlier attacked. So, yeah, this is very much, the U.S. And Israel going in to finally remove the threat from the Middle East, and Iran responding by attacking the Middle East. So, it's interesting, very, very interesting. I really wonder if what we're going to see here is what multiple Arab countries saying that they have the right to defend themselves and not actually doing anything. I yeah, and I also wonder, are they like waiting for you know one of them to do something. Like if the UAE says, okay, we have no military to speak of, but why don't we just do something symbolic in Israel and are doing all the hard work? Or, and then Kuwait joins in. And of course, Saudi Arabia is not weak. Like they probably couldn't beat Iran in a one-on-one war. But they can certainly say, okay, we've been attacked. We're gonna fire something back, and I think you probably uh, should do that if you're trying to hold on to power in a dictatorship. In a sense, maybe it's better if they don't. But yeah, let's you know again hope for the best. And okay, this is a video from Kuwait. Are we seeing? Oh, am I not? Wait, hang on a second. Okay, the video will play again. Yeah, stuff being bombed. That's what's going on. And ooh, this is the palace of the Supreme Leader, or what used to be the palace of the Supreme Leader. Yeah, might need some renovations. Or maybe not. Maybe it will no longer be in use. I appreciate some of the funny comments in the chat that I'm not gonna read, but I do think they're funny. And let's see. I'm also not seeing any reports from Israel, and if anybody in Israel can report in the chat, then please do. But I'm not seeing any reports of additional. I haven't seen for quite a bit anything about. Oh yeah, 15 minutes is the last time on Ynet that there was an alert about sirens in the center and in the Negev and in Beersheba, uh, among other places. But I don't know if there's nothing since, but there is no report that I see in the sources that I'm looking at. Um, the An Iranian news agency is claiming that the president, the supreme leader, and a bunch of other, um, the head of the judiciary, a bunch of the listing, the senior officials that are alive and well. Again, could very well be a lie, could also be the truth, but they handpicked put on the list the people who survived and don't tell you about how many people did not survive and how bad the current condition of what's left of the Iranian regime is. Okay, interesting to see that Hamas is still doing their thing also against their own. Um, oh no, sorry, this is something different. But yeah, Hamas will still be Hamas, and it would be nice if Israel used this opportunity again to do. If we look at the past 2.5 years, obviously, Israel has done much less than we've been advocating for on this channel, but has also done a lot more than I expected and has achieved really great results, even with the forced ceasefire in Lebanon. Did a lot against Hezbollah, ended up removing the Syrian regime, or the Syrian regime ended up falling because of that. Did what isn't talked much about, but is super significant, which is bombing all the weapons pretty much in Syria that could ever pose a threat to Israel. And so the Al Qaeda regime in Syria, which is evil, is basically incapable of doing anything against Israel. Cleared the path to Iran, did what it did in Iran last year. But the place where I think, other than the Houthis, that Israel really wasn't prepared for that front at all, didn't seem to expect that front to happen. Um, the place where Israel has been least successful is Gaza, and the reason that is the place where Israel has been least successful is because Israel plays by rules that make wars unwinnable for those who play by them. And again, it's not rules that both sides accept; it's rules that one side accepts, and that one side, therefore, being vastly superior militarily, cannot win a war against insurgents, like with that kind of approach. So I don't expect Israel to actually use this opportunity for victory in Gaza, but I would like to see it use this opportunity to cause more damage, because again, if Gazans are still fighting, that means Israel hasn't done enough militarily. 2.5 years, of doing things a certain way and achieving, not great results. Yes, right now the chance of anybody in Gaza successfully targeting Israeli civilians is slim because there's a buffer and it's filled with Israel's army. But that's not a long-term plan. You can't have, soldiers just surround that area and do nothing. So let's hope this opportunity is used in Gaza, in Lebanon. I'd love to see Israel use this opportunity for some expansive operation in the West Bank. And again, I don't expect it, but I would love to see it happen. And I don't expect it, but I also don't think it's definitely not going to happen. There are things I'd like to see that I don't think are ever going to happen. This is not something that I'm certain won't. Ooh, this is an interesting video. Iranian missile hitting U.S. base in Bahrain. Yeah, that's like the explosion. we'll see what happened in the, what the result of that was. Hopefully, nobody was actually harmed. Okay, now Israel Israelis are told they can leave the shelters, but should stay close to them. Uh, okay, the yeah, okay, this we've already read this about Hezbollah in Iraq, preparing Hezbollah in Iraq. I assume is in better shape than Hezbollah in Lebanon, but we can always, the U.S. and Israel can always change that. Hopefully, will quickly. Don't wait for them to make good on their promise, to the extent that you know where they are. Hopefully, the threat will be taken seriously. By the way, I don't think we mentioned this, but of the early reports that I was seeing, there was, and this was in mainstream media in Israel, there are reports that a big cyber attack was a part of this, which of course makes sense. There have been many cyber attacks throughout the, many years by Israel on Iran. Makes sense that, you know, something significant is done here as part of this operation to, make life more difficult for Iran when trying to um, kill, whoever they can kill. Moody says, Razi, assume all the synagogues alerted just to be extra vigilant. I mean, I can't imagine. Yeah, there are sirens. Like if you're in a synagogue, you hear the siren, and if you have a phone and you don't use it on the Sabbath, that's not going to prevent this alert, from like from popping up on your phone with a very unpleasant sound. So yeah, there's nobody who is unaware of what's going on. Um, oh, yeah, okay. You mean in the UK? Uh, I don't know, but I don't think there's a synagogue without security. I don't go to synagogue, so I can't tell you. But I can't imagine there's a synagogue without security, especially after the Manchester attack. It's it doesn't make sense. I told a story of how Christmas 2024, um, the missus and I were in Berlin. We're sitting at a restaurant one day. We see armed police across the street. And I don't see any reason for it, and I'm wondering what that is. And I look up on Google Maps, and it is a synagogue. And we then later saw other synagogues with armed police. In Britain, probably they're not that keen to send armed police, but I'm not sure they don't have armed police, but I'm sure there's some sort of protection that is probably insufficient and is still, the wrong way to go about it, because what what you need to do to prevent this is to go on the offensive, not on the defensive. Um, and yeah, Sigal, welcome back. Says she's out of the shelter again. Great. I wonder if this means that also Yar might join us. All right. Okay, this is what is this? This is video of rocket launchers or missile launchers in Iran targeted by Israel. Ooh. Very nice. Very nice to see this kind of stuff. Okay, there is some more video of the damage that Iran uh, is causing, and this one, this one is from Syria again. Yeah, Iran is not very successful so far in its attacks on Israel. It is looking more successful in its attacks on Arab Muslim countries, which is not a bad thing. Moody asks, what's happening in Syria? Uh, Iran, I don't think they're shooting anything intentionally at Syria. I think it's just I don't see a reason. Well, they're probably not fans of the current regime, but because the previous one was basically a proxy of theirs. But why would they? I don't know. I don't know. Again, I don't understand how they think. So maybe I'm missing something, but I don't think they're targeting Syria. But perhaps says Zoom user, is that Yao? Or is it just some random person who got the link somehow?
It's Jonathan.
Oh, hey, Jonathan. We are live. I don't know how much you've been following because you are, Jesus Christ, it's early for you. Uh, d- have you been following or do you need a quick update from us?
Well, I'm just waking up to the news and tuned into ARCUK to get the latest. So why don't I allow you to hit the headlines and bring us all up to speed?
All right, so here's the recap, Jonathan. This started much later than expected in terms of the time of day or night, rather. It was 8 a.m. I think in Israel when this started, which is unusual because it's daylight. The palace of the Ayatollah Khamenei was targeted. The palace of the president, Pezeshkian, was targeted. The home of the former president, Ahmadinejad, was targeted. Uh, many, basically, as far as I can tell, as many leaders as possible in Iran's political leaders and military leaders were targeted, and Iran claims that many of them are uh, alive and well, which might be the case, but we will find out. And the fact that they're alive and well now doesn't mean they will remain so. Iran so far has fired at Israel many missiles, many alarms and many sirens, and people spending a lot of time going back and forth between shelter and just home. We what you missed, Jonathan, was Michael Kaufman was here for most of the broadcast and had to go back and forth between the shelter. Iran has also fired at a bunch of Arab countries, the United Arab Emirates, both Abu Dhabi and Dubai, Bahrain, or in Abu Dhabi, somebody was killed by an Iranian ballistic missile. Bahrain, Jordan, um, couple of missiles fell in Syria, which I don't know if that was intentional, but okay, and Sigal is saying in the chat that Channel 11 is claiming they'll soon show stuff from inside Iran. Great. Hopefully we can show that video. Jonathan, as you may have noticed, we are without Daniel at the moment, so I'm the producer, so not a tech-savvy producer, which means videos are shown by me putting the phone in front of the camera, but it is what it is. Um, yeah, Jonathan, we've been waiting for this. And by the way, we've been waiting for this for a long time, and we thought it came in June of last year. But this time it's different. First of all, in the targeting of leaders at the highest level, including the Ayatollah, which did not happen last time. Uh, Also, it's if you listen later to the Trump statement earlier, it was about regime change. He didn't say we're going to do it. He said we're going to destroy the regime's capabilities, and then called on the Iranian people to take that opportunity and remove that regime. And this was there. We've also shown a video of Iranians celebrating on the streets of Tehran. So yeah, this is a this is the moment, Jonathan. This is a moment, a historical moment, big enough for some of us to, give up any sleep and stream and probably talk some nonsense without realizing it.
Well, my thoughts, and I'm not a spiritual person, Razi, but my thoughts are certainly with the American servicemen, the Israeli servicemen, the Israelis on the ground, who are putting their life in harm's danger to accomplish this goal. I mean, Dr. Brooks said it, I think, very eloquently a number of weeks ago that an overthrow of the Islamic regime in Tehran could be the biggest geopolitical transformation since the Berlin Wall came down, and for the better. And when you allude to, as you said, Iranians celebrating this move, we have explored and we've discussed and we've illuminated this undercurrent of protest for many, many weeks now of Iranians who don't want to live under Islamic regime and don't want the mullahs and want to be free and want to have basic freedoms like free expression and the ability to protest, etc. So my thoughts are with them, and obviously with the American and Israeli servicemen and the Israeli people who are being targeted as we speak by Iran's ballistic missile program. The U.S. and Israel have the military might. I hope they use it quickly, and to paraphrase Dr. Peikoff, make the threat non-threatening. Iran is a theocracy that's been threatening the U.S. and the West since the late 1970s without secession, without stopping, and it's time that stopped. So I applaud President Trump and certainly applaud the Israeli government for doing not just what had to be done, but what morally should have been done a long time ago. But really praying, if you will, I put that in quotes, but praying for a completely positive outcome from this morning's strikes.
Yeah, and again, like I was saying earlier, with Trump's statement, um, while I was listening to it, it sounded so good, and I kept waiting for the bad part, or for him to say, okay, yeah, so because of all this, we're going to get rid of their nuclear program and their ballistic missiles, which of course they then rebuild very quickly, or even if not quickly, they rebuild. It doesn't matter. You don't push it further down the line, and then 3 years from now, AOC or worse, JD Vance is president, and Iran has a friend in the White House. So yeah, and so the statement continued, and it just kept getting better, and yeah, this is about regime change. And again, this is the same president who back in June, when Israel was about to topple the Iranian regime, came in, did the thing that Israel couldn't do, and then said the time for peace is now, and then forced Israel to stop and keep the regime in place, and said, I don't like regime change. Regime change is messy, which is true, but also an evil regime should be removed, and the messiness is a good thing in that context. He's speaking very differently right now and acting accordingly.
And this is my own interpretation, Razi. The uniqueness of a theocracy, an Islamic theocracy. I remember the police had a huge hit back in the 80s about the Russians. I hope the Russians love their children as much as we do, talking about the threat of a nuclear war with Russia, but basically alluding to the fact that, Russians and the Russian regime at that time, loved their children, didn't want nuclear war. I don't know if I would say the same thing about the mullahs in Iran. They're the real deal. They are Islamic theocrats who are dead set on a holy war against the West and death to America, as they so repeatedly chant. So, the fact that the president is taking this action before Iran finally achieves that nuclear weapon, because once they do, it's all over. Every paradigm changes once Iran achieves or would have achieved a nuclear weapon. So this is life-saving for the West, life-saving for Americans in Israel, to make this clear and present threat non-threatening moving forward.
Yeah, and we saw, what's the end, the end of the line when you start these deals. We saw that with North Korea. There is no doubt Iran will eventually get a nuclear weapon if that regime stays in place, however long it takes them. And then not only is it impossible to kind of retaliate against the things that they do, certainly through their proxies. But we're assuming they're not going to use it. They are, religious fanatics. They might use it as soon as they have it. So, yeah, let's not find out what happens if Iran has a nuclear weapon or if the regime stays in power. Um, Bonnie says, did Trump really say he hoped the Iranian people would overthrow the regime after Israel and the U.S. destroyed the regime's capabilities? To me, that's ominous. Um, look, in a set, look, I think the regime can be essentially like destroyed from above, even within the rules of engagement that both Israel and the U.S. Are choosing to tie one or both hands behind their back with. I think this is yeah, removing the regime is one thing, but yeah, ultimately what comes next is not a thing that, this shouldn't be a nation building exercise like Iraq. It should be a dangerous regime removal exercise, and then you make sure that there's no threat to the West afterwards. And it would be terribly sad if whatever happens afterwards is bad. It could be civil war, could be Iran breaking up into different countries. It can be bad for Iranians, and I really hope it isn't. But it's you know this is not the job of free countries to go and rebuild other countries because those countries chose to pose a threat to us.
Yeah, I mean, I Miss Rand, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, Razi. I mean, it was when I was first reading about objectivism and learning about Miss Rand's perspectives, especially on politics, it was kind of a real illumination to me. Miss Rand's kind of assertion that rogue regimes, regimes that don't respect the rights of their own citizens don't have any right to exist. They're not legitimate. They're not to be sanctioned. And North Korea is one. Certainly, Iran is another one. This is not just a friendly regime that we're having a squabble over trade or something about. What this is a regime that is dead set against the West, against Israel. That reminds it that to us almost on a daily basis with their chants, death to America, death to Israel, and burning of those flags, not to mention projectiles being sent towards Israel on a regular basis over recent years, and the funding of Islamist terrorist groups all over the world. So, this is a country that's been making war against the West, Israel, and America in particular, for decades now. So I'm glad to see that the president struck back. I'm not a fan of his on many issues, but on this, I think he's at least so far done the right thing. And I'm going to be very interested to see how the military action plays out, and ultimately, God willing, the regime change takes place.
Yeah, and while that happens, Daniel is joining us, and the live from Israel part in our title is once again true because Iyar is also joining us live from Israel. Iyar, I can read news and translate it, but let's get an actual report from the ground. Who says we're not a news channel? Go ahead.
Well, the sky is bright, the birds are chirping, the atomic shelters are very nice and well furnished and very good atmosphere. People are happy. They're having a toast underground, celebrating what may be the final days of the Ayatollah regime. So from Israel, the mood is great. It is a hassle, once again, visiting the bomb shelters on the sporadic missiles attack from Iran. But the knowledge that this regime is facing its end is very uplifting, and we are in a very good mood here.
Yeah, we are also in a good mood here, but it's easier from here because we don't have to run to shelters. Although, again, Iran, if they think it's over, will attack outside of the Middle East. So stay vigilant wherever you are. Somebody in the chat says, fucking Zionist, all caps. Yeah, if you can box up those tiers and email it to us at jihadisttiers@aynrandcenter.co.uk, we'd appreciate it. Daniel.
So I know nothing. I woke up 5 minutes ago. I was having a nice sleep, and maybe that's the reason why. I just woke up randomly, and normally I go to sleep a bit longer. Who the hell starts work at like 7 a.m.
I know. Okay, let me give you a
on
quick
Sabbath of all?
I thought, okay, this might be the night. I stayed up. I went to sleep literally 20 minutes before it started and was then woken up. So yeah, it's a very weird time of night. And yeah, can you please let us know so that we just go to sleep earlier? Anyway,
That's morning. That's not night. That's not starting work during night.
yeah. Well,
Broad daylight.
Oh wait, sorry. Time change. What would? No, it would be later in the morning in Israel.
It will be later. Yeah. Broad daylight attack. Wonderful.
Yeah. So Daniel, quickly what you missed, because I just did the recap for Jonathan, so I'm going to do it quickly. The attack, was included, like the highest officials, including the palace of the president, the palace of Khamenei. There was a statement by Trump that was absolutely beautiful. Actually, now that we have you, we might even be able to share video, because up until now I've been holding the phone to the camera, and it's mostly been videos of bombs falling in places. Israel has been under a barrage of missiles, but no loss of life so far, as we can tell. I think only one building that I've seen so far has been hit, but Iran has also fired on multiple other countries, Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, and Dubai in the UAE, Qatar a couple of times, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and a couple of things fell in Syria. I don't know if it was on purpose. Iron Meerkat, thank you for the super chat, but I was actually gonna say something. Okay, so Iron Meerkat says, so y'all wanna sit down in some anime Neko cafe in Pahlavi Square before Ocon Tehran in 2027. I don't run Ocon, but I can tell you that the Irreplaceable Spark Conference is looking forward to having. I'd love to do Spark 3 in Tehran, but if it's a bit later, that's fine. Yeah, that's gonna be a great conference wherever it is, but I think it'll be the greatest conference ever when it's in Tehran. Daniel,
Yeah.
I cut you off just to tell you all that story in filibuster. So go ahead.
No, good, because I'm still catching up. Yeah, somebody says Tucker Carlson is definitely not laughing anymore. I mean, absolutely. So I'm really surprised. And again, my commentary is gonna be a bit outside for a little bit until I fully catch up on all the facts. But I'm really surprised to see Iran actually taking it out on other nations as well. I mean, I understand why they are doing it. I'm just insane that I'm just surprised that they are insane enough to actually do it. Like basically making like Israel is not going to be pariah here if Iran is like attacking other nations around here. I mean, Israel will be pariah very soon. But I think it shows like a true desperation of the regime. I mean, what else? I mean, I see that IRGC commander was eliminated, a chief rather. I don't know to what extent we have the confirmation on that. But this really seems like, yeah, basically taking out the whole system, taking out. I mean, IRGC is the ones you have to take out. When it comes to military, I mean, there is a question about to what extent the loyalties will still lie with the regime, especially after this another great loss. Just quickly, how involved is USA? Because I see different things.
Oh, it was a coordinated attack,
Okay.
which was another part of the beautiful thing. Yeah, Israel, initially it was Israel announcing that they attacked, but as far as I can tell, it was a coordinated attack from the start. Israel, I think the reports are Israel targeted the officials, the US targeted the bases and whatever else had to be targeted. So,
Yeah, by the way, just quickly, Donald Trump, thank you, because Resident Evil 9 came out 2 days ago, so I had 10 great hours of just play, like, of the last 24 hours, I think for like 13 hours, I just played Resident Evil 9, and now I'm happy to, I haven't finished, but I'm happy to move on to more greater things. So
okay, so it's
great
not that
last
he
few days.
nationalized it and gave it out for free that you're thanking him. It's the timing.
No, I think he waited with the operation for it. Maybe he wanted to play as well.
Well, I was saying earlier, for those of us who don't live in Israel, season 3 of Tehran wrapped up last night. Last night we saw the finale of season 3. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it yet because it literally just premiered here last night. But yeah, it's great timing. I wonder if that's on purpose. Guys, I'm going to leave you for a few minutes to go get coffee injected into my veins if possible, but I will be right back. So continue.
Yeah, just quickly, because somebody says Daniel was complaining a lot about Trump. Yes, and about what specifically? About not attacking Iran, because he wasn't attacking Iran. Like, this is, and that was right to do so, because I didn't think he was going to do it. And I think I had good enough reason to believe so. But now that he has done it, I'm gonna that specific criticism is gonna go away. And I started the show with that because I love to see that. And again, this is not even something that Trump was promised to do or that I expected even Trump to do. This is something I expected from every single American president to do since what? Jimmy Carter, right? Since the Iranian Revolution took over. The fact that it took somebody like Trump to actually do it, I mean, that's a sad state of reality on the past foreign policy of America, that it had to take somebody like Trump, who, again, campaign on the no wars, and he's actually the one who actually manages to something like that.
And I don't think,
yeah.
Daniel, it can be anything less than regime change. I mean, it was just, what, a couple of weeks or a couple of months ago that Americans had promised that they had destroyed Iran's nuclear capability. And then in the last couple of weeks, it's like, well, I don't know, they're getting close to a nuclear bomb. So, my hope is that this is the war to end the regime, to end the threat, to make the threat non-threatening, so that there's not, if this leaves the regime in place, then I wonder if it will have all been for naught. The point here is regime change to, install or promote leaders that will not be threatening to their neighbors or their own people, for that matter. But it was just a couple weeks ago we were promised that Iran's nuclear capabilities were destroyed, and that turned out not to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go to ER, but I'll quickly on that point when it comes to nuclear weapons. My understanding is like basically the strikes that happen sort of just put everything under rubble, so we didn't destroy the enriched uranium. It was just inaccessible, and maybe it's still inaccessible to the Iranian regime, because Iran puts everything very deep and very under mountains, which are hard to get to. That's why regime change is something similar to basically getting rid of their nuclear arsenal. Now, when it comes to the likelihood of it, again, I'm still not fully caught up on the facts, so I'm sure we will talking about this a lot in the upcoming days. But even just, I think even if you completely manage to like really disrupt IRGC operations, I think that's gonna be a big deal. That's one thing you definitely have to target. And hope for people to take over. I'm a little bit sad that this comes now and not, few weeks ago when the protests were still happening. Maybe we'll, in the upcoming days, we'll know why it happened, if it was simply not enough preparation was in place yet, or something to that regard. Although, okay, one more thing that I found a little bit interesting. For the last month or so, I think I've seen different reports that if attack comes, it's gonna be that specific Saturday. Like last Saturday or the Saturday before that or the Saturday before that. And I'm wondering if there's any specific reason why it ended up actually being Saturday of all places. But yeah, any more thoughts on from you?
Yeah, I want to say regarding the fact that Iran is attacking several states in the Arab Peninsula, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi. And when I look at the Iranian regime right now, it seems to me like some sort of an injured mosquito attempting to sting for the last time before it perishes. So that's what I think is going on. I think they're just trying to do whatever they can to inflict as much damage as they can before this regime falls. They're doing pretty poorly, I'd say, and that's a good thing. The people in Iran are looking forward for the regime to be on its lowest point ever since its foundation, to get out on the street and just storm whatever places they need to storm to remove the regime from any position of power. And this is good as well. And regarding, I think, the reason for Trump's decision, I think like in the 12 days war, Trump probably made some sort of a deal with the Iranians, like, I'm going to end the war, give you, like, let you even attack our bases in Qatar, make this little image so we can make a deal afterwards, and then like you can give up some of your nuclear weapons and stuff. And once again, the Iranians lied to Trump. And I remind you also, they've tried to kill him several occasions. So the Iranian regime once again lied to Trump, and then they've massacred their own people. And I think at that point, Trump just said, okay, enough is enough. And he's hearing all the people are surrounding him, like, you know, give Iran a chance, we don't want war, blah, 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 all the excuses. And I think he's just, you know, fed up and figure out, like, I better finish this regime instead of keep getting ricochets from it. So this is what I think is going on. I think the intention here is to remove this regime. Hopefully, the good, rational people of Iran who want to live a good life will manage to take over the position of power within Iran to install a prospering country that will be an ally of the West. And this is possible. Iran has been an ally of the West, and it can become an ally once again.
By the way, give Iran a chance. Did like a new John Lennon song, like give peace a chance. I mean, yeah, absolutely. When it comes to and specifically when it comes to Jonathan, do you want to jump in?
Well, I mean, just echoing Yar's point. I mean, you think of Japan pre and post World War II. You know, here was a society that had to completely change its philosophy. In fact, had a constitution forced on it by the United States, and the result was almost 100 years of prosperity. You know, I mean, Japan changed, they prospered, their young people grew up, they had businesses, they created huge industries, they thrived. And I don't see why Iran couldn't do the same thing. I mean, as you gentlemen pointed out, I mean, at one point in the 20th century, Iran was friendly to the West. And why couldn't it be the same again? Why couldn't it join the League of Nations, innovate, prosper, become educated, become part of the West? I mean, this is all on the precipice here, and it takes regime change to do it. So my hat's off again to Israeli military, the American military, and the leaders of both countries for facilitating this change.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, when it comes to, for example, the Japan, not just the modernizing, but also the admiration of American culture. I mean, as somebody you know, who consumes some of Japanese media, you have no idea how idolized the American life is, how idolized the American man itself is in Japan, and how even like despised the sort of previous regime is. This is the same thing that can happen in Iran. If there is like a free Iran, nobody will like reminisce like nicely about the Ayatollahs. Nobody will think about, oh, how nice life was, before that. No, it will get completely replaced. I don't know what people, because just remember, the same people who were arguing against strike in Iran or against any action in Iran. I mean, those would be the same people that were arguing like against strikes against Nazi Germany or Imperial Japan. I'm wondering how those people, and it's not there still needs a lot to happen for like a freer Iran to come into power. But even then, I'm wondering what people, yesterday we talked about Cheng Yuger or Dave Smith, how they will like look at themselves in the mirror when there's like a free Iran in the Middle East. And maybe no more Houthis, maybe no more Hezbollah, no more Hamas, right? And it was because
they'll
of
just
Israel.
evade it. They'll
Yeah.
evade it and forget about it. That's what they're gonna do. Just gonna ignore it for the rest of their lives.
Yeah,
Never
yeah. In
happened,
some
like-
way, that's the only way for them to even do so. Because imagine like living with yourself with that, right? Like you were supporting, if not supporting Iran, supporting any action or not supporting any action against Iran. Actually, you were the one like helping the propaganda against Israel, helping the propaganda against the West, and then live with yourself with after that. Like stand up and recognize what you did and say, that was okay. I can come back from that. I can come back from my evil advocacy. That's, yeah, in some ways, evasion is the only way to actually like psychologically get out of that.
I have an
yeah.
update.
Yep.
The Prime Minister of Spain has
Dropping names?
condemned
Oh.
the American-Israeli attack against Iran.
Nice.
Shocker.
Not
Nice.
surprising.
I like that guy's digging his grave even more. Yeah, couldn't happen to a nicer piece of shit. So
But
there's
by the way, what is this? Like EU has put snapback sanctions on Iran just recently. I know like sanctions on actual military operation is different, but like Iran is not our ally. We are not talking about some innocent people that like I don't know, were even Spanish like kidnapped on October 7? I know it was a bunch of different EU nationalities. Weren't like or am I misremembering? Weren't the Spanish been taken by the Houthis? I mean, it's all blending together. But like, it's not like Spain is like on another planet and hasn't experienced Iranian aggression, be it by international shipping or be in some other way. Like, it's ridiculous the amount of pacifism EU nations are trying to claim. Or although I'll just say Spain for now because I don't know about the others. But like you're
Also
living on the
France.
same, you're living on the same planet, like dummy. Like this is Israel like doing you a favor, just like German Chancellor said last year, right? Israel is doing everybody's dirty work because EU nations are too, I mean, cowardly or scared towards their own people to actually do what is necessary to defend them.
just quickly, there is a report in Israel that the reason this was done when it was done in the morning was because basically they were waiting for intelligence on when there's gathering of senior officials, and there were gatherings and there were several at the same time. So yeah, I can't wait to hear the details from those and see, how successful they were, who
Do we have the
exactly.
name?
What?
What's the name
All
of
of the high
operation?
rankings. The name of the operation. I think something with a lion.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
they could have gone for a Purim name. Unfortunately, they didn't. Would have been nice. Also, the president of France, Macron, on the attack against Iran, he says the current escalation is dangerous and it has to be stopped. Once
escalation.
again, just like, what the hell are you talking about? Who is the core essential reason for whatever escalation? It's the Iranian regime, and it's out to be destroyed. Like you cannot, like if you want to de-escalate the situation, destroy the root evil source of this situation, which is the Iranian regime.
Yeah, I think presidential building got de-escalated.
Yeah, so there are reports that like basically it's possible that we got like the most top executive figures in the regime. It is possible.
Yeah, I would like to see confirmation of Khamenei. Again, I don't think he was killed. I would be very surprised if he was chilling in his palace. So, I think somebody would have to go underground and hunt him down or just put some rat poison in there and yeah.
Razi, to your point, I'm reading President Trump's uh uh admonishment of the Iranian people to topple the regime. This is from France 24. It says that President Donald Trump called on the Iranian people to take over your government. He said, we are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. We are going to annihilate their navy. The hour of your freedom is at hand. That doesn't, I take back, I mean, yesterday I said I thought Trump wanted a deal, but this is much different language from the president.
I mean, I was listening to that live and I'm like, so impressed and like I said, waiting for the bad part, and it never came. Yeah, that was
He says, when we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance for generations. And I hope they take it.
yeah. Yeah, if only this was his approach generally, and yeah, he would be the great president that the MAGA movement tell us that he is. But he is doing a great thing here, as I think Bonnie said earlier. Um, he's doing the right thing for the wrong reasons, but we'll take it. Yeah, it's better than doing the wrong thing for the wrong reasons, which is usually policy, especially when it comes to the Middle East. Somebody in the chat repeats what we have said here, mentioned here a couple of times. Although, yeah. So the person says a girls' elementary school in Iran, Hormozgan province, was directly hit by U.S.-Israeli strikes earlier today, killing at least 40 students and injuring 48 others, according to Fars news agency. Yeah, again, like we said, this could be completely made up. It could be completely true. If and if it is, it was because Iran wanted it to happen. So they made sure that faulty intelligence would be given because again, if this
By the way,
actually
that's an
happened,
IRGC news agency, just to
yeah,
let
yeah.
people know.
So I'm saying there's two options. One is it's a lie. One is it's not. Not every single thing they say didn't actually happen. So yeah, if it again, this could be something that Iran really intentionally made sure would happen at the start of the war because they saw how the West, how people in the West react when the West defends itself against people who hide behind their own kids.
Or
So
if they took if they've learned anything from the Palestinians, they put their war room or their ammunitions depot or their bullet making facility underneath that school.
yeah. So first of all, regardless, absolutely expect to see protests in the West in support of the Ayatollah's murderous regime. But expect to see more of that and the media, making a lot of noise if this story is true.
Yeah, and I would just say again, one, if anything unfortunate happens, unfortunately, it's war. You have to fight it as strongly and as soon as possible, and as quickly as possible. And also, if somebody like ever tries to make a claim that what that Israel is not only barbarously like killing Palestinian children, but now Iranian children. One, it's not even to the benefit. I don't think so, really for Israel to kill any civilians. Not unlike in usually conventional war, where you do want to bring down the morality of the people. Because right now, you do want the Iranians to stand up. So if Israel managed to hit some civilian site, or America for the matter, right? It's the joint operation. I think that would be like a big miscalculation on the at least right now on the Western side. I think what you want to do is for people to actually stand up in Iran. So that's why, when it came to targets, it seems to be mainly military sites, precisely for this reason, to allow people to stand up.
Just quick update. There are now Iranian missiles heading toward northern Israel. Might be some alarms at my location soon, but currently I'm okay. Like I don't have to go to shelter, so I can stay in the feed.
Okay, well, if you do have to go to shelter, Michael took his time, but I guess the room was close by. So yeah, yeah, log off and log back on whenever you can. Person in the chat who was saying yesterday and said before, I'm not on either side, says, I honestly don't think anybody in the West supports the Ayatollah. People are kind of sick and tired of uncertainty and war. Well, as I like to point out on these shows, the pro-war side is the side that supports the side that starts wars. If you're pro-Palestinian, you're pro-war. If you're pro-Iran, which yes, people in the West are. You watched the show yesterday. This is very bizarre because you say you're not on either side, but you constantly take one side, including saying that which isn't true in defense of that side. So you don't think anybody in the West supports the Ayatollah? It was less than how long ago was it? 18 hours ago that we were here on the reality show. You were in the chat. You heard Cenk Uygur defend the Iranian regime. You have, I assume, seen the episode we did about a month ago about Anna Kasparian explaining why Iran getting a nuclear bomb is a good thing. So um, many in the West are supporting Iran openly, and many are supporting Iran not openly by just supporting the Palestinians, which is the same cause, or just being supposedly anti-war. Considering this is a war that Iran started 47 years ago. If you are if you are anti-war, then you want Iran removed. You don't support the regime.
Razi, I took the liberty of going over to Cenk's Twitter feed, and he's having I think I could say a Twitter conniption fit. Israel has pushed us into this asinine war.
Wait, Jonathan, read it in full Cenk voice and anger. I mean, otherwise we.
I can't.
I'll be acting it out.
Cenk says that everything that goes wrong is on Israel. America has absolutely no interest in this war. Huh? Is that really true? America has no interest in war against a country that every legislative meeting seems to sign off with death to America?
Well, when has Cenk ever?
Well, exactly. This is his allies.
Yeah, when has he ever supported America in any military action? He always takes this. That's the thing with people like Cenk. They always take the side of the enemy, and they're doing it more openly than ever before. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Yeah, I was saying earlier, on the one hand, we should be on, and we should be on like for as long as we're capable of being on. On the other hand, I really want to go watch Cenk, but I don't want to promote our competitors. I'm sure that's going to be fun. We'll reaction video to Cenk. What happened? Are we still live?
Yes.
We're live.
Okay. I don't know why it's saying preparing live stream, but
It sometimes Zoom kind of switch. It usually means the screen goes black for like half a second on the live stream, but it goes back. Like
All
the
right.
feed stops for a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to Cenk's Twitter again. Damn, that's looking so sad. He must be. By the way, I don't believe him. I don't believe he doesn't care for American lives. And also
Wait,
American lives.
read it, so
Oh.
that we know what you're talking
I
about.
mean, I
And
think.
read it in Cenk voice.
Fuck! The war has started. Israel has pushed us into another asinine war. Everything that goes wrong is on them. America had absolutely no interest in this war. 8 out of 10 Americans are against it. No matter who we vote for, we get Israel and war. This is going to end in disaster, which I think Jonathan mostly said. But just continuing. And our media is paid not to notice and to shut down anyone who does. Like, not to notice that war has started. It's like, we don't have Americans here. For people tuning in on Americans, have you learned from us that the war has started? Is like nobody reporting on this there, or nobody doing like any pieces, nobody even probably arguing against it, covering what Macron said and what the Spanish Prime Minister said. They said they learned their lesson after Iraq and they wouldn't be duped again. What a joke. There was almost no opposition to this war. You wouldn't want to question beloved Israel, cowardly and complicit. There was a lot of opposition when it comes to Iran. Like, we had a deal with Iran. Isn't that like opposition to the war with Iran? Like, this is ridiculous. And then one more thing, I'll read it. Lindsey Graham said, quote, Israel can do it by themselves, end quote, and the United States should have, quote, our fingerprints on this operation, end quote. I don't know why he's putting like quotes like that. Yeah, Lindsey Graham is probably like freaking like enjoying himself at some party at this point. Why does he want our fingerprints on the crime scene? Basically, we want to. Oh, he's like implying crime. Basically, we want to pin this on America. It's so weird that they are saying it out loud. Yeah, people are saying it out loud because this is like an honest understanding, and anybody with like who took foreign policy 101, you don't even have to take class on this. Everybody with any understanding of like they looked at map once or have like little interest in politics understands why Iran had to be taken out. This is not like a complicated complicated, like we need to get the greatest diplomats on to understand what is happening.
First of all, your Cenk at the beginning was really good. I was thinking we need to do a mock trial where you play Cenk, but I don't know what we can put him on trial for. But Starhopper says you have to scream, sweat, and turn purple to do Cenk right. Well, send us super chats. All that budget goes towards purple makeup. Not really, but it does go towards a good cause. Yeah.
I just want to say that there are videos right now. I sent one to Daniel on WhatsApp of people in Iran just cheering, dancing in the street, happy, satisfied. And yes, we are actually, the Western world is actually delivering justice to the people of Iran. The Western world is doing them a great favor, and it's really makes me happy to see.
Well, Susie made a suggestion. I mean, she made another suggestion. Pour a bottle of water over yourself, Daniel, and then you got Cenk, LOL. But earlier she made a suggestion that we show a clip. Daniel, I think you have a clip of the report of casualty numbers so far from Iran. Do you have that video?
I do have it. I just give me like a little
You
bit
will
of
get that. This is the most up-to-date and accurate numbers that we can come by so far. So
I need the permission.
oh yeah, I forgot that I'm technically the producer. Let me just make you host, so none of that.
I'll be back in a moment.
All right, there we go. I found it. So this is directly from Iran.
Tom, I'm currently 10 miles outside of Beaverton, unable to get inside the town proper. We do not have any reports of fatalities yet, but we believe that the death toll may be in the hundreds of millions. Beaverton has only a population of about 8,000, Tom, so this would be quite devastating. Any word on how the survivors in the town are doing, Mitch? We're not sure what exactly is going on inside the town of Beaverton, Tom, but we're reporting that there's looting, raping, and yes, even acts of cannibalism. My God, you've actually seen people looting, raping, and eating each other. No, we haven't actually seen it, Tom. We're just reporting it.
By the way, this is from the fantastic South Park episode 2 days before the day after tomorrow, where they make fun of global warming alarmism. So very, very good. The whole episode is one of their best, but that is just perfect. We've played it. If you watch this channel regularly, you've seen that clip many, many times, because that is how reporting from Gaza has been in the last 2.5 years. And yeah, that's what we're expecting. Certainly, if that school story, turns out to be true in any way, which of course would be horrible. Jonathan. Might not be.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here. Yeah. No, I mean, it is a replay of, Israel is the bad guy. They're targeting civilians, they're targeting schools, they're targeting hospitals, and all of that was proven untrue upon investigation in Gaza. In fact, time after time after time again, we saw that, what looked like a UNRWA school or an UNRWA facility, you open up the secret door and look, there's a whole Hamas bomb building facility there. So, don't. Dr. Brook often talks about the fog of war. I think you have to be very careful about these early headlines about, big bad Israel with all these terrible attacks on civilians. That's never been the case in history, in modern warfare with Israel. And I don't think it'll be the case this time around either.
There's a report that 4 people were killed in Syria from an Iranian missile. There's also a report from Tirat HaKarmel in Israel, that were the one building that we heard so far that was struck. It says that the shrapnel hit on the 20th floor and went down to the 14th. But I'm reading this. Maybe I'll go to Yao or Daniel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, guys? All right. I have a point regarding the school that was hit in Iran. Let's look at 3 entities. We have the Iranian regime. We have the Western leadership, I guess. And we have those humanitarians in the West basically blaming the Western leadership for the casualties. So let's speak on moral responsibility. So basically those leftists, those humanitarians, they say the primary moral responsibility for those deaths is on the Western nations, particularly the United States of America and Israel, since they're attacking Iran. Now, the truth is that primarily this is the moral responsibility of the Iranian regime. They adopted this evil nihilistic ideology of attempting to destroy the West using violence. And this is the result of such ideology, death and destruction. But interestingly, the secondary responsibility for those deaths is not on the leadership of America and Israel, who's currently attacking the regime. The secondary responsibility for those deaths is actually on those leftist humanitarians, because Iran is attacking its own civilians to basically get moral sanction based on the morality of those humanitarians, of those self-sacrificials. The Hamas is killing Palestinians killing Palestinians and Iranian killing Iranians in order to get support from those crazy humanitarians. So those crazy humanitarians are actually giving those evil regime incentive to hurt their own people. So therefore, they carry secondary moral responsibility for those attacks. So they carry more moral responsibility for those deaths than the regimes of the Western world, of Israel and America, yet they blame them to carry primary moral responsibility for those deaths. So it's like a murderess blaming the innocent of a murder he helped to commit, basically.
Daniel.
Yeah, by the way, quickly, I just went to ARCUK because that's where I sometimes get my news, and I don't see anything because I realized, oh yeah, they take Sabbath.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, like when I heard that this is happening, got out of bed, I hoped that maybe Channel 14 will be Israeli Channel 14 will actually be broadcasting because it's it's war, so it supersedes the Sabbath, but apparently it doesn't. I mean, if you turn on Channel 14, it'll show you the alerts, but there's no reporting. I really do not enjoy Israeli news channels, or Israeli news coverage. That's the only news channel, but it's one of the two only. But yeah, I don't enjoy their coverage, particularly in war. It was terrible in the war last June, and I don't recommend it unless you really are on the other side, and then yeah, it might be inspiring.
Funnily enough, the top story is Trump. Iran is not going far enough in nuclear negotiations. An article by Elad Benari, which found appropriate. So maybe somebody did the back end to set it up so the top story at least is somewhat relevant, even if not completely on point anymore.
Currently, there are also missile alerts in Bahrain.
Yeah, and I'm seeing, I think it was in UAE, there was actually one death. So, yeah, I'm generally just when it comes to the response from Iran, I mean, at least to Israel, it seems incredibly weak from my understanding. I don't know, like I've seen some report that there's drones coming, and if that is true, I mean that takes several hours, so we won't know about it, but those will be shut down pretty easily. Like Iran straight up, I think doesn't seem to have any way to respond. I mean, I don't know how the regime can really survive that. And I mean, just straight up like on like the propaganda side, on like the legitimacy of the regime side, you cannot show such weakness and be able to get away with it. At least I don't think so. Like unless somebody gives them like a lifeline, I don't know how they are getting out of it. By the way, just a reminder that foreign minister of Russia said that there will be grave consequences if Iran is attacked. I don't know if we have heard from Kremlin so far, but I'm actually gonna go look into it.
Oh, if he gets the U.S. to finally support Ukraine properly, great.
Oh,
Statement by
Russia urges restraint as U.S. builds up military assets near Iran. This was 8 days ago from Reuters. It's funny.
So Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, issued a statement. It's long. I'm going to read the last two paragraphs. Canada supports the United States acting to
Shit.
prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear
Based.
weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. The Canadian government urges the
Guys, I gotta
protection
go. I
of
have a missile alarm.
Yeah, go.
The Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict. We will take all possible measures to protect our nationals and Canadian diplomatic missions throughout the region. It's the best of the statements, certainly from left-wing leaders. It's interesting.
No,
Canada
not
supports
best. That's a good statement. That's not just best. That's what, like,
Yeah,
I mean, Canada to some extent maybe should be involved as well. But as far to, just willing to let others take it, yeah, we absolutely understand why they're doing it.
Oh, it's good that they support this. It's interesting that his statement says Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran. There are two countries doing this,
Oh, I
and
see.
it's
It's
not
a bit
an
weird.
accident. He
Yeah.
didn't forget. So it's yeah. The best statement by any left-wing leader in the world is a really despicable statement. I think that's really it is he's making a statement about Israel in making that statement the way he's making it. Yeah, absolutely vile human being.
Somebody says, I blame Trump for his incredible aggression. I also blame Trump for his incredible aggression. And even that, why is like an aggression automatically? But like, I've said this. I'm sad that it had to take Trump for something that should have been done by, I mean, Jimmy Carter, right? I mean, something that should have been done by every single president since the Iranian Revolution happened. Like, we shouldn't have had to wait this long for something like actually to happen when it comes to Iran. And I think there was one more comment that I wanted to read out. Bonnie much earlier in the chat said everybody understands why Iran should be taken out except England and Spain and probably France. All of them understand as well. They are just doing like devil's bidding. They are just trying to ignore the situation. Like, we think like Keir Starmer doesn't understand why Iran is like a threat to even Britain itself. Do we think that Macron or even Spanish Prime Minister don't understand why Iran is a threat? Of course they do. Everybody does. I mean, Marcani, right? It kind of shows in his like everybody knows why Iran had to be taken out. This is not like a mystery. Some are just willing to basically not do it for terrible reasons.
Do you want to show some of the videos I sent you? Or maybe all the videos I sent you? So hang on, let me remember what the first one was, because being
have
on
to
no sleep affects the brain function, apparently. Yeah, the first one is a protest by the Druze community in Syria, and I wonder if that's who was targeted. So it could be that they were targeting Syria rather than missing Israel twice and hitting Syria. That kind of makes a bit more sense.
بكسر إدارة السويداء واستمرار الإنذار الطبي وانعدام الرعاية الصحية الأساسية وتهديد حياة المرضى. الخدمات الأساسية توفير التعليم والرعاية الصحية. طيب يا طيب لاحظت أن بعض وسائل الإعلام العالمية من بينها رويترز، واشنطن بوست، هيومن رايتس ووتش تقدم تقارير دقيقة في التفاصيل لكنها تساهم.
Man, I love Arabic or like Jewish people or any foreigners like pronouncing English words. It's always like, no, Washington Post. That's very racist, by the way.
He said Human Rights Watch, not Washington Post.
No, I think
play it again.
I think he also said some newspapers.
Oh, all right. But he definitely said,
what?
He definitely said Human Rights Watch there.
Yeah.
وسائل الإعلام العالمية من بينها رويترز، واشنطن بوست، هيومن رايتس ووتش.
Reuters. I heard that as well.
Okay, next video is from the missile that fell in Syria, or one of the missiles. I don't know if this is the one that killed 4 people. From the video, it could very much be that one. Yeah, look, we're gonna see scenes like that. Unfortunately, we're likely to see scenes like that in Israel as well. I very much hope I'm wrong. Again, there's a lot of sirens in Israel. There are a lot of missiles being shot. There was, as far as we know, one that hit a building so far, and one person was injured, not severely injured. So, I do wonder if the U.S. having this massive force there, I think the U.S. having this massive force there means they can help intercept missiles. Israel may have learned, what's coming and how to deal with it better than it did last time. But again, it could be that Iran is holding off. It's going to be easier at night to get away with things. So, yeah, like I said, tomorrow morning will be much wiser than we are today. But even today, we're seeing some really good stuff, including this next clip that we're gonna see from Tehran.
Yeah, just quickly, I just found the names of the operation by the U.S. Department of War. So Roaring Lion is the code in Israel. In America, it's Operation Shield of Judah and Operation Epic Fury. So I kind of like that.
Nice. To the scum in the West who are against this war, against the US and Israel participating in this war because you think you're defending Iran. No, Iranians, good Iranians want this. They don't want to live in a dictatorship that oppresses them and slaughters them by the tens of thousands when they protest against it. They want to live free. You want them to live in tyranny, and you are out in the streets of Western free cities protesting in favor of tyranny that exists, and you choose not to live in just to support from afar and also try to turn our free Western countries into. So, yeah, anybody in the West who is not on the side of the US and Israel on this is absolute scum.
That's the thing I have to quickly just say that's so ironic about Cenk, because he is the most feverish defendant of the regime. He ain't living in Iran. He's not doing his podcast from Tehran. You know, he's safely in the West with freedom of speech and freedom of property and all types of freedoms that they don't enjoy in Iran. So, yeah, the regime's most ardent defenders, more often than not, don't live under the regime.
Yeah. Yeah, and as we mentioned yesterday, he's not there, but he when he speaks, they pay attention and then they, show it to their own people, as Goldie Gamari pointed out to Cenk to his face in that wonderful panel discussion on Piers Morgan. Yeah, it's surprising, in Iran, Cenk wouldn't actually have to deal with any, panelists who disagree with him. As Daniel pointed out, it also seemed very uncomfortable with women expressing views, certainly ones that he disagrees with, and could not stop interrupting them, sometimes just with a laugh or, a chuckle or something like that, or some facial expression, and other times with shouting and just going full despicable Cenk. We might actually show some of that at some point here. Maybe we'll show the thing at the end, Daniel, because we showed it and we kind of didn't comment on it. And if Eyal joins us again, then we are actually the same exact panel from yesterday, so we can kind of have an additional segment to yesterday's TRS while we await more good news of the downfall of the Iranian regime, which really is happening right now before our eyes. I mean, I can't see them. They're certainly not going to survive this on their own accord. Like, they'll survive this if the U.S. decides to back down. That is the only way this regime survives, and let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and also look at the videos from Iran, right? People are on the streets. Somehow they are not afraid of Israel or America striking them. Somehow, or maybe they don't have bomb shelters to go to, because Iran probably doesn't care about its civilians to actually have some process for bomb shelters. So there's nowhere to go anyway. Or maybe we're going back to the sort of the days of reminds me of like a British saying, or specifically like a British war saying during World War One. It's like don't duck when like somebody's shooting at you. It doesn't really help, and the soldiers don't like it, specifically when it comes to commanders. And maybe it's similar thing happening in Iran, right? Don't go hide into something. It probably won't help, and it doesn't look good. You will feel much better if you just stay outside and look at the regime being taken out in like real life. Because imagine like a gift to like a freedom-seeking Iranian that the West has been giving him, right? Imagine if like I'm trying to even remember like an example of something like this when other nation comes in and liberates a country like on your behalf almost. Uh, I mean, it's hard to find something like as outwardly as this. So yeah, I mean, again, this is great to see, and the fact that yeah, you have already people in the West. I mean, people like Cheng Yu, right, already criticizing for it. Which again, we still have no boots on the ground. I don't think there will be any boots on the ground. I don't think it will be necessarily even popular, and I don't think it would be necessary, and I don't think it would really work. Taking out like trying to occupy Iran would be hard work for I think very little reason, because I think many Iranians are already fed up with the regime and want change. Just simply, IRGC does, and the regime has a lot of sympathizers still, who will hopefully be very scared to actually express their support for the regime. And I think that's why I love to see the people on the streets. The people who are supporting Iranian regime in Iran should be intimidated. They should be scared for their support of the regime.
Somebody in the chat asked, Razi, they said the same about Iraq when Saddam Hussein was in charge. The same with Libya. I don't know what exactly that was in reference to, but the same person later said, remember when Kurds were killed in Iraq by Saddam Hussein? Was the Iraq war worth it? I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I think the response to 9/11 was insufficient, and Iran should have been an earlier target than Iraq. I don't have a problem with removing Saddam Hussein. I have a problem with, nation building, because it's not the job of the victim in a war to build the aggressor's, rebuild the aggressor's country. But yeah, remember, America went to the easiest targets to build a coalition around, which was Afghanistan and then Iraq. And once they successfully removed the Saddam regime, remember the war was won in 20 days. That was the war, the Iraq war. It lasted 20 days. What happened then later, which hasn't worked until today, was the attempt to build the country, and yeah, that was a failure. And of course, the Iranian regime still existing meant that basically, if the U.S. doesn't act against them, they are taking over Iran, which they did. I now see the next comment by this person, and I realize when a troll who's clearly a troll, asks a question that seems semi-reasonable. Remember, they're never reasonable, not semi, not 10%. So yeah. Thanks for a reminder.
Yeah, we have a comment from Emmanuel Macron. The outbreak of war between the I don't know how to do French accent. The United States, Israel, and Iran carries given consequences for international peace and security. I'm just trying to remember Macron's voice because he has like a slight French accent.
Your Cenk is better than your Macron, but
yeah. French accent is so annoying. So he's calling for whatever, UN Security Council. I mean, good luck. America has a permanent seat there. Nothing. I mean, he can call for it. We have another thing from the UN, which you know what? If like UN was like a joke organization, I think I wouldn't make a different statement. So it's pretty good. He says, who's this? Volker Turk, who is the human rights, the UN rights chief. He said, I deplored the military strikes across Iran this morning by Israel and the United States of America and the subsequent retaliatory strikes by Iran, which okay, you know what? If you're gonna be like egalitarian, I love this. I love that he's actually condemning like Iranian responses, because at least we get some consistency. But this is such a funny statement to say. Hey, I I don't like the guy who started this conflict, apparently, because that's what he says, and I don't like the guy who's actually defending himself. That's UN for you. That's actually UN for you. Like, in a sense, I would have more respect if you like supported Iranian retaliatory strikes, because at least, you're behind the victim or whatever. But this is actually funny that he, deplores both of them. And yeah, it's on par with the UN to do something like that. Just quickly, when it comes to Macron calling out, calling for the UN Security Council and all that, again, despicable. Wait, what is this? Wait, I'm just reading more through the article. At this decisive moment, every measure, his tweet, every measure is being taken to ensure the security of our national territory, our citizens, and our interest in the Middle East. Well, it's not, because you're not taking part in this war. France also stands ready to deploy the necessary resources to protect its closest partners should they request it. Who? Lebanon? Who's
Oh.
France is saying it's ready to deploy necessary resources to protect its closest partners should they request it. Like America and Israel?
Maybe. I don't know. I never know what these people mean. I think they do mean America, probably, at least when they make a statement like that. Of course, they are not allies of America the way they are behaving, but they still self-identify as such. By the way, the list of places that are under attack, it looks like pretty much the whole country has to go to shelters. There's reports, and we actually saw a video of the IDF destroying some missile launchers in Iran, and so there's reports of more of that. There are a few people injured, but nothing serious so far in Israel.
By the way, fuck Wikipedia. So I'm on the war page, and when it comes to casualties and losses, of course it already has at least 40 children killed in strike in Mina, and the sources are Middle East Eye and News 18. Like, these are neither of these are like verifiable or like good news sites, and the fact that Wikipedia again takes something like this as a credible thing for, again, something contentious and somebody, and 2 students killed in strike in Tehran, Al Jazeera. Okay, one person in Abu Dhabi is actually from the Guardian, and like, again, these are not good.
Well, Abu Dhabi, that was confirmed by their government.
Yeah, and the Guardian, which again, I'd say Guardian is like I think, responsible reporter of news at the very least.
I would say less irresponsible than some of the sources that these people cite on Wikipedia. But remember, all these people told us on October 17th, 2023, that Israeli Air Force bombed Al Ali Hospital and 500 people were killed, and those bodies were counted in like a minute. And they reported that as news because the Gaza Health Ministry, official sounding body, told them. And they knew very well that it wasn't the case. Nobody actually believed it who reported it, because just in terms of counting the bodies, not leaving aside whether or not Israel bombed, just the number should have stopped them from reporting it. So yeah, I don't trust the Guardian, but I distrust when it comes to fact. Al Jazeera and Middle East Eye more than the Guardian. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mark Wickens, for sharing on Twitter the live stream. And yeah, everybody watching who values our commentary, consider first of all comments in the live chat. I'll say comments generally, but I think with a live stream like this, it'll mostly be in the live chat. I'm not sure if anybody watching this later will make it 4 hours into the stream, but yeah, comments help, and sharing helps. And yeah, we are going to be here as long as we are physically capable. We're gonna maybe we'll do, to the extent that we can, kind of like the Palestine Action rolling hunger strike, where one person eats and the other person strikes. So maybe we'll do that with sleep and live streaming. But yeah, we will try to stay on. Again, today is a major day in history, and if this goes well, it's again it that senator who said this is a Berlin Wall moment is absolutely correct, and and yeah, it's a moment to celebrate. It's a moment to pay attention to everything that's going on and live it and enjoy it, but also not be sleep deprived for too long, because after more than 24 hours awake, sometimes you start talking nonsense. Or maybe it's just me. Jonathan.
Yep, I'm monitoring as you are, and just trying to take it all in. It's historic, definitely historic. And I'm just thinking of, it's very easy for me in America to, opine on war and missiles flying around, and our own colleagues having to run to bomb shelters. So my thoughts truly are with them, with the Israeli people and American servicemen who are participating in this heroic and just action.
Yeah, and Jonathan, as we've mentioned on the show, stay vigilant wherever you are. Iran has sleeper cells. They have, they have sort of a last resort. I don't think it will save the regime, but it can uh, do a lot of damage. I think anybody certainly in a major city in the West should pay close attention to what's going on. Of course, if you are in Israel, that is a completely different story, and you will be, experiencing some very rough days. But those rough days are in some way the last of this, at least for now, existential threat to Israel. Israel still has threats, and it still has enemies, and it has big enemies that haven't fully manifested their enemy status, like Turkey. And it has enemies that it thinks are friends, like Egypt and like Jordan. But um, yeah, the country that is militarily a threat to its existence is Iran, and its removal, the removal of the regime, will make Israel the safest it has been in its history, without a doubt, and will make the Middle East the most peaceful it has been in half a century.
No argument there. I mean, this has the potential to be a complete transformation for the Middle East to something uh, good, something really, really positive. I mean, when you think about, and we've talked about it quite a bit, Israel is uh, is a beacon of modernity in like a whole cesspool of backward tribal theocratic despotism. It is the one shining light of technology, modernity, democracy in the entire Middle East. Iran is a huge country. And, for them to, again, I liken it not unlike Japan after the Second World War or Germany after the Second World War. Huge transformation that could lead to, decades, not just of peace with Israel, but my hope is real prosperity for the Iranian people. I mean, all those kids in body bags were fighting for something. The ones that were the regime shot in in recent weeks, you know, they were fighting for a free Iran, an Iran where you can pursue your dreams and not be persecuted and live as a human being. So this is a tremendous opportunity for Iran, and I'm really pulling for the Iranian people to take back the country, take it from the mullahs, and establish a peaceful society that can thrive and trade and succeed.
Yeah, and yeah, like I said, it's gonna be some rough days, and hopefully after that, the world will be a better place again. Yeah, the biggest beneficiaries, well, I don't know who the biggest beneficiaries are. I guess uh, in the immediate sense, Israel and Iran, the Iranian people. But yeah, oh, okay, there's some okay, Daniel, go ahead, and I will send you. Ooh, I'm gonna send you some videos that you can share.
Um, yeah, I mean, I would just bring in something that we heard from Cheng Yuger yesterday when uh, he's like mocking the idea that this is helping Iranian. You know, how do you help Iranians? Is like start killing them, and it's kind of ridiculous. The idea that I don't know if this is like a leftist idea or like anti-war idea that basically like slavery is preferable to like risking your life to become free. That authoritarianism in Iran is preferable to like trying to change it for the better. It's really despicable and it's really sad or yeah, I think mainly despicable when it comes to yeah, basically the things they support, the idea that Iranians wouldn't want to risk their lives for something better, or for something better for their people or their children or whoever or the people from abroad, right? A lot of Iranians might have family abroad. They might want to go to them, or they might want them to come back. I mean, I think somebody mentioned. Oh, what's his name? The prince, potentially like, oh, Pahlavi, that like maybe going into Iran or something like that. I haven't checked anything from him yet. Um, but I mean, absolutely, we could see something like that. Like if Iran truly frees up, right? If there's gonna be, if the IRGC falls, if the regime falls, we will see some kind of. I mean, I think we will see a lot of Iranians going back. And again, Pahlavi going back doesn't even necessarily mean, Shah is going back. It might mean, getting a new, that being like a representative, maybe him becoming like a simply president, right? Which right now is almost purely a representative role, and would most likely be, or maybe even getting some power, or who knows? Like, I mean, that will be for Iranians to decide. Even when it takes over, like I don't think it will be, every single Iranian will be now this. Everybody's gonna read Mises and everybody's gonna be like a free marketer. I mean, it's probably still gonna be some form of mixed economy, just like you see when regimes oftentimes fall. The old guard will probably try to like modernize in some way or modify itself. But we will have uh, maybe some actual form of democracy, or even, I mean, imagine some form of liberal democracy, some actual representation of the people, some actual economics that don't completely destroyed, are not completely authoritarian, where IRGC is not in control of major parts of the economy. I think we will see something better. I mean, it's too early to say, and we can only hope for the best. And to some extent, that's more towards the people themselves rather than because I think the point of Iran and America is not to establish some great state; it's to eliminate the threat Iran has posed. And as long as that is done, I think it's great. But I think then anybody who's benevolent wants to see something different. I mean, you don't want to see Iranians devolving into some failed state. You want them to see prosper, especially since many of them seem to have better ideas or want something better, like we've seen with the protest recently.
Speaking of seeing something better, let's watch the clips. It was in link form. I couldn't download it, but it's the clips from the IDF bombing some rockets and rocket launchers.
Wait, is it? Wait, oh, wrong one. Just give me a second. There we go. Can you see it now? Telegram?
Yes.
Okay. No. Oh. I guess I don't have Telegram installed, so can I download this? All right, then I cannot play it yet. How could I? 18 seconds video, is media too big? Do I need to download Telegram? All right, I'll download Telegram. Then we'll
All
play
right. In the meantime, do you want to show us the other clip? And this is from Doha.
Yes, but I need. Okay.
Oh my God.
Wait, what was that? Why is it falling like that?
I don't know. Yeah, just because they have the ability to shoot something doesn't mean it's the highest of quality, but yeah, it's it's bad enough. And look, again, the more of these fall in Arab countries, especially Qatar, the better. Good to see bad people fighting bad people. They're not fighting each other, and Qatar may make statements about having the right to defend itself, but they're not going to do anything. So, I mean, maybe they'll do something when the regime is pretty much fallen, and we'll just bomb something to say they were a part of it. But yeah, that's Susie says, looks like a failed Chinese space rocket. Yeah. Well, not even that good, but yeah, it does look like something, somebody tried to fire and fell back on them. Anyway.
I'm still trying to get the Telegram. All right, not getting it yet. So let me also look at the chat. Oh, by the way, I think so with the recent barrage coming from Iran to Israel, it looks like no casualties reported unless something changed. Oh, what a weird thing. Iran threatens our response options are broad. We could track on.
Wait, what was the last thing you read?
This is Iranian official told Al Jazeera, I mean, who else? Our response to the joint aggression of the US and Israel continues, and there is no specific time limit. Our response options are broad and diverse. The war could drag on. Yeah, that's what war is. Weird. Israel dreams will not come true. An attack on our political leaders will not go unanswered, and all political targets are now within framework of our response. Oh, they'll go. I'm wondering what they would say if Bibi was and I mean like people like Cheng Yuger if Bibi was taken out. course, he won't be, but
Oman, the foreign ministry of Oman, one of the mediators in the negotiation, hosted some of I think the first one and maybe others of the meetings, issued a statement saying this attack is a violation of international law, which just again reminds you what international law is. First of all, it isn't, but what it is meant to be, and the purpose it serves is to give dictators the moral high ground over free countries. For Oman, a country that's illegitimate, to say to two countries that are in the official slogan of another country in the form of death to, that they can't attack or they can't strike back against the country that has attacked them repeatedly for 50 years. Again, they're taking the moral and legal high ground, which really should bring into question the supposed legal framework and why anybody in the West treats international law as if it's a thing, and anything other than a thing that is meant to always ensure dictators win wars because there are rules of engagement and they only apply to the good side.
So the video was also posted on X that we wanted to play from Telegram, so I can actually play it from there. I don't read my tabs because we're sharing it. This is from Israeli Air Force. That must stink.
Yeah. These poor guys, all they did was launch some ballistic missiles at civilian
Well, they
populations,
didn't.
and they're just, eliminated like that. Not even
Well, they didn't get
no,
to,
no
unfortunately.
last meal, no last words. Anyway, thank you, Matthew, for this super chat. Matthew says, much respect, great commentary. Thanks. And yeah, we will, again, because of what a big historical moment this hopefully is, we are going to keep it going as long as humanly possible. We're going to try to get more people here so that some of us can go sleep a little bit and then come back. Yeah. I said we're not going to go for 7 hours this time, but I said that a couple of hours ago, and now I'm thinking hopefully we will. And if we don't, if we do go, if we do end the live stream, we will be live a lot in the coming days. I can't at the moment promise you an exact schedule, but it will be, you know, throughout whenever, first of all, whenever there's a need and we're able to, but also ongoing commentary. Look, a lot is happening. So much more. There's so much more packed into the last few hours than there was, the first 24 hours in June. And there was a lot in those first 24 hours in June. But even just the attack, just the U.S. Israeli attack on Iran, and who was attacked is already unprecedented. Not to mention the fact that Iran didn't wait until nighttime to strike back with its ballistic missiles. Last time it did wait. It sent some drones that they knew would cause no harm. This time they're going all out, not just striking at Israel, striking at countries throughout the Middle East, in what is really making this look more and more like the beautiful moment I think it is, where the entire Middle East is going to change forever, and it's going to change for the better.
Yeah, and again, when it comes to Iran striking other nations, like I absolutely, well, I think I understand the reasoning, although I'm not sure. Like, I don't see any Middle Eastern countries really wanting to have any attacks launched from their countries. Like, as much as I don't think anybody in the Middle East really likes Iran or wants it to survive, I think generally when we are talking about Middle Eastern population, it is still anti-Western, it is still anti-American, it is still anti-Israeli, right? Even if it means destroying Israel, they are not as happy to do anything when it comes to together with Israel. So I don't think I don't know what is like the most sort of aligned country in Middle East right now when it comes to actions against Iran. I mean, it would probably be Qatar or Saudi Arabia, as unfortunate as it is. And I don't think either of them would be very keen on to allow aggression towards Iran from their borders. So I'm really surprised by the actions of Iran because I mean, but also it's like nobody will care, right? Like Iran, like Israel attacked Iran, right? And then Iran attacked a bunch of countries, other countries in Middle East, and I don't see anybody really commenting on it. I mean, I see people commenting about retaliatory strikes, but like, if somebody bombs me and I bomb your neighbor, it's like that's not a retaliatory strike. You just decided to bomb your neighbor for no reason.
Daniel, I think the thing you shared in the Zoom chat, our viewers deserve to also see. And Kaitsu says, "Hi Daniel and Razi. Finally, I could attend the live show. Been watching many videos here on your channel. Thanks for watching. Glad you could join us live in what is already the second longest live stream in this channel's history. And whether or not it becomes the longest, we will find out. But yeah, that's a funny tweet. Took me a while to recognize JD Vance, but he actually looks better like this than he does in real life. But his best look is the South Park look, without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, somebody said they can finally watch us. I mean, it's a much different time than we usually do. We
By the
actually
way,
used to.
Jonathan is also here. You just can't see him, but he is here audibly. I'm getting words when I don't sleep.
Yeah, and so again, we did shows at this time for a little bit, which definitely got us a little bit of a new audience. I mean, for the Australians out there, they must be this might be ecstatic that we finally go out at this time again, or anybody in that area. I'm still waiting to see like any response from Kremlin. I don't know. Do we have anything yet?
Well, I haven't seen anything come in, but oh.
Or even China for that matter. Oh, okay. Russia condemns attack. Unprovoked act of aggression. All right, that's a word.
Here's an interesting data point from Polymarket, the prediction market. Khomeini out as supreme leader of Iran by March 31st. So what is that? Oh, month.
Month, yeah.
48% odds.
Okay.
Really? Right now? I mean, that's surprising. Like, I'm now reading a report that they're checking into the possibility that Khamenei is buried under the rubble, which I think is optimistic. But again,
wait, does it resolve if he's dead?
What?
Question for Jonathan. I don't know if he's on the actual website. Oh, I guess I could look it up. Like, does it resolve if he's actually dead, or what is the resolve condition?
Of course.
The bet is simply Khomeini out as supreme leader by the that's the bet. And
but if you like scroll down, it also has like what it actually it has like clarification on what actually it means.
Well, the odds, I'll tell you this, I'll take a look, but the odds for June, by June 30th, are 63%. I would think it would be more.
Could it be the people at Polymarket are asleep and
no, it should it's automatic, yeah. Like it's based on how it sells. So this market will resolve to yes if Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei is removed from power for any length of time between this market's creation and March 31st. Otherwise, this market will resolve as no. Khamenei will be considered to be removed from power if he resigns, is detained, or otherwise loses his position or is prevented from fulfilling his duties as supreme leader of Iran within the market's time frame. So I don't know why didn't I explicitly say he's dead, but yeah, I think this would fulfill if he's dead as well.
Yeah, if Polymarket, was legalized in the UK, or I think it's legal, but it's against their terms of service, that's a good opportunity. If they actually think there's a 52% chance of him still being in power at the end of March, okay, he may not be alive right now. He is, Schrodinger's Ayatollah. Thank you, Ask Yeshka, for the super chat. Ask Yeshka says, thanks for the marathon stream, guys. L'chaim. L'chaim to you as well. Yeah, it is a happy day. We like doing things, in the past 2.5 years, this channel has been depressing. I am very happy with what we've been doing, but it's been depressing because the things that are going on in the world are depressing as hell, and we have been talking about them because it's important to talk about them. Whenever there are these beautiful moments, and we saw it, with those few days at the beginning of Israel's retaliation against Hezbollah in Lebanon. We saw it in June with the previous Iran war. Then we're gonna be here for it, and we are gonna be celebrating the good things that are happening, and celebrating what it means long term. And again, I know it's uncomfortable to even say celebrating when the country that has been under attack for the past 2.5 years and throughout its history and before is in very serious danger right now. I mean, the damage the Iranian regime can do, even if it is days away from its end, is significant. And again, I'll repeat this, I think tomorrow morning, we will be much wiser than we are right now, because we'll see what Iran is able to do at night. The fact that they've done so much during the day, it could also be that they were doing this during the day because they know the rocket launchers are going to be destroyed. They just don't trust themselves to be able to hide. So it could be that as well. It could be that by nighttime, we we see that Iran actually isn't capable of doing anything. Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going through the news. By the way, if somebody wants to take the bet, Ali Khamenei out by the end of today, Eastern Standard Time. So there will be like 16 more hours. It's a 10% chance, so you can 10x your money if you think he might be out. And you can also sell early, to cut your losses. What's this?
Jonathan, I know you don't like doing investment advice, but should we take that bet? I mean, we can't, because in the UK you can't use it, but Polymarket. But yeah.
I mean, I think that's it's 10%. I think like 5% I would take, but 10% seems too much, because like you only have next 16 hours, and I think it has to be no, it can also resign. Like technically, if we find out later that he was already dead, I think that would still resolve positively. Yeah, that would still resolve positively.
I mean,
so.
Don't put your life savings on it, but I don't think it's a bad it's a bad bet. Again, yeah, I would say it may be wishful thinking to think in the first strike that's what happened. WUB says, I don't think they go after the supreme leader specifically. Well, they did. I mean, they bombed his palace, and there was a statement from Israel saying everybody, or from an Israeli source saying, everybody's a target, and this was clearly there weren't the restrictions from the start of the war in June, where Israel targeted a bunch of people but left the top brass alone. Nobody is safe in Iran, in the Iranian regime, and especially the heads of the snake. So yeah, absolutely. From everything we can see so far, they are going after Khamenei, and again, they bombed they bombed the presidential palace, Pezeshkian's palace. They bombed the home of former president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. So yeah, it's serious this time. Again, like listen again, listen to Trump's Trump. I agree, it could be symbolic action, but I don't think it is. And it's sort of why if it's symbolic, why didn't they do it last time? If it's look, listen to Trump's speech. It sounds like this is it. I don't see, you know, somebody from the regime now saying, you know what, let's go back to the table and we'll agree to whatever. I think it's over. I think it's over for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think to some extent, unfortunately, it still is an open question. Mainly, if you go to what we've heard from Trump administration in the last few weeks, I mean, there was like uh, there is a word for it, like befuddled. Is that a word? Of like, why is Iran not making a deal? Like, we have all these weapons like close to them. Why are they not making a deal? So maybe, these strikes are like just in another, just make a deal, and this will all go away. So I hope it's really not.
That
But
that
again,
actually that's my biggest fear, Daniel, that after 12 hours or 24 hours, Witkoff or Trump gets a call that, oh no, we're going to have a deal. We'll give up uranium enrichment, weapons, that will allow the regime to stay. I think that would be the worst of all possible worlds. And it doesn't look like it now, but it still is a possibility knowing Trump.
yeah, absolutely. And again, that's why I wish we had. Well, one, we didn't even have to be in this place at all, but that we had like some rational foreign policy. Because if it comes to like what needs to happen, I mean that's clear. As with any principle, as with any cohesive philosophy, cohesive school of thought, the answer is always obvious, right? You just have to understand why you have to do it and then do it. So if you have proper foreign policy, if you have proper principles built upon protection of individual rights domestically, and then when it comes to foreign, eliminate or threats to your citizens, then it's clear what needs to happen. Iran has to be taken out. That is very clear if you have proper principles. But for people who don't care about principles or think it's just a hogwash, that there is no reason to do it, then it's hard to be confident about it. It's hard to really fully stand behind it. But again, this did happen, which is something I didn't expect. And as Trump himself said, this is a opportunity for the Iranian people that they didn't have probably ever, and who knows when they will have it again. I just hope it's not the same like last year where all hell to Hamas if they do something, and then a week later, wow, did we really mean that?
Somebody in the chat says Iran could close the Straits of Hormuz, so oil prices are going to be unstable. Okay, maybe. I'm not sure even if they can. I don't know
No,
what
they
their
can't. There is a one big ass ship close to that to really allow that to happen. I mean, if they wanted their naval, like their ships to get destroyed, I mean, feel free to do so.
And Trump already promised that their navy is going to be destroyed. That's another thing in that speech by Trump. Talking about that, talking to Iranian soldiers and saying, soldiers, police, whoever it was, and saying, lay down your arms and you will get full amnesty, or if not, you will die. I mean, that's not a statement, when you're just going to take out their missiles and their nuclear weapons program. So
Yeah, and again, when it comes to oil prices, the idea that other Arab states would be just okay with like getting blockaded by Iran for no reason, and they're not gonna be, oh, okay, we'll lose or even temporarily all of our revenue when it comes to either the natural gas or the or oil. We'll just lose it, and that'll be okay. I mean, this is one way of like dragging the other states to, at the very least, be supportive of strikes against Iranian Navy.
A couple of reports. One is that there are more missiles on the way to the north of Israel. So we will report as soon as anything comes out of that. And there's a report in Ynet about Israel preparing for a possibility of some sort of ground invasion.
Wait, who?
Israel is preparing for the possibility of some sort of ground invasion, whether it's from Lebanon or Jordan. Both, I think, are likely. There's also the West Bank, which you don't know what can come out of there. But in Lebanon, in Lebanon and Jordan, there's no IDF. Actually, there is some in Lebanon, but there's no, the IDF isn't present everywhere and able to kind of monitor what's going on. So, and it's a massive border with Jordan. So there's
Wait, did you mean Iran ground operations against Israel?
yeah, Iranian proxy ground operations.
Oh, because you said Israel. Oh, as in getting ready, as in,
Israel's getting ready for a potential invasion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is a good thing because you know, in the past, they were not ready. So good to be ready and learn from lessons of the past.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, shared this picture on WhatsApp where it's like Iran is texting Hezbollah, "Hey, we just got attacked," and it's like, "Damn, that's crazy. Hey, can you help us? Damn, I'm really feeling for you. That sucks, man."
Yeah, whatever's left. By the way, Hezbollah in Iraq did issue a statement earlier on that they're about to attack U.S. bases in Iraq. So, we're
You
as
mean
far as
militias?
what?
Like militias in Iraq?
Yeah, Hezbollah's militias in Iraq. I mean,
Oh, I didn't
Hezbollah's
know.
Iraqi wing. And yeah, there's other militias in Iraq. They're all, Iran or Iranian adjacent. So yeah, let's again, there's real dangers, but the ultimately looks like we're going in a good direction. Jonathan.
I just saw a post article that the Ayatollah Khomeini's compound has been directly targeted and attacked, and some satellite images of complete rubble, which I'm happy to see. And I think previously during the 12-day war, the Khomeini was not targeted, and I'm glad to see that he was. He is the center of this, and I think toppling him could take a lot of the momentum out of the religious fervor that powers the regime at all.
Yeah, and even going back to what WUB said, which they could be targeting the palace as a symbolic action. Even the symbolism of it, the symbolism is we're done with your regime, like it's the end. So, and it's they call him the supreme leader. They actually see him as that. He's the closest thing to God and Muhammad, that can live on earth. So just targeting him in any way or appearing to target him is the kind of thing that should really, set everything on fire. And by the way, I'm almost 100% sure it was Israel who did that because Israel does the dirty work. Is that an Uber you're in, Jonathan? Well, oh well, he's muted. Actually, if you're in an Uber, maybe don't. Yeah, we'll hear from you when you get off the Uber.
I mean, I don't mean to stereotype, but there's a good chance the Uber driver is Iranian, so he might actually be. We might get him on the show. We have so Trump said, Washington Post, he wants freedom for Iranians. Quote, all I want is freedom for the people. I want a safe Iranian nation, and that's what we are going to have. So sort of more, I guess, statements towards that perspective. Also, new ballistic missiles from Iran. Oh, okay, this was 10 minutes ago. And apparently there was also some malfunction in Home Front Command app. So hopefully all Israelis are still safe and are staying in shelters if needed, even if, well, I'm sure they know what to do.
Yeah, I'm also assuming most Israelis, when if they're not running into the shelter, and maybe if they are in the shelter, are watching the news closely. So, and they should. WB says allies didn't target the Japanese emperor in World War II. I know you love the World War II analogy. I especially love it when we can actually point out something that we're doing better now than was done there, because that's not a thing typically.
Yeah, but also emperor in Japan wasn't really the executive control or the government. Doesn't happen fully. As somebody says, allies didn't target Hitler World War II. I'm not even sure if that's necessarily true. I know there were assassination attempts internally on Hitler. I wouldn't say necessarily that if they could have, they wouldn't have taken it out. And even then, once you are, I mean, we are fundamentally talking about different kinds of wars. When it comes to World War II, there was a total war. Even if you took out Hitler, and even here, right? Even if you took out Khomeini, the war will still go on. Somebody will replace him. You want to take them out because they are dictators who you're fighting. I mean, whoever you can take out from the command, even simply disrupting the. I mean, the big thing when it came to Hezbollah, right, taking out the Nasrallah and then a few following chiefs, simply to disrupt the command line, I think is always good. But when it comes to, World War II, a lot of it was simply handled by generals. A lot of autonomy was given to the generals. So even if you took out the government itself, it probably wouldn't necessarily end the war. I mean, it highly depends. I mean, all of this should be like a, here we are here to comment mainly on the moral grounds or of what should happen and should not happen. When it comes to the actual, like morally, Khamenei should be taken out. If there's some strategic reason to like keep him in power, I cannot imagine what, not keeping him in power, but keeping him alive. I cannot imagine what it would be. But yeah, the purpose of like a military is to exercise, is to know is to have the know-how of like how to wage this war the most effectively possible with the proper moral understanding that should hopefully come from outside, or even if the military has it. So the Iranian regime has to be taken out. That's the goal that should be given to the military, and then the military should execute it in the fastest, the best way it can do so.
Yeah, and what WB said, the whole thing was Allies didn't target the Japanese emperor in World War II. Oh no, the second one. Allies didn't target Hitler in World War II, and they wanted Saddam alive, preferably. So the second part of that is definitely not true, because if you remember the start of the war, we were hearing in the build-up, in the run-up to the war, that it's going to start with shock and awe, and some sort of massive bombing campaign, and it didn't. Even though there was some sort of campaign that people thought was a shock and awe, it wasn't shocking and there was no awe. It was, and the reason for that was, and they actually started it, I think, a bit before they wanted to, because they saw an opportunity to take out Saddam. Didn't work out, but that's how they started that. Now, there was something else you mentioned there. Yeah, better to have the emperor on board for ending the war. I completely disagree. I think you need to, if somebody goes to war with you, for no reason, they're just attacking you. You need to completely destroy whatever it was culturally that allowed them to even think that it might be a good idea to do so. So no, I think we need to uh, really, really rain hell down on them. And the people at the very top deserve death more than anybody else. So yeah, hopefully he's targeted and hopefully he's taken out.
Yeah, and again, just a reminder, like, yeah, maybe allies preserved emperor, but again, he wasn't really the executive power. What happened to the prime minister of Japan? He was a war criminal. I don't know if he was actually killed, by the Nuremberg trial, but he was put on war camps. At the very least, he spent the rest of his life in prison. He might have been actually killed. I'll quickly look it up. So when it comes to the actual executive functions of the government, all of them were punished. All the people who actually made the commands, that gave out the orders when it came to the war, were dealt with. But Emperor was unique in that he wasn't really. I mean, I think formally he was the head of state, but he wasn't the head of the actual executive functions of the government. Or even if he nominally was a head, all of it was devolved mainly to the prime minister.
Gentlemen, I have some updated prediction market odds. Now, this is from Kalshi, not Polymarket, so a different platform. But the odds that Khomeini is out as supreme leader before April 1st, so that's a month from now, I'm surprised. 49%, less than 50% chance he's out before April 1st, 60% chance he's out before July 1st, and a 65% chance he's out before September 1st. September's a long way away from here. So I have to say, given what seems to be the size of the attacks, I would think that those odds would be a lot higher. But at this point, only about a 50% chance he's gone within the month.
Polymarket is very keen on insider trading, by the way, so that's what kind of fills me with scaredness. We might be getting more accurate information from Polymarket because, and we've seen that in the past, a lot of people from Trump administration and people close to Trump do bet on Polymarket, which again, we could be seeing technically insider trading.
Look, people, Jonathan Hoenig is, a hedge fund manager, a financial analyst, his entire career for decades on Fox News and Fox Business. So if he's telling you there's an opportunity here, go for it.
Well, I'm certainly
not investment advice and all that.
Certainly not investment advice at all, Razi. Just kind of keeping an eye on some of these tools that we have. My sense is that if something happens to the supreme leader, that is not news that's going to be suppressed, and I would think that you would see those odds skyrocket very quickly. So my read is that at least at this point, Khomeini is most likely unharmed, perhaps moved from the compound at which that was targeted. But at this point, odds are that he's hanging on most likely at least another month.
Well, we should say if Khomeini does get taken out today and we only find it out about it 2 weeks later, that's by the end of today still gets resolved. Basically, if it happened, like the Polymarket doesn't resolve based on when we find out about it, it does resolve once we find out about it, because that's when we can actually resolve it. But it would resolve based on the date it actually happened. So if he manages to die out by today, but we only find out about it 2 days later, it will still resolve as dead by February 28th. Or should, my understanding is.
I just think when it happens, you will see it.
Yep.
You will see the odds react immediately. I don't think that's the type of story that can be suppressed or quieted for too long.
I mean, I think it potentially could be. I mean, we've seen. Who was it? Do we have Was it Mohammed Daif, or am I thinking of somebody else? Who, like, we still don't have confirmation technically that is that.
We do have confirmation of Mohammed Daif, but Mohammed Daif, there's like at least 9, I think, assassination attempts or
Yeah.
something like that. Like an insane number of assassination attempts, including ones where, like right after, they said 99% chance that he's dead, and he, escaped every time. And yes, he is now dead, but it took a while. Yeah, it took a while for that confirmation. Nasrallah also took, not a whole day, but we found out the day after, right? So yeah, couple of our most fun episodes I think ever on this channel were the 2 episodes we did on the day Nasrallah died. One when we first heard about it, and then another later on at the regularly scheduled time. Go scroll back, check those out. September 28th, 29th, 2024. I don't remember. Somewhere at the end of September. Yeah, good stuff. And
Well, I just got if I can find it here, an update from the Jerusalem Post. Khomeini cut off from contact, but expected to release an audio or a comment soon. That's from the Jerusalem Post.
will the comment say we are winning, the Zionists will be hit like never before, this is the downfall of America? Is that going to be kind of can you bet on Polymarket about the content of that statement and whether or not it's actually him alive making that statement or pre-recorded?
You can make your own. You can make your own Polymarket
Oh
bot.
yeah.
Maybe they'll just have an AI Khomeini, and we don't even need the real thing anymore. We could just have a Khomeini avatar to deny the people's basic rights.
What AI do jihadists use?
Probably like Claude. They feel like Claude. That's something they will do.
Yeah, no offense to Claude. Don't
Oh,
sue us. Thanks.
Well, I pretty much picked whatever I don't use, just so
I'll tell
I
you
can
what they
blame it on them.
I'll tell you what they invented, and that's zero, nothing, no medical breakthroughs, no industrial breakthroughs, no technological breakthroughs, at all. It's just war and hatred and mysticism, theologic mysticism.
Actually,
Somebody in
they
the chat
probably
says,
use
"Fuck all
DeepSeek.
Zionist scum." Yeah, keep it coming, trolls. This is one of those days where I just enjoy the influx of troll anger, rage, really sensing that it's the end for you people, and your side. It's beautiful to see. Yeah.
Oh. Ray's in the chat says, how much is Trump involved in the new wave of attacks against Iran? Well, he's the chief. He is involved. There is no way to.
Decider, as George
Yeah,
W. Bush would
yeah,
call
he
himself.
is the. No, that's what we call the little things pickled. That's a. I forgot the comedian name. So he absolutely is. I mean, there's no way you could do so. I mean, people would hang if like Trump didn't have a hand, if he didn't like order the strikes, and if it was just somebody else, like that would be like a insane breach of.
I hope he ordered them, but I also hope that he's leaving the war to the generals, and frankly, not. Brooke for years outlined the just war theory that American and Western troops have been operating under. So my hope is that whoever's actually designing the plans and mapping out the missions and mapping out the airstrikes, I hope, frankly, that's not President Trump, but that's the generals who know how to fight a war and destroy an enemy.
Race says, I've only caught bits of pieces and pieces of what's happening. Well, you can scroll back nearly 5 hours on this stream, or we do repeat updates on a stream like this. But yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff's going on. WB says, I thought you didn't do troll quotes, Razi. I do troll quotes all the time. When they're good, they're funny. What I don't do is name the trolls, because they don't deserve that platform. And the rule is, if I accidentally name a troll, that troll gets banned.
And just to finish racist thing, does any of it violate the constitutions? I'm already seeing people claiming this. Yeah, I've seen
Well, you're
that as
seeing
well.
Michael Leibowitz claim that. You know, it's not people, it's one person. I mean, among objectivists.
Sure, and I think according to I think what is it specifically the name of it? The War Powers Resolution. Trump should notify Congress in 48 hours about the details of what has happened. Which Jesus, I hope he will. And I mean that's an unfortunate part of American foreign policy that has happened in the last 100 years or so. But yeah, the president unfortunately has usurped a lot of power when it comes to this. Again, yeah, absolutely. Like when it comes to war with Iran, I mean, somebody like Jimmy Carter wouldn't even need anything. I think he could respond and then notify Congress about. Well, actually, that would be before. No, no, no. Yeah, that would be after the Resolutions Act. So he would have to like respond to Congress, and I think Trump will. I don't think he has any reason not to. Hopefully, get more authorization from Congress to continue this. Otherwise, he would have to pull off. Like here, I would say, yeah, absolutely, there should be congressional approval, and I think it's a very disappointing part of American politics, the fact that it's happening like that.
Okay, there is an alert now in the center of Israel for missiles and rockets. And there's another report, and this is in Ynet, from an Israeli source saying they are cautiously optimistic that Khamenei was killed.
Where Polymarket?
Oh, yeah, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, Ray says, "Well, I was being polite." Ray, don't be polite. Leibowitz will take it.
Khomeini debt by the end of today jumped to 50%.
See, people, did you put the bet when hedge fund manager and lifelong Fox News and Fox Business financial analyst told you to do so before he took it back because it's investment advice? If you didn't, you just lost probably a few billions of dollars. Congratulations.
It's amazing to see, this is really the first time we've had these tools, these prediction markets, so established and so liquid and popular during such a time. So it is fascinating to watch them move in real time, oftentimes before the news itself. So that's why we're keeping a close eye on them, even in the early few hours of the conflict.
Thank you, Robert Naser, for the super chat. Robert says, "Will Prezi McApprentice do this right? I guess this objectivist is gonna have to learn to have faith. Here's hoping the army mess isn't serving tacos." First of all, it's what 7:55 where you are. I'd say that's I'd say all hours are ungodly hours, but that particularly ungodly. But I'm guessing you woke up recently and haven't heard the statement that Trump made, which is, this is not an endorsement of Trump, but it is an endorsement of that statement. Beautiful, near perfect, near as close to perfect as I've heard. And he's talking about this being the end of the regime. And he's yeah, if like I said, if Trump's approach to this, as presented in that statement, was his approach to everything, he would be as great as the MAGA people tell us. Although I'm not sure if he was like that, they would still tell us that he's great. Okay, now I really want to get that confirmation. It was behind the scenes here messaging Daniel that at some point I'd like to go get 3 hours of sleep and come back, and hopefully we're still on the same stream. But if Khamenei's death is about to be confirmed, maybe I will risk saying even stupider things than I'm currently saying and be even more tired, but really celebrate
Well,
that moment. Yeah.
Razi, could I ask you to quote and read Miss Rand's comments, maybe for some of our audience who aren't necessarily familiar with them, when she was asked on the Phil Donahue show about the situation in the Middle East in the aftermath of the hostage taking and the overthrow, the taking of the embassy. You know, I mean, as I remember, Miss Rand said something to the effect that if we didn't go in guns blazing, like within a day, we were going to be paying for it for decades. And she was absolutely right. We have been paying it for decades. So maybe now this is a little bit of what Miss Rand, in a sense, asked for on the Phil Donahue show 45 years ago.
Yeah. So this is this Phil Donahue? It's OC. I don't know what OC stands for. I probably should, but it's from 1980. The question is, what should be the US policy in the Iranian crisis? How should we get the hostages back? And this is the answer. Never to allow the country to get into that situation. It's certainly the fault of our foreign policy, and at present there is no right course of action. It's too late. If we didn't march with force the first or second day after the hostages were taken, nothing we do after that will be any good, and it will take us years to live it down. That's where she, understated it. Years. Well, she was right. 47 years. I don't know that we've lived it down, but this is already as close as we've come to actually doing what needed to be done in 1979, and if not in 1979, in any time between then and today. And today, it is finally happening.
Yeah, just quickly, because I see people always bring up the concerns about Iraq, Afghanistan, or Libya. By the way, was Libya even fail? What was the goal in Libya? Wasn't it to simply overthrow Gaddafi? Or did we?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Afghanistan and Iraq, the failure again, the failure was in attempts to build, to nation build, and this has been pointed out and on this channel as well that after Pearl Harbor, the U.S. declared war the next day and went to war immediately and ended it with nukes to make Japan surrender. And after 9/11, it took a month for the U.S. to build enough of a coalition of the willing to go after the easiest of all potential targets, the country that was harboring Osama bin Laden, that deserved for the U.S. to go after, but again, wasn't the top, shouldn't have been the top target. And the first thing they dropped on Afghanistan was food and medicine. So the way war is conducted by Western countries changed completely after World War II, from how we won to how we can never win. And part of that was because they, I think, looked at what the Nazis did and completely separated action from the ideology that led to that action, and then how that action was taken and in what context. And so, okay, Nazis bombed London, so somehow, bombing cities is evil, so somehow we're evil for doing the same to Dresden, to Hamburg, to Hiroshima, to Nagasaki, to Berlin, to Tokyo. All that is now considered wrong, and of course, without that, we would not have the West, the Allies, would not have won the war. So the complete 180 that free countries have done when it comes to warfare, that has caused free countries to lose wars to weaker enemies, is I don't think today is the day that we're turning that around, but we certainly are seeing something that I don't know if we've seen at all uh, since World War II.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think more about because I'm looking up again, since people are talking about it, the constitutionality, and again, to some extent, it seems like something that the Supreme Court should take into power. Because I'm thinking of the Power Resolutions Act, and That seems to actually give president a lot of power that he probably shouldn't have according to constitution, which again is for Supreme Court to shut down. I mean, we can talk about the usurping of power by president, but when both Congress and Supreme Court are not restraining that power, again, that doesn't mean like president should do it. But when it comes to Iran, we needed something to happen for so long, and yeah. So yeah, I think it kind of lies there, like something. When it comes to taking out Iranian regime, it had to be taken out, and we'll most likely see Donald Trump talking to Congress in the next 2 days, which
I
he
actually
should
don't
do.
Guys,
think
I'm gonna leave you for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Jonathan?
Sure, Daniel. I'm just going to say, I have often lamented that the U.S. president doesn't go to Congress as is constitutionally prescribed to ask for war powers. I think the last time that happened at all in any way was back in 2002 when Bush asked for Congress for, I forget what it's called, something, a right of military action or something, UMF for military action, not a declaration of war. I mean, that hasn't been accomplished since the Second World War, going back to the 40s. But I think it was something on the order of 24 years ago when President Bush asked Congress for war powers against Iraq. So it's been quite some time. And of course, in this scenario,
I think it was even specifically like a response to 9/11, and I think Congress authorized the president to use force against those responsible, and that decision is still being like, I think Trump used that decision, that delegation, to attack the drug boats in the Caribbean. I think like under the same act. So yeah, I mean it's terrible the amount of power that Congress has sort of conceded to the president, which he shouldn't have. And even the Constitution doesn't even grant the Congress the ability to give that power to president, right?
and the U.S. and Israel's military superiority over Iran is so demonstrable. It's such light years ahead of Iran's capabilities, that my hope, and I said this a little earlier in the stream. It's I'm thinking of everyone in Europe, certainly in Israel, thinking of American servicemen and women and IDF servicemen and women who are in harm's way. They are truly slaying the dragon here. Iran is an outlaw regime. It's a regime that doesn't even respect the rights of its own citizens, let alone other citizens in the world. And we've seen images in recent weeks of hundreds of black body bags just piled up of their own citizens that they shot for doing what? For speaking out, for protesting, for opening their mouths. I mean, that's the kind of regime we're dealing with. And like for Cenk and others to defend that, I mean, like, if that's the hill I mean, it's a bad pun. I don't want to say you want to die on, but if that's the hill you want to go down on, defending the Islamic theocracy in Iran, the one that shouts death to America, death to Israel, is the number one state sponsor of Israel all over the world. If you think those are the good guys, you haven't been paying attention, or it's just that your hatred for the West is so extraordinary that it aligns you with truly evil in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why, earlier I said, I'm wondering how they'll be able, well, they'll have to evade what they did. If there will be a free Iran, if we'll see something better in Iran, those people will have to live with that. Those people will have to live with, I mean, what they've supported, what they allowed to happen. I don't know if we heard from Tucker Carlson yet. Maybe I can quickly look up his X, although he usually doesn't post as much, so he'll probably do a show. But like Tucker Carlson did propaganda for the president of Iran. He did an interview with him. Okay, nothing from Tucker Carlson on his X at least. Yeah, Razi?
What? No, I just opened the camera. I didn't open the microphone. But yeah, I think hopefully we are about to be joined by maybe a person or two. Might be a surprise to some of our. Okay, I don't want to spoil something and then it's not going to happen. But stay tuned. If you're a longtime viewer of this channel, stick around for a little bit if you're about to.
Gonna make a polymarket bet on who will be joining, and then we'll find out by the people betting. We'll find out the reality.
My guess is that your guess is probably right, but don't guess out loud. And okay, yeah, there was.
And
Jonathan?
I was just going to say that there was the question of earlier, will Iran close the Straits of Hormuz?
Yep.
Well, Kalshi is taking bets on that as well. And again, I would think this one would be higher. I mean, maybe this is a function of Iran's weakness, but Kalshi is only giving a 42% chance, less than half, that
I'd say that's high.
yeah, you
Like,
think it's
I
high.
don't see Iran closing it.
Well, what's interesting is the odds have gone down. On the 28th, the odds were 60% chance that Iran would close the Straits of Hormuz.
Was that
Now, after the attack, it's back down to 40.
Yeah, in a sense, I think it would be higher before the war, because then I think it was like we were living in a much different scenario. But yeah, now 40% still seems a lot. Maybe shorting is appropriate here.
WB asks, are we about to see Razi fall asleep on camera? Maybe that's good for ratings, but no.
Was the 2 minutes like a micro sleep you took?
No, it was an attempt to get some people to join us, at least for a little bit, and we'll see. I think it might take a bit longer than I had hoped if it happens. But no, at some point I will ask Daniel to take over completely, and I need some sleep. It's been more than a day. But yeah, it's also I should actually get coffee rather than sleep, because it is one of those days where you don't want to miss anything. And again, like, there's cautious optimism about Khamenei being dead. Yeah, I don't want to wake up and find out that I missed like the first 2 or 3 hours after confirmation of his death. So I will stay as long as I am physically able to do so, and yeah.
The Jerusalem Post is reporting that the preliminary assessment among Israeli officials was that Khomeini was hurt in the strike, but no official confirmation has been received.
Yeah, and look, if he's there and that building fell in, that would hurt. Yeah, undoubtedly.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to sticking out, man, I really wanted to finish Resident Evil, Jesus, but I think it's better to take out this evil resident, so I'm definitely glad to.
Well, an Iranian official told Reuters that Khomeini was not in Tehran at all, that he had been
he actually
to
wasn't even in Iran.
Well, the Iranians say that he was in a secure location, but if you look, Reuters and others are showing satellite imagery from the Khomeini's compound, and it looks like a disaster area. I mean, it looks completely flattened, which I'm happy to see. So there were strikes specifically targeting the IRGC's intelligence headquarters, and of course, the entire airspace is closed in Iran as strikes continue.
And by the way, if Schrodinger's Ayatollah is not actually dead, he is in a tunnel, like the rat that he is, like like his people in Hamas lived after they started the war. So his last days, if they haven't passed, will be unpleasant. So, which is very, very good news. Yeah, some more very, very good news. Okay, Jonathan will be back soon. Great, but we do have somebody else joining us. I believe, I'm not sure if it's for the first time on the channel actually, but Big E. Big E, your thoughts so far, yeah, Daniel, I think, knows who it is, but yeah, Biggie, what are your thoughts?
Potentially a great day if they go all the way.
I mean, isn't it a great day even if they don't go all, I mean, it's gonna be unfortunate, but look, June of last year was great. The fact that Trump then said the time for peace is now, I don't like regime change is messy. That was very unfortunate, but it's better that what was done in June was done than to have nothing done. And I think the same is here. And again, like if you look at the words of Trump in that statement, that's not similar at all to anything I absolutely would not have expected him and that of him. And I said it earlier that when I was listening to it live, I kept waiting for it to go bad because it was good, and it never did. It just kept getting better. He was talking to the Iranian people. He was talking to them about freedom. I mean, he doesn't understand what freedom is, but he certainly at least is able to understand that it means not what they currently have.
Well, I didn't listen because I can't bear listening to that creature, but I know that it does seem like they're taking it much more seriously than ever before.
Did you get a chance to listen to Netanyahu's statement, which was similar to Trump's? Actually, I think Trump's was better, which is weird because Netanyahu, if there's anything he's good at, is speaking, and he spoke fine, but the content of it was inspiring, but not as inspiring, I think, as Trump. And he was also talking to the people of Iran.
I heard Netanyahu's talk on X2 speed, so it doesn't take too much of my time. And I thought it wasn't bad, but as the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. And we'll see if, to your point about how it's good, even if they don't go all the way, I'm not so sure because that does give hopes to the enemies of freedom, of freer countries, that Israel and other free countries don't really go all the way. So it's not a big deal to attack them versus you don't want to piss off these guys because that will be the end for you. They're not playing around. So I wouldn't want to give them more hope by demonstrating that Israel doesn't go all the way.
Yeah. But again, with those statements, I just can't see it stopping. Certainly not now. And they're saying there's like 4 days of bombing planned, which that doesn't guarantee it's going to be completed, but it does sound like a lot more is going to happen. And yeah, to people in the chat asking, it's Big E, not Biggie. Biggie is no longer with us. And somebody says, looking forward to the next Tucker Carlson video. So am I. I mean, I can't wait. I said earlier, last night, I don't know if you got a chance to see this, Big E, but we were doing our episode of the reality show, and the topic was Pierce Morgan's show from a couple days earlier about Iran. And specifically Cenk Uygur going full Cenk and showing who he is and expressing his support for the Iranian regime. Yeah, I really can't wait to watch these people who I struggle to watch normally because it's fun. It's fun seeing them go crazy over another one of their favorite dictators falling.
It is kind of entertaining to read some, let's say, pro-Iranian, pro-Islamist Telegram channel, read their chats, how they're struggling. And it's funny to read them saying things like, oh, the Israelis are masterminds in psychological warfare, like they're saying about Channel 12 in Israel said something, and then they're saying, "Oh, this is psychological warfare by the Israelis," and it's entertaining to read them struggle to find bright spots, like the hope in their current situation. And it's exactly that hope that I wish Israel and the US would crush.
Yeah, by the way, even the trolls in the chat are not as eloquent as usual. They just say, fuck you, Zionist, and stuff like that. Usually they're a bit more wordy.
Powerful stuff.
Yeah. And some more powerful stuff. Reuters is now reporting that Saudi Arabia has confirmed that Iran has struck both Riyadh and the eastern part of the country. Great. In that case, let them fight. Of course, we won't let them fight because America thinks that Saudi Arabia is our ally rather than a sort of Iran light. But okay, one jihadist monster at a time, and
Just quickly, somebody says, would most Americans and Israelis mind if Iran used the same tactics against other leadership? You mean like how Iran tried to assassinate Trump? Like, and I don't even get like what is this kind of rhetoric? Like dictatorships and authoritarian states do that. They are simply not capable of actually finishing it, right? Like, let's take the first sort of missile attack that came from Iran into Israel, right? That could have wiped out a large part of the Israeli population. When Israel was or Netanyahu was okaying the 12-day war, the attack on Iran. The predictions were that a possibility of tens of thousands of Israeli casualties because they knew Iran would fully attack Israel. This is not like Iran is not holding back right now. Iran is simply, or any state for that matter, they are simply not capable of actually fully dealing a major blow into Israel.
And any potential holding back by Iran or its proxies is always either a strategic holding back or a tactical holding back or a fearful holding back. It's never out of respect for the way to conduct war or ethics or morality or anything like that. I doubt someone can find one instance of them being able to damage Israelis without fear of consequences and them not going through with it.
Yeah, and also I wouldn't say like when it comes to Israel or America or any Western or any legitimate country from fighting a war, they should do it as strongly as and as quickly to end the war as possible. And people sometimes bring up, well, what if like the authoritarian states did that? And I don't even know how to grasp that question because those countries are not legitimate from the first point. To me, let's say the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, to me, it doesn't really matter if like Russia commits war crimes or doesn't. The war itself is wrong. There is no legitimate way Iran can fight this war. Like, even if Iran simply targeted military sites, only attacked or only even defended itself or whatever, like Iran defending itself to me is a violation of like ethics. It's an illegitimate state that shouldn't exist. They have no right to defend themselves. There is no right way to fight a war. They simply shouldn't exist. The country has no legitimacy, and it cannot like get some legitimacy by not killing Israeli civilians. There is nothing Iran can do.
Right, and I don't know where I read this point. Maybe it was many years ago reading Netanyahu's book, but it could have been from an objective source, where the argument of, oh, they're only attacking, suppose Hezbollah, for example, the Lebanese Iranian Shiite proxy, was to attack only military targets and claiming that's a legitimate target. No, it's not a legitimate target. Attacking the military of a mostly free country is never a legitimate target, because you're doing that to damage the individual rights of the people of that country. So you even if you just attack the military, it's not legitimate. These are the people who are there to protect the rights of the people, to protect the civilians, and you're doing it so that you can get your filthy hands on these civilians later once they're disarmed. So there is no difference. It's maybe it's not as visually, emotionally troubling as to see civilians hurt, but in essence, in terms of how evil it is, any attack on the military is as outrageous as the attack on civilians.
I should say, Big E's identity, has to be kept a secret for national security reasons. We will have, that's a joke, by the way, don't go after him, but we will have another person joining the panel soon who will not remain anonymous, and who longtime viewers of this channel. All right, enough with the spoilers. What am I doing? Jonathan Honig, thank you for the super chat. Jonathan is super chatting while being on the panel. He is still on the call. I think he, I don't know if he can hear us, but he should also join back soon. Yeah.
I'm here. We're monitoring headlines. We're keeping abreast of events and bringing them to our global audience.
And the champagne is already being cooled in case we get confirmation of the death of Khamenei. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm
That's what I
starting
want for
to
my birthday, which isn't now, but still.
I'm starting to think Iran's foreign minister is a Mossad agent, because these comments that I'm seeing on Ynet are insane. So this is from Iranian foreign minister. We may have lost some commanders, but it's not a big problem. We don't need anyone to defend us. We are capable of doing it ourselves. And just now it released that Ali Khamenei is still alive, to the best of my knowledge. What are these comments?
Ooh, wow, that's different. That there wasn't the qualifier wasn't in there in the previous.
I gotta look at those Kalshi odds again.
Polymarket is at 36% by the end of today.
What was it before? Wasn't it higher?
It was 50. I think at peak it was 60%. It was about 40 minutes ago. I think that's when the first news came out about cautious
So is
optimism.
this just a market correction rather than new information, or is it just a response to?
I mean, general. So the way the things move is people buy shares of either yes or no resolution. So when there is like a cautious optimism, then everybody's buying the yes, right? So you'll get like a huge spike, and then you'll have like slow corrections. So I think we're probably still running on that high a little bit.
Yeah, but when it actually goes down and like his security guard or the guy standing in the hallway, or when it happens, he's gonna the people are gonna be on the phone or on the text, to whatever ability they have to trade, even if it's like their brother's friend. They'll call and say Khomeini's dead, but get in on this. So the prediction markets are pretty accurate in that sense. So we'll be watching them closely.
Yeah, maybe IRGC will start shorting the regime. It'll be the ship's over. We need a.
I'll just say, I mean, to echo a bit of what President Trump said in his statement, it's a risk, but I'd love to see the Iranian people out in the streets, tearing down the posters of Khomeini, tearing down the statues and art of, edifice of him, and demonstrating the freedom that they want. I think, as soon as there's a break from the bombing, I'd love to see that. I think the president's right. This has to come from the people have indicated that they want it. And the more of that we can see, I think the better.
Yeah, he also said that people should stay home for now, and they're not necessarily doing that. I mean, we see people trying to get out of Tehran. We also see people celebrating on the streets in Tehran as well. Yeah, WUB says Khamenei is 86 now. Yeah, so it's time to it's time. Like, you don't want this guy. This guy does not deserve to die of old age. Okay, so let's make sure he doesn't.
Oh, Prime Minister's office released official logo for Operation Lion's Roar. So I'm gonna look that up. By the way, somebody posted. Oh, and where was it? I read a conspiracy theory that Trump video is AI and Trump is actually being held at gunpoint because he wouldn't agree to attacking Iran. I'm wondering what these like conspiracies like. I like that's like just so devoid of reality to like and also who is like holding Trump hostage, like Marco Rubio, or like what is happening? Not to mention this
The
would be
Jews.
like
You don't understand.
oh
These
the
people
Jews,
actually
yeah.
believe that, the trees and the rocks will tell them when the Jew is hiding behind them. That this is like anti-Semitism is not like a slight deviation from rationality. It's full on. Biggie.
Yeah, no, I've been making a lot of money selling like a rock and tree combo to Muslim countries. They buy them just in case they'll speak to them. They're still waiting. But back to your point about their hopes. It's funny to read. Also, I mentioned before, I'm reading some of their channels. They are calling it the Trump Netanyahu Epstein axis. So, I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, these guys really believe these outrageous things. They really take it seriously. They think there's a collaboration between Trump, Netanyahu, and Epstein.
I love it. I love seeing these people implode. Yeah, as mentioned, I can't wait for Young Turks and Candace and whoever to start spewing whatever they're gonna spew. It's just gonna be fun to watch with Cenk. I might watch it on mute, but it's still gonna be fun. Yeah, good news has this other nice side of bad people and how they take it, and yeah, we're gonna enjoy that.
Well,
Jonathan.
and again, I'm so out of my element when it comes to anything military strategy, but from what I've read and understood, it's all about air superiority. And if the US and Israel have been able to neutralize Iran's defenses at this point, then the risk to U.S. and Israeli defense personnel is much less. If they control the air, they really do, in my estimation, control Iran. So that's what makes these first day, half a day so important, to make sure that you do control the skies. That's really where not only the U.S. and Israel shine, but would also keep them from having to commit any ground troops whatsoever.
By the way, I'm not sure if you mentioned it. Yemen's Houthis are promising revenge tonight. Because I just noticed on Wikipedia that Houthis are belligerent in the war, and I haven't seen anything from it. But it looks like, yeah, they're promising some attack.
Yeah, and I guess this is really where America would have to do a lot of the work, because Israel is going to be spread thin. It doesn't have that big an air force, to deal with Iran and the Houthis, both at about 2,000 kilometers away. Uh, and yeah, of all the, as we mentioned earlier, of all the enemies, all the fronts on which Israel has been fighting in the last 2.5 years, the one in which, not much progress has been made is the Houthis, because Israel seemingly didn't even imagine that that's a possible front, and when they found out, it took a while. to get there. Okay, there are more sirens in the center of Israel, or there are about to be more sirens. Iran, there's a report in Iran about the school. They are now saying that the death toll has gone up to 70. I have to say, I would be surprised if this whole school thing is complete fabrication. Biggie.
Either that or they may have taken the opportunity to attack on their own a certain school that was especially anti-regime or something like that. So two birds with one stone as far as they're concerned.
Right. Do you remember how many times the Palestinians shot a rocket at Israel and it ended up landing on their own people, and then they went ahead and blamed Israel for that? I mean, I agree with Biggie. I mean, I would not put it past the Iranian regime to manufacture a so-called false flag to try to sway public opinion. That's right up their alley.
I absolutely wouldn't put it past the regime either, but if I had to guess, and I'm not betting on Polymarket if this is available there, my guess would be that they just fed whoever they fed faulty intelligence to make sure this happens, because they know the reaction in the West is already going to be anti-American and anti-Israel, and that this will just get those people out into the streets and get them louder and get them maybe more active and maybe doing more than just blocking the streets and chanting despicable slogans.
I mean, in recent months, they have shot and they've killed anywhere between 6,000-7,000 on the low end to up to 20 or 30,000 on the high end of people for doing what? For protesting for something that in the modern first world, like Israel, like the UK, like America, is celebrated, is welcome. I mean, any modern country, the freedom of speech is sacrosanct, but, not in Iran. And there's been, as I said, upwards of tens of thousands of deaths just in recent weeks. So if you want to know how well they treat other countries, start with how well the regime treats their own people. And there's your answer.
When air superiority is guaranteed over the skies of Tehran, what would be nice to see is our drones who would be looking for pro-regime demonstrations and bombing them, so that anyone who dares hold the Islamic Republic's flag with pride would get knocked out. Whenever I see these demonstrations, even in Lebanon or one of these places supporting Iran or one of its proxies, I always wish someone in the West would destroy them. Or in Yemen, I think it would serve to implant fear in the supporters of these organizations.
To me, it's shocking that this isn't done, and I know why it's not done, because even though you're not really killing any innocent civilians, the death toll is high, and what people care about is numbers and death tolls. I mean, that flyover over Nasrallah's funeral in a stadium, that's Israel. In Israel, people
Exactly.
are like, oh, so impressive how we're intimidating them. No, just drop a couple bombs. That's
Exactly.
impressive.
By the way, again, somebody says in the chat, Western press is remarkably quiet about the war. And again, I don't even understand what, okay, Guardian, Iran launches retaliatory strikes across the Middle East after the US and Israel attack headline. Fox News, US-Israel launch joint attack. New York Times, Israel and Israel attack. Reuters, US and Israel attack Iran. Financial Times, US and Israel launch massive strikes. MSN Now, US launches major combat. Everybody in the world is talking about this. You'd be hard pressed to find a single media site that isn't reporting on this right now.
For 2.5 years, we've been hearing, why is nobody talking about Gaza, when any time somebody takes a selfie while crying and with rubble behind them, it's headline news everywhere. So yeah, this is but look at all their MO. You know, they're actually like accusing Israel literally of everything the Palestinians do, everything they did on October 7th, everything they do. So yeah, the you know, the anti-Israel side uh, can't advocate for its positions while being fully honest about the facts, because it's going to be a difficult sell. Yeah, one of the trolls says, "Where are the images of Tel Aviv rubble?" Well, your side, unfortunately for you, is you know, about as yeah, as competent as I assume you are, and yeah, there are no images of rubble. Hopefully, hopefully there won't be any because again, like I said, I think the nighttime is when things are likely to get bad, and I hope they don't get too bad, and I hope Israel is prepared.
And Razi, it's only because of Israel's commitment to reason, and what comes from that is superior military technology. I mean, think of I don't even know, thousands of rocket attacks on Israel in the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, if not for the Iron Dome, how many thousands, tens of thousands of Israelis, you know, would have been killed, if not, and not to mention the property damage. So, you know, Israel is able to repel so many of those rocket and missile attacks because of their superior technology, and for that they should be celebrated. They should be applauded. You know, not denigrated as trolls want to do.
Also, let me remind viewers, thank you for those of you commenting, liking, sharing. Please do that as much as you can. Again, we're going to be here as long as some of us are able, enough of us are able to be here to keep the stream going, as long as there's a reason to, and I think there will be a reason to, probably beyond the amount of time we can actually stay on. This is going to be a 24/7 story going forward. So yeah, very, very much appreciate the trolls working overtime to help us with the algorithm. But yeah, everybody else is also welcome to do so.
And just echoing what Daniel said, the New York Post has it now that Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei has presumably survived Operation Epic Fury, according to the country's foreign minister, told NBC News that, quote, "As far as I know, he is still alive." At least 2 Iranian commanders, however, were killed in the attack. Many senior officials, however, have survived. So if you thought this was going to be done in 5 or 6 hours, it's not done yet.
That is the Iranian foreign minister, and that is a watered down statement compared to before. Before they said he survived. Now they're saying, as far as I know. Well, as far as you know, yeah. I mean, remember Nasrallah. We were told that he survived. Every terrorist who dies, like, it takes a while to get confirmation because they don't want to admit that their people are you know, have not been successful. So yeah, I'm you know, if Israel is cautiously optimistic, I'm also going to be cautiously optimistic. Israel has again not done anywhere near as much as I would have liked to see in the past 2.5 years, but has done more than I expected it to do, and has surprised me multiple times positively. So let's hope this is another one of those instances. Let me quickly see just what the situation is in terms of the recent sirens.
I'll just say, you know, if I was an Iranian citizen or an Iraqi citizen, if I lived in the Middle East somewhere not in Israel, all I'd want to do is become part of Israel, either to emigrate to Israel or to have Israel take over my whole, you know, effing country. I mean, you know, Israelis are wealthy, they're successful, they're prosperous, and it's not because the water is so different in Tel Aviv than it is in the rest of the Middle East. It's, Miss Rand always talked about its ideas that move the world, and Israel, by and large, not complete, but by and large, has the right ideas, a commitment to life, to reason, to reality, to production, to technology, to human advancement. And that's why the per capita GDP in Israel is as high as it is. It's why Israel is a top 10 economy in the world, even given its tiny size. It's because of its ideas. So this could be a great wake-up call for the Middle East writ large. Change your life, change your ideas, and watch the world get a hell of a lot better.
A lot of people are talking about the rise of the Sunni axis, especially as the Shiite axis gets weaker, saying now we'll have a new enemy, which to some extent is true, but that should not take away in any sense the importance of annihilating and getting rid of the Islamic Republic of Iran, because even if it's now going to be a Sunni axis from Turkey, who's for some weird reason part of NATO, and Qatar, and some of these entities, it's good that they have in the back of their mind the memory of what happens to those who mess with Israel. So it's good that the Islamic regime suffers as much as possible as a deterrence also to the next axis that is likely to rise because of the dominant philosophy in the region. What do you guys think? Have any thoughts about the Sunni axis and their threat?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't call it a new enemy. I mean, they're already an enemy. And, in a sense, that's it's the part that's more difficult to fight because it's more, they tend to be more friendly to the West on paper, and which makes it difficult for Israel to do anything against them.
Yeah.
So I agree that the thing is also in terms of like military capabilities and complete fanaticism and complete focus on Israel, I do think Iran is unique. I don't see that happening. I see other threats to Israel, obviously Qatar, Turkey, Egypt. I don't see any of them going as all in, like it's in the literally slogan of the regime. So I see it as an ongoing threat, but I think in terms of I said this earlier on the show, Israel is going to be the safest it has ever been in its history if this regime change happens.
Yeah, and they used to call it a peace dividend. I think to your point, Mr. E, Big E, that if Iran is truly decimated, if the regime is truly toppled, that is a clear indicator to China or North Korea, any Tin Pot dictatorship around the world, that if you mess with the West, if you mess with free countries, you truly feel the wrath. And you don't want that. So I mean, the only thing that can get people to change their ideas is to see the result of the consequences of those actions. So if a true decapitation of the Ayatollah's regime could, my hope, pay a peace dividend that could last just as long as the war that Miss Rand prophesied 45 years ago.
Yeah, agreed. And how can they fight Israel? So, or the West? The way the Shiites did it was with proxies. It seems like to some extent the more Sunni axis is doing it by somehow infiltrating the West. So they're taking the long way, whereas Shiites Iran supported the Hamas and the Syrian regime, the previous Syrian regime, the Alawite one, and and Hezbollah. The Sunnis, I mean, I don't know what proxies they'll get. They can still support Hamas financially, which Hamas is also Sunni. But it looks like Qatar in and of itself is not a military threat. And it's not likely that Turkey will initiate war with Israel. It may serve as a deterrence, but it's not likely that they will initiate an all-out war against Israel. So I think a lot of the risks coming from these countries are really in the way that they've infiltrated the West and poisoning public opinion against Israel, which of course, much of the West is ripe for poisoning.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that?
Before we get to that, just a couple of updates. So there is a report that a missile hit a building in the Bnei Brak area, which is very central. Reportedly, 9 people were injured. And there was also a report about a flight. We know that, flights were basically told to turn around or, make emergency landings. And one such flight is the Fly Dubai flight from Tel Aviv to Dubai that landed an emergency landing in Riyadh. So that's not good news. I don't imagine Saudi Arabia harming them in any way. But I also would not want to find myself in the terminal of Riyadh International Airport under any circumstances, even if I get lounge access to the King whoever lounge. No, thank you. Doesn't sound like a pleasant experience. On the other hand, I would also never go to Dubai. So people maybe think about whether or not a country that Israel happens to have a peace deal with is actually a friend or a country you want to go to, even if they have nice skyscrapers and nice beaches. There's a report of another missile hitting in Rosh Ha'ain in Israel, and that several people were injured. So we're gonna report on that as it comes in. Guys, I still want to hopefully be here when our next guest joins, but I also urgently need another coffee because it has been 30 hours or so that I've been awake, and we're nearly 6 hours live. So I will rejoin you in, let's say, 4 to 5 minutes.
All right, just to bring up, it looks like Ukraine is behind Israel and US as well. I'm reading this. Well, this is from a few hours ago. Ukrainian Foreign Ministry supports the US-led strikes against Iran. The regime in Tehran had every opportunity to prevent a violent scenario. Yeah, it's definitely great to see Israel and Ukraine on the same side. Again, separately, I had a report from Keir Starmer's speech. He had a televised speech where he said that the British planes are in the sky today to defend allies in the region. And he is still doing his speech. He also said Iran can end this now. Iran should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons program, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people. This is a route back to negotiating table. So not the people still want to bring it back to negotiations where, well, I don't think they are even possible at this point. And they would absolutely be a step back. I also have a comment from Jimmy Bowen that I want to read, but do you guys have any comments on Ukraine or Keir Starmer? Jonathan?
Only on the disvalue of negotiations. And, it's a quote from Miss Rand that I've been reading on the channel a lot and thinking a lot about lately. And, it's something to the effect that, in any compromise between good and evil, it's only evil that wins. And Iran has been playing this negotiations deal, for decades with president after president. And that it always just benefits evil. So Ms. Rand said it best, and I think you've seen that reality play out. The more we've compromised, whether it be North Korea or Iran, the stronger that the evil has become. And in fact, evil is impotent without the value and without the power that the good gives it. And I'm happy to see today at least a beginning of a move in the opposite direction.
Absolutely. So I have a comment from Jimmy Bowen of people that I found very interesting. I'm just trying to find let me just read it from here. Jeremy Bowen is I think for BBC he's the international expert. But yeah, so this is what he said. The decision by the United States and Israel to plunge into a new war with Iran creates a highly dangerous moment with unpredictable consequences. Israel used the word preemptive to justify its attack. The evidence is that this is not a response to an imminent threat, which the word preemption implies. Instead, it is a war of choice. Israel and the US have calculated that the Islamic regime in Iran is vulnerable, dealing with a severe economic crisis, the fallout from brutal crackdown on protesters at the start of the year, and with defenses still badly damaged by last summer's war. Their conclusion seems to have been that this was an opportunity that should not be squandered. It is another blow to the tottering system of international law. In their statements, both President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Iran was a danger to their countries. Trump said it was global danger. The Islamic regime is certainly their bitter enemy, but it is hard to see how the legal justification of self-defense applies given the huge disparity of power between the US and Israel on one side and Iran on the other. And this is, I'm sorry, but this is an insane statement from any foreign policy analyst. This, I mean, just this ending line. Hard to see how legal justification of self-defense applies given the huge disparity of power between the US and Israel on one side and Iran on other. As if because Iran is weak, somehow it cannot be aggressive. Somehow it cannot be a threat. So remember, guys, if you ever see, I guess a 14-year-old girl running against you with a knife, you cannot do anything about it because there's a huge disparity of power. I mean, this is an insane statement. Biggie, did you want to jump in?
It's somewhat ridiculous that someone is analyzing the legitimacy of defending oneself based on how potentially more damage you can bestow on the other side. So also it's not thoughtful, because the type of damage that Iran is doing is not measured by how many airplanes they have, how many jets they have, how good their tanks are. It's through the proxy war, it's through the terror, it's through trying to terrify their enemies into submission. It's a different kind of war, and it's one that you have to eliminate, even if you have much more military power. So it's just not a thoughtful argument. It's very, very shallow look at the two sides and what kind of damage they can inflict on each other.
So I have some stuff to say about Jeremy Bowen, but before that, one of the casualties of this war so far is my sleep, and therefore also by extension some of the stuff I have to do here, including missing a super chat. Thank you very much, Christian, for the super chat. Christian says, great to see that finally the end of the regime will be delivered. Javid Shah, Razi, you need sleep at some point, like me as well. At some point. But if I get a great, I can fall asleep right now if I had a bed, probably even without a bed. But I would be really disappointed, even if I had the greatest sleep of my life, to miss some of what might come out in the coming hours. So I will brave it. I will finish the coffee in the machine here in the office, and there's a couple of cafes downstairs afterwards whose coffee.
Guys, let's raise some super chats for buying Razi a bed.
I do have a bed, just not in the office, but all super chats are welcome. Nonetheless, also it's February 28th, so any super chats that come in today, we will get next month, which will be very helpful. And any super chats that come in tomorrow, we will get like 2 months from now. So, but yeah, Jeremy Bowen. So Daniel, you said he's the BBC international expert. It's worse than that. He is the head of the BBC international desk. So when you watch BBC News and they're talking about international stuff, Jeremy Bowen is the one who decides how it's going to be reported. And he has already told us how it's going to be reported because he said he's made statements like, in the context of Israel and the Palestinians, sometimes the truth is on one side. And of course, he meant the Palestinian side. And he also said about reporting Hamas death toll numbers. These are the only numbers we have. What do you expect us to do? Not report numbers at all? To which every single rational human being on the planet, just reading that, responds by shouting, yes, of course. If you do not have the facts, you do not repeat whatever terrorists are telling you. You say, we don't have the facts. We don't know. It's a fucking war zone. So it's difficult to count bodies. And you do not believe the people who started this war wearing GoPro cameras, slaughtering, raping, burning alive, committing the worst imaginable atrocities. And now they're Jeremy Bowen's source for the news that you see on the BBC. And then you hear stories like, the BBC showed a documentary about the suffering of children in Gaza, and it turns out that the people behind it are actually Hamas, and the BBC has to pull it. So yeah, I'm tired, so I'm also gonna be a bit sweary, but fuck the BBC. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Any counter argument?
Report from Reuters. In central London, crowds and cycle motorcades gathered in celebration at the embassy of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the early afternoon, revving engines and chants of "Long live Iran, long live Israel" were beloved out by buoyant Iranians carrying images of Reza Pahlavi, the former crown prince's cousin. David Pahlavi just turned up, much to the excitement of the crowd. It appears to be mainly a Pahlavi supporting crowd here. Some drank homemade ARCUK, an Iranian moonshine distilled from black or white grapes from Shiraz. So that's great to see. So if anybody is in London and is free, there's a party going on.
Well, there's a party going on here, so I would, but I'm enjoying this. Thank you, Tintin Hickey, for another super chat. Yeah, the Australian super chats are coming in today because we are streaming from early in the morning, which is still not the middle of the night in Australia, although now it is kind of the middle of the night, but still worth staying up for. Wherever you are in the world, you will be tired today and tomorrow, but decades from now you will remember this day and what you were doing, and paying attention to things as they come in. Yeah, by the way, I don't know if you guys enjoy this as well, but and the more I follow politics, the less I'm able to enjoy it. But when there's election night, especially the way it is in the UK, you have 635 constituencies coming in one by one. I like that. I enjoy that kind of night. Again, when it's so bad that there's nobody you can actually root for, it makes it more difficult. But there's still there's that interesting kind of aspect to it. And here, yeah, the news that comes in, some of it is bad, but most of it is good. and it is fun to observe as well. So
Okay. New comment from the Mossad Iranian foreign minister. He says, "We may have lost one or two commanders, and still, as far as he's aware, Ali Khamenei is alive."
again, like he said the same thing again, or
Uh,
is it just that's the latest?
in the report, it says he also says is alive as far as he's aware, but that might be just them repeating it. I don't know if it's a new.
Well, at the start of this stream, I did ask to have like an Iranian comical Ali, and I guess maybe the foreign minister is volunteering.
Also, he says there are no communications right now with the US. If the Americans want to talk to us, they know they can contact me. You're not that guy, bro. You're not that guy. Like,
yeah, I'm sure the US would love to now, beg Iran for a ceasefire. Anyway.
I'm reading that Reuters is reporting that there's going to be a speech by Khamenei, and then I read a comment. Apparently, Israel is saying if there will be a speech, it's one that has been pre-recorded.
Yeah, and that is likely. Even if he's still alive, it's likely because you don't get great signal 2 miles underground. Davy Boy asks, "Is Tehran proclaiming a total victory for the Mullah regime?" How did you know? It's completely unexpected of these people to tell us. Yeah, again, Comical Ali was claiming victory while while the American troops were marching into Baghdad. So I love it. One of the trolls goes, "Is Bibi still alive?" Unfortunately for you, yes, it is your side that is losing people left, right, and center while pretending to be winning the war.
Razi, I'll mention just quickly that for all the Israel haters out there, the Jenks and those like him, who are so quick to put down Israel, what they don't see is how the wealth and the innovation created in Israel betters their lives. I mean, going back to the USB drive and so many other types of technology, mapping technology, heart valve technology, benefits people's lives all over the world. And, the Israeli stock market over the last year is up over 50% in just the last 1 year. And, that's a direct reflection, I think, on they used to call the startup nation, Israel, as being the nation where all the innovative startups were coming from. And I believe that still very much is the case. This is the one island of reason and freedom and democracy in the entire Middle East, and they're rich, and that's why they are. So glad to see that they're thriving and technology is thriving there, and those technologies are bettering everyone's life as we know it.
Yeah, but remember, the people who hate the Jews tend to hate everything good. It's not as like, again, they're not rational in every other aspect and just hate the Jews. So yeah, I don't think the argument, look, you're using an iPhone and a bunch of stuff in it is really is any more it's going to sway them any more than it would sway an environmentalist to say, look, your whole life is a lie. Maybe it's your ideology that's wrong. Uh, these are bad people that tend to go into such movements and support the worst ideologies there are. Speaking of the worst humans in the world, the UN Security Council will convene at, that is 11 Israel time, so 9 UK time, and 4 in New York if anybody wants to go and protest.
By the way, a quote from I think this is a Iranian military general. Says Trump should know that today we fired the old stockpile missiles. Soon we will unveil weapons you have never seen before. So it's interesting to see that Iranian war strategy is how I cook my eggs. The old ones first, apparently. Like, what is this? Why would you start with that? Like, oh, we just have these, like, we haven't used that, so let's drop them first. Well, maybe we get wiped out in the meantime, but Let's make sure we don't start too
I
strong.
mean, they're probably thinking Trump will hear this and say, okay, let's go back
Oh.
to the negotiating table, and I'll kind of be okay if you have a few nukes because I don't want those missiles that are new and you're talking about. But yeah, I mean, look, presumably China did send them quite a few missiles between June and February. And again, like to the extent that this is going to be difficult, it'll be in part very much so because we let them off the hook in June. So hopefully that's going to be a lesson here. Like if you actually think that an enemy is you need to go to war with them, win. Don't stop like when you're almost winning and then beg them to come back to the negotiating table. Thank you, Christian, for the super chat. Christian says, you must invite Michael to discuss the constitutionality of all this. Many people debate him already. I will leave it to the other people. No thanks. I think Michael's views on foreign policy, specifically Israel, are shocking. I can't tell the difference between him and a libertarian on this. Yeah, I'm very happy that he's going to be speaking at the Irreplaceable Spark about his amazing story. But hopefully he will not give a lecture there, last minute change of the lecture and talk about foreign policy because holy shit. Yeah. Oh, and Bonnie says, wow, Jonathan already has an article about today's news on Substack. That's amazing. Jonathan was on this stream earlier today, and he is already, yeah, Jonathan is super impressive, and I will read it later, but we can post the link to his blog here. I gotta love, my favorite news source after actual news sources is the trolls in the chat. Americans' aircraft got hit by ballistic missile.
That's it?
Source? Yeah, no, that's not it. I mean, this troll has been posting that they've been with us for, we've been here for 6 hours, and this troll has been here for 6 hours.
How many hours?
6. Daniel, enough with the memes. This is a serious day. It's not a day for memes. Wait, oh, did I say Michael Kaufman? No, I meant Michael Leibowitz, yeah.
Somebody said, I read 90% of missiles are stopped by the Iron Dome, but Iran has 3 to 5K. If they actually send 1,100 hit, it's gonna hurt. I don't think it is it 90%. That seems low from what I've seen. Maybe when it's like in a barrage, but even then we have the Royal Air Force is in the skies in Middle East, and every single country, or virtually almost every single country in the Middle East is going to strike down some of the missiles if they fly through their area, including I think even Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan are all gonna shoot them down. I mean, we already had one of these barrages, right? Not to mention, Israel is in complete control over the sky in Iran, meaning they can shut down the missiles before they are even shot, as we've seen with some of the clips already. So, attack might come, but I think Israel is ready to deal with it, and yeah, eventually. I mean, how many missiles does Iran really have? So far, the responses were pretty weak when it comes to either the drone attacks or missiles. We might have few injuries, but no deaths so far, thankfully.
All right, couple of updates. first of all, this is the latest update, and there was a previous one that I'm not sure I read, but that there's now a drone that has entered in the Dead Sea area. There were drones before. They said the IDF is shooting down drones. There's a report of loud explosions in Dubai, and there's another report that from some this is in Ynet, some anonymous source in is it the White House told Reuters that what Trump was when Trump was briefed, he was told it would be high risk, high reward. Thanks. That's high value advice.
I'm also seeing in Persian message, IDF says it is at war with the regime, not with Iranian people. Quote, the Islamic Republic dragged the region into this campaign, but this is not our war with Iranian people. The regime is responsible for squandering the people's resources on terror organizations, missiles, and murderous nuclear program against Israel and the region. That's Lieutenant Colonel Kamal Benhassi.
Okay, well, you're reading the news. I'm gonna read the troll news. Iranian oceanic, hypersonic, and ballistic missile are raining in northern Israel. Iran target 8 country where America base were. Why can you never write like an actual sentence like in the English language? And this is all trolls. You're not all non-English speakers. You just
Anyway. UN Security Council has been called. It will be convened at 9 p.m. UK time. That's 10 p.m. Central European, 4 p.m. Eastern time, 3 p.m. Pacific. How much is it Iranian? It's like midnight.
Is it 2 hours? No, what's the time right now in Tehran? Let's see.
Iran is only 2 hours ahead of UK.
No, I think it's 2 hours ahead of Israel.
Oh,
no,
okay.
It's 3 hours ahead of the UK. So it is 1 hour. Yeah, you were right.
Oh, that would be midnight.
You support a war against Iran? You don't even know what time zone they're in?
I don't even know how many people there are.
This is my my Tucker. Yeah, I left the cackle out, but yeah, thanks for adding it.
Sorry, although no idea what will be decided on at the UN Security Council. If it is any stop, America would have to agree. I don't think America has any desire to stop it. And even whatever comes out of the UN Security Council is pointless anyway, even if it included some sanctions when it comes to Iran. We've already seen it again and again that nothing that is really pushed through ever actually shuts down dictatorships, be it Lebanon or be it Hezbollah in Lebanon, be it Hamas or be it right now Iran. So
WB says shaming trolls over bad English is troll phobic. Guilty as charged. Actually, maybe I shouldn't say guilty as charged. I don't know if troll phobia is a crime under Keir Starmer's new legislation. So no, I'm not troll phobic. All trolls are created equal. But yeah, the content they provide gives us some entertainment and again helps us with the algorithm and makes sure more people get this content rather than Cenk Uyghur's angry sweaty face when his favorite regime in the world is collapsing.
Well, but just quickly on the Iran target 8 country where America base were again, it's why are you even like I don't understand why are people like trying to justify Iranian actions through like, oh, it was only military side or something. Like you don't care. Like Israel only attacked Hezbollah, that's Iranian proxy, Houthis are Iranian proxy, Hamas, that is Iranian proxy. Does it justify its actions? Well, those people, of course, don't believe, because it's a Zionist entity that doesn't have a right to exist, and never did. So I like it's the people who are trying to justify, like, just say you like Islamist Iran and you want all Jews to die. At least be like open about what you want. You don't have to go through. Life is much easier once you are honest with yourself and what you actually believe and what you want out of life. You don't have to lie to yourself. Like, I'm not gonna be standing here and it's like even with the supposed attack on the Iranian school girl, the school for girls, or whatever. Like, if it happens to be true, that's an unfortunate reality of the war. I'm not gonna be here like condemning Israel now. Like, apologize. Israel was forced into having to defend itself, into having a war with Iran, and it should do whatever is necessary to end it. Unless this decision to do so came from like some mismanagement, then we can talk about that, and if there's somebody in the Israeli chain of command that should pay for it. But as far as I'm not going to criticize like Israel for its actions. Like, nobody on Israeli side, nobody in the IDF chose to have to go into a war. It was chosen by Iran, and Israel is the one choosing to end it.
Race asks, could it be argued that the congressional war approval was meant to restrain the ability to empire build and initiate force against free nations, rather than protect dictatorships hostile to America? I mean, I, I, I would think not, but you know what? I'm going to leave that stuff to, hopefully James Valiant will also join us at some point.
I mean, here I would say I don't think it matters. Constitution is clear about it. The war declaration is given to Congress. I don't think the reason. I mean, the reason would matter if it was like unambiguous, but I think this is very clear. Again, I think War Powers Act, I think should most likely be considered unconstitutional, especially in the way it has been used. So again, I think it's unfortunate. I think, yeah, this once the war is finished, we can impeach Trump for this. But again, even when it comes to impeachment, right? Like, Congress or Supreme Court or anybody hasn't held to scrutiny either this legislation or the way the war has been waged by America pretty much since World War II. So like, I would be for rolling back, but who is going to roll back this? Like, nobody, and I mean nobody by elected representatives is like doing anything. So like, in some ways, I don't know where to go from this. Like, what do you do when everybody is like willing to go against the Constitution, right? It's like, yeah, it should go back, but that means somebody needs to actually do it.
All right, I see. We called it, but even the trolls are already, at full speed. And yes, you are a troll. You may not, talk like the others. You may say you're not on either side. There is no such thing. But anyway, this person is saying, Daniel, what are you talking about? Are you trying to make the schoolgirl attack sound like self-defense? So
Yeah.
here it is. What schoolgirl attack? This is not a thing that actually ever happens, that the US or Israel ever do. This is just not a thing. It only exists in the imagination of anti-Semites who want to tell us and tell themselves how evil Jews are. If Israel or the US bombed a school and killed 70 girls there, it was because Iran intentionally fed them information so that useful idiots like you then go on and do their propaganda in the West, because they know that their best weapon, and their only way to bring down the downfall of the West, unlike Israel, which if they had a nuclear weapon, they could probably take care of. Their way to take down the West is from within, and it's from within by using people like you. So what you're doing right now is propaganda for a regime that, by the way, you care about those girls. You don't seem to care about the tens of thousands of people that this regime you're shilling for has slaughtered in the last 2 months. And of course, the many, many people that have died in wars and different types of military action around the world, terrorism that has been done by this regime. Really, truly disgusting. And every time you say, I'm not on either side, and then you bring up the worst type of propaganda, you are telling us who you are. And there's, it's, I don't understand why some of these people insist on not taking, pretending they're not taking a side. You sound like Piers Morgan, who's condemned Israel basically for everything, from October 9th or 10th, 2023, and pretends to not be on either side and also condemn Hamas.
Yeah, and I would say again, just generally, I mean, even if this did happen, like Israel should do whatever is necessary to end this war as soon as possible, even if it includes doing something to civilians or doing something to civilian infrastructure. I mean, Israel should and America maybe should attack the oil sites. That could be considered civilian infrastructure, or the roads to the oil sites, or the ports or airports. Whatever is needed to end it as soon as possible. I'm not going to go like now like apologize for like how Israel is waging this war, as long as the goal is actually to end it as soon as possible. Oh, and also somebody saying, why is Israel not showing their damage? Nothing is coming out of Israel. There is free press in Israel. I don't know. Like I know probably more than 5 people in Tel Aviv that I could like message, hey, snap a picture and send me like your neighborhood. Like you can go and ask people in Israel to send you a picture. Like nobody's gonna stop you.
Yeah, and by the way, it is a good idea for people in Israel not to share things that will show where the location of missiles are dropping. So yeah, I understand. Somebody says everything is censored. Yeah, supporters of Iran are talking about censorship and saying it's a bad thing that Israel does, which is why we support Iran, a place where again the censorship was not don't tweet this or don't post that. It was slaughtering tens of thousands, slaughtering more people in 2 days in Iran than were killed in the war that the Palestinians started that were killed in Gaza in the war the Palestinians started in 2.5 years. So yeah, who you are is clear, and the real victim of that is you, because you actually have to live with yourself 24/7.
This is from IDF spokesperson. Air Force has begun a sortie and is currently attacking missile launchers in Iran. So exactly what I said would most likely happen.
There was also a report that Trump and Netanyahu have spoken on the phone.
Yeah, I've seen.
But that's all it says. And there's a report that the Emirates Defense Ministry has said that they have intercepted a barrage of missiles and drones from Iran. Was he? I mean, I sometimes am reading while somebody else is talking, so no offense, I don't hear everything. Daniel, did you say what? There's a claim here that you said that it's self-defense to kill the girls.
I mean, with this, we don't know about this specific one. I'm just saying, generally, attacking civilians is absolutely okay when it comes to waging a war. if it's if it is necessary to like ending the war. I mean, again, we don't anything we know about the story is either is Iran. This whole thing might be completely made up, but I'm not going to be like apologizing preemptively for this action. If we have some information that I think it was unjustifiable, but as a broader thing, I think it's absolutely permissible to, especially to strike Iranian civilians that are basically helping to sustain the regime.
Yeah, but let's make it clear. It is 100% certain that there was no attack on that where a school of girls was targeted for being schoolgirls
Yeah.
just for fun. You know, we're targeting the missiles and the leaders and any nuclear program and and also let's just go kill a couple dozen girls, you know, just for the fun of it. That is the kind of view that really you really have to be despicable to think that is a thing that America or Israel would do when it's the people you support who do that all the time, including to their own people. It's the Palestinians, it's the Iranians. Again, if Israel or the U.S. bombed a school full of girls, then that is because they were fed faulty information on purpose, because the regime wanted these girls to die, because they want the likes of you to promote their propaganda. We are rejoined by Michael Kaufman, who has survived the barrage. And it is a barrage. I mean, this is in the previous last June, was there a day when there was this much in daytime?
Yeah, I have to tell you all, I don't remember if this was that many, but there's something very strange. The missile sirens, which usually go for 2 to 3 minutes, are lasting about 45 seconds. So almost by the time I get into the safe room, it's time to come out. And it's a bit odd. I mean, the whole thing just now, the last time I went, it was probably 10 times since I signed off today earlier around 1 o'clock. Probably 10 times I've been in there. I will say the last time I did hear some what appeared to be missile hitting collisions. It sounded like it, but the missile sirens had already stopped, and usually they keep going because they don't want people out with the shrapnel. And frankly, there were some old folks that were just walking around, relaxing. It's a nice sunny day here. It's a bit chilly at 58 Fahrenheit, but anyway, it's 17 Celsius and or something. Anyway, less than that. But anyway, it's a bit strange.
Yeah,
as far as I know, there haven't been any real problems. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm wondering if you are, I don't like to say older, if you're more mature, it's probably you have a higher chance of doing something to yourself if you run to a shelter than just stay outside and let the Iron Dome hit the rocket.
Well, they said the only injuries here in Israel are literally people running to safe parts and some anxiety. So here we go. This is the pre-warning. I wasn't staged for all of you. Sorry, it'll stop in a minute. This is the pre-warning, and then whether our group is hit with the warning or not, we will see.
I'm wondering because we have information that IDF is hitting the missile sites, and I'm wondering if the information is basically, hey, they are about to launch it, so announce it on the app, then they actually get rid of the thing, and therefore the. But it looks like the ballistic missile takes about 10 to 15 minutes to reach Israel from Iran, so I'm wondering how.
They have plenty of time, yeah. Yeah, we've been getting these big alerts that you just heard. This is the general alert all day, and I would say about a third of them get actually converted to something in Tel Aviv. Yeah, anyway, it's just more annoying. I just took the dog out to play ball out in the grass next to the condo. So, you know, it's not a really big deal. Do you guys have? I'm not getting a lot of news on exactly what Israel's doing now, and in America what they're exactly doing. It's kind of interesting.
I can't see much about what's going on right now, but there's more information about hopefully coming in about what has happened earlier, and they're cautiously optimistic that Khamenei died in the attack on his palace.
Yeah.
And
Of course,
that's
Iran has announced that Khamenei will soon deliver a speech, which might be from beyond the grave. I mean, he probably has something pre-recorded. Eventually, they will figure out that he's not around.
yeah.
Well, as far as they know, he is alive. So
Oh yeah, that's another thing. The
As far
first
as they know,
statement,
right?
the first statement was he wasn't there, he's fine. And the second statement by the foreign minister was, as far as I know, he's alive. So that's progress.
Yep.
And Cargo Crew asks, how's the Iranian missile program holding up? It's I think it's very, very much in its last gasp, and I think it's hopefully over soon. But yeah, again, I said this before. I think tomorrow morning we will be maybe not much wiser, but wiser as to what capabilities Iran has, what kind of, I mean, the Houthis already promised that they're going to fire at Israel tonight. So what that could be, again, the Houthis shot like one missile at a time, and that doesn't mean that that's what they're going to do now. So that could be a bigger threat than we think. Then again, a lot of American firepower around.
There's a lot of American, exactly, which we didn't have before.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I
All
think
right.
the biggest thing we'll see during the night is more involvement from the Houthis and possibly more escalation from Iran. So I think that's going to be a big thing, as well as I mean, I've seen somewhere that like Saudi Arabia is willing to join with America. I don't know if any of you seen that or any confirmation on that.
Well, they said they were going to back UAE against Iran because the UAE was hit. I don't know what it
They
really
were
means.
also hit. They were hit
They were
in
hit, yeah, in Riyadh, right?
Riyadh and in the east of the country.
Good,
Yeah.
good. Iran
Uh,
will manage to piss everyone off, which is good. It's about time.
but the trolls, really, Michael, you should read the chat just for the joy of how the trolls' heads are exploding. One of them is informing us it's going to be a long war and the IDF is ready to march on Tel Aviv. What? Are you ready for regime change in DC and Tel Aviv?
Yeah, we're ready. It's called every 4 years we have elections here.
Yeah.
That's called regime change in democratic country.
And Alejandro says the Ayatollah is with 72 of the troll chatters. That
Exactly.
must be a very pleasurable experience.
I didn't think virgins were allowed to be on chat, though.
We don't check those
Yeah.
kind of details, but
I mean, the only damage I saw really, there's a shrapnel impact site in the middle of Israel, and then one apartment was hit in Haifa. I saw nobody was hurt, but that hole in the Haifa apartment looked pretty impressive. But nothing like what obviously we're doing to Iran. Sorry, that background noise is the red alert coming in for not Tel Aviv. Basically Samaria and Judea and Golan.
thank you, Alejandro, for the super chat. Thank you, Larry Green, for the super chat. Larry Green says Yahoo from Larry Green. It's yeah, I like that. Americans are now waking up. Actually, Larry is on the East Coast, so he probably woke up earlier, but
yeah.
Americans are waking up to good news. On the other hand, you missed like when did this start? 8-9 hours ago. 8-9 hours of fun.
Yep.
Or more like
Daniel, don't be disappointed that it's a couple of hours more than the meme. Also, yeah.
no, I think you made a mistake. I think I mean I'll send you the timestamp and you would read to me how many hours would you say this is. I send it to you on Slack. How many, like, if you had to pick 2 hours, like, which 2 hours would you pick?
See, you're so hung up on the meme that you didn't even listen to what I was saying. I said how long has it been since the attack started, not how long since we've been live. But yeah,
Okay.
I get it. It's a meme. The young people love it. It makes me fear for the future of civilization, even if the Iranian regime is over. But yeah, uh, Americans are waking up to realize they are hostages. Oh my God, I just love the trolls.
Yeah,
You mean like the
I
whole?
have a moral dilemma now. We have sirens here in Tel Aviv, and since the last 10 of them had no import, I guess I should go to the Mamad, but the
Yes.
safe room. But I will see you guys in a minute.
All right.
Stay safe. Yeah, I would only be say like the hostages who woke up and to realize they are hostages back in 79, they were taken by the Iranian regime. Like those were actual hostages, or the people that were taken on October 7th, not the Americans right now who finally are seeing one of the threats, one of the potential threats to their life and to their democracy for that matter, including the assassination attempts on Trump, finally being confronted.
Bonnie says, I know you were live at 4 a.m., so possibly even earlier. No, I think it was just after 4 a.m. Eastern that we went live. So yes, we've been on for somewhere between 6 and 7 hours. Daniel just needed that, and it is I don't want to disappoint him on a day like this. So Moody asks, is Greta on a flotilla to Iran? No, she's waiting for the regime to fall and then protest the whatever replaces it. Yeah, Lee says Iranians filmed dancing in the streets. Yeah, well, this was when we're done here, go back and see the hours you missed. We showed some good videos, interesting videos. We might even show them again. How are you back, Michael?
Hello, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, but how are you back so quickly?
That's what I was saying. The sirens are the length of this is very strange. It doesn't I don't know if these are drones that are. We had a notice on one of our channels that the IDF is intercepting a lot of aerial vehicles that are headed towards Israel, and I don't know why they. I guess until they eliminate all the drones, I'm assuming that's what it is. They have to put the siren on, but these are extremely short. This is not a typical missile length warning. Like I said, in the past, the missile length warnings tend to be 3 minutes, 4 minutes. These are less than a minute. I mean, you guys saw when I left.
Did they tell you it's okay to leave the safe room?
Well, they stopped doing the siren.
All right.
So I take that as safe. Remember, in Israel, guidelines are just that. They're just guidelines. Even laws are signs, and they're just pretty much guidelines.
Yeah, but also remember, Michael, you can't take a ballistic missile in a fight. So
no, I agree with you. I agree with you. They just, Tel Aviv lives matter, as we like to say in Israel. The protection here is pretty remarkable.
All right.
But the siren's over. I promise. I would not come back here. My wife would kill me. She's in Switzerland skiing, but she would still kill me.
Good timing on the ski trip.
Oh, they left the day before. Yeah, they did very well. We knew when Rubio's trip was moved, when it was postponed. We thought, okay. And Huckabee has said, get out. If you're not an essential, get out. Kind of figured.
Careful about saying that, your Jewish wife left day before the strike, because people make the same thing about 9/11. It's like, oh, all the Jews didn't come to work on that day.
Yeah. Well, ironically, they can say anything they want, but Israel's probably the only country in the world where more people come in during war than go out. It is quite remarkable, actually. They have emergency flights into the country.
Somebody says maybe because they figured out the bad aim of missiles quickly. But again, I don't. like because Michael says it's like what 10 15 seconds or like half a minute that the sirens go for. Yeah, I just don't see how do you find out suddenly information. I think it's probably because it's not direct or as direct line of communication, and you'd rather have a siren to go for half a minute and then not hit anything than say let's not do a siren and then even one person gets injured, right? So they're probably taking the safe way out, as they should. I mean, when it comes to siren, you want them to take
Yeah, I
caution.
think they're taking the safe way. I think this feels very, very conservative warning. There's no real downside. And I think I mentioned earlier before you got on that I believe that most of the deaths in the last war, I think there were 24 overall, the vast majority of those were because people did not go to the safe room.
Oh, another Netanyahu speaks to Trump with no information about it, just picture.
Yeah, we talked earlier about the people who in the last round decided to go get some good footage of ballistic missiles falling, and in many cases they succeeded, and in every case they risked their life unnecessarily.
Yeah, it does come with increased risk of mortality.
Yeah.
Okay, this is kind of funny. So the picture includes Netanyahu picture includes the book Allies at War: How the Struggles Between the Allied Powers Shaped the War and the World, a World War II political history book by Tim Bouvier.
Would be nice if the book there was once again John David Lewis is Nothing Less Than Victory, but we can hope.
Oh, it's flipped.
Buy it on Amazon. Oh, you can put the link if you want. I just want to. Paul says the Greens and Corbyn have condemned the pesky Jews. Yeah, we read the Corbyn condemnation. Haven't looked at the Green Party yet, but wow, they are the Green Party in the UK right now is despicable by Green Party standards, and that says something. But Zach Polanski,
What,
the
did they
leader of
eat
the
meat?
party, in case you've never heard, is a Jew. Yeah, what
Nah, it's better not heard. Somebody said IRGC announces the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. There's no way. I don't see anything yet anywhere, but there's no way they would try that.
With the American Navy there, I don't think so.
No, I mean, I feel like you couldn't do that even if there was an American Navy. I mean, just all the other states, all the other Gulf states are not going to be like
Yeah, but
fans of
nobody fights, Daniel. I don't think anybody. Everyone talks. A lot of people talk. More people are talking, but except for Israel and the U.S., there are very few boots on the ground. And I don't mean boots on the ground necessarily. I mean people with skin in the game.
like ready for war. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I mean
they would
everybody
have
likes
skin
to
in the
talk.
game, right? It's just would they do something about
Well,
it?
all the European shipping companies who were affected terribly by the Houthis did nothing. Occasionally the UK sent a missile somewhere after, I'm sure, reading their Miranda rights, which are only American rights. But anyway, it's just there's a lot of talk. There's a joke. You ask people when they say that we're dedicated to getting something done, and you say, "Are you like the chicken or the pig at breakfast? Are you providing eggs, or are you actually the ham?" And most people are barely the chicken. They won't even provide the eggs. They talk a good game, but skin in the game is Israel. Like the pig goes all in. There's no more pig after you serve them for breakfast. So I just ignored that last siren. That one lasted, I think, 35 seconds. I decided that you guys weren't complaining about the noise, so I just would sit here.
I didn't hear it, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is serious stuff.
No, it's serious. I'm not trying to belittle it. It's a little bit of the boy who cried wolf. I mean, they're getting shorter and shorter.
Didn't the boy get eaten?
Eventually, of course. Eventually, it is true.
But I think the village got destroyed, right, or something.
I
Wait,
think I
wasn't
can
the
tell
boy
you
fine
that-
actually?
I don't remember. He definitely got ostracized initially, but if that had gone on more than about 45 seconds, I would have taken the dog down into the safe room. It's down. We have a 2-story, and it's down on the first story.
Iranian drone hits Kuwait's airport, causes minor damage. Workers were lightly injured.
Susie says, you'd think the real journalists like Carlson, Megyn Kelly, etc., would be live right now.
Oh yeah, you would think that.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't.
God, imagine Tucker still being on Fox now, and like, because he would have. Well, no, he wouldn't necessarily have to be on there.
Yeah, but look, Tucker says whatever he is paid to say, even if it destroys his own country. So, but he'll say good things if that's what he gets paid to say. So, if he was on Fox, I don't think we would hear the kind of things that we hear him say in the Qatar-funded thing that he has now. So.
Somebody says, if Israel didn't have the Iron Dome, would they be so eager to start wars? Probably not, and that would be a bad thing, because this is absolutely war that should happen.
No, let's back it up. If we didn't have Iron Dome, we'd have dead Israelis, and we would be annihilating people. We have a false sense of security because no one gets killed for the most part here. And so we can't point to all the casualties on this side to justify a disproportionate response. It was only after we had casualties like 10/7 or October 7th that we did. This kind of utter stupidity is, if you're smarter and stronger, would you start wars? Well, if someone attacks you, yeah, you would. Idiot. Sorry.
The person who assures us he's not a troll and that he is not on either side is saying now, to be honest, Tucker should get the Peace Prize. He fought really hard to try and stop this war. Yeah, which is a good opportunity to remind people again that if you are on the side of Iran, if you're on the side of the Palestinians, if you're on the side of people who start wars and say death to insert whoever as their official slogan. Remember, in Israel, the slogan that's most often repeated is Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel live. They're in their own slogan. They're also in Iran's slogan in death to Israel. So these are the people who you think, or you don't think, who you claim are on the side of peace. And yeah, and anyway, despicable, but
well, I think as Ayn Rand would say, if you're neutral, you're on the side of evil. I mean, you can't. Yeah. There's a good side and a bad side to this whole thing. There's countries that want to destroy other people, and there's other countries that provide human flourishing. And we both know which side is which. So those people that are neutral are almost as guilty as the people that are outwardly on the side of the evil. I will say that my mother in the United States is a bit nuts, because all you see on the news in the US is how there are sirens all the time and people are terrified in their shelters. The dog and I went out and played ball. We're sitting here on the call. Other guy had a guy sitting on his balcony with his kid. They were putting together a house on the balcony. There's another kid walking his giant Great Dane. It's definitely not busy outside. People are not out and about, but but by no means are people cowering in their shelters.
Hezbollah declares full solidarity with Iran. The consequences will affect everyone.
Yes, we're shocked. But full solid. I guess yesterday was only partial solidarity.
Quote, we are confident that the American and Israeli enemy will suffer a severe blow and will achieve nothing but failure from its aggression. Does Hezbollah know they have like a military and they can actually do something to Israel if they really want to?
Well, they don't have much left. I mean, they can definitely do stuff. But, you know, I don't know if you saw, but lately Israel had, in the last week, Israel made some pretty strong statements that if anything were to erupt from Hezbollah, that this would basically be a blank check for Israel to go in and flatten southern Lebanon, like they did. So one of them was quoted as saying, look at Gaza. And obviously the Lebanese government doesn't really want that.
Just an update from one of the stories that we discussed earlier. So the plane that left Ben Gurion Airport in Israel and had an emergency landing in Riyadh. Passengers are basically stuck there. I don't know when the airspace will open. I don't know if they were going to continue on their journey to Dubai or come back. I mean, there's somebody quoted here saying they're terrified, but they're being treated well. I, again, don't imagine Saudi Arabia, like, can't imagine them, you know, saying, "Oh, we have some Jews here now. Let's you know, do what we really want to do." So I think they're safe, but if I was there, I would be absolutely terrified. So yeah, this is update on this as we get updates. Oh, and yeah, there's also a report that hotel in Dubai was hit. So yeah, maybe when that plane in Saudi Arabia can take off, maybe it should just go back to Israel. But uh, you know, I'm not one to speak because I would not be on a plane to Dubai under any circumstances. Thank you, Apollo Zeus, for the super chat. Thank you, Gary Menard, for the super chat. And yeah, once again, I will take this opportunity to say we are very.
Oh, Times of Israel. IRGC tells ships passage through Strait of Hormuz not allowed.
All right. Just got interesting.
Okay, but not from Iran itself. That's why I was also surprised. So Iran itself hasn't said anything like that. It's specifically IRGC.
Okay, Bonnie says the GB News says the Ayatollah is dead. Are they saying it decisively, or are they saying that they?
I mean, I'm looking up GB News.
Yeah, and there's about to be more sirens in the north of Israel. I mean, it is, it from what I remember, and I watched that war last June from afar as I'm watching this one, but I don't remember it being like daytime like this. And what that means, we will understand. I think it'll take a while. It'll take until tomorrow till we understand. Okay, there's Jonathan just sent me. I need to subscribe to this to. Hang on. Okay, I'll just read the headline. No, actually, let me find this because Tucker has spoken. So, guys, you talk amongst yourself, and I'm gonna find exactly what Tucker has said.
I mean,
Actually,
Yeah, I think it's a comment from Jonathan Carroll, who is speaking for Tucker Carlson. I have a clip if you want to play it.
Yeah, why not?
Can you see this?
Yeah.
Reached out to several of the president's most prominent supporters in his movement to get the reaction to this momentous decision to launch a wide-scale attack on Iran. I just heard back from Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, of course, spoke at the president's convention in 2024. He's been a frequent visitor at the White House. In fact, he was at the White House just last week. So I wanted to know what Tucker Carlson, who has long opposed the idea of another war in the Middle East, what he thought of this. And his answer, he told me of the president's decision is, quote, absolutely disgusting and evil. This is Tucker Carlson, who was at the White House just last week, said that the decision to go to war with Iran is absolutely disgusting and evil. Now, that's just one person, a prominent one in Trump's movement. But this is a momentous and potentially defining or maybe redefining move for President Trump. He got into politics in part promising to end what he called forever wars. He was harshly critical of the war with Iraq. He claimed that he had always been against it. And now he finds himself starting what could be a major conflict with Iran.
Yeah, retard. The way you end forever wars is by ending the regime that starts forever wars and constantly starts more wars. Yeah.
Let's just be fair. This guy, he's just a journalist for ABC who reached out to Tucker, so he got us this information. So let's not go.
No, but he chose the framing there. This towards the end. So yeah. And reaching out to Tucker, I don't know.
They say don't call messenger a retard. I've heard that's a phrase. It's like don't kill the messenger.
Well, I'm breaking the rules here. Okay. The person who doesn't take a side asks me, why not travel to Dubai, Razi? UAE is an ally of Israel. Many Israelis live there in peace. Yeah, I think the rabbi who was murdered would beg to differ, but I never consider, if you scroll back on our channel to when peace was made between Israel and the UAE towards the end of Trump's first term in office, we did a show about that, and I said what I think, and I do not support it. I don't think free countries should have any diplomatic relations with dictatorships. I don't consider dictatorships to be legitimate regimes any more than a gang that takes over a neighborhood is then the government of that neighborhood. So yeah, I wouldn't travel to such places because I don't want to, support them financially with my money, and because if upon entry they choose to Google me, I will never be heard from again.
So just quickly, the GB News is, I think, like an hour old or so, and it just says Iran Supreme Leader dead after Israeli and US military strikes. I mean, doesn't tell us anything. I mean, an hour ago, I think, is when we've heard something similar. This might just be misreporting from GB News or jumping the gun a little bit.
I was thinking that is not surprisingly sloppy reporting from GB News, which is unfortunate, really unfortunate, because if they're one of the semi-watchable news channels in the UK, and it's unfortunate.
I can switch gears to a little levity. This came across one of the news channels, a quote from Norman Schwarzkopf, one of the Storm and Norman generals from America. Going to war without France is like going hunting without an accordion. With flashy Macron, who has a lot to say about everything, and a bunch of words.
I'd read that France has already surrendered, so.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, well, as long as they get back in time for their cheese and wine.
I mean, they did call the UN security. Although I'm not sure who actually called it. I've heard friends calling for the UN security meeting, and it has been called. It's gonna happen in 5 hours. Actually, we might be up till then. We could watch it live. How about that?
I think I'm unlikely to still be up. Then again, at the beginning of this broadcast, Michael was on, and I said this is not going to be a 7-hour stream, and we are minutes away from being 7 hours online, and we are nowhere near being done. So maybe, I'd love it if we just did a nonstop stream, but I don't think we have the capacity to do that. At some point, we will have to stop it and then start again tomorrow. But I'm hoping that point will come after we get confirmation of the death of the Ayatollah. I might just not leave until we get that, and then, as WUB suggested, might fall asleep live on stream, and who knows, maybe that'll make us go viral. So.
I mean, I have about 13 hours before I normally go to sleep, so
Wow.
Nice. Okay. At some point, I did earlier promise a guest who I didn't name because it's a surprise guest, who I think is still planning to be on, but I don't know when. And I'll wait until that happens before I depart for a few hours to get a nap and then come back.
Okay, so GB News says, according to unconfirmed reports from Israel's Channel 12, and I think Channel 12 is similarly as sloppy when it comes to this reporting. Yeah, so.
I mean, what did Channel 12 say? Did they say anything beyond the cautiously optimistic?
So what we know is Israel says cautiously optimistic about the death. Yeah. Stay safe. Cautiously optimistic about. Yeah, this might be just re-reporting and misusing it. Like the official story is cautiously optimistic about the death, and Channel 12 might report it as like possibly dead, and then GB News reports it as dead, or like reports of him being dead, right, or something like that. So
yeah, Willful Thinker says Iranian foreign minister says Khamenei is alive, just reported by Fox. Is it a new report? Is he said something since he said as far as I know he's still alive? Because yeah, I mean, from the images of that compound, those trees and rocks look pretty chatty. So maybe
yeah, I mean the he's alive is from the foreign minister of Iran, who, as far as he's concerned, is alive. So I mean, this is like an interesting example of like how reports work and how to like understand them, right? Because since we've been live for like 7 hours, it's interesting to see like whenever I see somebody said he is alive or he is not alive, I know exactly the report they're claiming, and we actually know the validity of that statement. So is he alive? Well, Iranian foreign minister says, as far as is concerned, he's alive. Is he dead? Well, IDF is cautiously optimistic about him being dead. That's the state of actuality that we have right now from the reports, and you have to take it, right? So this is not Schrodinger's Ayatollah. He's neither dead or alive. He is one of them, and we have reports suggesting either of those.
Don't tell anybody, but Schrodinger's cat is also either dead or alive, not both at the same time.
Yeah, I know. By the way, okay, since we are talking about it, that was actually the point of the experiment. Schrodinger was ridiculing the idea that cat was both alive at the same time. And I think I see Michael's dog in the. You can see his legs at the like below the screen. Yeah. Now he's moving.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. That was another swift return, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, why not breaking news is kind of interesting. Alerts in central Israel. rocket alerts in the Negev. Sirens activated across the country. Pretty much the only thing we're getting right now is just sirens.
I don't know if the odds in Polymarket on Khamenei being dead are over 50%, but I know my body percentage that is coffee is less than 50%, so I'm gonna go get some more, and I'll be back with you guys in a couple of minutes.
I mean, it's still moving at around 40%, jumping up and down. So, but that's by the end of today. Oh, Michael trying to join again.
Well, the only point of that was to make the joke, but anyway,
Sure.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Somebody says Khamenei is still alive according to the Telegraph. Guys, if you are saying reportedly according to that, quote the actual thing that they are quoting, not the thing. Because saying Telegraph says he's alive might mean anything from they just are simply saying that the foreign minister is saying he's alive to some new information. We have a super chat from Kirk Wilcox. Thank you so much. He says, Gaza Health Ministry reports 82,406 Khameneis have died. So, yeah, it's very, very sad. It's not sad to hear. Let me see if we have anything else. 4 injured after incident in Palm Jumeirah, Dubai authorities. So more reporting from Dubai. Oh, it's not clear exactly what Iran is targeting, but there is a US military presence in the country. So even when it comes to Iranian attacks, it seems very uncertain. What is it even? What are they even trying to reach? Or what are they trying to get? Russia's UN mission said Russia and China requested an emergency meeting in connection with unprovoked act of armed aggression by the United States and Israel against Iran. So it might be actually China and Russia calling the UN emergency security meeting. And we are joined by James Valiant. James, any thoughts? I don't know. Well, no, you usually wake up a bit sooner. When did you wake up? When did you find out? Where were you when you found out about this?
Really was only about an hour ago. Yesterday, I had a medical procedure, and that because of the medications they had to give me, I was pretty much out like a light last night when all of the funds got started. Fun, I put that in quotes. War is serious business. People will die. We should be prepared for Americans and Israelis to die. And that is why when we approach war, anytime, we have to be very, very cautious. We have to understand that it's going to come at the cost of lives. But how many lives have been taken by this regime and its proxies over the better part of the last 50 years? When you have a dictatorship slaughtering its own people, by the way, in the thousands, untold thousands on the streets, and Americans and Israelis have been taking it and taking it and taking it, literally for the better part of 50 years now. You stop the killing, and stopping the killers is worth taking a mortal risk. And so are constitutional issues? Yeah, but like I say on so many of these issues, we live within the Supreme Court regime of understanding the
Wait, actually, can we, since both Razi and Michael, I think, are away right now because people brought it up, let's discuss the constitutional issues specifically on this.
Well, the fact is that the Constitution grants the power to declare war to the Congress. Article 1, it's one of their specific powers. And the Founding Fathers discussed it at length when it comes to wars that are not the result of, say, an insurrection or an invasion, that where Congress can't get together and meet. So, I mean, there is some flexibility here. Article 2 gives the president the power to be the commander-in-chief of the military, and he's in charge of our foreign policy. So where does that intersection come together? Since World War II, we have not declared wars. Before World War II, America, when it was preparing to go to war, or when it found itself in the midst of a war, would go to Congress and get a declaration of war. The Supreme Court, however, has said that Congress and the executive can work this out. We currently live under the War Powers Act regime. Now, I happen to think that that's unconstitutional because I take a very
Yeah, I said that earlier, that at least from my understanding of War Powers Act, it should be deemed unconstitutional because it seems to, like, Congress cannot give the right to declare war to the president or give him the ability to do so.
Right. Well, but the Supreme Court has continuously upheld the Congress giving the executive all manner of power, the power to levy tariffs under laws that, for example, that have been upheld by the Supreme Court, as opposed to IEPA, the Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977. No, there are all manner of issues where we can have this meta discussion about the Constitution, right? But for decades now, sometimes for a century, sometimes all my life, sometimes for 50 years, the Supreme Court has given us clear guidance that I have been very disappointed in. We can't, let me put it this way, we've got to have we can have two thoughts going on. We can chew gum and walk at the same time. We have to be able to evaluate the policy, right? And still be able to criticize the constitutional regime that we're living under. Trump has obviously been planning this for a while, and he means this to go on for more than just a day. And so can there be any doubt in anyone's mind that this invokes the constitutional issue that we're talking about? I absolutely disagree with the current understanding, but that's the current understanding of our Constitution that the Supreme Court has given us. I didn't make it up. We may not like it, but does that paralyze us from engaging in good policy? Do we have to still evaluate, and this is the way I would put it, do we still have to evaluate the policy as being good or bad? And this is true whether it's immigration, tariffs, the things where, there's been a lot of criticism from our friends and us on the constitutional issue, but the policy. And whenever I bring up constitutional context, people think, oh, Jim, you're defending the policy. No, I'm simply bringing up the existing constitutional context. And that has to be evaluated separately from our understanding of the policy. Is this good policy? And in my mind, America has finally chosen the right war against the right people. And it looks like we might even be doing it a better way. So I can evaluate the policy with the 3 cheers for America. It's about effing time that America did something about Iran. We should have done something about Iran for the last 50 years. I cannot imagine a worse regime. We're already living in the worst regime possible. People say, well, okay, the people want something different. How do we know it'll be a Jeffersonian republic? We don't. What happens though is something better. A regime that doesn't chant death to America and death to Israel as they kill over and over Americans and Israelis. If we can get a regime that does not build ballistic missiles and does not seek a nuclear weapon and does not, by the way, slaughter its own people in the untold thousands on their own streets. The Iranian people want something better. And this is not only a horrific dictatorship, it's an aggressive dictatorship that has been killing Americans and has been just, violently attacking Western interests now for the better part of 50 years. This would be a body blow to China, to Russia. This would change the region, substantially change the entire region. And this is a case where we do have a different population. So I would urge my friends out there who I know are happy to denounce Trump when, even though existing constitutional law permits him to do something, it's unconstitutional. Yes, but we have to evaluate the constitutional question separately from the quality of the policy that we're seeing here. And I would urge all my friends, and you know who you are out there, I would urge all my friends to keep those two things separate. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can say, boy, I wish there was a better, more constitutional war powers regime in the United States, and still think it's about effing time that this happened. And what I like about it is the way they're going about it. They're not just hitting their missile and air defense capacity, which still obviously exists. They're going for the leadership. And we're now waiting to see if how much of Iran's evil leadership has been gotten or will be gotten. And it looks like we're here for the long haul. That is to say, this is going to go on for some time. If it goes on for a long enough time, even under the current war powers regime, the president will have to get some kind of authorization from Congress. But that time has not kicked in yet. But this does look like Trump was planning this all along, and that it was kind of the head fake. He knew negotiations with Iran weren't going to go anywhere. And it doesn't matter what Obama said yesterday about, okay, no, they agree they won't have any components of a nuclear. Okay, no, BS. We're not believing them. We were never going to believe them. None of that negotiation was going to ever pan out, I think, even in Trump's mind. That's why he had, such a huge portion of the U.S. Navy there ready to go. So it is looking like all along in the last few weeks, it was just simply to arrange, the chess pieces on the board for this. And it was a head fake. All that negotiation stuff was a head fake. In time of war, it's okay for military leaders and political leaders to lie. If you're lulling your enemy into a sense of false security, hooray. And I don't want to know the truth until it's all over and it's all happened. I'm happy to be lied to by my government in this context.
Yeah, and by the way, James, I appreciate when you mentioned objectivists who are, or people in the wider movement who are, unhappy with some of this. I appreciate you not naming names. Michael Leibowitz doesn't deserve that. Thank you.
Guess who got me up this morning first thing? It was Leibowitz.
Oh. Well, we have already discussed Leibowitz several times on this stream, and I expect that to come up again. Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat. Jacob says it's telling that they are partnering with Israel rather than use all of those Arab partner bases. All that appeasement to the Arabs did nothing. I mean, they are using those bases, but yes, yeah, we should not consider those countries allies. They are not our friends. They are on a fundamental level of ideas opposed to our way of life, and nobody represents that way of life more than the United States of America. So yeah, they are not your friend, and Israel is.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, though, that I did say to Leibowitz, and I will say earlier today, and I will say here out loud. We have to be prepared for unforeseen consequences anytime we do a thing like this. The question is it worth it? In my view, this is the one time this is really worth risking American lives. Did we expect there'd be I myself on this channel said, if such a thing happens, I feared for Israel, there'd obviously be an attack on Israel. Of course, they're going to attack every military base, American military base they possibly can. And so, yeah, I'm afraid we're engaged in a deadly, dangerous thing right now. And would it surprise me if Israelis and Americans have to die once more? But if Israelis and Americans are going to die at Iranian hands once more, let's take out the regime. Let's make it worth it. We've been dying for the better part of 50 years. They've been killing Americans and Israelis in the thousands now for the better part of 50 years. Stop the killing was my basic message to Leibowitz. And that is when it's justified to take a risk of this sort. It is war. It should be approached very cautiously. But the Iranians are an aggressive dictator that has been thwarting Western interests, closing down, mining the Straits of Hormuz, closing down trade to the Red Sea, killing people as far away as the Khobar Towers or South America. I mean, how much Western blood does this regime have on its hands? When were we going to do something and stop them? And that we do have a population that wants something better. And so long as there's something better in the sense that they're not chanting death to America and death to Israel as they build up a nuclear program and build more ballistic missiles that can reach Europe and potentially America, that would be better. And so long as it's, coming from the Iranian people themselves, it will have a whole lot more legitimacy. That's why all the claims made by George W. Bush during the Iraq War turned out to be so shallow. The people did not rise up on the streets, but that was predictable in one sense. One could have seen that, look, with all the divisions in Iraq, that's not going to have the same kind of impact. It's worth taking the chance here, in my view, precisely because so many of the Iranian people have demonstrated with their courage and their own lives in every province of Iran that they want something better. So, are there unknowns? Absolutely. Are there dangers here? Yeah. Will there be consequences we can't fully measure right now? Absolutely. But if this stops the killing, it's worth taking a risk.
Okay, Daniel, before you get to Race's question, I want to go to Michael in case he has to go into the safe room again.
No, actually, since I've been sitting here, there have been two, again, short break siren breaks that I've just, they just get shorter and shorter. One of them, the one that I left for, lasted a minute and a half, which is still short by missile standards. Usually, as I said earlier, it's 3 to 4 minutes if it's a missile. This last one was 35 seconds again. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know. There's a quote by John F. Kennedy, who, by the way, was a Democrat, maybe one of the last good Democrats. Maybe Bill Clinton might have been one of those, but I don't know. But he said, there are risks and costs to action, but they are far less than the long-range risks of comfortable inaction. And that's exactly what, I mean, the fact that we've put up with death to America and so many different events that are directly from Iran or by proxies of Iran is just, it's a disgrace. I mean, it makes you ashamed to think your leaders have any real interest in protecting the citizens of the U.S. And don't forget, even Hamas they killed like 43 Americans were killed in the initial onslaught, I believe. And I think there were 17 American hostages. I may have the numbers wrong. But it used to be like when Reagan took office and the Iranians had American hostages, he threatened Iran with unbelievable force and they returned the hostages, unlike Carter, who sent in 3 toy helicopters, which broke along the way and made America the laughing stock of the world. I don't understand why it's so difficult for Western quote leaders, unquote, to understand that their primary job is to support the citizens of their country and protect them, and that should extend anywhere around the world.
You want to guess what your mention of JFK brought out in the chat?
No, go ahead.
Something like the Jews did it. But yeah.
A Jew did
also, Bonnie says, please don't take a chance, get your steps in. I'm with Bonnie, but Michael is an adult and can make his own decisions. Yeah, it terrifies me to think of, Iranian.
Yeah, but when you have, I mean, must have had 15 or 20 of these by now. I mean, I go down there and I go after 30 seconds, but there's something, I know it sounds odd, but there's something fundamentally different about this set of sirens today than there were in the last wars. And unfortunately, we've been through enough missile sirens here in Israel that I'm fairly savvy with, famous last words, but careful. You will see me disappear at times. And that means that the siren is going on and need to go. We have several minutes warning, by the way.
It does only take one, and again, we don't know what's coming at night, but yeah, I guess the sirens will be longer if they're.
No, these are, and one other thing, and again, I'm not trying to make light of this because I get it, and I have a young daughter and 2 other boys. It takes, we get many minutes in Tel Aviv warning. So if you get in, you can afford to wait. I mean, a lot of times people are out and about. There are actually people walking their dogs now and folks going for a walk outside, and they'll move briskly to some kind of a cover, if not an actual missile safe room. But so there's a lot of forewarning here.
All right. By the way, I will also soon, I think, depart if we are confident that we have enough people to keep this going for a few hours so I can take a nap because it's nearly a day and a half since I had any sleep. And also nearly 24 hours since I've had any food. But it's all for a good cause, and it's been a fun day. And Daniel, am I correct in saying this is now the longest stream in the history of this channel? Longer than the previous record, which was when the June 12-day war started. Is that correct?
I don't remember how long. I mean, I can check.
Over 7 hours, but I think we're now further over 7 hours. In any case, this will be the longest stream unless YouTube takes us down. Okay, you know what, Race, give me a couple minutes so we can talk about some like more updates and so on, and then I will depart and be back in a few hours. So yeah, somebody in the chat, where is this, said that Arutz Sheva, channel 7, a radio channel, right-wing radio channel in Israel, reports that the probability of Khamenei being dead is high.
How is Arutz Sheva reporting?
Because the Sabbath is now out. Yeah, this is very annoying to me. That the only
Wait, is it?
decent
Isn't
news.
it at 7? When does Sabbath end?
It's dark outside, right, Mike?
Oh, I get it when the sun. Okay, right. It's not precise time.
Yeah, it's not a rational way of.
I mean, when sun goes down, it's pretty like objective reasoning. I mean, I think as fair as any. In a sense, precise clock would be more arbitrary than sun going down.
There's no objective reasoning when you're like forced to not do things because your imaginary friend told you so. But that's a debate for another day. Naftali Bennett issued a statement. I'm not going to translate the whole thing, but he says, I'm with the IDF and I'm with the Prime Minister and the government. That's good. That's very nice of Bennett to say that. And Bennett, I guess, has the excuse of he actually keeps the Sabbath. Some of the other people in Israel's opposition, now that I hear Bennett, I'm wondering where they are, because they don't observe the Sabbath. So they could have commented earlier, but nothing from them. Okay.
Maybe in solidarity they do. Just quickly, so I can also bring this up. The Political Security Cabinet in Israel approved Operation Lion's Roar against Iran in a secure phone discussion without requiring ministers to convene in person. Earlier, the ministers received briefings regarding the possibility of an Israeli preemptive strike. As far as is known, the operation was approved unanimously without objections. So, at least by Israel, this is done with parliamentary approving, even though, I mean, I'm not sure what is exactly the way Israel does these things. Although since Prime Minister is both the legislature and the executive, kind of, it's much easier to do in Israel, I assume. Not to mention you also have the war cabinet, right, that makes these decisions and is empowered to do so.
I mean, I don't know the exact law in the U.S., but presidents have always done this, including Obama, including Clinton. I mean, it's all a bit absurd, right? This notion that a president can't do what Trump is doing. Trump did it before. Democrats have done it. When the wars drag on, they tend to need to go to Congress. But if you remember, I mean, I know why people are screaming, because Vietnam and Korea were never actually declared, at least I don't believe Vietnam was ever declared a war by Congress. And I think we called it a police action to get around some of it. But this is not a police action. This is also a shock and awe campaign, which is probably going to put the Iraq one to shame. I mean, it's a bit surprising we haven't heard more details on exactly what's being done to Iran. But the kind of firepower that the U.S. has in this area is shocking. I mean, it is scary. And I can tell you here in Israel, when the Gerald Ford arrived at Haifa port yesterday, they didn't waste any time, by the way. It arrived yesterday, I think in midday or afternoon. So there wasn't a lot of time between then and this morning. There were people just saying, when you see it in person, I didn't go to see it, but when you see it, it's something that's 3.5 football fields long, American football fields long, it is really a scary piece of machinery. You don't want to be on the other end of that. Never mind with the kinds of aircraft that it's carrying. And the U.S. and Israel have had apparently complete dominion over the Iranian airspace again, immediately. There's been no reports of any major missives that I've seen, or any attacks on aircraft.
Yeah,
So
if Israel did that,
this is major.
if Israel managed to do that alone last time in the first few hours, then yeah, it's I'm not going to say it's easy because sitting here and talking about it
Well,
is
the
easy.
pundits, all come up with the idea that Iranians have figured out what Israel did and they got around it, assuming that Israel's been sucking its thumb between that time and this time. Never mind the fact that they have the U.S. helping them now. I mean, it's amazing that our enemies can always come up with really clever things to do, but we on this side never figure it out, except that when you see the action, you can see what's gone.
By the way, just quickly, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that hundreds of targets were hit, and in Ma'ariv, which I think it's still a newspaper, but it is one of Israel's longest running newspapers and now news site. They say that there's increasing speculation that Khamenei is dead, which makes me reconsider my break, but I probably need it. But James, go ahead.
By the way, just quickly on the congressional stuff. Prior to the attacks, Secretary of State Marco Rubio called the congressional leadership known as the Gang of Eight to provide congressional notification of the strike. Caroline Levitt says Rubio was able to reach and brief 7 of the 8 members, she adds. So, because I've seen some that Democrats saying that they weren't thought about, but even that, James, I actually had a question. When it comes to notifying Congress, especially prior to a strike, is it like every single one or like a group? Because to me,
no, he has to give formal notice to the body itself. And that is to say, if the Secretary of State gives a formal notice to senior members on the Armed Services or Foreign Relations Committee, that qualifies, okay? He's communicating to the body itself, and if the senators and representatives don't, I wasn't there to hear it, that's not, he doesn't have to notify all, 535 members of Congress, in the Senate and the House. He just has to give formal notification. And so the fact that the Secretary of State has formally notified 7 key leaders of the Senate, I think, qualifies under the War Powers Act. And I would just say that whatever, and I'll say this again, and it's funny because I have to say this again, but we have to make our analysis of our constitutional objections to the current war powers regime a separate issue from the quality of the policy, evaluating the merits of the policy. And we have to do that with everything, ladies and gentlemen. There's a bunch of people out in our community who will say, evil Trump doing something unconstitutional here, citing stuff that should have been fixed by the Supreme Court 50 or 100 years ago. And then when I bring up the constitutional history and say Trump didn't invent it, people will say, Jim, no. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can set aside my constitutional objections over here and evaluate the policy over here. Okay, 2 distinct things. I just have to pick up on something Michael said too. I have a dear friend who was a longtime Navy veteran, and he served on an aircraft carrier. And I've actually, on a retired aircraft carrier, I myself have walked around. Until you have seen up close and personal one of these U.S. aircraft carriers, which is just an awesome sight to see, you really, and then now with the latest cutting edge flagship, Gerald Ford in the region, his son, by the way, was just recently assigned to the Gerald Ford. So my old Navy buddy, his son is now in the Navy too, and has been assigned to the Gerald Ford. That thing, when you hear the specs on it, is absolutely frightening. And it's as if that one aircraft carrier group could take out just about any nation in the world today by itself, given the kind of air power it has. So Trump has put in place, let's put it this way, a stupendously impressive set of firepower here. It does not surprise me that we have many sites in Iran under attack, but we have to do that. In order to protect American and Israeli lives in the region right now, we have to completely eviscerate the Iranian military and all of its capacity. all of its capacity and the leadership. And the one delightful thing about this as a policy is that that seems to be what's going on right now. The leadership is being targeted. Every potential threat to Americans and Israelis in the area is being fired upon. And thank goodness that that's the approach that's being taken. This is obviously meant to decapitate the regime, and it will have the benevolent, all kinds of benevolent impact if it succeeds. And let's just hope that there's minimal casualties on the side of civilization. But we should be prepared for casualties on the side of civilization. We absolutely should. But you know, all those air raid sirens that have been going on for years and years and years in Israel, maybe this has a chance of ending those in the long run, or minimizing those in the long run, because what we have had and suffered from for the better part of 50 years is a regime that did not hesitate when killing Americans and Israelis. Maybe that killing can be brought to an end. As I say, that's the time when it's worth taking a chance, if it means we can stop the killing, the endless, ceaseless killing from the #1 supporter of terrorism in the world. So I have to say that I'm holding my breath, of course, but my feeling is it's about time. I think Trump was engaged in the kind of head fake. He knew the negotiations with Iran weren't going to go anywhere. It was sort of window dressing. I'm glad to see that it appears that it was kind of the head fake that I was hoping it was. Now, as Daniel pointed out weeks ago, we should have been prepared to be there and handle it, you know, when the people were dying on the streets of Iran. We were not. We should have been there all along. In fact, well, I could go back, you know, weeks at a time, months at a time, years at a time, or decades at a time to tell you what we should have, could have done, you know, because back when the Iranian regime took power and they took our diplomats hostage, it was a clear act of war, clearly indicated what their intentions were towards Western civilization. We should have done something then. All the blood that has been spilled by Iranian proxies and Iranian supported terrorists since then has been the result of our failure to deal with Iran. And I'm not a religious person, but I'm going to say, thank God, finally, America is doing what they ought to have been doing decades ago. Yeah, I can't predict the future. You know, like Yogi Berra, the great baseball manager, in his infinite wisdom said, predictions are hard, especially about the future. On the other hand, it was this finally the correct war? And is this finally the correct way of fighting the correct war? I am much, much more hopeful than, say, I was when George W. Bush went after Saddam Hussein, or committed America to a decades-long senseless commitment in Afghanistan to no end. This has a proper end, and this looks like we're going for the throat finally, at the right enemy, finally.
Thank you, Ask Yeshka, for gifting 5 Ayn Rand Center UK YouTube memberships, and congratulations to the 5 people who got those memberships. One of the perks that you get is the Sunday sessions with James Valiant on OPAR, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, and the next one is tomorrow. Now, I don't know what's going to happen stream-wise, but I think that's going to happen anyway, right? Worst case scenario, we do something we don't like to do and we compete with ourselves, if that's even possible. Actually, I don't know if we can have a members stream in a live. We can't. Okay, we will figure it out. But this is
this in my view has priority. This in my view is, and I know there's a wonderful group of us having a conversation right now about Leonard Peikoff's marvelous Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. But in my view, this obviously has priority.
Yeah, and those, we can move that session even later that week, so we will figure it out. But yeah, you have this membership for a month. This is supposed to be over in 4 days, so you will get those perks. Thank you, Gail, for the super chat. And I will now leave you guys and go get a few hours of sleep, and I will hopefully be back on this live stream, which I think will likely go on for a while. See you soon, guys.
Get some rest. Be safe.
Well done.
So just to take over, somebody said something like U.S. stock market will crash before Iran goes out, which again ridiculous. But I was so markets are closed right now, of course, because not trading days. We are Saturday, but I looked at the futures, and yeah, obviously fear is driving the market right now, as it does with every war start. But so far, Dow is down 600 points, which is about 1.2%. S&P futures are down 0.6 and Nasdaq is down 0.5. So not like a crazy amount of downturn so far. Sorry, I have a...
You should not be, of course, the stock market is going to, just the uncertainty, but also the impact on the energy market. I mean, Iran has been under heavy sanctions, but of course they're players on the energy market worldwide because it's a worldwide market. So all that oil they've been selling to China, for example, will have, if it's not going there, will have an impact. Now, war is, there's a price to war. There's a cost. And the point is the cost worth it? And yeah, our policy should be domestic. Unfortunately, this is another good thing about Mr. Trump, by the way, is the way he's taken out the Environmental Protection Agency's regulation, environmentalist regulations. And we should be doing more energy production here at home. And another gold star I give to Mr. Trump, whether you like him or not, people, one gold star I have to give to Mr. Trump is that he has followed the correct policy. We make our own energy, thank you, and that will mitigate whatever economic problems there are. But again, I say to myself, is there going to be uncertainty? Will there be, a stock market crash when it opens on Monday? Of course, to some extent, I imagine. I can't predict how much, but war is. It's not, there are all these idiot economists out there who say war is good for an economy. No, it is not. It is what Henry Hazlitt called the broken window fallacy. No, so it's a price. There's a cost you pay when you engage in economic sanctions or military actions, and it's going to be an economic cost in part. But you ask yourself, that's why you have to be selfish. Is this in America's interest before we engage in such operations? Of course. It seems to me we finally have an enemy here where America is not acting altruistically, where America is acting in its interests and the interests of civilization generally. And so am I willing to take a cost here, an economic cost here? You bet. You bet. Like I say, there's a risk to Americans and Israelis right now going on, and we should be prepared for that risk as well. But is it worth it if we can stop the killing that has been going on for decades now? How many Americans, how many Israelis have to continue to die before we do something to end this regime?
I mean, it's not just, it's that and all this stupidity.
Sorry, Michael,
about these.
I'll just bring up one more thing, and then you can go for a bit longer. Just to update on the Hormuz Strait, IRGC still says that it is closing it down. And apparently UK maritime trade operations report that they are receiving warnings about the closure. But yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, let's see what Mr. Trump does with his submarines that we know about and the ones that we don't know about in the area. And let's see what happens. I mean, Trump is not futzing around here. This isn't a Jimmy, it's just not a, thank you. Boy, all I could get is Jimmy Connors, a tennis player in my head. Jimmy Carter. This is not a Jimmy Carter-esque type of lame, amateurish operation. This is serious stuff. What I wanted to try to emphasize, I can't. It's a siren, and you all want me to go into my room. So the last siren, by the way, was 25 seconds. I'll give this 25, and if it's not over, I'll go. But the other thing about this economic cost is this will be over, and then the markets will recover. Don't forget, the markets crashed the first time Donald Trump was elected. The markets crashed overnight. The futures crashed down 800 overnight, and then ended up 600 or 700 higher the next day because everyone said, wait a minute, this guy's a businessman. He's going to be pro-economy. This market will recover. When he first did the tariffs, the market crashed. And guess what? While they were still in effect, the market completely recovered to new highs. And this hysteria, this kind of whiny, smarmy, smart-ass hysteria that these economists and investors like to say, and there's the siren just ended. It's just disgusting. And I guess it's designed to put fear into people. There's people on LinkedIn, and it's the only social network I look at, all about the prediction, oil will go up, spike $10. Well, it'll still be cheaper than when Jimmy Connors was president. It'll still be cheaper than it's been in a long time. And U.S. is going to produce more oil, like James said. And you don't have to be afraid of any of this stuff if you're self-reliant. So this kind of thing, this regime is the number one, as James said, but we got to stop saying number one sponsor of terror in the world, like it's let's move on. You can stop there. You don't need to know anything else. This is like the number one assassin. I mean, we can end it right there. The number one assassin in the world. Why are we letting him live? Because we're too afraid. There's a last bit I'll say is there's a remark, the to be or not to be speech. As old as it is by William Shakespeare in Hamlet, it's one of the greatest psychological speeches I think ever written about people's fear of the unknown. And it is to be or not to be, that is the question. And it's whether it's nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, which is what we've been doing, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. And we are finally taking arms against this sea of troubles, and by opposing, we're ending them. And of course, we're not sure what's going to happen tomorrow. But nothing we do is when we change the world. When we create AI, we're not sure what's going to happen. We put a new drug into people, which I love to do. That's what I do. And we don't know what's going to happen. We're terrified the first day the first person gets a new drug until the drug makes it through, and turns out it makes a significant impact on human health, and then it's approved. And then we're scared to death when it gets out into the general public because we don't know if people are going to use it properly, et cetera. Everything we do comes with risk. This notion that somehow doing nothing is okay, and sitting around and having these commissions discuss ad nauseum and all this crap that we've put up with for so long it's great to see it ending. And hopefully this will end quickly. My sense is that it will. I feel that there's a different sense in Israel right now. The kineticness, if that's a word, of this attack is really shocking. And never mind the fact, and we haven't talked a lot about it here, 4 or 5 of the leaders in Iran we know are dead. We know factually are dead. They've been reported already. The head of the IRGC, the head of the judiciary, the chief of staff, they're dead. The Khomeini might be dead. Hopefully he's dead. The president, we still don't know yet. But there are likely another 10 leaders in Iran that are dead. And the fact that this was the first thing that was done this morning at 8:15 when the first missiles hit that building where they were having their meeting, it's remarkable, and I'm proud to be a dual citizen of Israel and America.
We have a super chat from Gail. Thank you so much. A super chat from Askishka. Thank you so much. He says, the American readiness is evident in both their strategic planning and their willingness to adapt as needed. L'chaim, definitely to life. Just quickly, James, any idea how long you can go for?
I can go for a little while longer, that's for sure.
What's a little, like an hour? Just, approximately, just so, because Razi wants to know when he needs to wake up.
I'll go for the next hour at least. How about that?
Okay. Michael, any?
You probably get more sleep than that.
I'm not as young as these guys. I can make it until 40. I can do about 40 minutes and 7:30 my time.
Okay.
Which Michael was incredibly eloquent, though. I have to say, the quotation from, and when you're fighting cancer, though, that's exactly when risks are worth it. And we're fighting a cancer we're fighting a worldwide cancer here that has been
Absolutely.
affecting and metastasizing. I mean, their reach had gone to South America. There were Hezbollah and IRGC forces in Venezuela. Okay,
Yeah.
this cancer has been metastasizing for how long? And until you take serious action against the source of the cancer, you know, and when you got cancer, that's when it's appropriate to take the risk. If someone told me, if a doctor like Michael told me, you know, that I had cancer, I would take a risk, a certain risk, in the name of my life to end that cancer. And that's exactly when it is appropriate, to take serious action. So, yeah, did Race Jacobson have a question that was pending since Razi?
Yeah, good thing that you bring it up. I'm just trying to see if I wanted to bring something in the meantime. But no. Okay, we can go to Race's question, which was back to the congressional approval. Could it be argued that the congressional war approval was meant to restrain the ability to empire build and initiate force against free nations rather than protect dictatorships hostile to America? I guess this goes back to the Federalist Papers and what their envisioning was.
Well, no, they didn't. Let me put it this way. It wasn't even on the radar screen at the time of the American Revolution that we would be engaged in, you know, wars of conquest overseas at all. It was not even on the radar screen. That's not the significant distinction. The Constitution makes a distinction between invasions and insurrections, and let's put it this way, wars that can be planned for and anticipated. And so, no, I would have to say, see, it's really, I think, a mistake, Race, to get picky about constitutional interpretation. We have to live with whenever, even if we
especially when language is clear, right? As it is.
Exactly. In my view, we should approach this in the Supreme Court and Congress should approach this in an entirely different way than we have. It's not what the framers envisioned. Okay, setting aside my constitutional concerns, and I have to set aside, let's remember, that's what we're doing. You know, don't try to, you know, make a contradiction, okay, anything less than the contradiction it is. There's a constitutional problem here. Okay, fine. But for decades now, for longer than I've been alive, the Supreme Court has interpreted the Constitution in a certain way. And so long as that is the interpreted constitutional regime, we live within it. And I evaluate policy separate from that. Okay? I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can ask and urge that we have a different approach to the Constitution. But, you know, there's a long list of things that I think are unconstitutional that the United States Supreme Court has approved of over the last century. Yeah, a long list. But within that constitutional regime, what is good policy? And here we have, I think, a really good example of good policy, even if we disapprove of. Straight up say that's what we're doing. Don't try and find a fancy way to turn this into something constitutional, my friends, if you think it's unconstitutional. But be able to set it aside over here, put that over here. I don't like to compartmentalize, but, and we can walk, as I say, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, okay? But my objectivist friends out there, admit that even though this might be unconstitutional, this is a policy that you approve of if you do. Don't be a hypocrite that way. Oh, well, we'll pick and choose which, unquote, unconstitutional policies we like. No, swallow hard. Say, okay, I have a constitutional issue over here, but guess what? The Supreme Court, you know, for the better part of a century has said otherwise. Presidents and Congresses have to operate within, and we, as when we suggest policies, we can always add that as the, you know, a proviso to our policy statement, but have the ability to evaluate the policies separately. I would urge you to do on this, as I do on so many issues. But yeah, the race that you can, obviously the founding fathers didn't want even a standing army. They were skeptical of standing armies, mind you. The context over the last 250 years has dramatically changed, I would also ask you to bear that in mind. It is only in the 20th century that the United States became a world power in that sense at all. We were the decisive force in 2 world wars, the United States. We really were. But since then, since we've been under this new regime of undeclared wars, has America over and over and over acted not only unconstitutionally, but with bad policy, altruistic slaughters like the Vietnam War or Afghanistan. Okay, that's bad policy. That's just bad policy, total altruism. Ayn Rand identified Vietnam as an altruist slaughter. There was no need for all those young Americans to die. I would say the same thing myself about Afghanistan. But here, notice, Trump did not go looking like George W. Bush did for a coalition of willing allies. He didn't go hat in hand to the United Nations saying, please may I, to the United Nations only to get turned down and then say, well, okay, but if we get enough allies to agree with us, will we do it? No, if it's right, we shouldn't wait on anybody. The real parties of interest here are Israel and the United States. I don't care what France thinks. I don't care what any other government in the world thinks, or especially don't care. In fact, it would be counterindicative what the United Nations did. I would almost reflexively do the opposite. But we have to be able to evaluate the policy separate from our constitutional analysis. We're living under a certain constitutional regime race, and presidents have to be effective within that constitutional regime. That's what counts.
By the way, just quickly, I found this funny statement. I'm trying to. Trump can do no right, according to James, not without some passive-aggressive criticism. I just found that.
That is so wrong. I think that Trump is doing something right here. And I will repeat what I said earlier. Trump's energy and environmental regulation policy has been terrific. Let me just say, when Trump does something good, like on energy policy or environmentalist policy, many of my friends still think he's Hitler incarnate. They can't give him any credit. I live in a world where a lot of my friends refuse to give Trump any credit whatever. But when Trump does do something good, now, does Trump do a bunch of bad stuff? Yeah, okay. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. Trump has cut taxes. I like it. Trump has liberated the energy business to some extent from onerous regulations that the last 2 Democrat presidents put on. That is good. And here, is he finally going after the real enemy? And does he appear to be doing it in the right way without waiting for allies to approve, and going for the throat? Yeah. So I will praise Trump when he does something good. Yes, I am capable of doing that. Whatever the questioner says.
I actually had something I wanted to play. Oh, yeah, let's play this. Another IDF video or Air Force video from directly from Iran. So that's a missile site. And there was a missile site.
Whoa.
Oh, God. Wait, can we even show this? That was graphic even. But yeah, that was a site, military site, missile launcher site in Iran. Another one has been eliminated. That's great to see. Michael.
Yeah, one of the things that folks should realize. I mean, again, I've got the news channel in the U.S. on my computer here to my left, so I can sort of see what they're focused on. It's mostly about, now they're warning about American casualties are possible because Trump said that, and about how all of us are skulking in our missile safe rooms here in Israel, and we're all hunkered down and terrified and like little lambs to the slaughter. I was semi-joking today when I said, frankly, Israelis are more annoyed and more disturbed by rain than they are about missiles. They're so used to it here, and that's not far from the truth. But people should recognize that there's minimal damage at all to Israel. And there's a lot of damage to Iran. And this is night and day. I mean, this is Iran's claiming they sent 1,200 missiles out since this morning. They certainly didn't send them to Israel, and they didn't send that many to the other 6 Gulf countries where they attacked quote U.S. air bases, not countries. If they hit the country, that's just because the country was stupid enough to work with the Americans. But anyway, I think it's really important. I really wish we would focus a little bit more about how potent it is. Oh, I see that Fox has now switched over to some of the graphics that you're similar to what you're showing, Daniel. They're actually showing it now on Fox, and the explosions across Iran. I mean, this is the Israelis did a hell of a job by themselves, and the amount of firepower now, it really cannot be overstated. I mean, it's just shocking.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz says Berlin did not participate in strikes by Israel and the United States in Iran, which is a weird statement.
Yeah, way to
but I guess because
courageous Germany.
We're neutral. We're neutral. We don't have an opinion.
Did nothing. We weren't involved. We weren't involved. And okay, let me go further. Could there be terrorist cells in the United States and Europe that could be activated? And yeah, absolutely. I mean, there could be Westerners who die as a result of this. Iran's reach is global, as we pointed out. They were in Venezuela, for gosh sakes, with Hezbollah and the Revolutionary Guard. Are there terrorist cells in the United States that could be activated that are Iranian proxies? Or in Europe, are there terrorist cells that could be activated? Absolutely. And I can certainly understand a world leader saying, wanting to minimize the threat of that. But when is it worth it, ladies and gentlemen? And what's worth it? What's worth taking the risk? Now, I want the FBI, I want all of the resources of our federal government to be rooting out right now any kind of terrorist danger that's out there. But that danger was there and has been festering there for decades. Did you not think that they were trying to do that all over the West already? That was already the context. I mean,
I'm seeing Israel is launching more strikes on Iranian sites, including the ballistic missile launchers and air defense systems in central Iran. It's an announcement from the IDF about the Israeli Air Force. Opposition leader Yair Lapid says country united in war against Iran. This is from Yair Lapid. We are united behind the pilots, fighters, and security forces in the most justified operation there is. Jeez, imagine having such an opposition. But I mean, in Israel, it's much more clearer understanding of Iran than in America, thankfully.
I don't think that the Democrat leadership in the United States, you're going to hear much of that.
I mean, so far, I've seen mainly calling out Trump for the unconstitutionality. I've seen something, I think this was from...
Those Democrats are Michael's hypocritical Democrats. They didn't complain when Obama was, doing this left and right and doing drone attacks. By the way, killed American citizens without any due process, by the way. Did we hear the same complaints from the same Democrats? No, of course not. And, I'm not guilty of the U2 argument here. I can be consistent. My principles have remained my principles. Issues constitutional. On the other hand, I have to, since we do, as I say, live under a certain constitutional regime as approved by the Supreme Court, we have to evaluate the policy. We have to have two columnists, right? In the second column, we have to say the policy. How do we evaluate that, given the existing Supreme Court interpretation of our Constitution? That's really what we have to do, ladies and gentlemen, like it or not.
Yeah, and just to finish, I think, I've seen the congressional stuff, and I've also seen that apparently the justification that Trump used wasn't, I mean, I don't have the full statement in front of it. I'll quickly can look it up just so we can comment on it. But yeah, again, it's something you would typically hear. Again, like I don't see any operation Trump could have done that would go through the, or not even the scrutiny, right? That's just automatic disapproval. I mean, again, when it comes to Iran, this is not even like a Republican issue. Something that should have been done about Iran should have been a bipartisan thing from day one, not wait. How long did we wait? For almost 50 years until we finally did something about Iran and its waging of war on not only America but many other Western countries.
47 years now I've been waiting, literally. So
1979. Yep. One of the great countries in the world before that so-called revolution. I mean, the government was not great, but it was far better than what they have now.
Yeah,
and women were free and educated.
The Shah was no Boy Scout, but at least they were not chanting death to America and sending out their minions to slaughter as many Americans and Israelis as they possibly could. That's what we have now.
And wrapping their women. Yeah, and wrapping their women and no education for women and so on and so forth. But that's okay. The woke left, including the women and the gays, all support these kind of wonderful terrorist regimes, not the least. You know, you didn't hear them screaming about 30,000+ dead Iranian citizens. You didn't hear anybody screaming about that. The people that don't approve of what the U.S. and Israel are doing now have zero voice. There's no reason behind what they're saying except they're just anti any action. And they hate people who stand up for what they believe in. They're the same people that are anti-success. They're basically a bunch of whiny people that blame everyone else for their lot in life. Many of these people have a good lot in life and were handed remarkable, advantages. And yet they've chosen, it's a lot easier to sit and criticize than actually produce something novel. And it's the same set of people over and over again. You don't see these kids on campus doing astrophysics or quantum mechanics. You see these kids on campus doing baloney sociology projects, whining about the oppressors and the oppression in the world, instead of saying, the only way you get Africa out of trouble is to give them amazing technology and drugs that cure river blindness. That's how you get Africa out of trouble, not by whining about it and taxing more in the West and handing money over there so that they can spend it. You actually have to give people the wherewithal to, teach a man to fish, feed him for a lifetime kind of saying, not give a man a fish, feed him for a day, which is what we're doing. But it's the same set of problems almost universally across. Now, I know there's people in the objectivists who are pure objectivists, and I've argued with them many times that they live in la la land. They didn't vote for Trump because he's so bad. They agree that he's better than Harris, but they live in some la la land where a non-vote for Trump is somehow a good thing when it enables somebody like Harris to get in. They the same crap the first time Trump got elected, and I think it's absurd. You don't sit there and complain that chemotherapy has side effects, so I shouldn't take it. If you want to live longer, like James gave the analogy, if I have cancer, I have to accept risks. And when you're given two choices, life or death, if you choose life, it's going to come with risks, side effects. Same thing. If you have two choices. You have Trump and Harris, and you could pretend to be above it all, in which case you just have to accept whoever gets elected. I just find increasingly that people who hate anybody doing anything are just, unfortunately, social media has become their amplifier of do nothing, which used to be the news could amplify the people that actually did, because the people that didn't do anything weren't news.
In an election, when you're making a choice for a president, that is one of those Yogi Berra moments. Predictions are hard, especially about the future. You're saying who is more likely. But one thing I can tell you, whoever you voted for, whatever your position was in the last election, this would not have happened under a President Harris or a President Biden. 2.0. It would not. It would not. Any more than the pullback on environmental regulations that's helping to release the energy industry, any more than the tax, we would have had a big old tax increase. So I would just urge people to keep the entire context, and Michael has at least pointed out some factual considerations that might color the context. And when you see it play out in reality, what if Trump had not, cut taxes or release the energy industry? What if Trump had not done this? Okay, then it would be a different kettle of fish. But we are getting some good things from Trump. And can people, even if they didn't vote for Mr. Trump, can they admit that Trump has done some good things? Can you let those words escape your mouth? Whoever you voted for, and I'm not going to, I understand a vote for president is you're making a prediction about the future, and that's very hard to do. But on the other hand, when the good stuff happens, for gosh sakes, give the man the credit that he deserves within that context, at least within that context, and admit to yourself those things would never have happened under President Harris or a President Biden 2.0. Just never would have happened.
Something I wanted to bring up, because you guys talked about the previous Iranian regime, and you sometimes you hear about it, about the dictatorial aspects of the last Pahlavi regime, and people try to justify the Islamic Revolution by saying, the Shah's Iran was like a dictatorship, and I always find it weird because they don't have problems with dictatorships, right? Like they don't have problem with the current Iran.
About the current,
they didn't have a problem.
The Ayatollahs for 47 years.
They didn't have a problem with any of the nations around it. They okay, I'm saying they. Let's just try specifically somebody like Cheng Yuger, since we brought him up so much. He's like clear. So it's not about a dictatorship, right? Okay, it is not a focus. It is specifically about Israel, and it is specifically about America. It's because Shah Iran was Western aligned. It's because, and this applies to like every single thing, right? Saudi Arabia, for example, that is also like Western aligned. They have a problem with it. Now, I have a problem with it, but for much different reasons. So they have no problems with dictatorships. They have problem with Western aligned dictatorships. And I'll go to you guys. I have to run away for like a couple minutes, so I'll go to you, James, and I'll be back before you finish your sentences.
Yeah, it's not like they have a consistent view against authoritarian governments. They absolutely do not. It's when they're, what happened before, what was in power before the Shah may have been worse than the Shah. What happened after the Shah was certainly worse than what was happening under the Shah. So if the outcome of this is something, am I expecting a Jeffersonian republic to take power there? No, I'm not. I do not expect that. There are a diversity of opinions on the ground. I cannot predict what the new regime exactly will look like. But as I say, so long as it is a regime that is not trying to seek a nuclear weapon, not having a ballistic missile program, not chanting death to America and death to Israel, that will be a major step in the right direction. The justification, the moral justification for doing this is to take out an aggressive dictatorship that has been killing and killing and killing Westerners for decades. We bring the aggressive killing to a stop. And if we can do that, then we will have moved in the correct direction. If there is a better regime that's more open, at least to the West, then there's a chance of actually improving it further down the line. There's no way you're going to change the regime, at least that has existed up to this moment. There was no way better ideas were going to get in there. There was no way that these people were going to be able to take out the leadership. So if we move in that direction in a significant way, that is a significant improvement, and I will take it. And I will take a chance to move in that direction, because we got to stop the killing that's been going on for decades now. You just don't keep taking it and taking it and taking it and say, oh, appease, appease, appease. Or like Obama, send them billions of dollars in cash to get an agreement it's temporary and they're not going to agree to it, stick to anyway. Okay, we've seen the results of appeasement, and it's not been good for the world. It only encouraged October 7th to happen in Israel. Okay, appeasement does not work. How many times do we have to learn that lesson the hard way. But here, if we can stop a regime from being a killer, aggressive regime and get something at least significantly better, and if it is what the Iranian people want, and there's greater stability there, then I say all to the better. I'm not expecting Thomas Jefferson and James Madison to somehow come out of the woodwork in Iran and create the United States Bill of Rights. That's not the realistic goal here. It cannot be. But I will take something that is not aggressive and saying kill, 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 destroy Western civilization as I try to get a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, I would just to add to that. I think not only they have been despicable on the damage to the world side, but you have to ask what has since 1979 has anything good come out of Iran? Anything other than the people that managed to escape Iran and occupy remarkable positions in our Western societies? And what it is a tragedy that our humanities in America, at least, has forgotten to teach the notion that you judge countries and people by their actions, not the number of whiny tweets that they like and feel bad for. And countries should be judged by their actions. You can despise President Trump, judge him by his actions. You hate him because he took out the dictator in Venezuela? None of the Venezuelans that I know hate him for that. They love him for that. You hate him because he's going to probably take out Cuba. You hate him because he's actually using our military against drug traffickers. I know Daniel and I disagree, but that he had it legally declared, the drug traffickers legally declared terrorist organizations, which I think people that carry AK-47s and other machine guns are. But judged by actions. Britain, France, and Spain and Italy have done nothing at all useful for the global world except appeasement. It's amazing how quickly they forgot the lessons of World War II, because I'm pretty sure appeasement was the Chamberlain et al. Policy, and we all know how well that ended. Europe doesn't do anything about Russia. They can't. Biden didn't do anything about Russia. He let 10,000 Russian troops build up on the border with Ukraine and said it was an exercise. And when they came in and took over parts of Ukraine and started a war, he said, "Oh." That's what he said, which is more than he could usually say. Why we don't judge actions? Why have we become so stupid that we don't look at what people have contributed to the world? And that's something that has to change, or we're going to end up with a society that's just going around in whines. You can ignore that. That's the pre-warning emergency notification. We'll see if it translates into a warning here in Tel Aviv. That's the pre-siren siren.
Just quickly, I have a report. Oh no, I think we already know this. Wall Street Journal reports. Okay, just about the timing. That the timing, like today morning, was picked because several Iranian officials were meeting at the same time, but we already knew this.
Supposedly including Khomeini. We'll see.
And when we wait for intelligence to say that their leadership is gathering for a meeting, that's great. And I don't want to hear about it beforehand. I want to hear about it afterwards. When they tell me they hit this high-level meeting of Iranian leadership.
It was great.
Okay. Yeah. That is exactly when you hit. And with monsters like this, you do not owe the truth. No, if you're going to kill them, you do not owe them the truth. Okay, keep moral context here. In times of war, it is perfectly okay to lie, to head fake your enemy. And I'm perfectly happy to hear about it after the fact, well after the fact if necessary. So that's another thing to morally bear in mind is the context here. I'm just simply looking for something better, something more stable, something that is not, seeking to kill just as many Americans and Israelis and destroy Western interests and take down Western civilization as possible. That's all I'm looking for here. I am not expecting a Jeffersonian republic to emerge. But if it is the product of what the Iranian people want or can agree to, then it will be more stable. If they are not in bed with Russia and China, it would be a body blow to the interests of dictatorships around the world, and a great step forward in America in terms of advancing its interests. I understand, we're afraid with all, half of our Navy or whatever it is in the region, will China take advantage of this? I doubt it. But if they do, then that only shows how America should have been following a different policy with respect to Taiwan all along. But, I will take the good I can get. And it's hard for me to imagine what could have been worse than the regime we've been living under right now with the mullahs, seeking a nuclear weapon, building advanced ballistic missiles, killing and killing and killing around the world, just as much Western civilization interest as they possibly could get their bloodthirsty hands on. So I cannot imagine a worse regime taking power. And let's put it this way, if it is another aggressive dictatorship, just as aggressive, then I would say go take them out too, and let the people on the ground decide what government they want at that point. I mean, we have to act in our own interest. And in this case, it is clear that America has a self-interest in taking this government out rather than continue to live under the murderous threat that we've been living under for most of my life.
Somebody says
one of the mistakes that get made in business, real quick, analogy to what you just said, James. If this new whatever, assuming there's a new regime there, if it doesn't work out, we should do the same thing. And one of the big mistakes we make in business is we hire somebody new to replace somebody who is terrible. The new person turns out to be almost as terrible, and we quote settle in order to allow stability of the company. And I sit on many boards, and I try to coach the executive leadership, especially the CEOs of this, that settling for mediocrity or worse because they're slightly better than the previous person means you're going to end up being a mediocre company. And you have to have, frankly, it's the same moral compass that we're talking about on a smaller scale. You have to have the notion that if I don't get the right person, you can blame yourself that you didn't hire the right person. You never know who you're getting until they're hired. Just like you never know what you're getting with a regime until they get in and do their stuff and act. So you got to be willing to change the regime and change your employees until you get to a good position. And for those people in the company that need stability, even if it's mediocre, you tell them probably to find a job elsewhere. And I do that, and I believe in that strongly.
When I'm looking for an employee, I'm looking for someone who meets the standard, and I'm going to be a little demanding about competence and output there. Here, all I'm asking is for a regime that is not yelling death to America and death to Israel as pursuing a ballistic missile program, okay? A regime that is less aggressive would be a step in the right direction. My minimal standards here are pretty minimal, okay? I'm not, when you're trying to find effective treatments for cancer, my standards would be really, really high, okay? What I'm seeking here from a better government from Iran is a pretty minimal threshold here. Just don't seek the destruction of Western civilization and actively kill as many people as you can get your murderous hands on. It seems to me a much more minimal standard when it comes to international affairs that I would have, say, doing a scientific business like you are, Doctor.
Yeah, I would well, first of all, funny thing I wanted to bring out. Somebody in the chat says, what do Masons practice in the confines of their secret societies? By the way, guys, did you know you can join Freemasons? It is a secret organization, but they are you can just join. I tried to join them. They didn't get me. I was apparently too young, so I'll try to contact them again.
Well, the Masons, as we know, control the world. And I don't know if the Masons and the Jews get together in some secret cabal.
Yeah, but here's the thing:
media and all the events that are going on in the world. But people will invent all manner of conspiracy theories about Is there such a group as the Masons? Is it a secret society? Yes. My great uncle was a whatever degree Mason. Yes. I see. I'm connected. So just as all those people in the chats when we do programs accuse me of being Jewish or being a Mossad agent or being whatever else the frantic imagination comes up with, I don't think the Masons are behind this. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but conclude what you will. Yes, I'm working in secret league with Mossad and the Freemasons. Okay, if that's what makes you happy. No,
Yeah, and also here's
my
like the
independent
thing.
view of what Americans' self-interest and the safety of Western civilization requires.
Yeah, but it's the same thing when people talk about like the secret Jews. Like you can become Jewish. Like you can convert to Judaism and if you like meet somebody who's like willing to convert you, they would do nothing happier.
Guys, I got to run down to the safe room.
Yeah, run.
Oh, be safe.
And it's like you can become like if you think Jews are controlling the world and then they are behind every. Oh, is it back? Stop! It stopped.
Sorry, I'm back. The siren ended. This is really weird.
Yeah. What a strange feeling you must have. I mean.
Well, I have to say I'm immune. I know you said like everybody I tell all my friends, it's shocking to any American or anybody who lives in a quote normal country. But then the first few times I dealt with this here in Israel, it was pretty shocking. But it's completely now second nature, and it's no big deal. And frankly, I mentioned earlier that the sirens typically with missiles are 3 or 4 minutes long, and then you hear the crash of the anti-missile missile, and then the siren usually continues because they don't want people out when the shrapnel is falling, because that'll kill you just as well. But these sirens, for the last, I would say 4 or 5 hours, the sirens have been less than 45 seconds. That one was 40 seconds, which is why I got up to go. And it may sound funny to you, but that's not consistent with a missile coming in. It's probably a drone that was detected far, far away, or a missile that was detected very far away and taken out very far away. And so they knew it was not a problem. It's certainly not the close proximity missiles where you can really get in trouble here. So it's very different than a typical 3-minute, 4-minute missile siren warning that we had gotten earlier today and also in the past.
Prime Minister to deliver a statement to the media. Prime Minister's office announced, so we'll comment on that once it comes out. French President Emmanuel Macron said that Paris did not know and was not involved in strikes against Iran. That's not a surprise.
Amazing we could be effective without them. Shocking.
What was the joke you made earlier, Daniel? That France is already surrendered.
Yeah, it's already surrendered. Yeah.
Well, but like I say, I understand why they're afraid of domestic terrorist blowback and stuff like that. But on the other hand, you stand up for what's right. I would just ask the presidents and prime ministers across the world, when is it morally justified? When is it worth?
Wait, James, isn't that kind of weird, that justification? Hey guys, we cannot attack Iran because they have terrorist sleeping cells in our country.
Yeah, really?
But it's not our enemy, but they have terrorist sleeping cells.
Terrorist sleeping cells. Right. You see the contradiction? That's what we're living with. Whatever capacity they have to hit us now is precisely the capacity that we were living with all along. All along. Well, it doesn't tell you don't do it. That means you're capitulating to the extortion.
Exactly. And the notion that these are good terrorists who are only going to act under certain circumstances. And as long as we're nice to their home country, they won't be terrorists. I mean, it's really disgusting. It's not even naive. It's purely disgusting. Folks, I do have to run. I apologize. I will jump back on when I can.
No worries.
Thanks.
Doctor. Take care.
Bye. Somebody said, I see that there are already calls for Iran to go back to the negotiating table. Does this mean the war is over? It's not Iran that is like, if there's anybody to call back to negotiating table, it will be Israel and USA. Like, actually, yeah, let's call Iran back to a negotiating table, because that's kind of funny to attack them and they'd say, let's negotiate. Like, I don't know what you even mean by that. But again, yeah, it's EU nations like calling for negotiations, as they've been always and ever and forever. So I don't think nothing changes unless Israel or America call for it as well, which again we'll see. We'll see in 3.5 hours. I think that's when the UN Security Council meeting is. So we might watch that live. I'm not sure if they record them live, but either way, we'll comment on it and whatever comes out of there. But again, unless Israel or America do something, which so far I don't think we have any indication for. Yeah, I don't think sirens across central Israel. Air Force commander says, we can say we started off on the right foot. I think so as well.
It's just, what was surprisingly good about this was how overwhelming it appears to be. I mean, so many sites are being taken out. The leadership is being aimed at in a systematic way. You know, those warning sirens in Israel, I suspect that they will start diminishing as more and more of the missile sites are attacked. And if they use...
I think they might escalate during the night, especially since Houthi said they will join as well. So I think
the proxies are definitely an issue, but you know,
and generally they attack during the night. So I think we might see coming escalation. And if we don't, I think that's a really good sign towards Iranian diminishment.
Yeah, and use a site that we don't know about. You've just told us where that site is, given all the air power in the region right now. Anything they do, of course, will be itself, the source of that will itself be a target. But we already had a pretty good grip on what sites to hit, and it looks like we were hitting the sites that need to be hit in terms of missile threats, air threats, that sort of thing. But I have to admit that I suspected all along that Trump meant to do something significant as he began to move massive pieces into place here. It's unfortunate that he had to. Yes, Daniel, we should have been prepared for this after the, during, frankly, the 12-day. In fact, that 12-day war shows you, this is where I would jump in and criticize Trump. Why didn't you do this then? It was just as morally justified. It was as justified then as it is now. And the only difference is you weren't fully prepared to do all that it took, Mr. Trump. He wanted to put on, in effect, a show of his willingness to be diplomatic. He had critics. And in the American right today, you've got this ugly, anti-Semitic, pro-Muslim cabal of right-wing talking heads that he kind of had to appease, and to that extent, yuck, Mr. Trump. Just really, you were, don't have friends like that who are speaking into your ear with a pro-Islamic viewpoint. You should have been prepared for this way back then. In fact, we should have been willing to follow up like we're doing right now, back then. Back then. In fact, I could go back, as I say, every couple of months, every few years, every decade, for now the better part of 5 decades, and say the same thing. America should have taken out this evil, odious regime back in 1979, back in 1982, 83, back in 1989, back through any course of part of the 1990s. After 9/11, my great friend and teacher, Leonard Peikoff, took out a full-page ad in the New York Times saying, end states that sponsor terrorism. The correct enemy is not Iraq, it's Iran. And for 25 years now, it's been the situation that Dr. Peikoff was talking about has been festering all the worse. It was predictable what would happen. These things don't get better. Dictators don't suddenly, have this light dawn on them that suddenly they should respect the rights of women or respect the rights of free speech and political opponents. Doesn't just dawn on them when your people are aggressively killing you, developing a ballistic missile programs, obviously enriching uranium beyond any point that you need for energy production, when they do stuff like that, when they sponsor terrorism from Khobar Towers to South America, guess what? They've told you who they are. Believe them when they chant death to America. Believe it. That's what their goal is. I can't imagine a worse regime. So, and if they have some capacity to blow back, that was the capacity we were ignoring. That was the very problem that we ought to have dealt with decades earlier.
Somebody in the chat said, what was it? I keep an eye online, and there is tons of pushback against this attack from people who voted for Trump. I mean, to some extent, I'm not surprised. Trump did, to some extent, run on the End Wars platform. I mean, I didn't expect this to happen from Trump. I mean, neither the 12-day war nor this would have been on my predictions when it comes to Trump doing something. So I think many people are surprised.
When he came in and was talking about if they do something, I'll blow them to smithereens. And this was a year ago, right? That gave me a tickling sensation back there. And look, when I talk about tickling sensation,
not to me. I don't take any promises from Trump seriously. So that's why it came as a surprise. Like, oh wow, it was.
You see, I use the phrase tickling sensation. I did not say rational conviction because he gave a principled statement on the matter. It was the lack of a principled statement on the matter that, see, the only way we have of predicting politicians, indeed other people, are the moral principles and the moral character that they exhibit. So all you could do was guess. On the other hand, Daniel, as you know, for the last few weeks, I've been guessing that Trump meant to do something like this and that it was what I called a head fake. And I think that's the case. I don't think he expected anything from the negotiations with Iran. I think he was buying time to set his Navy in motion. And so it seemed to me that you don't involve yourself in the expense that he was involving himself in by putting all those naval ships and sophisticated fight recently, as the days were approaching here, sending the Gerald Ford there, putting those sophisticated fighter jets into Israel, telling Americans in Beirut, and then telling yesterday Americans in Israel, if you want to leave, now's the time to get out. That all those signs, Daniel, gave me the indication that he was planning something, and he did not have any confidence in the negotiations. In fact, that was largely just a head fake. So I know I was predicting based on unpredictable things, and we're talking about an unprincipled politician. Most politicians are unprincipled. Trump is particularly unprincipled. So it's hard to predict a person that doesn't have principles and go by principles. But on the other hand, his recent behavior in recent weeks has suggested to me that this was what he was meaning to do. At least, I mean, when you go back to the 12-day war, for example, why wasn't he ready? Obviously, he wasn't, at that point, he wasn't sure about what he was going to do. But in the weeks since, leading up to this, more and more as military assets began to build up in the region, more and more I had rational basis to believe that he wasn't just doing this to pressure them in a negotiation.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't mean to take away from this strike. This has happened. It's great to see, and nothing I say afterwards should diminish from it too much. My general analysis was that I think he did genuinely want the deal, and I wish I knew more about what has been happening in the backstage, like if this is straight up like Iran did, because the deal that Trump wanted was very mild. Again, what we know openly, it wasn't about missile development. It wasn't about the proxies even. It was specifically just about the nuclear sites. And so I don't seem to understand why Iran, did Iran, I think Iran believed that Trump wouldn't attack. Because then you would act like this. You would act outwardly, right? If you know Trump would never attack you, you would try to pose strongly towards it. So I think this came as a surprise to Iran as well. Like even
Yeah.
with the and we have Linda in the chat saying our niece is on Gerald Ford, so thank you for her service. Definitely, Gerald Ford is the aircraft carrier in the region.
It's the great flagship among U.S. aircraft carrier group is a frightening thing. Just one aircraft carrier is a mighty, mighty thing. The Gerald Ford is the latest and greatest. It's our flagship aircraft carrier group, and its capacities, from what I understand, are absolutely devastating. Can be devastating. But you'll notice they're over on the Mediterranean side of things. They're pretty much to protect Israel and American interests from that side, so that it doesn't expand. Look, I don't see Russia or China doing anything significant in defense of Iran. No, and this is why this is a great moment to do this. They didn't do anything with the 12-day war, and nor are they going to do anything about this, in my estimation. They'll make a lot of noise at the upcoming Security Council meeting. Oh, how awful America is for doing this at the Security Council meeting that's coming up later today. But will they actually do anything? Can they do anything? No, no. Will there be any regional powers that will do anything about it? No, no. What we need to do is protect American bases there and Israel there, because they're the ones that Iran are going to, now Iran will cut loose with everything they've got left. Their backs are against the wall. They're fighting for their very lives. And a cornered rat is exactly the most dangerous of creatures. When you scare the predatory animal, that's when he will get out his fangs and claws and start scratching indiscriminately in all directions. I understand that. That's when they are their most dangerous. But that indicates how serious I think we are at this point. We're going after leadership, not just air bases and missile threats. And the justification he gave was their nuclear program. It's much bigger than that. Obviously, the America's interests here are much bigger than that. On the other hand, I think he knew all along in this latest round of negotiations that Iran couldn't be trusted. He would not trust them with any offer. I don't think there was a way for Iran to appease Trump in recent weeks, since he's been talking like this. What he's been doing is putting military assets in the region. So looking at the actions over the words, I think, is important. But look at the actions. He was not prepared for this, and he should have been prepared to do something like this when the 12-day war happened. I mean, what really has changed? What metaphysical facts on the ground have changed since the 12-day war? There has been an uprising. He did promise that the Iranian people that help was on the way. That, I think, was, believe it or not, that had to have been the decisive factor, because that is the key fact that changed. Iran started slaughtering their own people in unknown thousands on the streets and in every province of that country. And as bad as things like that are, just because there's an oppressive dictatorship doesn't mean that America should necessarily get involved. When that dictatorship is aggressive, and the people are asking, though, for a change in regime, when it's an aggressive dictatorship, that's when we need to seriously consider it. And that's exactly the context we have now.
Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghai is not in a position to confirm whether members of Iran's senior leadership targeted by the US and Israel are unharmed. I'm just trying to read to see if any. What is this report? Quote, this is also from the spokesman. I can tell you that many places, many targets were hit across the country. He claims that more than 150 girls were killed and maimed. Not 150 civilians, not 150 people. Specifically, 150 girls were killed and maimed. What kind of report is even that?
And when you consider the oppression and slaughter of Iranian women by their own government, I mean, really? I mean,
I guess he didn't say who killed them.
Right, but it's obviously a pitch to civilized values. Okay, we're horrified when women get children get killed. Okay, we're horrified. Okay, they're pitching, but look at the horrors that Iran is engaged in with their own female population. I mean, they play our altruist sympathies against us every time. Every time. They're the ones who've been
Well, not
oppressed.
just altruist. I mean, if there are, innocent people dying in Iran, that's unfortunate,
Then
right?
we should, but that's the whole thing. It's the turn the up. See,
Yeah.
it's your fault.
Yeah,
If
altruist
civilians are dying here in Iran. No, it is not. It is not. It is the regime's fault that their own people are dying this time, as well as when they were slaughtering them themselves for the uprising. No, it is the aggressive dictatorship that bears the entire moral responsibility for every single civilian death in Iran that might happen. Full stop. Full stop. You can't be an aggressive. You keep punching. You keep attacking people abroad, and then they attack back, and you say, "Oh, it's your fault that our civilians get killed." No, it is not our fault when their civilians get killed. They keep lashing out, and they ought to expect it, and that's the whole thing. The Iranian population was put at risk by Iran's aggressive behavior. That's precisely what they put at risk, is their own civilian population.
Linda just sent me a new painting from John Voss. I just asked her if I can show it on the live stream, and if we can, we'll definitely show it because it's very, very nice looking. She said yes. Okay, let's. This is a new painting from John Voss, and people can find more about it at Corder Fine Art, if I remember correctly. So make sure to visit the website. I'll put also that. But yeah, this is the painting.
Wow. Wow. That's become an iconic image, but he did such a magnificent job of it too. Oh, look at that. John Voss is a great artist, not only a friend of this channel, but a great artist. I've had the pleasure of seeing him in person painting, seeing him in real time doing his work. What a superhuman being, and what a great artist. And Cordair Fine Arts, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, and I put it in the chat. It's cordair.com. You can check out many great paintings. And yeah, John Voss is one of the artists listed there. I'm not sure if Linda means this specific painting is already there or it will be soon, but he has many others. But I'm sure they'll get this one up there soon as well. So yeah, this is again another great thing to see, and I'm really hoping we'll see some rising up of the Iranian people. Again, the fact that we had so much, I mean, the fact that we have vilification of this war itself, like we are not talking about, although even if we are talking about Libya, Afghanistan, and Iraq, right? It's the idea that taking out evil regimes is like evil in itself. The idea, like somebody said, like Libya wasn't successful, right? And I'm just thinking, well, the goal was to take out Gaddafi, and we took out Gaddafi. The goal in Iraq was to take out Saddam Hussein, and we did take out Saddam Hussein.
If you say we're getting something worse at the end of the day than we're getting better, and I think that a good case could be made to say that what happened in Iraq, at least, we got something worse, ISIS. But what happens when you get something worse, like the emergence of ISIS, then you take out ISIS. If something continues to be an aggressive threat to you, assuming that's what you're going after, you continue to attack the aggressive threat when it emerges and as it emerges. Obviously. I mean, it's a strange kind of approach here. No, start just with the moral fact. No dictator has a right to be a dictator. There's no legitimacy on the part of a dictatorship. Any semi-free country has a right to take out a dictatorship at any time. Does that mean they ought to do it? No. There's a whole separate analysis. Is it in your interest to take out that dictatorship? Do you fear that something much worse will take its place? Those are legitimate concerns. Do we really, but like I say, the primary question should be, is it in our actual interest to do this? Or would it be like Vietnam or 20 years in Afghanistan, a senseless slaughter of young people? That's how I would draw the line. When you've got an aggressive dictator, you've got an aggressive dictator. It is a threat. It is a threat that, if allowed to metastasize like a cancer, will metastasize like a cancer. If a murderer, take it down to, I was a prosecutor for many years. If a murderer gets away with his murder, or any criminal gets away with a serial rapist or child molester, they get away with their crime, they're encouraged to continue that criminal activity. They're encouraged to go on until you stop them, until you physically stop the serial criminal from engaging in his crimes. He will get bolder and bolder and bolder about seeking out and victimizing his victims. And that lesson has to be learned at some point by civilized nations. But you see, they're not engaged in that kind of moral analysis. When you see, and here, Trump, is he willing to compliment any dictator he wants to cut a deal with, whether it's the dictator of North Korea, China, Russia? Will he? Can he acknowledge Putin was the aggressor? Can he acknowledge the evils that Xi does? Well, he respects these guys. They're great guys. When you hear that kind of morally ambiguous crap coming out of Mr. Trump, it does not fill you with confidence here. On the other hand, what's interesting, as I say, is that I think the real decisive change happened when the Iranian government went after its own people, when there was an uprising. There was an uprising that affected every province in Iran, and the Iranian government responded by slaughtering unknown thousands, more, at least 30,000 by the best estimates, as I understand, of its own citizens. And when totalitarian governments start slaughtering their own people, isn't that interesting? We have to do our best to estimate the bloodshed. How many people has this totalitarian regime slaughtered? And we have to do our best guess to estimate the degree of the slaughter. That's typically the way it is. And it's funny, because I think that was probably the most decisive element between the 12-day war and now that influenced Mr. Trump's behavior. And if so, good for Mr. Trump. On the other hand, Mr. Trump, dictators, there's a principle here. There's an abstraction a generalization we can make about dictators and aggressive dictators, whether it be China, Russia, or Iran.
There's something I wanted. What was it? Syria condemns brutal Iran attacks, reaches out to Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. Syria condemns brutal attacks from Iran on Arab countries, as its foreign minister holds calls with counterparts in the region. Yeah, I'm still thinking about the fact that Iran did attack the countries in the region. I'm trying to be, not even the devil's advocate, but like rational advocate. I'm just trying to come up with reason why they would do so. It seems like such a bad decision.
They've alienated Saudi Arabia. They're now even alienating the new Syrian government.
Well, Saudi Arabia was
But wait a minute here. In doing these attacks, what have they done but further isolate themselves and tone down the criticism on America and Israel for doing the attack? Okay, that was stupid. But these are theological madmen who've been running the country. They don't think straight. Right? They may really believe that they've got Allah on their side, and armies of angels will come down to defeat the armies of demons on the side of civilization. But it's about time that we, if, look, I do not believe in Allah or any other supernatural being. I am an atheist. On the other hand, if these people believe that Allah is on the side of the winner, it's time to give them a little instruction on whose side Allah is. And if we had the backbone to demonstrate that, we could show these savages just who is in the superior position. But again, this philosophy that we have, well, we're the bigger, stronger, so we don't have a right to defend ourselves. No. what's the point of being the stronger in the stronger position if we can't fight for what's morally right? If we can't do what's correctly in our interest? I don't see the point of being stronger. We can't let their backward savagery stop us. Believe me, they would at some point have acquired a nuclear weapon. They have ballistic missiles that could reach Europe. When do you draw the line? When do you say, okay, that's that. We're not going to allow that threat to continue to fester. It has to be taken out at a certain point, or worse consequences will occur. If there are sleeper terrorist cells in the West waiting to attack right now, and if they do try something, that's what we were living with. That's what we allowed to get built up over the last several decades. It is a point that bears repeating.
It looks like I don't know how you pronounce it. Burj Khalifa has been struck in Dubai, or at least very close to it, which at least last time I checked it, I know it was the tallest structure in the world, but I checked it like 10 years ago, I think, so it might not be anymore.
Dubai has got some impressive structures, yes. But yeah, so let's hold our breath and hope that the damage is minimal.
I don't necessarily care that much about what happens to Dubai.
Well, let me put it this way. I care. No, it'll go so far, Daniel, as to say that I do care about human life if they're not the aggressors in that context.
Sure.
See, I didn't care about Palestinian civilians in that sense. They themselves were the aggressors in that context. Okay. To some extent, I do care about Iranian civilians. I am not an altruist, nor do I think that we are our brother's keepers. Okay. And I understand that the civilians who might die in Iran are the responsibility, that those deaths are the responsibility of the Iranian regime. But do I have sympathy for people who've been rising up bravely to try and change their government? I absolutely do. That's where my sympathy lies, the victims of this aggression. And they don't have to agree with me philosophically for me to extend that sympathy. They just don't have to be on the side of the aggressor. I have zero sympathy for those on the side of the aggressor. None. None whatever. They deserve what they're getting. Just as the leadership in Iran deserves what they're getting. There you'll get zero sympathy from me.
Thank you, Matt, for your super chat. He says, thank you both for all your work since October 7. You've helped give me immense insight and moral clarity on this topic. It's a virtuous day for the West. Well, that's why we are here. We're definitely trying to bring the moral understanding. That is, I think, the precise point, the moral clarity on this topic, because I think it's morally clear what needs to happen. And I think even when it comes to Iran, I think Iran is even more clear than the Palestinian issue of what needs to happen with Iran. It's simply because of the lack of understanding of why morality is important, lack of understanding of that morality is not just something, you do because it's good, or no, something you do because you do it because, we like it or something. No, it's because it's a necessary requirement to live a happy and long, prosperous lives.
The philosophy of Ayn Rand, objectivism, rejects any practical moral dichotomy. One is principled and idealistic precisely because the needs of human life on Earth. Okay? There is no difference between the moral and the practical as I see it. Doing what is in our interest as Western civilization, as the United States, as me, an individual, doing what is in my self-interest has to be understood in a long-term principled way. That's what my moral principles are all about. Maximizing my chances of survival and having the best life I can have. That's what moral principles consist of for me. There can be, for me, as what we call an ethical egoist, no breach between the moral and the practical. But what an ethical egoist is reminding us is that you cannot achieve your selfish interest. I'll use that word. You cannot achieve your selfish interest by being unprincipled. You've got to identify, and few people do that. They'll assume that any whim worshiper is being selfish. going by the range of the moment emotion, or not having principles and not abiding by your principles consistently is somehow selfish or in your self-interest. No, the only way to accomplish your self-interest is by consistently following principles, moral principles, that identify what your actual long-term self-interest consists in.
Yeah, properly follow proper principles. Sorry, that's a line from the show. I saw an interesting chat. Somebody said, James, but who's the aggressor in this scenario? How did the news headlines sound this morning? Do you want to take it, or can I?
Well, it's funny because, obviously there were media outlets that say America starts war, surprise attack from America. Now that, I have to say, that's a joke. That's a joke to me. Back in 1979, when they took over, they, in an act of clear war, kidnapped and held hostage U.S. diplomats. That was an act of war. When they supported Hezbollah and hundreds were killed in Beirut in the early 1980s, that was an act of war, an aggressive act of war that justified a military response. Every terrorist action they've taken since. In fact, let's go back 2 years to October 7th in Israel. Who were the main funders of Hamas? And then when Hezbollah attacked, who were the main funders of Hezbollah? Houthis attack, who are the main funders of the Houthis? Any one of those. All we're seeing are more and more and more aggressive actions from Iran. To say that America is the aggressor here in any way, shape, or form is to drop the entire context of the slaughter that this Iranian regime has been engaged in, the act of war after act of war after act of war that they've been doing for the better part of 50 years now.
Yeah, and again, what is this? I don't get this. Like this is the stuff you hear from, like, what do you call them? Oh, I cannot. Yeah, like Southern Confederates, like the Union attacked us, and it's like, what are you talking about? It's like you started this, and it is similar when it comes to Iran. Like let's say I'm paying somebody to like go beat up James, and what, I can get away with it because I didn't start anything? No, I'm paying somebody to go beat him up. If Iran is continuously like funding the Houthis, Hezbollah, many different militias to actively attack Western either shipping or kidnap people, like Western citizens, of like British, French, American citizens, or in different ways they kill us, right? But because Iran directly doesn't do anything, somehow that's okay. But like, this is ridiculous. Any country for that matter had the right to do anything they wanted to Iran. It's not a legitimate state. When Israel or America decides to finally do something, I mean, yeah, I guess nominally you could say we started this attack specifically because in a sense there was not, but it's non-serious treatment of like a foreign policy. It's like you're just picking unnecessary things. Like I mean, I'm just trying to like remember some different conflict. I mean, even World War II itself, right? It started by a false flag attack. Both the Sino-Japanese War started with false flag attack, and the invasion of Poland started as like a false flag attack, right? So do we say, okay, now we found out that it was the Nazis and Japanese that started it, but before that it wasn't. So we would say, well, it was actually them starting it. Like, come on, it's
You'll hear when they talk about Japan and the use of the atomic bomb, Japan starts a war on multiple fronts. They invade China, they invade Southeast Asia, they invade the Philippines, they attack American territory on Pearl Harbor. So they're obviously trying to get hegemony in this war throughout the Pacific region. America pushes them back. With Allied help, America pushes Japan back to the islands of Japan. They're still not surrendering. There's a bloody war on the island of Okinawa that took many lives, and that Americans had to fight a very, very bloody war to take Okinawa. They're still not surrendering. Okay, do you say America's the aggressor in dropping the atomic bomb Well, no, until we get an unconditional surrender from a nation that is willing to be aggressive and attempt at hegemony throughout the Pacific region, until we get their unconditional surrender, no, they're still willing to fight. They're still willing to fight a suicidal war, mind you. No, America was acting in self-defense when both of those atomic bombs dropped. We were stopping the existence of an evil dictator, and that's what you do. And you can't deter future aggressive dictators unless that's the attitude you take. You start it, and you are going to get it 10 times harder. Has to be the lesson. We have to eliminate their capacity to do it. We have to eliminate the regime that started the aggressive war. Otherwise, you don't get the deterrence effect. Why should any aggressive dictator even pause in future if that's not the future that they have to anticipate? Their annihilation.
Somebody said the mental gymnastics to justify this attack is quite impressive. First, the nuclear wars, weapons, then it's ballistic missiles. Now it's actually the proxies. Well, first of all, we don't need any justification for attacking Iran. Again, Iran is an illegitimate state.
It's funny when you have multiple reasons.
And also, yeah, it's like multiple.
It's funny.
Like,
right?
It's all of them.
Okay,
it's all
the
of them.
proxies are a valid cause of this war. Their ballistic missiles are a valid cause of war. Their chance death to America and Israel are a valid cause of war for both America and Israel. Their terrorism, okay, over decades now. Okay, there are many good reasons. There can be more than one good reason. Okay, in fact, there is a conceptual relationship between all those reasons. They are a totalitarian dictatorship. They are an aggressive totalitarian dictatorship. That will manifest itself in multiple ways. Killing through proxies, developing a ballistic missile program, trying to get a nuclear weapon, yelling on the streets, death to America and death to Israel. Yeah, it manifests itself in multiple ways. It will manifest itself in the slaughter of thousands of their own civilians. It will manifest in the slaughter of thousands of their own civilians. Dictatorship is the cause of war. If you don't have a principled understanding of dictatorship, you cannot understand war in the modern world. Read an essay by Ayn Rand called The Roots of War. You can find it in Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal. This is why we have to take a moral stand against all dictators. Now, we don't have to go to war against them, as I say, unless it's really in our interest. But I cannot imagine a country that has set themselves up for being more in our interest. Here, let me give you another of those many reasons. And you can call it mental gymnastics all you like. Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard were in Venezuela. Okay, I can give you a long, long list of good reasons why we take out Iran. And they all stem from the fact that we have a savage, aggressive, totalitarian dictatorship on our hands. They will not hesitate in slaughtering thousands of their own people on the streets. They will not hesitate, okay, in supporting the monsters who were behind the atrocities of October 7th. Now, when you're dealing with evil like that, the atrocities of October 7th, which they were behind, or the slaughter of thousands of their own people on the streets, and they're trying to export their evil, you have to do something about it. If you don't, it is suicidal.
By the way, report Iran launched, this already happened, launched 44 missiles and 8 drones towards Qatar. That's insane just to isolate, like, specifically Qatar. I think the goal might be to like prevent Western powers from having any friendly relations or any alliances with the powers in the region. But if that was the goal, that seems to have failed miserably. All of those countries. I mean, I don't know to what extent the defense was America defending those countries or them countries defending themselves. But either way, it either means those countries are able to defend themselves, and therefore, yeah, they have no reason to step away from alliance, or America is actually protecting them, and they definitely have no reason to step away from alliance. Now, we probably shouldn't have alliances with a bunch of those countries, but
No, we should not. See,
Iran is
this is
definitely
my
failing at
what
discourage.
my point about dictatorship is, even when we don't go to war against a dictatorship, we don't go buddy cozying up to them. You know, you don't treat a dictatorship with respect. You do not acknowledge or legitimize or sanction in any way a dictatorship. Unless a country has some respect for the individual rights of their own people, believe me, they're going to be more prone to war than anyone else. They're already an illegitimate state, okay? We should not have friendly relations with dictatorships. Say, for example, a dictatorship replaces the regime of the Ayatollahs here. I wouldn't say that America should recognize them simply because there's something new. It would depend upon whether or not they have some kind of respect for the rights of their own people. That's really what it boils down to for me. Because guess what? I can understand the relationship between being a dictatorship and being a cause of war. We fear China in Taiwan. Why? They're a dictatorship. We fear Russia. Well, don't have to fear it. They have invaded Ukraine, and they were the aggressor. It is the comparatively more authoritarian country that will time after time be the source and the cause of the war. Okay? Dictatorship as such means that the country is not legitimate. It also indicates a potential threat that might have to be dealt with down the road, because dictatorships are the cause of war.
Yeah, sorry, I disconnected for a little bit. Bonnie says the thing is, Trump's thinking doesn't come anywhere from near rational things. James just said about getting rid of an enemy. Trump doesn't know what the moral stand is, but sometimes he's just lucky. Well, I think we have a term such as morally lucky, when it's like you just happen to like make well, that doesn't apply, but like a correct decision.
I'm still capable. Look, politicians are the worst people in my society, okay? They just are. They're despicable on both sides, thoroughly. Some of the most despicable human beings in the United States of America are politicians. And I am not exaggerating in my moral estimate, okay? They are, by and large, pragmatists who have no respect for individual rights, power lusting, the very worst kind of people you can imagine. So I take what I can get with politicians, Bonnie. I will give credit where credit is due, to the extent it is due in terms of the actions. And I think that's the way we have to analyze this. And as I say, it seems to me, just looking at the facts, that it was the horrific assault on the Iranian people that finally motivated Trump at the end of the day. He wasn't prepared for it when it was happening, but he did say help was on the way. And I think since that moment, it was in the back of his mind that he would likely be doing this. And so if that's the case, let's give Trump some credit. Okay, yeah, does he do awful, horrible things? Is he unprincipled? Is he a chest-thumping narcissist, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Can anyone say that I have been shy about criticizing Mr. Trump over the last 10 years? I have not. If you have followed any of my podcasting activities over the last 10 years, you know just how critical of Mr. Trump I've been. But if he's doing something good here, let's acknowledge that. Let's acknowledge the facts of reality. Politicians are a slimy bunch of power-lusting narcissists. Trump may be particularly, bad in that regard. But if he does something good, I'm going to give him credit for doing so.
Another video from the IDF, so let's watch that. This is, I think, drone interception.
ألفا على مطار نفذ.
Yeah, maybe that's why Michael was coming back so quickly. So yeah, drones are also getting very easily intercepted by Israel. I'm trying to see in the chat. Somebody says Trump is not a politician. I mean,
Trump
depends
is
what you mean by that.
essentially a politician. Well, in the sense that I meant, that is to say, a power luster, a person who is going for prestige and power and popularity, and that's what really motivates them. Trump is very much a populist politician in that very sense that I was talking about. So don't make me psychoanalyze Mr. Trump. I don't want to do that right here. People who have followed my podcasting activity over the last 10 years knows my full opinion on Mr. Trump. And I've not hesitated to be critical of him. But I think politicians in general are that way. And when they do something semi-decent, I send up fireworks. It's so rare. Believe me. And so if this is what it appears to be, 3 cheers for Mr. Trump. Yes, it's a risk. Yes, we should be prepared for the potential fallout from this. Of course, I cannot predict the future with perfect clarity. By no means. Is this morally justified? Yes. Does this really appear to be something in the interests of America and civilization as such? Yes. And I'm going to say so.
We have a super chat from PC. Thank you so much. James, hope you're okay. Some reports claim Supreme Leader is gone. Why confirmation that if he's okay? Like, you would feel sad if he's gone, or?
Well, it could be a matter of words used.
Yeah.
I think probably PC would be happy if the Ayatollah is dead.
Well, he specifically meant, James, hope you're okay. Some reports claim
okay.
Supreme Leader is gone. Okay, PC says words in the chat, so probably just...
Yeah. I appreciate it. I'm okay. Yeah, I did have yesterday. I had to be at the doctor's office for a medical procedure, and my mother's going through health stuff. But that I'm still here shows you how much I care about what's going on here. I'm okay. Thank you very much for the concern. I hope the Ayatollah is not okay, but the opposite of okay. Okay.
The person from earlier, Askeshka, says again, Trump never served in any government position or the military, went from private citizen to president.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
And
president
that's
is a
your definition.
politician.
Yeah, if that's your definition. He's been having political opinions since the 1980s. I've been seeing him on American talk shows.
I mean, he wanted to candidate for the Reform Party, right?
Right. Well, recently the civil rights leader Jesse Jackson died. I just remind people Trump was a big supporter of Jesse Jackson back in the 1980s. Yeah, he was. And so not only donated to his campaign, wished him well back in the 80s. Mr. Trump has been expressing his political opinions and giving his support to different political forces for a long time. But did he have a portfolio, a resume of being a politician in that sense? Okay, before he became president, he was not a politician. He went basically from talk show host to, sort of reality game show host, The Apprentice, to being president of the United States. But he was a television personality, and he was famous for having very definite political opinions.
Yeah, I think the Simpsons joking about Trump running for president I think that goes back to like late 90s or like early 2000s, where Simpsons started doing those jokes. So yeah, I think his like political ambitions were pretty clear for definitely decades. And also, even if he wasn't a politician during the first presidential governance, well, right now when he became president again, well, he used to be a president, right? So he was politician when he came into office again.
And we've elected generals president who never held political office. I mean, Eisenhower. One could he presided over the Constitutional Convention, but even George Washington didn't hold some elected.
I thought you meant I thought you meant Eisenhower preside over the.
No. But Eisenhower was the supreme commander of Allied forces during World War II. George Washington was the supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army. Neither of them were elected to previous offices.
Wait, wasn't Truman also a general?
No, Truman was a politician. He had been in Congress and he was a haberdasher. No, he'd been a veteran in World War One, as I
okay.
recall. He fought in the trenches in World War One, but he then went on to be a politician, and he was first became president because he was the vice president when Franklin Roosevelt died. But Trump was not even a general, like Washington or Eisenhower. Unless he was Grant.
What did there was something I wanted to read out in the chat. Oh, somebody asked, do any of you people read books or like do anything apart from consume slop from hegemonic US sources? Well, one, American sources, American historians, American like science is probably the best, one of the best out there. So again, I cannot imagine somebody like consuming like something like history and like no American sources, absolutely no American ever you can read.
Well, it's really funny because what I went to a university where I was mostly compelled to read a bunch of stuff that I disagreed with. Happy to do so to become informed. And since then, I have multiple sources of information. I will read the Jacobin. I'll go look at the Huffington Post. I will check out left-wing and right-wing news outlets. I will try and check the facts for myself. Yeah, I do read a lot of things that I regard as the very opposite of my viewpoint from both sides of the political spectrum all the time, sir. Do you ever get out of your shell and your echo chamber? From your comment, it seems to me that you do not. It seems from your comment that you don't really care about the slaughter that's been going on for decades because of Iran's support of terrorism. It appears to me that your views are selective and one-sided when it comes to the values of human life. So I would ask you to get out of your shell of information. I'm happy to read the New York Post and the New York Times. I'm happy to check out CNN and Fox News, domestic news sources in my country. I'm happy to read material from a variety of sources. Now, when you've gotten a point, say, on the ridiculous religious right, or if you've gotten a point from the Marxist left, I don't need to keep inundating myself with theoretical tracks on their nonsense. I get the point. If something new comes up and someone tells me to check it out, I'll check it out. But I try to keep my information sources balanced and from a variety of different angles. I do. Do you? Do you really?
Yeah, unlike you, I'm usually very sad when I have to read the New York Post or the New York Times, but I still do it. But I understand the sentiment.
But there can be but the point, and there's something else too. When there's an agreement about the facts, that agreement is worth noting. That agreement is worth noting. Just right there. Just right there. And there are times when I will say the New York Post had an insight or the New York Times had an insight. And I'm grateful for it if they do give me an insight. But, I have major criticisms, I think, as Daniel implies. I have major criticisms of the major news outlets on both ends of the spectrum. So, something? Call it a nuanced, complex position. But it sounds to me, sir, that you're the one who's being too simplistic in his analysis and information sources.
Is simplistic not an anti-concept? I think I've heard that.
Well, what you mean is things can be
because it unites like simplistic usually says that like if you describe situation in like a simple manners, it means it's like
you've left out an important piece of the puzzle, and there is such a mental context where someone being overly simplified, right? Now,
yeah, but I think the
simplifying it's normally, I agree with you. That's why I would, say that there is something to the concept. That is to say, if you are ignoring an important part of the factual context, then you're being overly simplified. But we have principles to deal with big, complex issues. And it is the simplification of problems, the reduction to basic principles, to first principles, to foundational principles, is in fact a cognitive mind actually integrating the facts and being able to cope with them. So Normally,
I think
Daniel points
package
out,
deal. I think it would be closer.
As
something
normal
like that.
as Daniel points out, it's normally used in the package deal sense, being simplistic. But if a person is living in an echo chamber and only sees and never crawls out of his shell that way, then they're the ones who are probably ignoring important parts of the factual context.
You know, since we are going for like 9 hours, I think we can afford to like be silent and like let people think for a little bit. We don't have to always like jump into it. So I'm more keen to like let the air like hang for a little bit. So James, don't feel obligated to like jump in. I'm usually like looking up something, so we don't just talk, but we have actually something to discuss.
Fortunately, I'm myself may need to go soon for a variety of reasons. I'll stay for, let me put it this way, if there are a couple other people that have questions out there, you know, that relate to sound policy thinking and the principles we should apply, that I can know. There's still a lot of facts that obviously we need to find out about what's going on. But if I can answer any questions about the principles through which I analyze situations like this, I'm happy to answer them, at least for the next few minutes.
Chandler says package deals are anti-concepts. Yeah, I believe so, right? They fall under the broader term.
Is there a Chandler, my dear brother Chandler?
Yes.
Can one be too simple in their analysis? That is to say, ignore important parts of a context. Yeah, one can be too simple.
I think he specifically just because I said first that simplistic is an anti-concept, and then I clarified.
He's correct. A package deal is to be avoided, and simplistic is normally just a package deal. All I'm doing is reminding people that if you do leave out important facts from your analysis, it's too simplified. And it probably is better to say that, because if someone says you're being simplistic, the correct response is, well, what important fact have I left out?
Because we can say, I mean, what would it be? It's, you know, where, I mean, Iran is not a legitimate country because it doesn't recognize individual rights. They could say, oh, well, that's simplistic way of understanding what is a country. And it's like, no, that's a fundamental concept of what it.
And they will talk about principles in terms of being too simplistic. No, principles are our integration of all of the relevant, that's what a principle is. It's a generalization that integrates all of the relevant facts. And if you are thinking in principle, you're bringing to bear all of the relevant facts. And normally, so the way I would put it is, your analysis is leaving out important facts. Rather than say, oh, simplistic, far better to say your analysis isn't complex enough because it's ignoring important facts. Because if someone says simplistic, your knee-jerk reaction should be, well, what important fact have I left out? That's what we mean here by the package deal. The only way we have of integrating the facts is through our conceptual faculty. Concepts and principles are our integrations of all of our existing knowledge. And if they're properly integrated, if your concepts and your principles are themselves properly integrated, then literally you're bringing to bear all of your knowledge to all of the decisions you're making every time you act on principle. Precisely the context in which most people will use the term simplistic.
I'm seeing a new report. Khamenei's son-in-law and daughter-in-law were killed in the Israeli-American strikes. Also, Central Command reports no American casualties in the Iranian strikes. Ali Khamenei is wedded? He has in-laws?
Wow.
He can do that?
And they're still, well, he must have married a much younger. See, at his age, you'd wonder that his in-laws or his parents are still around. His own parents would still be around. But
well, son and daughter-in-law. That's
right. Okay.
Wait, no, but brother and sister. So the siblings of her.
Okay, in-laws. I didn't know quite what the.
Oh, I see. Wait, no, son. What is a son-in-law and daughter-in-law?
The spouse
your
presumably
son
of
and
the son
daughter?
and daughter. Presumably, that would imply, if it is true and literally means that implies he has children of both genders, and they are married.
No, but what is a son-in-law?
The husband of your daughter.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay, yeah,
A
that's fair.
daughter-in-law is the
Yeah,
wife
yeah.
of your son.
Because my in-laws were automatically from wife, so wife's son. Well, isn't that my son? But yeah, you're right. Also, if you have a daughter that
You
has
have
that's an
brothers
in-law, yeah.
in-law, sisters-in-law, and when you normally just in American colloquial, you just say in-laws, you mean the parents of your spouse.
Yeah, yeah. All right, I
Because
was
I am
very
their
confused.
son-in-law, you see.
But yeah, those were eliminated. So I guess the spouses of his kids. So
His family is getting it. We're getting confirmations that at least the Ayatollah's family has suffered. Do I have any sympathy? No. This is where I don't have sympathy. Okay?
absolutely. And yeah, as I've said, no American casualties reported so far in the Iranian strikes.
That is good news.
New York Police Department patrols at sensitive locations. Out of abundance of caution, we will be enhancing patrols to sensitive locations throughout the city, including diplomatic, cultural, religious, and other relevant sites.
I think that should be happening across America in all of its major cities. I am very much afraid of terrorist response. I'm very much afraid of terrorist response in other civilized nations. So I think that we should all be on our guard, because if Iran could do something, it will do it now. There is no question in my mind, and we should be prepared for that. As prepared at least as we possibly can be. And proactive in responding when we do see any threat on the horizon. This is a very dangerous and delicate moment. This is exactly the kind of risks that we knew we were taking. Or at least before you take the risk, you should know that that is precisely the sort of risk that you are taking. But are there times when it's worth taking that risk? Yes. And is it that analysis that we should go through before taking that risk? Absolutely.
Somebody says an IDF pilot broke his fingernails sending missiles. Yeah, I'm actually glad because I just did my nails and shaved myself yesterday just because I felt like it, and actually it was good because I'm prepared for the show.
Yeah,
now.
if Israel is better protected, if they're a more advanced nation, good. Then the savage who tried to attack them should, and any potential savage who thinks about trying to attack them should fear. Yeah, you know, it's not the relative strength that makes the person the good guy or the bad guy. It's not. It's not. I'll repeat the lesson I learned as a child. I had a big brother, and you know, when I was a little kid, and I mean a little kid, you know, hardly more than a toddler, I did what little brothers often do. I punched my brother, and he didn't, you know, wasn't badly hurt, but he was my older brother, so he was bigger and stronger. And he turned to me very gravely and very seriously, and I've never forgotten this. He said, "Jimmy, I'm going to let you get away with that this time, but should you ever hit me ever again, I'm going to hit you back, and I'm going to hit you back 10 times harder." And he was in the moral right to say that, even though he was bigger and stronger. That is the correct response when you're bigger and stronger. And you're the one, in fact, you could say, has the responsibility to use that greater strength in a morally responsible way. But use that greater strength in a morally responsible way. So if you're making light of the fact that Israel is in a better position, well, Israel's in a better position because it's a more civilized, pro-reason nation. So is America. Right. Iran is facing overwhelming superior forces against it right now. Good. Let's use them. Let's use them in a morally constructive way so we can stop the terrorism, the bloodshed, the ongoing attacks through proxies, the threats that they represent in their ballistic missile program, and in attempting to get a nuclear weapon? Yeah, yeah. Let's use that properly and stop the bully. Because, you know, when I was a little boy, that left a big impression in my head. I was stupid. I was the smaller and younger brother. What the hell was I doing being the aggressor against my older brother? I needed that lesson. A very effective lesson too when you're a little boy and you don't think rationally. It helps the principle, thinking and principles kick in. Aha! Boy, it was not only was I the aggressor and in the moral wrong, but boy, he could do 10 times more damage to me than I could do to him.
So I'm just gonna read one more thing, and I think, James, you said you'll have to leave.
Yeah.
So I'll give it to you for a bit. I have to run to get some water. You'll
Okay.
talk, and I'll come back by the time you have to leave.
What's the question?
So, sorry, just a new message I want to see. Okay. Where was it? I mean, this is just an update, I guess. JD Vance is in the Situation Room in the White House, as well as Tulsi Gabbard, Scott Bessent, and Chris Wright. What a weird twice. Okay. I mean, I guess might as well come to the watch party, right? Especially this good one. So yeah, not much else here. But James, any last thoughts from you before you have to leave? And I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, JD Vance represents the wing of the Republican Party that has become more what they call isolationist. But talk about anti-concepts, isolationism versus interventionism. It's not a simplistic question of that kind. But Vance sort of represents the nativist, wing, the collectivist tribalist wing that is growing on the American right. And they have to be swallowing hard right now because Mr. Trump is not just being someone who'll make peace and make a deal with anyone, including the most savage of Muslim countries out there. Trump did draw a line in the sand with Iran, and fortunately he's following through here and not letting the forces that are sympathetic, say Tucker Carlson forces, or the forces within his administration that would argue for something else, stop him. Now, I hope that that continues to be the case because, again, what Bonnie said earlier, Trump is not a principled man. Who knows how long this outbreak of sanity will occur? I don't think we'll need to put boots on the ground, for example, and I think Vance and his friends will correctly say, don't do that, don't do that. But if that makes us do this war in a different and better and more selfish way, so much the better. But what does look like Mr. Trump was ignoring those forces within his administration and within the wider American right that were overtly are becoming overtly anti-Semitic and overtly pro-Islamic. He drew a line in the sand. He's acting on it now. Good for him. I'm sure there are forces on the right that are not happy about it, but too bad. I'm glad those are the forces that are right now having to scramble. But they'll defend Mr. Trump. There are people in this world who defend Mr. Trump, right or wrong, whatever he does. So I suspect that most of the American right will line up in a sort of dronish way behind Mr. Trump and justify what he does here. But there are some principled voices. And one of the few principled voices out there is here at the Ayn Rand Center UK. We're willing to criticize Mr. Trump when he deserves it. We're willing to give Mr. Trump credit when he does it. And this surely is a moment where Trump deserves some credit. Let us hope that he continues to fully take out the Iranian leadership, destroy the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, destroy Iran's capacity to wage any kind of aggression against Israel, America, its neighbors, or through its proxies. And with that, be safe. As I always end, be safe. Please, people out there right now, this is a delicate dangerous moment. Please be safe.
Thank you, James. So I have some information that more people, more panelists should hopefully be joining us, at least a couple. And then we should have Razi back in about 2 hours. And of course, in a little bit over 2 hours, we'll have the UN Security Council meeting. Unless they move it around, this is where it should happen. So I guess more updates. We have a comment from Bezalel Smotrich, the Israeli finance minister. He said, "We have embarked on an existential campaign to topple the evil Iranian regime, to remove an existential threat from Israel, and to fortify our security and future. This is a well-planned move that was built in close coordination with the US under the leadership of President Trump and is being carried out by our fighters and commanders. The finance ministry is ready and prepared to financially support the war and to provide a safety net for Israeli citizens as needed." So this is from the Israeli finance minister. Generally great to see, especially since he has been one of the few people holding out, especially even when it comes to fighting the war against Palestinians. And we are actually joined again by ER Reichel. Unexpected. I didn't expect. ER, any thoughts from you? When did you leave? The whole time blends in together at this point. But what have you done in the meantime?
I've been mostly in shelter, actually. I want to share in the personal level, the Iranians, they are trolling me personally. They're basically shooting barrages to the area where I live in 20 minutes intervals. Now, what does that mean? Basically, when there is a missile alarm, you go down and you usually stay in the shelter between 10 and 15 minutes. Usually, you either get a message when it's safe to get back to your house or to wherever you want to go, or you just see that there is silence for a long period of time, then just return to your business. Since they're shooting in 20 minutes interval, it's basically you don't have time to do anything. You go up, you go back to your house, and then there is a missile siren again. So yeah, very annoying. I'm being trolled very hard by the Iranians. But I guess that's the best they can do. The best they can do is to troll the Israeli civilians, to force them to go into shelter. And that's it is what it is, I guess. I am very happy on the conceptual level that we are kicking their ass and that this regime is going down. And if this is their ending chord, so be it.
Yeah, and what's interesting is, so we had a promise from the Houthis that they will attack or they will retaliate. We had, some more comments from Hezbollah, but also we had comments from the Israeli side where Israel said it will do nothing in Lebanon unless Lebanon or Hezbollah respectively do something first. So what are your predictions, especially the night is kind of starting? Do you think we'll see something from the Houthis or Hezbollah?
I assume we'll see something from the Houthis probably at nighttime. And I don't know regarding Hezbollah in the short term. I know in the long term, there's going to be another armed fighting with Hezbollah in one way or another. Simply because what's going on right now is that the Lebanese government has this obligation to disarm Hezbollah. This is not possible because Hezbollah still has a very strong influence within the Lebanese government. So they will not be able to go on with the promise. They will lie about it. They'll make some political games. And eventually, I think Israel will have to step in and disarm Hezbollah. I don't know about the timing. I don't know if something will happen right now with Iran. It seems like Hezbollah is just trying to survive and slowly and steadily build itself once again. And I want I want Israel to stop them. I'm not sure it will. I hope so. So this is my take on Hezbollah. But yeah, the Houthis will probably start tonight. By the way, there are like videos and images from a while ago. You see basically like, barbaric Houthi terrorists wearing flip-flop on a motorcycle, carrying on the back of the motorcycle like a huge part of a ballistic missile. It's just hilarious, the difference between this barbaric, murderous, nihilistic nation and the arms and technology it gets and uses against basically the minds that are behind all of this technological advancements.
Yeah, just quickly, I have to comment on something. Somebody said, "Will Israel survive when land invasion started by Iran?" And I'm just start trying to like grab this concept of like, how is Iran going to invade? Like, what is it gonna go through Egypt, go through Jordan, like Syria, Lebanon? Is it going to like a naval invade? Is it going to go all across Africa or like somehow get through Suez? I just cannot grasp this idea.
Listen, the Iranian regime has already sent his best troops on donkeys on the way to Israel through Syria. Unfortunately for them, by the time their elite donkey unit will arrive to Israel, the Mullah regime will already be non-existent. So unfortunately for them, it is all in vain.
Yeah, just like the Messiah
And
got
by
to
the way,
Bethlehem.
hello, Jonathan. Good evening.
Hello,
Good to
good
see
evening.
you. I
Good
wish I could
evening.
wear a suit like you, but I'm currently mostly going to shelters.
You can't wear a suit to the shelter?
I don't want to wear a suit for my shelter. It's too, how do you say, like the luach? How do you say it? Like
It's a bit dusty, is it?
it's like dank dust. It's like
Well, you
muddy
should have
dust.
prepared. You should have prepared it,
No, I should
we all
I should have
saw
planned
it.
better.
Yeah, we all saw it coming, didn't we? The responsibility is on you.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm paying the prices, as you can see.
Yeah, and we all suffer these consequences. Good to be back here, Dan. We didn't speak I spoke this morning with Razi. It was really fun. Really, just the first hours, we've had a whole day of looking into Telegram non-stop, which is rather addictive, I must say. We all are quite, all Israelis, I think, are news addicted, and that's not really good, but it's really interesting. One thing I would like to maybe focus on a little bit, Dan, is what's happening with the Gulf countries. I think it's really, really interesting to see. Have you showed the footage of the skyscraper hitting in Bahrain, Dan?
Not Bahrain. We did Dubai.
So there's crazy footage of maybe I can send it to you, of a drone hitting a high-rise building, direct hit in the capital of Bahrain. That's very interesting. I did not expect to see such images from this, I must say. And it seems like Iran is really they understand that this is their last stance and they're just going all out explosions, trying to go with a blow on their way to their virgins. So that's really interesting to see what the reaction will be of these Gulf countries. Bahrain itself is a very small and rather weak country militarily due to its very small population, small size. But all these Gulf countries, they have some kind of an alliance, as I understand it, that they swear to protect each other, and they've all been attacked. We're talking about Kuwait, UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. I heard of Oman also being attacked, but I wasn't able to confirm that. That would be pretty big because they
I
are
haven't seen it either,
best
but
friends with Iran. So we'll see. Maybe there's going to be something there, maybe not. But it seems like Iran are kind of inviting all these Gulf countries to join the fight. Many of them do have substantial Americanly equipped militaries, like Saudi Arabia, UAE even, They are very well equipped militaries, and they could do, especially with their proximity to Iran, they could do some serious damage. Maybe we can see a naval invasion being launched from the UAE. Wouldn't that be interesting? Into the southern coast of Iran. That would be really exciting. So I'm very interested to see what will develop in the Gulf front. And I hope to see more. I would love to see their involvement. I think it would be really good to see that a testament that whatever the Abraham Accords mean, this will be their most glorious application, if indeed we will see something like that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Iran is trying to pull Eren Yeager. I don't know. Have you guys seen Attack on Titan anime?
Is it this the meme scene where everything is attacked?
Yeah, in some way. Well, kind of spoiler for the Attack on Titan, so people who want to watch it don't listen. But at the end of it, sort of, one of the characters like attacks the whole world, so the world is united together and like defeats him, and then there's like a world peace because the world came together. Maybe that's what Iran is trying to do. It's trying to unite the world, attacks everybody, then the world comes together, and then it will all be good. I'm gonna hold my doubt on that probably. But separately, I don't know if you've seen this, but Iranian official says 85 people have been killed after the strike hits the girls' school. Now, just a reminder, this is after the first number or the last number was 53, and then the previous number was like 30.
Yeah, I heard about this story with the girls. Now, my question is, what sort of school works on Saturday? That would be my first question. What do they teach on Saturday? I've never heard of a school that is active on Saturday. That in itself is rather questionable. But whatever may hit that place, and where, if indeed Iranian girls were hit, that's most certainly an Iranian missile that fell on the way, or even quite possibly something staged by this regime to show. And we see how stupid these people in the West that are reporting this, how they fall for everything they set out for them. That's just ridiculous. And even if let's say Israel accidentally, never deliberately, but accidentally, would a bomb would hit a school and children would tragically die there, the moral responsibility is on Iran, because Iran started this when they had their revolution in 1979. So they can and did not abandon it and kept on developing weapons to destroy Israel. That they are the morally responsible for that, and they are paying the price for it. And they can go to hell with their lies. Everything they say, we should assume is a lie. They don't know truth, this regime. I don't think anybody there knows what the truth is. So everything they report must be taken with an extreme doubt.
We have a super chat from Jonathan. Thank you so much. And somebody says, according to YouTuber Wash, number one issue here is the massacre of the Iranian schoolgirls. I mean, absolutely, right? Well, first of all, it doesn't matter when Iranians are killed. It only matters when Jews kill Iranians, because just a few weeks ago, Iranian regime was, slaughtering tens of thousands of Iranian protesters. Somehow, the world was actually quiet about that. Somehow, it was very quiet when it came to talking about that. But now, one school that by the way, that IRGC newspaper talks about, they are the ones who are claiming that this has happened, because they say, well, Israel should go home.
I wanna bring a point in this regard, and it is an interesting comparison between the events, like the Iranian regime massacring tens of thousands of its own people, and the event of the schoolgirls dying during this war, this active fighting with Iran, on many levels, on the level of on the moral sanction those humanitarians in the West give to this murderous Ayatollah regime, etc., etc., etc. One interesting thing is about epistemology and certainty. So when all of the facts and all of the evidence are explicitly give us no other option than Iran basically massacring its own people by the tens of thousands, it's undeniable. So this is when everybody, like, all of the, like, whether it's like it's the anti-Zionist or the people who hate war or the people who care about civil rights or whatever, suddenly they're like not sure, they don't know, it's unclear, they evade it, they ignore it. And so this is on one case, on the obvious case where it's clear that Iran is the bad guy here. But over here, where it's quite ambiguous, they don't know, maybe it's an Iranian missile, maybe it's an Iranian operation to try to make Israel look bad. Maybe it is a weapon fired by Israeli forces or American forces that perhaps intentionally or unintentionally hit the school as a part of the fight against Iran. It could be many things, but immediately and automatically, all of those people who hate Israel and hate America and hate freedom and hate civil rights and say they're big humanitarians, suddenly they care about this particular tragedy. And it's very interesting. And I haven't even mentioned the scales, like on that case over there when Iran is killing its own people, it's in the tens of thousands of basically shooting people in the face, even when they're hospitalized. And over here, it could be tens, could be dozens, it could be hundreds, but it's completely different scales. Yet the people who were ignoring Iran massacring its own people are now suddenly going frantic, and suddenly they care, and suddenly they cannot, they are so passionately expressing their empathy as if that is the case. So this is just, for me, it demonstrates the hypocrisy, the evil, the lie that those people are basically trying to promote. These people are driven by some nihilistic, anti-American, anti-Western, anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish worldview. They hate themselves, they hate their life, they hate the West, they want to ruin it. So they're siding with the worst enemies of humanity. They're siding with the Ayatollah regime because just like them, the Ayatollah regime is nihilistic. It hates the Jews, it hates America, it hates the West, it wants to destroy it. So they just find their kind. So whenever this regime commits the crime that basically contradicts their fake morality, they just ignore it because obviously they would not condemn such a regime. They would not condemn their ally. But when it might be Israel that actually doing the right thing and defending itself, when it might be Israel that was the one that caused for this death, yet not morally responsible, when it is possible, they're going for it as if they found gold. This is their opportunity to turn people against Israel, so it will be harder for the good guys to defeat evil. This is what it's all about. This is just a wonderful case in the sense that it demonstrates my point so clearly, and it's the facts are right in your face. Like this is a very important, essential, fundamental fact that they are ignoring the massacre of tens of thousands, or even justifying it, or giving the Iranian regime moral sanction, although they did what they did. Yet the second they find an opportunity to say, "Oh, here Israel killing innocent Iranians," they go for it. So once again, I want to mention the context here is that Israel is defending itself against a regime going for an atomic bomb, a regime that already shot countless barrages of missiles on Israel, a regime that is behind Hezbollah, that murdered Americans and Frenchmen and Israeli, Iran that is behind Hamas, behind the Houthis, the main sponsor of terror worldwide in the past 4 decades or even more. So all of those bootlickers and fans of the Ayatollah regime trying to make Israel look bad, you're pathetic. Everybody can see there is a saying in Hebrew. It means, it goes like this: the butter is melting on your forehead. Everybody is seeing how pathetic little liars you are. And it doesn't matter if you start by lying to yourself and buying into your own lies, or you actually know that you're full of shit and then you just lying to others first. It just doesn't matter. You and the truth are light years apart, and it's just so clear right now. It just speaks for itself.
By the way, I should mention that Netanyahu is giving speech right now, so I'm slowly getting things from his speech. One of the things he said is he thanked Trump and said this war will lead to real peace. He also said we destroyed the tyrant Khamenei's compound, and he also said signs are growing that Khamenei is gone. It should also be said that there are also signs that not only Khamenei might be gone, but Khamenei's daughter-in-law, son-in-law, and even son are also eliminated. And I believe that, at least I see on Times of Israel, that his son was actually supposed to succeed him as the next supreme leader. So Israel and America are eliminating all of leadership or even potential leadership of Iran. Jonathan?
Yeah, thanks for reading this, Dan. I just thought I would see something interesting. I see a report that Israel stopped the gas supply to Egypt.
I saw something about that Gaza crossing is also gonna be closed.
Yeah, so there's something going on the Egyptian front as well, and let's see. That sounds very interesting.
Where did you see this report?
I saw it on 301 News. Can send it to you. I also found interesting the Erdogan, the president of Turkey's statement on this. On the one hand, he said that this is an aggressive war launched by basically led by Netanyahu, who he thinks is the most evil person, worse than Hitler. And then he said that our hearts are with our friends from the Gulf who are suffering the casualties that are because of Netanyahu, or something along these lines. Maybe this is the time for Trump to stop being besties with Erdogan. Maybe after he condemns his own operation, maybe it'll be time for things to improve, because now if we are to go a little bit further and maybe zoom out, let's say Iran is gone from being a threat and became a free, peace-loving democracy. Now the biggest threat in the region will be Turkey, and we've already seen that Erdogan has basically took over Syria, and planning to settle down there, and it's right on the border of Israel, and the Turkish military is by far more competent and strong than the Iranian. They are a NATO country, supplied by American weapons. That is a really big threat, and I think we will see after this Iran showdown, the final showdown, hopefully, we will see a Cold War between Israel and Turkey. Maybe proxy war of the same vein, maybe starting in Syria. I don't know the influences of Turkey in Lebanon, but it seems quite clear that the ambitions of Turkey are not so far from those of Iran. And insofar as it seems as though Turkey is a great ally of America, as Trump seems to think, this is more dangerous than Iran, significantly, especially given that they are NATO. So that should be maybe a topic for a different show about the implications on Turkey. But that's very serious matter, I think.
We can do it now. I mean, we are pretty much bringing in all the topics.
So basically, this
Yeah.
is the next season. So, this season is now the season finale, where we defeat
This is
Iran.
Tehran
And then the
season finale.
Yeah, and then the next season, which it's nice how the writers already, bring us hints that it's now going to Turkey. Like we already see the first causal events that will lead us to our next arch enemy, which is Turkey, already setting up in Gaza, thanks to the Israeli leadership, unfortunately, and already basically arming Syria as some sort of a puppet state. So they're trying to go at us from both sides. And Turkey is a very strong army, very strong military, NATO member. So it's going to be very interesting. There's going to be a lot of developments. The next season is going to be, the stakes going to be higher. So it seems. So good job for the writers. And now right now we're in the middle of the climax. Hopefully we'll make it through. So we can move on to the next season and see how the events, roll out.
Absolutely, we're all very excited for the next season. But we still have a great season now. I just forwarded Dan some footage that I hope.
Yeah, on Telegram. Who has Telegram on the?
This is where we get the news. You should get Telegram if you're doing the news.
I have Telegram, not on my PC.
You get Telegram for web. It's really simple.
All
There's
right.
a lot of really cool footage. I shared that of well, I don't want to say cool. It's not a good thing, but for me, it's unbelievable that there are these high-rise residential buildings, contrary to some things that our friends here in the chat say, of people of buildings being targeted by Iranian UAVs and the drones. So that's very dramatic. These are residential buildings. This is not American military base. Okay, so if Iran is so surgical and so lovely in its war of self-defense, as some of you may suggest, why are they attacking these high-rise buildings in Manama, Bahrain, and in other places in the Gulf? To me, it seems like warmongering, if anything.
Nihilism. It's nihilism.
What was that?
It's maybe it will be the theme song of the show. It's nihilism. They're just they hate life, they hate values. They're nihilistic. Whether it's because they believe in the missing imam or whatever Khomeini brought with him, some crazy Islamic political jihadi terrorist worldview. They just want death and destruction. Their whole point of view is not on how to live, it's on how to die and how to bring death to everyone. So now it's their last chance. It's like when the Nazis in 1945, they knew they were going to lose, so they went on with the death marches after they had to lose their concentration camps and death camps. They said, okay, we're just going to march the Jews to death. We're going to use our resources instead of trying to save our lives, instead of trying to reach some sort of a positive scenario for us. No, we're going to use all our resources to kill as much Jews as we can. So once again, this is like when an evil, tyrannical, nihilistic regime is going down, they're just going to say, okay, fuck it, let's just do as much destruction as it can. This is their silver lining. This is evil silver lining. After managing to destroy yourself so badly, nothing's left. At least you can harm all of those people surrounding you that you hate so much for various reasons. Heck, they are massacring their own people. They've killed tens of thousands of their own people. Obviously, they also hate their neighbors. It's not only the Jews and the West and the civilized world and America that they hate. They also hate themselves, and they also hate the slightly different flavors of Islam, like Sunni Islam. So obviously, they hate everyone. They hate men as a principle. So for me, yeah, it was new and unfortunate actually to see basically Iran hitting all of those Gulf countries, but intellectually, conceptually, I'm not surprised at all. It makes total sense that such a crazy, nihilistic, evil regime that hates humanity will go and use whatever left of him to destroy everyone. whomever he can. And right now, these are like the closest neighbors. They're Sunni Muslims, so obviously, like the Iranian Ayatollah regime is convinced they are to die. So they're like, okay, they're like going, okay, we might as well deliver it now. This is our last chance to show them we hate them as well, and they should die as well, according to their beliefs. So for me, it's completely like, yeah, like it makes total sense that those irrational, evil, nihilistic people will do this as their ending call.
Let's and since you mentioned that, let's take a look at Bahrain. So this was sent to me by Jonathan. I mean, it's kind of insane.
It is, and this doesn't quite look like an American military base.
Not an
does it?
American base.
Maybe, yeah, maybe this was a targeted strike at an American official that lives there in this particular apartment. But obviously, they don't have these capabilities, as Israel has shown time and time again. This is the kind of surgical strike Israel would do. They would know how to strike exactly the apartment when this evil guy lives and not let anybody else be harmed. Here, it more seems like a random drone that just happened to enter into this high-rise building in Manama. I don't know yet about the casualties. Hopefully, there are no innocent casualties there. But to me, it's really symbolizes that there will be consequences for that. I don't think the Arabs in their culture is very important pride, and they will not the Arabs of the Gulf. They now have to save face. I mean, Iran has showed the whole world that they can just send drones to their houses. They have to respond to defend their own pride and respect, and I'm all for that. They are right. They are right. They should strike back. So hopefully what we'll see as well, which will be very interesting, some kind of a coalition with all these Arab Gulf countries. Also, Jordan was hit. Also, in Syria, I wouldn't expect much, but in Kuwait, their airport was hit.
Even Syria actually decried the aggression from Iran and said it stands behind the Gulf states.
Yeah, we might see some very interesting alignment between Israeli interest and these Gulf countries, and I'm really excited to see that happening. I think that's really really exciting.
Oh yeah, and we just have Trump speaks with leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. And who is this? Oh, and he also spoke to the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. I love that guy, by the way. He's like a Trump whisperer. Apparently, he's able to convince Trump of like anything, the current NATO secretary. So, yeah, this is again great to see. And again, guys, come on. Bahrain has a right to defend itself. UAE has a right to defend itself. It was just attacked by Iran. It should defend itself. Yeah.
You know,
well, I
Cenk
guess
would
the
say,
question
yeah,
is,
they should now go against Israel.
no. I mean, yeah, just like Turkey said, right? This was started by Israel somehow, because somehow it's justifiable. You know, if you get military, if you get a missile launched at you from Israel, somehow you can just attack other Gulf states.
Listen, according to anti-Semites, the Jews started it because they are the first, like, to exist in this whole Abrahamic religion kind of thing. You know, they started it. Always been there annoying us by being Jews, those damn Jews.
Bonnie says Trump should be making a public address to the American people. I haven't thought of it, but yeah, something definitely. And I think let's hope we'll see something in the next few hours. I mean, right now it's 2 p.m. in Eastern, so we might see something in the evening. We already have Netanyahu speaking right now, or I guess I'm not sure if he already finished, but we had Netanyahu speaking. So yeah, I'm hoping we'll see something, some clarification, or not clarification, some just announcement, yeah, to the American people, like, hey guys, we are kind of at war, by the way. By the way, poly market odds raised in the last half an hour We are at 62% of Khamenei being ousted as a leader by the end of today, Eastern Standard Time. So that would be 10 more hours, and we are at 62%. I'm not sure if I don't mind those odds. And also, for March 31st, the chance is only 80%. So there's not that big of a difference between like today and a month from now. So I think it looks like the best opportunity is right now. And we should say, because somebody said that Israel confirmed that Khamenei is dead. I have the poly market open the whole time. Trust me, once the confirmation is there, this thing will jump to 99% very quickly after we have like an official confirmation. So I'll definitely be monitoring any spikes. What about you, Jonathan? Any bets on the current war?
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Like they said earlier today that he's going to give a statement later
Oh yeah, he still
tonight.
haven't, right?
And he just happened to not being available. You see, he's very busy. There's also I saw all these
Maybe
people.
Israel destroyed the
Listen,
recordings, the
what
media
will
recorder.
you know what
Maybe.
will happen if they'll turn him into a saint? You know how all of those like those religious people, when they have like their saints, when it's like ambiguous whether they died or not, and they're like denying that he died, and like they just never show him, never refer to him, like
Like
they speak
Elvis.
about him. So what will happen in poly market then? There will be no confirmation that he's dead. Only people lying to themselves about.
Basically, so let's say he dies today, but we only find it about like 2 weeks from now. My understanding is it would still resolve as if he died today. So it will not.
No, in 2 weeks, the Iranians will be like, oh yeah, he'll be coming back in any time.
No. Well, I mean, aren't there still some Hamas leaders who like still we technically don't have confirmation? I mentioned that like full confirmation. I mentioned that sometime like during the early show. Like yeah, if he's dead, there's no way they'll ever confirm it, right? There's unless somehow you get
Probably the new regime will confirm it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like they have no reason. Like I don't even understand. I don't know how if you guys follow the way they refer to it, but everyone in the administration of Iran is saying like, well, as far as I know, he's alive. It's like, why are you like qualifying that statement? It's such a weird. Like I don't know. Have you guys seen that? Like the foreign minister of Iran is like is like trying to hedge his sayings. I was like, well, as far as I know, he's alive.
That's funny. Did you guys read the Mamdani response?
Oh, I haven't seen it. No.
Okay. Will you give me the
It's
honor?
a catastrophe.
Sure.
This is from Mayor Zoran Mamdani of New York City. Today's military strikes on Iran, carried out by the United States and Israel, mark a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression. Bombing cities, killing civilians, opening a new theater of war. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. They want relief from affordability crisis. They want peace. I'm focused on making sure that every New Yorker is safe. I have been in contact with our police commissioner and emergency management officials who are taking proactive steps, including increasing coordination across agencies and enhancing patrols of sensitive locations out of an abundance of caution. Additionally, I want to speak directly to Iranian New Yorkers. You are part of the fabric of this society. You are our neighbors, small business owners, students, artists, workers, and community leaders. You will be safe here.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna like attack Iranians in the West. It's like, oh, we are at war with you guys. Like Iranians in London are in front of the embassy celebrating right now. We have a story from like in front of Iranian embassy. Apparently, a brother of Pahlavi, Reza Pahlavi, is celebrating with them in the
I
at the
mean,
embassy.
isn't that remarkable, Dan, that the people on who are against this are suddenly on the same side of the communist Mamdani, the American conservatives, the American woke, whatever you want to call them, new right, that are anti-war with Iran. they seem to be so well aligned with this evil, dangerous communist mayor of New York. How uncanny.
Yeah, by the way, I should say, as much as despicable statements are by Mamdani, I think his actions are correct. There should absolutely be mobilizing of police forces in New York City because there might be some terrorist cells coming out as like Iranian supporters,
That's
be
true.
it in New York City or anywhere else. So, absolutely, the police force in pretty much every major city should be mobilized and should be careful about, what retaliations might be coming.
Do you want
Yeah,
to,
yep.
yeah, do you want to reply this before I read the Kamala statement?
Oh
Reply to
boy.
what?
The Kamala
Mamdani?
Harris. Kamala Harris has also a statement.
Well, I talked about it earlier. Like, where are those statements? Where are their statements about the massacre on over 30,000 Iranian citizens? Where
I
are those
mean,
statements?
if I had to
Actually,
guess, there
this is
probably
quite
was one,
interesting
but it was
because
something like, "Oh, this shouldn't happen," blah blah blah. But
when you look at anti-war, let's break it to essentials. Why are you anti-war? Well, because war is bad. It's not peace. Well, what's the difference? War is bloodshed, it's injustice, it's chaos, it's anarchy, it's death, it's destruction. So this is actually what you were against. You're framing it as war, but you take those people, they take war, which is basically it's not a primary, it's a secondary. The primary is those atrocities, but they treat war as the primary and they do it as an excuse. Because when in peacetime, the regime is actually, bringing death and havoc and destruction and massacre to the people, it's okay because it's not war. It's the regime doing its business. But when it's actually, a free nation defending itself, bringing justice to its regime, removing it so it could not do all of those atrocities anymore and end the massacre, this is we're against war. War is bad. Like, this is such a stupid, perverted worldview, and I don't think they actually believe it. They want war. They want to destroy the West. They want the West to be gone. They just use this as an excuse, but this is a very poor excuse, and this is the problem with pacifism. It's not essentially the war that is bad. It is the tyranny. It is the creature that brings on the death and destruction and injustice. So this creature has to go. And this is why free states like Israel and America should receive the moral sanction were defending itself. And those tyrannical regime, the Ayatollah regime, this jihadist nihilistic regime that's murdering its own people and attempting to murder all of its neighbors, should receive no moral sanction and should be wiped off the face of the earth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. ER, I 100% agree with you. I saw this interesting Russian official report for a Russian official who's close to Putin says this is not our war. Quite the contrary, we have an interest to have less competition in the oil market.
there's no way that's real.
Yeah. I'll send it to you as well on Telegram.
Dude,
No, but I think it's quite clear that the Russians will not interfere.
I mean, yeah, but still, I mean, saying something so odd, especially like this is not our war. Like, imagine Iran coming, like Iran has been like helping Russia, like fighting Ukraine, right? And imagine now, like Iran coming, hey guys, they're attacking us. That sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that.
I mean, if Hezbollah, the main proxy that they have been funding for decades, is not coming to their help, the Russian state will do that. The Chinese will do that. That's ridiculous. It's not going to happen. Maybe they're secretly, they also hate the Iranians. I think they probably always, in their meetings, they got like weird vibes from the Iranians, and they always thought they were kind of really strange people. So I don't think they personally care too much. I was also interested, I think what Kamala Harris said is really reflective of why we are so fortunate that she wasn't elected. this I have to read this. So this is from Kamala Harris, just posted on her Twitter. You didn't read it, right, Dan?
Nope.
So she says Donald Trump is dragging the United States into war the American people do not want. Let me be clear. I am opposed to a regime change war in Iran, and our troops are being put in harm's way for the sake of Trump's war of choice. This is dangerous and unnecessary gamble with American lives that also jeopardizes stability in the region and our standing in the world. We are witnessing What we're witnessing is not strength, it is recklessness dressed up as resolve. I know the threat that Iran poses, and they must never be allowed to have nuclear weapons. But this is not the way to dismantle the threat. Yeah, imagine destroying their military and their nuclear side. How would that be possibly the way of making sure they don't have nuclear weapons? During the campaign, Donald Trump promised to end wars rather than start them. It was a lie. Then last year, he said we obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. That too was a lie, Kamala says. Then there are two more. Blah, blah, blah. She basically says it's unconstitutional, it's terrible, it's a disaster. What do you think, Dan? Should have we opted for Kamala for office in 2024?
I mean, when we are talking about just delimited to this topic, it's an obvious answer. Like I've always said, I didn't expect Trump to do so. I don't think like many people who voted for Trump like expected Trump to do this. Like I said this sometimes at the start of the show. Like I'm I don't know if scared or like disappointed that it took like Donald Trump to do something that should have been done by Jimmy Carter, by Ronald Reagan, by Gerald Ford. No, I think I don't know how presidents exactly go in order. Who was after Reagan? Clinton? No.
George H.W. Bush, wasn't it?
Was it already Bush after Reagan?
I
Oh,
think
it might
so.
be. Yeah, I think I guess it would fit. So yeah, and definitely George H.W. Bush. So yeah, absolutely. Like this should have been done by like every single president since Jimmy Carter, and the fact that it took Donald Trump, like a reality TV show from The Apprentice, to finally do something about Iran is like really sad about generally the American leadership that has been here for a long time. Even with all the caveat that usually comes with Trump. So I don't, in a sense, I don't want to criticize Trump for almost anything today because I don't want to take away from this because this is incredible. Although I guess I can a little bit because we have a report. Trump. Where was this? Trump tells Israeli reporter attack could be days or longer. He said that it will take Iran several years to recover from joint Israeli attack. I don't like this framing that, Israel will...
Said that?
Trump.
What did he say?
US President Donald Trump says that it will take Iran several years to recover from joint US-Israel attack on the country. In a phone conversation with reporter from Israel's Channel 12 News.
Let's see.
So yeah, that's I mean he might be just speaking off the cuff, but if you if you try to understand what that could mean, it could mean straight up. And he also said that the attack might last for several days. And I don't know, but like several days doesn't seem that much long for like a prolonged attack. So
look, do you remember all the statements he gave to the media?
Yeah, that's why I'm putting
war? I would be. It's possible that he might, but I don't think so. I think it's quite clear the direction which this is heading. Maybe we are being euphoric here, and we are sure that Trump will no longer be the man that he is. He changes directions all the time. We all remember how the last war ended with Iran, with Trump basically forcing Israel's hand into not retaliating and ending the war and forcing it to do this shameful truce that we have had. But it's since he started it together with Israel now, I really want at least to hope that this is and his statement again, one of the best ever Trump statements from the start of this war, probably the best. Not the funniest though, but probably the best.
Or just a funnier war?
No, I mean the funniest Trump statements. I mean,
Oh,
there are much more hysterical ones. This one was very serious, but it's good. This is not entertainment. This is politics, and we seem to forget it too often, unfortunately. So I think we'll see. We should be a little bit cautious when we read the way he speaks to the media, because sometimes reality shows otherwise. So far, it's been true to what he said. The ultimatum, everything, all the timeline, everything checks in. Checks in. And I understand that the US, the other carrier, is still on its way, isn't it?
I haven't seen anything on that. So
Because I think yesterday it was still a bit far from Iranian coast. So there's gonna be more forces. There are more forces moving into the region. And we still have no idea what actually happened in the attack today. We really have very little information. Hopefully, in a few days we'll get to see the beautiful results, and maybe in a few days the Iranian people will be taking over their country again. Maybe we can really hope so. We don't know for sure.
now let's take a quick break and show another again. This is a painting from somebody who has been on this channel, John Voss, and I think it really fits this situation. And also the painting is now live, so you can check it out on corder.com, link in the chat to maybe acquire it. So I just want to also show you guys, this is a new painting from John Voss, and yeah, I think it really fits this occasion.
Beautiful.
I think we can only hope for the next stage, which I think is what painting signifies. The rising up of Iranian people is something that both Trump and Netanyahu has been calling for now, and I hope we'll see. I hope we'll see Iranian people themselves standing up. We've seen them celebrating these attacks. We've seen them being on the streets, and I really hope we'll see them not only standing up, but actually managing to succeed in overthrowing the regime, and giving us the confirmation that Ayatollah is gone.
I see reports again and again here now that Israel is confirming that Khamenei was assassinated.
I see Polymarket at 92%. Yeah, so 93%. We are definitely.
How are we celebrating this, Dan?
I don't know, because we don't have like official confirmation. We are really high when it comes to odds. I'd say let's try to go for 5 minutes and see if because like now the reports are gonna be jumping up, so I'm gonna be watching the poly market to see if it is. God, do I have anything to even like celebrate with? I have my irreplaceable Spark cookie from Michael
Better
Sweet.
than that. Not some Slovakian like special liquor. What do you have there? Is it rakia, or what is it called? The Slovakian
Borovička?
Borovička, yes. Don't you have some of that?
I don't drink, so I don't have anything. But if you guys want to open up something, I mean, I just have a bunch of like snacks. Not even that good ones.
Yeah, I see. I think it's pretty confirmed. Like I see a lot of people confirming this.
Yeah.
All right, guys, prepare a toast. I'm waiting for you.
That is a huge monumental event. Okay, we have to.
Yeah, I'm saying 94%.
Fetch your best wine.
I have some.
If you guys wanna, Jonathan, if you're gonna wanna go get something, you can.
Yeah, get something. We're gonna make a toast.
I'm in no rush. We need to tell the viewers what's going on.
Oh my God!
So what this means is huge. This man has been basically since the 90s, I believe, leading this evil regime into the direction of developing nuclear weapons and destroying Israel, into the direction of forever keeping this regime, which on a daily basis is antithetical to human life on a very basic level. This is a utterly evil, horrible person, and his death is justice for all the protesters. He killed tens of thousands of innocent Iranians from different protesters around history. We can go back 30 years. This guy was the leader. All the Israelis who died in the war, the Americans who died in the wars against Iran. This is huge, and we should all be happy and proud of our soldiers. This was attack carried by Israel, not the U.S. Remember that Israel was the one who did the targeted military leaders operation. So at the time where France and Germany and the UK are all being hesitant, and even people here from America being condemning this war, people being pathetic about this, Israel has time and time again proven that it is the leader of the world's war with Iran, with Islam. This is the number one leader of the West war with Islam. So this is huge, and a huge victory for freedom. If this is indeed, and we're not jumping the boat, which would be quite funny, if this is indeed the case,
I'll be happy to celebrate his death multiple times.
Yeah, and hopefully what we'll have is a free Iran with the next leader of Iran will be somebody who is elected by the people, somebody who respects individual rights and doesn't step over them, doesn't destroy them. And hopefully also, I would say there are repercussions internationally for this. The Islamic takeover of the West will be much weaker now without Iran like that. This is a huge blow for them. This is Iran is the number one source of inspiration for all the preachers in your little the mosques in your cities that have been popping up all over Europe and America. They are inspired by Iran. They were not anymore. So very good for Israel, very good for America, and for free Iran. So I don't know what you say in Farsi, but we shall say in Hebrew, Baruch sheptaranu me'onsho shel zeh, and
I think
Mazal Tov.
the Israeli toast, the Israeli toast is
And
l'chaim, the
l'chaim,
Jewish
yes.
toast,
But
l'chaim.
we don't have a
Yeah,
I don't have a
and this
drink.
is great because it's basically meant for life. It's the appraisal and approval and admiration of life. I'm a life-oriented being. I want to live. And this is perfectly suited for when you defeat the evil, nihilistic, death-wishing enemies you have. You make a toast for life, for the life of the free people of Iran, to the life of the free people of Israel.
Yeah, l'chaim.
Absolutely,
Right.
l'chaim, and
thank you.
the Farsi version, whatever that is.
By the way,
I'm
guys,
celebrating.
do you know
I'm
what
hyped.
this is? Or do you recognize? Oh wait, my camera
It's
is.
thanks to you. You wrote Khamenei's name, so he's there.
Yeah. Guys, do you know what this is? Do you know
It's
the show?
an anime show, isn't it?
Yeah, I wrote Ali Khamenei's name there a month ago.
Well,
Like
we know who
on
to
the
thank
show.
now.
Yeah.
So maybe it wasn't
Wonderful.
Israel after all.
Yeah, maybe
Oh
I
my
just
God.
wrote in the time unexpectedly.
Well, you called it that.
Oh, and I should
Way to
mention, Irreplaceable Spark Conference 2 is happening later this year. And since I mentioned the cookie, which is from Michael Sweet, he's also the speaker at a conference. He has a business when it comes to cookies and sweets and different type of things. So check out objectivism.co.uk to find out more. And yeah, it's funny. I actually have I did it on the show, the writing of the name.
All right.
And I
So
have
wait, we have a report that his body has been extracted. Khamenei's body.
by extracted?
Like like there is the ruins of the palace, and the body was like confirmed. They took it.
Oh, I see.
No, it's not the Mossad soldiers.
Yeah, I was like, damn,
but
that's
maybe we'll see. That will be even greater. But yeah,
Right. Maybe they can do like with Gaddafi and put him in a freezer so people come and see.
We have a super chat from Bonnie. Thank you so much. And I should mention Silver Rose Bakery and Four Desserts are Michael Sweet's company. So I believe people can also look up those. He is in Arizona, which I think is mainly where they operate, but I'm sure if you check them out, you can find out more. So again, that's Silver Rose Bakery and Four Desserts. I'll put it in the chat. All right, so we are living in a post-Khomeini world. I think both of you are looking up the actual. Dude, imagine if we have a video of it. How did we get the confirmation? Satellite images, I assume?
Let's see. So I see it as a report from Amit Segal, which is quite an
I'm seeing Times of Israel. So
reliable report.
Yeah, if all these guys reported it, it's probably right.
and he was probably killed in his palace, meaning he was dead this whole time.
Yeah, so isn't that ridiculous how these stupid ayatollahs they were so cocky and they hadn't imagined that it would be possible for so they even stayed in their compound in Tehran and didn't run off to some mountain. How stupid, really. But good for us.
I think straight up they didn't think America would attack. I have one more thing. Oh,
But you
really
see,
good.
it was Israel, it wasn't America.
What?
This was Israel, and Israel
Sure.
did it already.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. But even then, I think, I mean, there is a question if Israel would do it alone, I guess. Although reports say they would. So yeah, possibly Israel would be able to do it alone. But I've seen something. Oh yeah, this is it. So Donald Trump decided on Friday to attack Iran after hearing from top US envoys from the latest Iranian counterproposal in the US nuclear talks was bullshit and intended only to buy Tehran time. Trump's envoys for the nuclear talks, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, had conducted serious negotiations with Iranians, hoping in earnest to reach a deal, but felt ultimately that the Iranians were not willing to compromise on US demands, according to the official. After the latest round of talks in Geneva on Thursday, Kushner and Witkoff told US Vice President J.D. Vance over the phone the talks aren't going anywhere. We're very disappointed. Vance then updated Trump during the president's flight to Texas on Friday, leading him to ultimately decide on the strike, the official tells Channel 12. Okay, this is actually crazy that they would like already openly say it. Like, we are only, what, like 12 hours, a little bit over 12 hours into this war, and we already know when this was decided upon. I think Israel, US are very confident about, I mean, Ayatollah's gone, right? So,
the only reason I'm sad not to be in Israel right now is the celebrations. They must be quite spectacular tonight. But I'll join the celebrations later. I think all Israelis should feel free to celebrate within, of course, the official instructions by the authorities, of course, but maybe underground. There will be great morale there, I'm sure. If you
we'll
go
do bunker hopping.
I
Just
just want
like
to say I'm sad
shelter
that
hopping.
I won't get to see Tucker Carlson interviewing Khamenei anymore.
That's a real shame. Yeah.
That's a missed opportunity here. But if this is the price we have to pay for life and for humanity and for prosperity, so be it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think people on the West appreciate how impactful it was, this idea that one day we might be attacked by a nuclear weapon from Iran. This is something I was brought up on. And ER as well. This is something every Israeli has had as like a little thing that maybe it's not gonna, there's gonna be a day where this is gonna be my fate. That's really unusual thing in the West. And I'm sure that after the end of this regime, you will see a difference in cultural difference in Israel. And I think it's really exciting times, a great time to come visit Israel after the war is over, after free Iran. I think our hotels will be overbooked by people coming to the celebrations. probably good opportunity if you think of business ways to leverage this. So think what you can do to take advantage of this, because I'm telling you, Israel is going to be the hottest country on the West after this war.
So we have a little bit more from Trump. He told, this is what he told to Axios. I can go long and take over the whole thing, or end it in 2 or 3 days and tell Iranians, see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding your nuclear program. Which I think that's a bit more fair statement. I think straight up just telling, hey, I'm getting rid of this whole thing, and if you guys try again, I'll come back. Although he will have to come back in 2 years, since by then he's gonna be gone. He's gonna step away from the office. But yeah, I think this is a bit more precise statement. Even when it comes to the new regime, I don't think it should be, US or Israeli straight up involvement in some kind of regime change. It's on Iranians to stand up and change their governments. And then, as long as it's not a government that is going to be animalistic or antagonistic towards Western powers, it's going to be great to see. And if it's some kind of a free state, that's going to be incredible to see.
I just want to say that like we've managed to get like a full month head start on Polymarket. Like there wasn't even a bet like Khamenei dead by March 5th, like gone,
no,
or like
he
replaced
was
by March 15. No, this is for 31st. I don't see anything.
Oh,
earlier.
I see, like in the middle. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen.
Like we got a month head start, guys.
But there was one by the end of today.
Oh, so about Khamenei as well?
Yeah.
Ah, nice.
That was the one I was watching the whole time.
This must have been very profitable. Are you sure about that? About today?
Yeah. I mean, the lowest it was today. Let me quickly look. The lowest it was today was under 1%.
Can you show the graph? Oh my God!
Yeah.
Somebody made a huge bang for his buck.
I mean, whoever was that. I mean, it's still not at 100%, but I'm feeling that might be just liquidity crisis.
Well, I think at this moment you can just sell whatever you have. Like you can lose a few cents just to secure.
Yeah, but I'm thinking
cash if you want.
I'm thinking it might be just liquidity crisis, because like when you're buying or selling, somebody else has to take the other side.
Wait. So wait, when did the betting start? Because I see it only from this morning. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, this is all. I mean,
but look at the time. Look at the graph. The time starts from today.
Yeah, I just have it one day.
The betting.
No. Yeah. This is from January 14th. I just had it for 1 day.
Okay.
I think there's a gambling issue that's quite problematic in our world, and we should address it one day.
Okay, we can talk about it in a little bit. Let's first cover this. So at 6 a.m. it was at like 1%, and then the operation started. So here we are seeing at like 10%. I think this jump, would this be when we found out that the palace was struck? I think this was the first one. Then it was again, and then I think here was a report from the IDF that he might be dead. And then we were here for a long time until we got the confirmation now, and now it's close to 100%.
I'm so glad he's dead. That's a win for humanity.
Yeah, and for whoever cashed out.
Yeah, if you want to live, this is a win for you. If you hate your life, sorry, man.
Oh my God! Somebody has 400,000 shares on. Oh. Okay, somebody make 300,000 on this. 600,000. 600,000. Oh wait, this might be just like White House insiders.
Wasn't there an incident when a soldier in the IDF was arrested?
He was using insider information to bet on Polymarket. He's currently, I think, in prison. Like,
how do people find out? How do people find out about that?
I mean,
I think like what happened is that like Israeli intelligence like got reports that like what's going on with like your operations, like people gamble on your operations in such an accurate way, and then they went to the account and they managed, I think, to trace the actual soldier that used his information in a very illegal way, and justly so.
By the way, just a heads up, guys. Bitcoin is not untraceable, and many currencies are not untraceable. You can usually track which wallets they go in and out from. So yeah, if you're doing illegal stuff, just don't do it first and foremost. But
yeah,
if you do it,
don't break the law, and be careful with Bitcoin.
We have a super chat from Bull Moose. Thank you so much. He said, Kameni also plays successors in the event of his death. Yeah, but the successor is dead as well. Do you think that will extend the war at all? Well, do we know like who? Because generally dictatorships do not like to have like successors because they are like a threat to your power. So there's gonna be a question. Oh, are you guys running to the shelters? Okay, stay safe. I assume that's what it is.
No, I gotta sneeze.
Oh, okay. Because you both went like off at the same time.
Sorry, I'm not in. There are no sirens yet in Germany.
Right.
We will see. Maybe there will be some justice here as well. I'm kidding. I will have to go soon. Dan, I have other business to attend to shortly.
Sure. So yeah, as I was saying, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts about the successors? I guess. I mean, here is the thing. Like,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I think it's a matter of days until the people in Iran are gonna go and just with their bare arms take over whatever necessary facility in order to take control over this country from the Ayatollah regime. The Ayatollah regime is basically over. It's done. It doesn't matter. It's the Hitler dead moment. It doesn't matter. Like after Hitler died, so Goebbels took over for a day. Nobody remembers that. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant. Even if they will appoint someone, it will just be for a few days or weeks until this regime will completely collapse. I hope that whomever survived in this regime would be imprisoned and trialed and executed. I think it would be wonderful if they'll either be held trial by their own people or by Israel. I think that would be a great act of justice, giving people what they deserve based on their choices and actions. What the Ayatollah regime have done is, in fact, a crime against humanity, is one of the worst crime ever, being a tyrannical regime, using the power and authority of the government to take rights away from your citizens. The only proper justice to such a crime is death.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and again, even when it comes to successors, I mean, kind of wild bet would be for me that just IRGC like fully takes over. Like I don't even see why they would at this point even bother with any supreme leadership. I mean, IRGC seems to be already controlling the whole nation anyway. I mean, they were the ones who announced the blockade or the shutting down of the Hormuz Strait. I'm not sure. I'm wondering how that will.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. They're done for. Hopefully, I don't want to rush here. You say the Hitler is dead moment. I hope so. The difference is in Hitler is dead. The Soviets controlled Berlin basically, and the allies from the West. So it's not quite that. I hope we're getting there, and hopefully it'll be. The reality on the ground will be that the people take over as the Soviets and the US and the British took the territory in Europe. I hope it'll be the same thing, but there has to be foot on the ground for it to truly be over. And it's now on the Iranian people. We've served your justice for you. dear people of Iran, it is now time for you to rise up again, as you've already have last month, and finish the job. And I think we already told them, but we'll let them know when's the right time for that. So stay tuned, stay safe, and listen to some great classical music at the bomb shelters, by the way. That's a great time for that.
Guys, Channel 12 News reports that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was shown an image of the body of Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. So there is an image of him getting dragged out of Iran.
I'm so happy. This is such a great humiliation for the Iranian regime. This is wonderful. On the same day, we already get the image of the dead body. This is wonderful.
There is an image. I'm wondering if we'll get it soon enough.
The
I
fact that
really
it's
hope so.
already got to Netanyahu is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, I'm not on the Telegram channel, so it might already be bruising through that very fast, I assume. But as soon as it's up,
I
I'm
haven't
sure.
seen it. I haven't. There are people who claim to have it, but I don't believe them. I haven't seen it yet. No.
Pick
We
or
will
it
see
didn't
it.
happen.
We will see
Yeah.
it probably.
Yeah, I'm sure. There is no way you can hide something like this.
Man, listen, the Israelis should cyber attack their TV networks and just broadcast this
Dude.
image.
Absolutely.
They probably will. They
Yeah,
probably will. Like
they-
it's not crazy.
I'm currently I'm writing some government members right now to do it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, go for it. Yeah, I think it's look what we've seen so far. We never imagined possible. So that probably gonna happen.
Oh, we have a quote from Supreme Leader's office. I'm wondering why he doesn't talk. He's saying the enemy is using psychological warfare. We must be aware. Yeah, a lot of psychological warfare is coming in.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a really good high note to for me to go. At least I don't know how long you're staying here, Dan.
We're never quitting. We're just forever be live from this point.
All right, so I asked several Israeli government officials that I have personal links to do that. I'll update you on the results soon. Hopefully, it will happen.
Absolutely. I mean, unironically, this can move because they'll be hiding. They'll be trying to hide that information. Like having it out there, or even straight up. If we cannot get the real picture, just facilitate an image. I don't care. Use AI.
No, the real deal. Let them see the real deal.
I mean, real deal. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Netanyahu has it, I'm sure the government has it. So yeah, so make it happen.
Just I have to. There's been a very nasty accusation in the comments. I must make the statement that I do know a lot about classical music, and there is a whole video, as a matter of fact, as I've done on my YouTube channel, that is a great video about a tier list for music for war. And this is especially relevant for our friends in Israel, but also evidently to some friends in the Gulf countries. Check it out. It's really great. And the best music for war is definitely not Beethoven, although he's also very good. But there's much better options there, and you should go check it out. You don't want to spend your final waking moments on this earth hearing screams and sirens. You want to go off with something much higher than that.
And somebody says this is exactly how the news about Sinwar trickled out. Oh, I remember those days. Oh, that was fun. Yeah, I mean, once we got the video footage of that, and then we got the image of him under the rubble, that was some good days. I remember some great, even shorts, comments I made about it. Yeah, more confirmations. Senior Israeli official Khamenei is dead.
All right. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Jonathan, for joining us.
Enjoy. Freedom for Iran. Bye-bye.
So we have more confirmations. I really want to see the picture. Top Khomeini 8. I'm wondering why not Khomeini himself. Pledges revenge against Zionist criminals. After Supreme Leader. targeted. We will make the Zionist criminals and shameless Americans regret their actions. The brave soldiers and the great nation of Iran will deliver an unforgettable lesson to the hellish international oppressors. What are we thinking here? What will the
What did you say? What was your last sentence?
unforgettable lesson and hellish?
Who said it?
This is Ali Larijani, one of the aides to Supreme Leader.
Yes, I think, listen, whomever is remaining within the Ayatollah regime is in complete panic. In concrete terms, they're probably just sitting praying because that's all they have left to do. This is the base of their metaphysics and epistemology is basically mysticism. So they're now sitting fearful and praying. They have no root chain of command. They're acting sporadically, they're acting desperately, they're attacking whomever they can. It's over for them. And my point about Germany, yes, the Soviets and the Allies are not in Iran on the ground, but there are tens of millions of Iranians on the ground just waiting for the opportunity to remove this regime. They are there, and justly so. And I think it's a matter of days, we'll attack the Basij, will attack their police headquarters, the Revolution Corps, whatever. It's over. It's done. There is no way this regime can survive this. I'm convinced in that. Also because of like economic terms, they have no running water, they have no electricity. They're screwed. It's over for them. So they're just panicked. They're praying. They're trying to do something. It's over. There is no plan. There is no plan anymore for them. It's over. It's done. I'm very happy about that. I'm very optimistic about the ability of the millions of Iranians who want freedom to achieve it. And we just have to, wait and see and let the Israeli army and the United States of America forces to do a thing to pave the way for the Iranian people to demand and achieve freedom.
Yeah, absolutely. So weirdly, BBC is saying unconfirmed reports that Iran's supreme leader is dead. I don't know what more confirmation.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah. Oh, and now they are running. Who is Ayatollah Khomeini? Okay, interesting bio. He has authority over the national police and the morality police. Khomeini controls the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is in charge of internal security. Yeah.
There is just now another video of a hit in Dubai, I think, or it's from 6:45 p.m. So it's not new.
And I think is it the one where Burj Khalifa almost gets hit?
No, this is a different one, not next to very extremely tall high rising. It's like a drone crashing on the ground and a huge fireball from 6:45 p.m.
Okay, I'm just refreshing the news, trying to see if we can get
when I look at X, I see a lot of there's a lot of Israelis who follow the Iranian X accounts, and they just bring up posts about people videotaping and showing and writing about how people just cheering. They are happy. They are singing and dancing in the streets of Iran for this regime imminent collapse. So this is just wonderful.
Yeah, and I think even the one from the Supreme Leader 8, the one I've seen on X, everybody in Iranian was like arguing against him. So yeah, it looks like, Iranians are absolutely, at least on social media, done with them. Let's just hope. I really hope we'll start seeing something about them coming to the streets. Although I think I'm wondering to what extent will Iran even try to suppress it, or Although there is a question of how many will truly go to the streets, because many of them did recently, and
No, but the thing is now, I think it's going to be harder. It's going to be harder for Iran to massacre its own people, not only by means of like moral approval or stuff, just by like physical means. Their chain of command is gone. Their leader is gone. There are now probably panic and power struggles and whatever. I don't think the Basij will just sporadically go and massacre everyone. It's just like the people will eventually also manage to lay their hands on arms and take down this regime. It could also be, by the way, the Iranian army to turn against the Basij and the revolutionary guards. This could also happen. It could be that the Iranian army is currently breaking a deal with the United States to turn against the revolutionary corps. You don't know that. Like, we can't tell, but
yep.
It is a possibility, and a not very unlikely possibility. But the Iranians are currently cheering for the death of Khamenei. This is wonderful.
And again, just think of a difference that this will have for the international stage, or even just for the Middle East, right? Like, who was the actual sponsor of terrorism? Like, everywhere, or like even when it comes to countries that like trying to project themselves outward, like for all the problems with Saudi Arabia or Jordan, or even I mean UAE, or even to some extent Qatar. I mean, to some extent, at least they keep to themselves and they don't go out of their way to attack their neighbors or to attack Israel. A lot of it was coming from either Syria, Yemen, or Hamas, Hezbollah, right? The ones that are directly being supported by Iran. What the difference? I mean, just imagine what difference this will make. What did you send me?
Yeah, this is tremendous. I sent you on WhatsApp, by the way, a video just from now about Iranians finding out about the death of Khamenei and they're just cheering.
Let's watch. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I can't. I mean, I can't imagine the way they must be feeling. I mean, again, just imagine after having to live under this dictatorship, after having to, I mean, endure that. They were protesting in Iran for a long time, different kinds of protests, protesting different kinds of things, and finally they have a chance to fully get rid of it, of themselves. Finally, start actually something better.
I'm happy for those people cheering. They know what they're cheering for.
Another quote from Trump. Jesus. The US has offered to supply Iran with nuclear fuel for free, but it insisted on enrichment capability. So America was giving a great deal, I think, seemingly to.
I think this is clear. Like, this is the strategy of, like, okay, the West is giving more sanction to Iran, so we gotta, like, cut them some slack and offer them all those kind of things that we know they'd say no to them, and then after the fact we can say, oh look, we offered them all these kind of things and they said no, so we had to use force. And the right answer would be like, F them. They have this regime has no right to exist in the first place. This is an evil, nihilistic, anti-Western, anti-life regime, anti-human rights regime. And this regime is gone, the force against this regime is justified, because this regime is the primary initiator of force in the world right now. So goodbye, Ayatollah regime. We will not miss you. And all this bullshit about, oh yeah, we negotiated and we promised and we'll enrich uranium, and then this is sad that the Western world has had to go through this facade just to justify this moral attack.
We have a super chat from Bonnie. Thank you so much. Another headline from BBC. Some in Tehran celebrating amid unconfirmed reports Khamenei is dead. I can't wait for another headline. Amid unconfirmed reports that Khamenei is dead,
I like
Iranian
it. I like
people
it
are
how the
taking to the
BBC
streets.
Listen, the anti-Semite nihilistic reporters at the BBC right now are experiencing a meltdown. I can guarantee that. They're sad. Yeah, and it's GG. It's over.
Yeah. Oh, they actually have the not confirmed twice in like 2-paragraph short life story. So
They're
definitely not
sad.
seeing it.
They're mad. They're having a hard time. Poor nihilistic sons of bitches. Pardon my French.
What is this? George. This is posted by George. Do you know George Galloway? He
No.
was an MP in the UK and has also his online show, and he just posted this like 1 hour ago. Like, what disgusting thing. For people who are not watching, it's a picture of Israeli defense minister killed by Iran, and George Galloway asking, "Is this confirmed?" Like, it's nothing.
This is so pathetic. Yeah, so basically the Ayatollah regime is in complete chaos, panic. They have no chain of command. They have no leadership. They don't know what to do. They're panicked. They're afraid. They're sad. They are mostly just praying right now. This is what they're doing, and they're going down. It's over for them.
Yeah, that's actually crazy that he would. Well, no, it's not crazy. I mean, this guy has been an Iranian shill.
Yeah, and also, Willful Thinker said a good point. He says, while the facade of negotiating is going on, people are actually dying in Iran. And this is correct. Like, we could have ended it in June in the 12-day war if we wouldn't have been stopped. We did not need to go through all of this and all of this fake negotiation and this bullshit to justify the justified. And in this time, tens of thousands of Iranians has been murdered. And this is shameful. These people could have been alive today if we would have taken down this regime earlier.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just seeing more celebrations from Iran. So I mean, let's play them. So absolutely amazing to see. This is, or at least it says it's from Tehran. It's 11 p.m. By the way, in 47 minutes, we should have a UN Security Council meeting. I'm wondering what they will discuss there.
Yeah, we're gonna have all the dictators voting on the morality of Israel. Wonderful.
Razi in the chat says, just saw Katz, Israel Katz, speaking from beyond the grave 15 minutes ago. It's the only way to explain it. Bonnie is asking.
I wanna give a hats off for the Israeli armed forces and the American armed forces for doing a great job so far, with minimal casualties to us. Keep up the good work. Stay safe.
I mean, virtually no casualties so far, outside a few light injuries, from my understanding, when it comes to Israelis. Well, technically, if you count also the Gulf states, I think there was one death at least from what I've seen. I think either in Kuwait or somewhere there. and a few injuries as well. So I think the Gulf states, ironically enough, have suffered the most casualties out of this whole war. By the way, the states that didn't even ask to be like in this war, and nobody or Israel didn't attack them or didn't drag them in any way. It was Iran. Bonnie says absolutely, yeah. And who stopped it in June?
Basically, in June, Israel was attacking Iran, and then Trump basically made some sort of deal with Iran and Qatar. I don't know the terms of the deal, but apparently Iran did not keep its side ever since. Probably it was something like, let's end this over here. We'll make an agreement. You'll remove your nuclear enrichment facilities and everything. And like, do you remember, like, right at the end of the 12 Days War when Iran attacked American base in Qatar, and everybody knew this was like a facade, this was a complete game everybody played. So basically, it's obvious they brokered some sort of a deal. Now, what should have happened is Trump brokering no deal with Iran and just telling you that, okay, let's go. I'll join in full force. We'll take over. We do what we're doing. Like they should have done then what they're doing right now. Attack all of the leadership and everyone and just kill the whole chain of command. But that's not what happened. And actually, in the last day of the war, the Minister of Defense of Israel has tweeted he's sending okay, here's what happened. So there was this deal, and then Iran broke it the same day, sent a missile barrage against Israel. And actually, I think 2 Israelis have been injured or might have even died. Forgive me for not remembering accurately. And then the Minister of Defense tweeted they're sending planes to Iran to retaliate. And then Trump explicitly, I think he either like wrote like a tweet like Israel like chill, or like called Bibi and says like, you're gonna bring those airplanes back. So we were like explicitly stopped by Trump from fighting Iran back in June. This is the second rodeo we're having with Iran full force. We've had our first round in the 12-day war last June. And you can watch our streams from there. And we didn't finish the job because we were stopped, unfortunately. But Trump has learned his lessons. Trump once again witnessed the regime that tried to destroy America, that have tried to assassinate Trump personally. Trump, once again, have seen this regime breaking its promises and lying and deceiving the West and trying to make a fool out of the United States of America. And this time he says, okay, enough is enough. And I said it in previous streams. I said, the fact that the Iranian regime have tried to assassinate Trump is horrible. It's a hideous crime. It's illegitimate and it's bad. But it has the positive aspect in which it will make Trump want to destroy this regime. And today we are witnessing this regime being destroyed.
Yeah, it's an incredible day, and it has been an incredible day. Again, the attacks started only like 13 hours ago, and we are and Khomeini. But oh, by the way, new headline from BBC: Iran Supreme Leader safe and sound. Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson Esmail Bagheri earlier said on ABC News that both Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and President Masoud Pezeshkian are safe and sound. Well, if the ministry spokesperson Esmail Bagheri says so, I guess we believe that. Again, BBC, like
I just want to say something on that. Israel is very careful with its announcement about eliminations, and this has a reason. It's because in the past, decades ago, Israel has basically killed ARC terrorists and stuff, and they're like announced like, yeah, he's dead, and then turn out the asshole is alive. So in the past decade at least, and even more, like when Israel says a figure is dead, they have evidence. Like it's clear. It is a fact that he's dead. So I count on the Israeli statement in this case. I think it will be stupid out of the Israeli government to lie about such a thing. So if they say it, believe them in that case. So just want to put it on the table here. Like I'm convinced Khamenei is in fact dead, game over. He's gone. His conscience no longer exists. Cannot give orders. The nihilistic paranoid asshole is gone. There is no chain of command currently in Iran. It's complete chaos. It's a free-for-all in the IRGC that is about to go down.
We have a report from Trump saying, told ABC that many Iranian operatives were eliminated in the American strikes. We have top Israeli official saying Khamenei's death makes Middle East peace possible. I mean, absolutely. The official said that Israel will continue to strike them until the existential threat posed by the Ayatollah regime is removed. That is absolutely the right way and the only way this should be done. Trying to see if we have anything else. I'm wondering, earlier Razi said that we should play some Cheng Yuger from yesterday that we played. Just to have it as a reminder.
Do it after I leave the stream.
Yeah, probably a good idea. It's been way too nice, way too friendly to play somebody like Cheng Yuger. Somebody says IRGC finally reached the point by getting too bold by not maintaining their two-faced tactics. They failed despite Trump's dual mindset. I mean, I'm wondering if because if I was Iran, I would try to get the deal no matter what. I'm wondering how, what is the thinking of getting to this situation? If they were truly incapable, because we know about the economical failings of currently Iran. So I'm wondering if they straight up, I mean, not gave up, but torched the regime, because where else do you go from here, really?
It's like Israel and the state should attack more military targets and more besiege forces, so the people on the street will have more confidence and will have the knowledge that they're actually backed, so they can go and just take over the key facilities and structures in order to maintain control over the country. Once enough people take control, for example, on a military base or on a weapon supply, and they arm themselves, it's basically over for the regime. There is nothing this tyrannical minority, tiny minority, can do in front of millions of armed Iranians who want freedom. It's over. And we have names. It's in Hebrew, so I'll just read it. Muhammad Fakhpur, the Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Corps, is gone. Ali Shamkhani, the advisor for the Supreme Leader, for Secretary and for Security, and the Secretary of the Defense Committee, is dead. Muhammad Shirazi, the head of the military office of the Supreme Leader. The Minister of Defense, Aziz Nasir Zada, is dead. Salah Asadi, the head of intelligence for Khatam El Nabiya, is dead. Raza Muzaffari, the head of Safand and the chair of Safand, Hussein Jabal Amalian, is dead as well. I botched their names, but I don't care. I have zero respect for them and for the name anyway, whatsoever. So they're gone officially, we have confirmations. So that's great. As I said, their chain of command is in fact non-existent anymore. They are in complete chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I have no idea where Iran can even move from here. Because again, even the most ideological people in Iran I mean, at some point you have to look at the writing on the wall. At some point you have to realize, okay, what are my chances of actually getting out of here or doing something here or anything in that regard. And at some point, like even just a reminder, during World War II, like you had Nazis trying to kill Hitler to get some sort of a deal with allies to try to get something favorable. So now with Khomeini gone, I think there's gonna be a question, especially since you have sort of like two powers. You do have the military and you do have the IRGC, of one basically betraying the other, hoping for some favorable way of getting out of it. But that again would require the pressure to sustain and the pressure to keep going. So I hope this is not gonna be just a few days. We will go forever and we won't stop at we won't stop just because we feel like this was enough. I think this is the greatest opportunity to go until there is a regime change or until there is some big change.
And I just want to tell the viewers, you are witnessing history in the making. The events of today are key events in the future to come. This today will determine the future in regards to the war of terror, in regard to the treatment of radical Islam, in processes in Europe, in the United States of America. The removal of the Ayatollah regime is crucial for our life as free men in this world, on this earth. This is amazing. This is incredible. And you have a reason to be cheerful and happy and to celebrate today. This is a big win for the free world. And this day just demonstrates, once again, the 12 days war in June could have been a 2 days war, a 5 days war, a 1 day war, in which we could have removed this regime back at June. I'm convinced in that, but that's okay. It took us time to learn what is the right thing to do and to do it. And I'm glad we've done it. I'm glad we are here right now, moving forward for a better future, for life, for freedom. This is important. This is significant. And I'm looking forward for the following days to see how it will develop. And I'm hoping that the Iranian people will do this heroic act of taking control over this country and, taking it towards freedom. This is very important.
Somebody says appropriate news just before Purim. Most supporters of Fakestein are quite upset. I mean, I would imagine so. And again, that shows to reveal the evil nature of the people who are upset about this. Because what are they upset? Again, you cannot be any supporter of human rights or even individual rights, more importantly, and be in favor of Iran or stand behind Iran or support Iran in any way. So whoever is sad reveals to you something deep about themselves. And
whomever supports the Ayatollah regime explicitly or implicitly, by silence, by not condemning it when it's obvious that it has to be condemned, especially people who speak out against Israel and suddenly are silent regarding the Ayatollah regime. This is not a red flag. This is a black flag that tells you about their nature as evil, self-deceiving human beings. So just bear into account.
I just looked up Dave Smith to see how a bunch of how he is handling this situation. He's talking about betrayal.
Who is talking about betrayal?
Dave Smith. A betrayal of the American people.
As if he cares.
Yeah.
All right. There is an X page from November 2023. So right after the October 7th attack, and this X page called "Is Khamenei Dead Already?" And it has been posting no daily. Probably in June there has been like maybe. So on 23 hours ago, it was the routine no. 12 hours ago, it was perhaps. And we have now confirmation from the page, is Khamenei dead already? They have tweeted yes. So very symbolic, very happy about it. That's a very good circling around. And already like in the beginning of, like, I remember like on October 10th, 2023, people has been like saying like, you know, Iran, you're gonna pay for it. And this day has come. This day has come. And I have a missile alarm.
Sure.
Once again, ruining all the fun. So I'm gonna have to go to shelter and see you soon, hopefully.
Stay safe. Bye. So that's yeah, let's hope everybody in Israel is safe. Yeah, I don't see anything on Ynet yet, but it looks like people were informed sooner. We have a comment from the IDF spokesperson. He says this morning attack was necessary. Recently, we identified that the Iranian regime continues its attempts to restore its missile production, a real threat to the state of Israel. This morning's attack was necessary. We have a duty to eliminate any emerging threat. I think absolutely you need to do something about Iran, and whatever, I mean, honestly, whatever justification is being used is proper. Somebody says Dave Smith having meltdown. I mean, wouldn't you in his position with all the things he said? I'm seeing also some comments about the USA rationale. So this seemed to be mainly about missiles as well. US had indications that the Iranians intended to use those missiles potentially preemptively against US troops in the region. We cannot continue to live in a world where these people not only possess missiles, but the ability to make hundreds of them a month, one official said. So yeah, that seems to be the main reason behind America doing so. It's the potential preemptive attack by Iran on the American bases. Or on the American soldiers, or threat to Americans at large. So again, any response is or a response was absolutely warranted. Somebody says Pahlavi's statement stated principles: Iran's territorial integrity, protection of individual liberties and equality of all citizens, separation of religion and state, Iranian people's right to determine the future democratic form of their government. I mean, that's the sort of like basic ideas that I think absolutely are on par, absolutely should be something like that should be expected. Oh, we have photos from Mar-a-Lago published. One, unless it includes Khomeini, I don't think we necessarily have to look at that. No. Now Razi's sending me memes. So, okay, a bunch of pictures from the White House. Let's check out BBC again. Oh, when it comes to the question, I think that's Brigadier General was asked, Afid Afrin was asked how long the operation in Iran will last, and replied, "We'll launch an operation to remove a real threat. It will take as long as it takes," which is absolutely the right response. I mean, it will be interesting to have a timeline of how long they think it would take. But yeah, as long as there is a threat, you have to fight against it. You have to try to eliminate it, and yeah, go after it as long as it takes. Black smoke from the Ayatollah's palace. It's time to elect a new supreme leader. Well, that's a good one. Although there is a question of who they can even elect. Because again, when it comes to even his potential successions, at least some of them reportedly have been eliminated as well, like his son, for example. Okay, we might be starting to see. Wait, no, this is in. Oh, this is in New York. Several hundred protesters gathered at Times Square in New York City to protest against strikes in Iran. So yeah, leave it to Westerners to go to the streets to stand up for a terrorist, for a dictatorial state being attacked and being finally destroyed. I mean, this is disgusting to see. The signs read, defend Palestine, for Iran's right to nuclear deterrent, free Iran from imperialism, theocracy, and the white men ruin everything. Okay. Wait, the guy having that free Iran from imperialism and theocracy, isn't that what Israel is doing? Somebody says they can get out of the US if they aren't happy. I mean, I'm questioning the people who hate the West so much that they try to defend Iran and genuinely the reasons for wanting to stay in the country. Not even as like, not calling for kicking them out, but genuinely asking, why do you want to stay? So we are seeing more celebrations in Iran as well. Trump says a lot of Iran's leadership gone. We don't know all, but a lot of it is. The president also says that the US has a very good idea on who the next batch of Iranian leaders will be. It's an interesting statement as well. Oh, yeah, now I'm seeing Home Front Command sirens expected in central Israel. IDF spokesperson says Khamenei advisor Ali Shamkhani eliminated, so more eliminations of the leadership. Oh, somebody said share the celebrations. I think we've already seen those ones. I'm just seeing them like being reported over again. There are not as many so far, and I'm not seeing that many people on the streets, or at least any reporting of people on the streets so far. So I'll hope we'll see more in the upcoming hours. Although they might just start coming on later. I mean, there's a question of how long this will even go for. So yeah, it looks like IDF says launch detected in Iran, so that might be another reason for the siren. So if anybody hit in Israel, definitely stay safe. As much as Khamenei is dead, as much as Iran is being destroyed, you're not yet fully safe. So make sure to not do something rash or something you are going to regret in this time, especially since we might still be seeing the Houthi attack coming. So that is something we still have to watch out for. But that could also be a potential threat to Americans or American ships. So we'll still have to be vigilant about that. I'm wondering if there's gonna be if the UN Security Council is gonna be a live meeting. Okay, it might be. So I have a live feed, and there are people definitely waiting. And there should be UN Security Council meeting in about 20 minutes. So we have a lot of people being concerned at the UN. Yeah, urging restraint. Everything's escalating and all that. So yeah, once we have the UN Security Council, we can talk about that. Oh, more sirens. Shfela and Gushdan and Beit Sharan, She'an and Samaria. So yeah, stay safe, whoever is in Israel. This is still not over. Oh, we have a comment from Lindsey Graham. I fervently pray that the long-suffering people of Iran will have their oppression ended soon. I also fervently pray that we are on the verge of new dawn in the Middle East, with historic opportunity for lasting peace and prosperity. As to our allies in Israel, President Trump and all under his command, your bravery has set in motion the end of evil and darkness and the beginning of new light. Well done. So this was Lindsey Graham. Caroline Levitt even. We read this, that he spoke to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Or Rutte. We have a U.S. Central Command. Wait, did we? No, we didn't play this, but I actually did want to play. So let's take this is from the U.S. Central Command. Let's take a look. Oh, hey, James.
Hi, Daniel. It seemed like you were lonely there.
Yeah, Razi said he'll be coming in a bit. But we just watched a video from your Central Command.
Yes. I heard there was a big explosion near Tel Aviv. I don't know if it was something that landed or something that was intercepted, but it was felt.
Where did you see it?
I just saw it on television news here in the United
Oh.
States.
I haven't seen anything.
It was a live broadcast, so it was happening in real time just seconds ago, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that may be the reason.
Oh, that makes sense actually, because there was something.
But how fantastic! The Ayatollah is dead. His son is dead. Many of the top leaders are dead all at once. This is exactly the kind of strike that we've been hoping would happen. And from what I've been able to gather, it was another brilliant success for Israeli intelligence in knowing that there were gatherings of top Iranian leadership going on and knowing exactly when and where to strike to be effective. And hearing cheers on the streets of Tehran is really quite something. It tells you something else. This was the right war for us to have done all along, in terms of chances of success and legitimacy. Just hearing the cheers of those people. I know each country has to act in its own national interest, and they can't go around, fixing all the world's problems. It's up to you to take care of the government you've got. In many places, we get the government that we want, basically, for good or ill. That's what happens. But ultimately, in a case like a totalitarian government, it's so hard for the people to rise up and take over because of modern technology, frankly. It's created a terrifying kind of state rule that makes it very difficult for the people to rise up. But this really gives the people a chance to rise up and change the entire world, the dynamics of world security all at once. This is really a glorious day, I have to say. It doesn't mean that the Iranians are out of missiles to throw at Israel. They surely will do what they can. And this is the moment where we'll see all of what we let them develop over the last better part of 50 years. Because we were negligent in dealing with this earlier, we may have still more problems to deal with, more Iranian missiles coming into Israel and other places. But, one more comment, and then I'll let Razi come in. We're seeing attacks not just on US air bases in the region, but on civilian areas and civilian targets within other Muslim countries. If you can imagine a policy more counterproductive in terms of getting you any, even, whatever kind of support you might expect, right? It has, if anything, it has alienated Iran even further from its religious rivals, where they should have had and might have had solidarity against the West. It ends that possibility. This is it tells me they're desperate, but it tells me more than that. This is what religious fanatics do when they get desperate, is go after civilian targets, in effect, in neighboring Muslim countries. If you can imagine a more counterproductive policy, I'd like to hear it, but they're apparently engaged in it, and it's being as counterproductive as you might imagine it would be. But this is what happens when religious fanatics, and this again is a sign of why this was always the right war, why we ought to have done this long ago. But in any case, what a glorious day that it's finally happening, that we are living to see this terrible, evil monster and his top echelon taken out by another example of brilliant Israeli intelligence, I have to say. But it appears right now they're being overwhelmed with hundreds of American attacks on their military bases. They were simply overwhelmed, and they are overwhelmed. And this is the chance for the Iranian people to get something better in terms of a government. But it's up to them. minimal casualties on the part of the good guys. That's another thing to note. You know, it looks like a lot of the heat was taken by neighboring Muslim countries, insofar as there has been any heat. But hooray, what a terrific day.
Beautiful day, beautiful enough for some of us to still insist on functioning without sleep and continue to function without sleep so we can keep covering this. Yeah, I don't know if what I'm seeing on, actually that looks like Iran. I now at home, not in the office, so I have a television as well. But yeah, I also heard about you know, missile hitting in the Tel Aviv area. I don't know anymore, but yeah, we said this is going to be tough, and this is going to be a tough night. I really think that this, and again, I might be optimistic, but I think this might end sooner than we'd expect because of the significance of killing the Ayatollah right at the start. And again, the chants in these protests in the last few months are death to the Ayatollah. That's what they're chanting. You know, some of the, I don't know everything that's been on the channel while I was not here because I was sleeping for some of it, but and so I don't know if we showed this, but there was I've seen video of, you know, and like they're chanting and they're celebrating like on their balconies, and you hear everybody in the buildings. That's you know, that says something about we again, we don't know how much of the population is on is you know, the good guys, but it seems like it's a lot, and it, you know, it really is the very brave who have been protesting, and now the maybe less brave can also feel comfortable joining. And again, remember, there's also Trump's offer to amnesty basically to soldiers, and I think people, I'm hoping people will start taking that offer. People will start defecting, and yeah, it's the end. It's definitely the end of the Iranian regime. How imminent is it? I don't know, but you know, if we manage to keep this live stream going until the Iranian regime is over, that'll be great. In the meantime, something that definitely helps us keep going is super chats. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Bonnie says, "Can James please say again the difference between constitutionality and policy? It's a vital distinction."
Well, look, the Supreme Court is part of that constitutional system, and according to our constitutional system, they decide what the Constitution means. Now, I have a long list of disagreements with what the Supreme Court has done, especially over the last century in my country. For the first century, it was a lot better. For some decades after that, it was significantly better. But believe me, over more than my lifetime, the Supreme Court has been misinterpreting and badly interpreting the Constitution. And it has been the case that since World War II, really the last war America declared officially through Congress, we can make a constitutional argument that only Congress can declare a war that we know about in advance, let me put it that way, as opposed to a sudden insurrection, for which the Constitution makes allowance. That makes it particularly clear, in my view, how to interpret the Constitution. But we have to keep over here our constitutional analysis and over here our policy analysis. And we have to deal as Americans, and I speak to this as an American trained in the law, we have to keep those two columns in effect compartmentalized, not because mental compartmentalization is a good thing. We should keep both in mind, but realize that is the compartmentalized reality that bad Supreme Court decisions force us into. But so in any case, we've fought terrible wars, wars that were nothing but bloody altruistic self-sacrifice. Vietnam and Afghanistan for 20 years come to mind. But this could be the best and most effective thing we've done since World War II, the most strategically significant thing since the fall of the Soviet Empire could be happening right before our eyes. And so if it's good policy, if it makes the world a better place, if it helps the cause of civilization as such, and come on. I mean, we think what Razi just said about the protesters. The fact that the government itself had to kill tens of thousands of its own people. Think of it. There were uprisings in every single province against this totalitarian government. And we know what this totalitarian government is capable of, how it will treat women, how it will treat opponents. We know that they engage in that. So to consider the courage. So if they had to kill tens of thousands of their own people, the brave ones, as Razi pointed out, willing to go up against this totalitarian, brutal regime, then consider how much opposition. Should it be a surprise that we hear cheers? We have tapes now being released of cheers in Tehran? No, it's not surprising to me at all. And if you have that kind of opposition, but if they're also that totalitarian in their brutality, then you know you're doing the right thing here. Fanatics who are willing to treat their neighboring Muslim countries as they are right now are the acts of religiously motivated nuts who have got their backs against the wall. That's why I have to agree with Razi. This could end. Let's hope that this ends sooner rather than later, because the regime is no more. The Ayatollah, his immediate successor, the top security people there have been taken out in another brilliant example of Israeli intelligence. But as I say, the fact that they've got American support now is so key. To see hundreds of American attacks on Iranian military facilities of every kind, to me is extremely heartening. This is precisely the attack I kind of wanted to see. Go straight for the leadership, go straight for military targets and overwhelm them from the air, minimizing the risk to any more risk to American military, and because we've been fighting wars so altruistically, just as Israel should proceed in the same way, minimize casualties on our side while maximizing the destructive effect on this regime and its evil regime and its ability to ever rise again in any form like that. So
there is a report now of a direct hit in Tel Aviv. I don't know if this is just a follow-up to the one from 12 minutes ago, but it doesn't look like so. It at least there were additional sirens. It could be the second one. And again, we said from the start of this broadcast nearly 12 hours ago, the night is going to be very difficult in Israel. The Houthis said they're gonna step in, and it's not that I expect these people to say the truth, but this is usually something that they follow through on, and it's gonna be rough. But again, I really think this could end sooner than everybody thought. And if the Houthis strike, this is it. That America is here. Israel, can do what it does, and hopefully together this will be the end of the Houthis after the quick end of the Iranian regime. A quick end to the Houthis as well. There is now a report that the Qatari Defense Ministry has said that 65 missiles and 12 drones were fired so far from Iran at Qatar.
Well, war is a horrible, horrible thing. That's why when you have an aggressive dictatorship that is engaged in an act of war, you don't hesitate. You take care of it then. For decades and decades, America has let this fester. We've let them be the world's major sponsor of terrorism, etc. After hundreds of Americans get killed by their proxies in Beirut 40 some years ago, we did nothing. When they kidnapped our diplomatic personnel, every time they went chanting death to America and death to Israel in the streets, we should have taken them seriously. We should have taken them seriously when we saw that the terrorist threat ranged from Khobar Towers to Argentina. We should have said, no, this is a worldwide threat. As I say, they were in Hezbollah, and the Revolutionary Guard were in Venezuela. This is the kind of cancer that metastasizes and will only get worse. And they've killed a lot of people along the way. So if you're going to risk your life, now this is the nature of war. You take all the risks up front, and there will be risks here when you finally start dealing with the problem as it ought to have been dealt with the better part of 50 years ago. But when you initiate a proper response, expect the dangers, but expect them up front, because this is the only way to end what they call a forever war. And if it's been dragging on for decade after decade after decade, it's because we didn't take more decisive action earlier. So there will be more. They will throw at Israel. They will throw at the Americans as much as they've got, whatever they've got left. And if they have terrorist cells abroad, this is when they will activate it. This is the time that they will do whatever they can do in response. Everyone now knows the Ayatollah is dead, and that will have an impact. And we should brace for that impact, wherever that impact might be. And please, my friends, be safe. But it is in the nature of war that when you have an aggressive dictatorship, you deal with it early and decisively. You don't let it fester for 50 years. But in any case, that's the nature of war. You've got to take the risks up front and think of the courageous Israeli people. We've always said it, taking it for civilization, because they are at the front edge of civilization. And so they're the ones who mostly have to be bracing right now for whatever Iran's got left. But that's the nature of war, and why you want to end the threat as early and as decisively as you can. How sad that most of my life was spent not dealing with the problem that most of my life I thought ought to have been dealt with 40 some years ago. So
thank you, Race, for being a member of the YouTube channel for 25 months. Race says, congratulations, everyone, on the one-day war. Yeah, I would love it if that's how it, anything less than 6, I'm good with, as the name of the war. Daniel, I know I heard you and Eyal talk about how you don't want to talk about Cenk on a day like this. I completely disagree. At some point, I will want to enjoy the tears of all these people.
The sweet tears of vengeance here for Razi.
And yeah, if
Americans are going to die because Razi wants them to go to war with Israel.
What I really want is Daniel to read some more of Cenk's tweets in full Cenk, because that is good. But before that, I will go to the trolls in the chat, because I'm enjoying that. By the way, I also saw earlier that some people were saying quite a few people were saying they're banning this new troll. I completely understand it. As a channel, the policy on banning trolls is when Razi feels like it, which is not necessarily what everybody looking at the chat